Chapter 1, Opening Breakup, Obtaining the Wise Eye System. Chen Hao, let's break up. Hearing Lu Jiajiao's words, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile, smiling a little awkwardly. Jiajiao, stop it, eat quickly. After dinner I'll take half a day off and accompany you shopping. Lu Jiajiao threw her chopsticks on the table and coldly said, eat, what's good in this Thai restaurant? Chen Hao nervously looked at the side. The 200 pounds of the boss's wife's eyes revealed her murderous aura, as if she was about to be unable to suppress her inner rage, and was going to kick out this pair of men and women who were insulting her family's restaurant. Jiajiao, keep your voice down, don't let the other boss hear and kick us out, Chen Hao hurriedly whispered. He looked at the table, 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, 3 fried dishes, feeling that the small life has been quite good. But the girlfriend all day there are always so 2 points of dissatisfaction. This point is not satisfied. That point is not satisfied. Let Chen Hao head or big. Chen Hao, look at you. You can only eat this kind of stall for the rest of your life. If you had the money to go to one of those high-end restaurants, the waiters would all nod their heads and treat you like a lord. Why would they kick you out? This kind of day of eating big stall every day. I'm really fed up. I want to break up with you. Chen Hao, don't be playful. I'm serious this time. Break up. You can't satisfy me. Lu Jiajiao, eyebrows delicate as a picture, but the color of the god but cold as ice. Finished, picked up the side of the new donkey brand bag and left, walking very ruthless. Chen Hao saw the situation, hurriedly chased out. In the doorway of the stall pulled Lu Jiajiao's arm, said, Jiajiao, don't make a scene. Don't let outsiders look at our jokes. Ha! Lu Jiajiao looked at the surrounding onlookers, and then indifferently looked at Chen Hao. Her beautiful eyes were full of mockery. Chen Hao, I'm with you. Have I seen less jokes by others? Going out shopping. I want to take a cab. You have to pull me together to squeeze the bus. And you said low carbon and environmental protection. Go out to eat. I want to eat a romantic French food. You have to pull me to eat $50 buffet. And you say it's cost effective. For a drink, I want to order a cup of Starbucks, but you have to let me drink Nestle. My birthday wish is to buy a LV bag. It's been 3 years and you didn't even fulfill my wish. Chen Hao, the life I want, you can't give. So break up. Seeing that we have been in love for 3 years, I won't say any more unpleasant words. I hope you know what you are talking about. Hearing these words, Chen Hao had some difficulty accepting them for a while. After all, Lu Jiajiao used to be a gentle and well-behaved image in his heart, although there were some occasional small temper tantrums, but he coaxed them and it was fine. Unexpectedly said such words. He hadn't realized that Lu Jiajiao was so materialistic before, and generally, Lu Jiajiao didn't have an opinion on what he said. But now, Chen Hao realized that Lu Jiajiao had always had an opinion, just hiding it in her heart and not saying it. Now, finally cannot help. A brain all set out. In fact, during these months of graduation and internship, Chen Hao felt that his girlfriend Lu Jiajiao had changed a bit. She became more tasteful in her clothes, more refined in her makeup, and more focused on her appearance. Chen Hao also praised her more than once, the once pure school flower, more and more white-collar goddess temperament. Of course, as Lu Jiajiao became more and more beautiful, her temper also became bigger and bigger. Not moving, she threw her face at Chen Hao, not looking at the occasion at all, and not considering Chen Hao's feelings. Chen Hao, who had already had some ominous feelings, where did he not understand at this moment that her becoming beautiful was not for him? He glanced at the donkey brand bag in Lu Jiajiao's hand, and became a little more convinced in his heart. She was just a small receptionist of a company, or an intern. It was impossible for her to afford a donkey brand bag that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Not surprisingly, Lu Jiajiao should have other men. Unexpected, really unexpected. Love is a light. Green people panic. What one worries about still happened. Beggars don't deserve a goddess. Even if you have one, it's temporary. A few months ago, he was still in love with the woman, so quickly changed his heart. Chen Hao's heart at this time is indescribably bitter. Painting a tiger is difficult to paint the bones. Know the face of the people, do not know the heart. The human heart. People's hearts are really hard to measure. I'm blind. I can't read people. Ding. The eye system has been bound successfully, giving you a pair of discerning eyes, insight into all hidden secrets. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind made Chen Hao freeze, and at the same time, in Chen Hao's eyes, a few lines of small words appeared on Lu Jiajiao's head. Name, Jiajiao Lu. Age, 22 years old. Occupation, intern receptionist at Micro Blue Technology Company. Characteristics, 93 points for face value, 90 points for body shape. Secret 1, Jiajiao Lu was born in an ordinary family, and is rather vain in gold digging. During her internship, she was not the least bit defensive about the money and material temptations of Lin Kaiwei, the general manager of Micro Blue Technology Company, and enjoyed the feeling of being pursued. and was ready to break up with the host completely before formally agreeing to become Lin Kaiwei's girlfriend. Secret 2. Lin Kaiwei is the adopted righteous son of the former chairman of Microblue Technology Company, Qin Guofeng, and the husband of the current chairman of the board, Qin Weilan, a flunky who joined the Qin family, and relies on this layer of relationship to take up the position of general manager of the company. Secret 3. Lin Kaiwei's management of Microblue Technology has suffered serious losses in recent years due to Lin Kaiwei's secret collusion with his competitors, taking advantage of them and selling the company's scientific research results and trade secrets to them. Qin Weilan has already discovered the problem, but suffered from no evidence, and did not beat the bushes for the time being. Secret 4. Lin Kaiwei just coveted Lu Jiajiao's beauty, not sincere treatment of Lu Jiajiao. All the promises are play acting. To Lu Jiajiao to buy a new LV bag is in a treasure, spend 199 yuan to buy a fake. Take Lu Jiajiao to 5-star restaurants to eat to enjoy the world. Are using the company reception public funds reimbursement. Secret 5. Seeing this piece of secret information, Chen Hao could not help but be stunned. The amount of information was too much. He could not digest it a bit for a while. Seeing that Chen Hao grabbed her hand, but didn't say anything for half a day, Lu Jiajiao yanked her arm, didn't yank it away, and coldly said, "Chen Hao, let go of your hand. Please have some self-respect. 3 years of love, although it has not yet come to fruition, it is still somewhat beautiful. I hope that we get together and part ways. Don't make it too ugly. Don't consume the last ounce of goodwill I have for you." When Chen Hao heard this, he immediately let go of his hand. Lu Jiajiao's words were murderous and heartless. Obviously, she was the one who changed her heart, but she wants to say that I'm shameless? However, Chen Hao had already seen her true colors and wouldn't let her words sway his mind, because he saw some disgusting information. He subconsciously rubbed his hand on his pants. Just now, he was sad to death. But now, he just wanted to be thankful that Lu Jiajiao had lifted his hand and spared his life. If he really married this kind of woman, that would be the beginning of the nightmare. This kind of woman cannot stay, also cannot stay. However, since it was a non-peaceful breakup, then he had to put in some harsh words, or else did he really think Chen Hao was made of clay? Besides, Chen Hao was now bound to the system. As everyone knew, the system was a benefit that only the winners in life had. Good, Jiajiao Lu, this is what you said. I hope you won't regret it later. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully beggars to be poor. Remember, it was me who didn't want you. It's me who dumped you. The Chen Hao who once poured his heart out to you is dead. You'll never meet a man who is true to you again. Poof. Lu Jiajiao had a disdainful look on her face and spat in a small voice. True heart is worth a few dollars. True heart is indeed worthless, because true heart is priceless. And you, being played in the palm of someone else's hand, but still don't know it, and you still think you've climbed to the top. That's ridiculous. Pathetic. What do you mean by that? Lu Jiajiao's willow brows slightly knitted, and she couldn't help but ask. Ha, Chen Hao smiled coldly. The bag in your hand is the one that man bought for you, right? It's a fake. Too fake to be true. Taobao is only $199. Your bull asterisk ting me. This bag is $98,000, and there's an invoice for it. Lu Jiajiao argued. Please grow a brain, okay? You're really a bear without a brain, aren't you? Chen Hao glanced at her xiongde, not knowing in whose hands it would be fickle again. Bags can be counterfeited. Would invoices be more difficult? Chen Hao shook his head. There are so many LV counters in Magic City. Instead of wasting your breath on me, why don't you go to the counter and take a turn? Can you understand? When Lu Jiajiao heard this, her face changed dramatically and she turned around. On Chen Hao's side, seeing Lu Jiajiao leave, the anger that should have been there originally was already covered by the excitement within. Or rather, the anger was only short-lived, and excitement was the main emotion within him at the moment. Excited heart, trembling hands, Laozi is about to take off, isn't it? If it wasn't for the fact that the atmosphere of the scene wasn't suitable for him to jump up in place and shout yeah, he would have already taken off by now. Young man, a voice suddenly came from behind, scaring Chen Hao with a jolt. This familiar and thick voice, is it not the hotel owner's wife? Young man, don't be sad. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad. Two-legged women are everywhere. As long as you're willing to be down to earth, you don't have to worry about not finding a wife. Why don't I introduce my daughter to you, and you can have a chat sometime? My daughter is a yellow flower girl, the 200 pounds boss lady said, pointing to the girl behind her who was as stout as she was. The girl even lowered her head shyly, looking up at him from time to time. Chen Hao swallowed his saliva. 200 pounds of yellow flower girl. Chen Hao was a bit overwhelmed. So, Chen Hao pretended to be sad and said, "Thank you, Mrs. Boss, I just broke up. I'm not in the mood to start my next relationship for the time being. I appreciate your kindness. Here's the money for the meal. Keep the change." Chen Hao finished, stuffed the boss's wife with an old grandpa, turned around and ran. Hey, young man, run slowly. The boss's wife's size really cannot catch up with the tall and thin Chen Hao, just symbolically chased a few steps, then returned to the hotel. While walking also muttered, "What a solid young man, after that it is a family, give back what money ah." Chapter 2 by Ruyu's Secret. Chen Hao ran back to his company, Xiaobei Real Estate Agency, in one breath. That's right, Chen Hao was a real estate agent, whose main job was to sell and rent out second-hand houses, stores, office buildings, factories, and so on. The company was small, with only a dozen employees, responsible for the business of dozens of properties within 3 kilometers around. At this time, there were just a few customers looking at houses in the company, but Chen Hao sat on his workstation, not greeting customers at all. Inside his mind, it was all about the wise eye system, but how Chen Hao called the system, there was no response. Was this meant to let Chen Hao fumble on his own? It was at this moment that the voice of the gold medal real estate consultant by Ruyu came over. "Xiao Chen, come and help pour a few cups of tea for the guests. What's with the days? Young people just can't see things in their eyes." Chen Hao sniffed and couldn't help but stare. "Those few customers are your guests. What's it got to do with me? The business is done. The commission is yours. Did you invite me to dinner or give me a red packet? I didn't even buy you a cup of tea. Why should I help you? In the past, I helped you on my own initiative. That's a favor. Now I don't help you. That's also a favor. What? Do you think I'm a newbie or something? Are you addicted to free labor?" Thinking of this, Chen Hao didn't help out like he did before, but sat steadily. "Sister bye. Sorry, I'm a bit busy over here. I don't have time for now." Bai Ruyu glared at Chen Hao, saying that you're a newcomer. You've only sold 1 suite in 3 months. You're busy my ass. However, Bai Ruyu wasn't Chen Hao's boss, so if Chen Hao didn't help her, she had no choice but to do it herself. The customers stayed for a while and then left. It looked like there was no suitable listings. After those few customers left, Bai Ruyu walked to Chen Hao, leaned on Chen Hao's table, and said unhappily, "Little Chen, what are you busy with? Now that your wings are hardened, you don't even listen to your sister's words?" Chen Hao glanced at Bai Ruyu, and said that this woman was really as her name suggested. Her skin was as white as sheep's fat white jade, and her bumpy figure looked as warm and soft as jade. Every move and knit of the brows and smile were all flavorful. Chen Hao used to be too young, was charmed by her style to some head, only to be what she shouted to do what to do. Now, Chen Hao is a man with a discerning eye. Any of her flavors, in his eyes is only a red skull. Right, let's see what secrets Bai Ruyu has. Name, Bai Ruyu. Age, 25 years old. Occupation, gold medal property consultant of Xiaobei Real Estate Agency. Characteristics, face value 93, body shape 95. Secret 1, Bai Ruyu had a short marriage, but the rich second-generation husband addicted to gambling, coupled with the disease of shrinking young. Even in the face of such a beauty as Bai Ruyu cannot get better, so the temperament changed dramatically, often domestic violence. Bai Ruyu couldn't stand it, chose to divorce, and so far it is still intact body. Secret 2, Bai Ruyu 3 years to become a gold medal real estate consultant, relying on her face value and body. 3 years to capture hundreds of male home buyers, accidentally show a little career line. You can make male home buyers willing to find her to sign a single. Secret 3, because of her previous failed life experience, Bai Ruyu is as addicted to money as her life, with the potential of a miser, seeing money as her closest relative, her dependence, and wanting her to treat her to a meal or send her a red packet is like asking for her life. Secret 4, the company manager Wang Dayu is secretly pursuing Bai Ruyu, but Bai Ruyu knows that Wang Dayu is a married man, did not agree, and at the same time rejected the request of Wang Dayu's heavy money package. But Wang Dayu has not yet given up, and is trying to find ways to use subterfuge, wanting to eat this piece of tantalizingly fat. Bai Ruyu is circling around with it. Secret number 5, seeing Bai Ruyu's secret, Chen Hao was instantly somewhat shocked. All along, the feeling that Bai Ruyu gave Chen Hao was a more open, more flirtatious, more flavorful, and seemingly dissatisfied with the persona of a divorced beautiful young woman. But he never thought that Bai Ruyu was still a perfect body. He only knew that Bai Ruyu had been divorced before, but he didn't expect it to be such a strange marriage. Then how serious must his ex-husband's illness be? In addition, although she's as addicted to money as her life, she was able to turn down the manager's heavy money package, and she was able to carry off the subterfuge. So what does that mean? Is it the shadow caused by the failed marriage, hence the aversion to men? Or is it just a desire to earn some clean money? Or both? No matter what, in Chen Hao's heart, he seemed to be less upset with Bai Ruyu. Looking at Chen Hao staring blankly at himself, Bai Ruyu couldn't help but cover her chest and said angrily, "Little Chen, what are you looking at? Eyes are almost falling out." Only then did Chen Hao come back to his senses, smiled faintly, and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, sister bye. I got lost in thought just now. Got lost in thought? I think you lost your mind instead, right? What? Is sister's career line so deep that it can already seduce the soul? Chen Hao sniffed and couldn't help but blush. Bai Ruyu said this like an old driver. Where did it seem like the words of a perfect body? In addition, he admitted that Bai Ruyu's career line was very deep, but he was really just looking at her secrets just now. He really didn't look at the boobs. Sister Bai. Chen Hao was speechless for a while. Giggle giggle giggle. Okay, I won't tease you. In the future, if your sister asks you to do something, remember to run faster. Cough cough. Manager Wang Dayu suddenly came out from his office and smiled. Ruyu, what are you guys talking about? Laughing so happily. Did you negotiate another order? Bai Ruyu smiled faintly and said, Mr. Wang, this situation now, how can it be so easy to negotiate a list? Yes, Wang Dayu nodded and said, the current economic situation, it's very tough. People's desire to purchase a home is also very low. Our second-hand rental and sales are falling. Wang Dayu said, glanced at Chen Hao and said, so, little Chen, you have to cheer up. Recently the head office has a layoff plan. Your current performance is very dangerous. Oh, also, I have a bad news and a good news to tell you here. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 3, The Big Client. One good news, one bad news? Chen Hao sniffed and smiled faintly. This Wang Dayu would not want to take personal revenge. Take the opportunity to jam his opportunity to turn to the right, so that he rolled up and left. Don't look at this place as just a small agency, but it is a small temple with a big wind, shallow water, and complicated interpersonal relationships. However, he now has a system. Naturally will not be in this shallow puddle of fluttering. The outside world is where he can show his talent. However, resigning on his own, and being sacked, were two different feelings. How could the current Chen Hao tolerate himself being fired? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the protagonist? If he was to be fired, then it had to be him who fired the boss. Thus, Chen Hao concentrated and stared at Wang Dayu. And soon, rows and rows of small letters appeared on Wang Dayu's head as well. Name, Wang Dayu. Age, 40 years old. Occupation, branch manager of Xiaobei Real Estate Agency. Characteristics, narrow-minded old snakeskin, good at slithering. Secret 1, coveting Bai Ruyu's beauty. He has hinted or expressed Bai Ruyu many times, but all of them have been rejected and diffused by Bai Ruyu. Secret 2, his wife is the wife of a riverboat owner. Secret 2, his wife is a Hudong lion. Violent character, Wang Dayu dislikes his wife at home. Old age, body shape, but also very afraid of his wife's domestic violence. Secret 3, Wang Dayu at home. Often go to a foot washing city to enjoy special services. The amount of consumption issued into false invoices to report. Set the company reception costs dozens of pens, respectively. Secret 4, successively to the deputy general manager of the head office of the three bribes. A total of 500,000 yuan. To keep his position as branch manager. Secret 5, because Bai Ruyu and the host are closer. Wang Dayu holds a grudge and wants to intentionally find fault to dismiss the host, and decides to possess Bai Ruyu himself before offering her to the top management of the head office in order to strive for another step forward. Secret 6. Don't look and be shocked. This Wang Dayu's secret. It's really torture. This idea of occupying first and offering later is simply the fighting scum of the scum. As for the matter of deliberately targeting him, Chen Hao would also make the other party pay the price. Chen Hao had a number in his mind, so he said lightly, Manager Wang, then you say the bad news first. Wang Dayu frowned, his temperament taken to the fullest, and said with a heavy face, Little Chen, sorry. The bad news is that the head office has also given our company a layoff target. If you have no more performance within this month, not only will you not be able to turn around, but you may also be dismissed. Sure enough, this Wang Dayu was just taking personal revenge, just seeing that Bai Ruyu was usually closer to himself, so he was jealous? However, would Chen Hao be afraid of being sacked? Thus, Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, what about the good news? The good news is that you're still young, and there's still a vast world for you to wander and fight to realize your greater value. There's a poem that says, money is precious, love is more expensive. If it's for freedom, both can be thrown away. At that time, you will gain freedom that no amount of money can buy. The world is so big, you can go and see it all. My Nima. Wang Dayu said this. How come it fits so well with Laozi's state of mind at this time? If Wang Dayu spoke in a tone that was not so eerie, Chen Hao would almost be moved. Manager, today is already the 29th. Tomorrow is the last day of this month. You let Chen Hao go where to sign the order within 2 days? Isn't this an obvious way to dismiss Chen Hao? Bai Ruyu on the side said. Ruyu, I also like this young man and don't want to dismiss him, but there's no way. This is the head office's regulations. Wang Dayu had a tone of holding back, and said lightly, but well, it's not completely without a solution. Ryu, you have more ideas, come to my office. Let's think of a solution together? By Ryu heard, White Wang Dayu a glance. Was the other party explicitly implied so many times? She would not understand Wang Dayu's mind? Only, Wang Dayu was afraid that he was not sick. Even if he and Chen Hao were close, he wouldn't let the other party take advantage of himself in order to keep Chen Hao's job, right? After all, this job for Chen Hao, 2 chicken ribs, the base salary of 800 yuan, 3 months sold a suite of commission of 8,000 yuan, the average monthly more than 3,000 yuan. In the Magic City can do what? Even if she is harboring Chen Hao, there is more than $3,000 of pocket money per month, right? After all, her gold medal sales base salary plus commission, less than 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per month, more than hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, Wang Dayu's routines were almost transparent in Bai Ruyu's eyes, so she didn't care to see what new tricks Wang Dayu had up his sleeve. Bai Ruyu stepped away from her long meat silk legs and was about to follow Wang Dayu to his office, but she was pulled back by Chen Hao. Sister Bai, don't bother, let's just take everything as it comes. Maybe Manager Wang is right, even if you get fired, it's not necessarily bad news, right? When Wang Dayu heard this, he turned to look at Chen Hao and smiled, not saying anything. Bai Ruyu, on the other hand, glared at Chen Hao angrily, not knowing what to say about him. Little Chen, it seems that you really don't know the dangers of society. The atmosphere of the scene, for a while, was somewhat frozen. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man of about 50 years old walked in outside the company's main door, dressed like a boss. Wang Dayu saw this, his eyes lit up, and said to Chen Hao, Little Chen, no matter where, young people still need to be able to speak well. Don't say that brother Wang won't help you. Watch me teach you how to sign a bill on the spot. After saying that, Wang Dayu immediately greeted him. Chen Hao blinked his eyes twice. Nima, you call this helping me? I thought that you would let me have the client. Hello sir, may I ask if you are buying or selling a house? I'm the manager of this store. You can talk to me directly if you need anything. Wang Dayu said with a smile. After all, he was the manager. Face work was done. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Hello, I want to rent a factory building. I don't know if you have any suitable properties here? Rent a factory building? Wang Dayu immediately came into the spirit. This is a big deal. Although the intermediary fee charged for leasing is only a monthly rent, but the rent of the factory building is high. It would be tens of thousands of dollars a month at least, and a bigger factory building would even cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Sir, your luck is really good. We happen to have a few factory buildings for rent and sale here. Let me introduce them to you first. Wang Dayu said with a joyful face. There is a factory building here in the new Lingang district with an area of 40,000 square meters. Too big. Oh, it's okay. Here's another factory building of 3,000 square meters. Too small. 10,000. A 10,000 square meter factory building isn't too big or small, right? Wang Dayu tried. This factory building is 10,000 square meters. The location is very good, and the monthly rent is only 600,000. Too expensive. It doesn't matter. There is another 12,000 square meter factory building over here. The market price is 150 million. Because of the urgent sale, now it only costs 120 million. It's absolutely cost effective. I only want to rent it. I don't want to buy it. Wang Dayu, big brother. No, grandpa, you're a competitor sent to screw me, right? Chapter 4, let me do the talking. I only want to rent. I don't want to buy, the middle-aged man said directly. Next to him, Bai Ruyu, Chen Hao and the others watched the show with an interested face. Seeing Wang Dayu get defeated was also very soothing in their hearts. Sir, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. You can understand it first. After all, Wang Dayu is the manager. Professionalism is still there. Still enthusiastically smiled and received. Sir, let's sit over here for a while, have some tea and listen to me slowly tell you. This property is an urgent sale, so the price is very favorable. If you don't want to buy it when I'm done, that's fine too, okay? The middle-aged man nodded at that. Sir, this factory building is 12,000 square meters, with a single door and courtyard, all on one level, 12 meters in height. The whole factory is very beautiful, and it also comes with a 5,000 square meter concrete dam for parking and stacking goods, which is equivalent to 17,000 square meters. Moreover, this factory building is located in a mature industrial park. The supporting facilities in the park are very complete, and the transportation facilities are complete, which is convenient for the entry and exit of your raw materials and finished products. Industrial land, 50 years of property rights. It's only just been used for 3 years now. There are still 47 years to go. The most crucial thing is the price. The market price is $150 million. Now urgent sale. Only need $120 million. Such a cheap, cannot be seen very often. Buy is to earn. So, sir, such a good factory building. Aren't you impressed? If I had the money, I'd just buy it and rent it to you, and I'd get my money back in 10 years or so. The middle-aged man sniffed and shook his head. The factory building is indeed a good factory building. I'm also moved, but you also said that if you had the money, you'd buy it. I'd buy it if I had the money. The key is that I don't have the money. Don't say I don't have $120 million. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to smash it all on the plant. After all, there's still liquidity to be used for production. The middle-aged man smacked his lips and said, money, money. If I had money, would I still need to rent a factory building? Wang Dayu smiled, nodded and said, well then, sir, these are the only factory buildings we have here. If there's nothing you're satisfied with, I can't do anything about it. Money is hard currency. I can't do anything without it. Alright then, I'll look elsewhere, that middle-aged man said, standing up and about to leave. Slowly go, Wang Dayu said indifferently, his attitude obviously much colder than earlier. That middle-aged man shook his head and walked directly towards the door, about to step out of the store, but he heard a voice from behind. Wait, That middle-aged man turned around, somewhat puzzled. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, Manager Wang, you've completely given up on this customer, right? Right. Wang Dayu sniffed and said faintly, what? Do you want to continue talking to this gentleman? Chen Hao nodded. Yes, if I talk to him, if it works out, the performance will be all mine. No problem, right? Just you? Wang Dayu didn't even bother to hide his disdainful expression, and said contemptuously, no problem. It depends on whether you have that ability. Good. What I want is this statement from Manager Wang. Everyone can testify. Just don't say that I stole Manager Wang's client at that time. No problem. I can testify. Bai Ruyu said with a smile on her pretty face and with interest. This little guy. This was to go against Wang Dayu for real. Then, she didn't mind adding another fire. Other co-workers also watched the fun and said that they could testify. Wang Dayu was Chen Hao this out of the wholesome happy. This kid will not be sick in the head, right? Over $100 million, really think it is so easy to negotiate? This is intentionally disgusting him? Wang Dayu smiled, said, Xiao Chen see what you say, but also let the colleagues to testify. I will not go back on my word? What kind of character do you have in your heart? Chen Hao faintly asked back. Anyway, he is not going to work here. No longer need to be obedient to Wang Dayu. Chen Hao, what's your attitude? Is this what a trainee like you should say to a manager? Wang Dayu directly moved out of his identity. Chen Hao shrugged. Don't play the manager's bully in front of me. If you have the ability, fire me. If you fire me and I negotiate this order, I'll see how you can explain to the head office. He. Wang Dayu was directly exasperated and laughed. Good, very good. Chen Hao, you go and talk. If you make it, I'll apply to the head office to calculate the commission for you at the manager level percentage. Very good. Just waiting for your words. Chen Hao smiled and shook his cell phone. Keep your word, I've recorded it all. Humph. If you don't get the deal, you have to pay attention. Tomorrow is the last day of the month. No performance, you get the hell out. It's a deal, Chen Hao said, and then headed towards the middle-aged man who was still standing at the door watching the fun. The reason why Chen Hao dared to call out to Wang Dayu like this was still because Chen Hao saw through the middle-aged man's secret. Name, Zhao Guodong. Age, 52 years old. Occupation, owner of innocent clothing company. Characteristics, smart and strong, down-to-earth and hardworking. Secret 1, Zhao Guodong's company specializes in foreign trade clothing orders. Recently, business has been booming, so he wants to open another branch factory. Secret 2, Zhao's company's orders are slow to pay back, resulting in limited funds in his hands, and most of the limited funds are used to purchase raw materials and pay workers' wages. Secret 3, Zhao personally wanted to buy a factory building very much, but there was a lack of funds. After visiting many banks, very few were willing to lend money and the loan amount was very low. Secret 4, it is because of the lack of money. Zhao had to choose to rent a factory building. If you can help Zhao to get a loan of 100 million, Zhao great probability will buy a factory building. Secret 5, from the secrets he saw, the middle-aged man, that is, Zhao Guodong, himself was very eager to buy the factory building. The key was the lack of money. As long as he could help him match with the bank and get a loan, the rest would be easy to say. Chen Hao walked to Zhao Guodong and smiled. Hello boss, may I ask your name? Although he already knew his name, Chen Hao still had to pretend to ask. Exempt from your surname. Zhao Guodong. Zhao Guodong looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. Young man, what is your business? Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, I heard the conversation between you and manager Wang just now. In fact, you also want to buy this 12,000 square meter factory building, right? Only, the The biggest problem right now is the lack of funds. That's right, that's what I said. Zhao nodded, thinking that the truth was indeed true. So, bank loan consideration? Chen Hao asked. Are you a part-time bank, or part-time small loan company? Zhao frowned. If I take a loan, I'd have to take at least 100 million, not a couple million or two, and it needs to be a regular bank loan. Boss Zhao, don't worry, I'm neither from a bank nor a small loan company, Chen Hao said indifferently. However, I might be able to help you get a bank loan, definitely a formal state-owned bank. Zhao heard this and couldn't help but light up. Which bank? Chapter 5, President Song. Which bank? Zhao's eyes lit up. What kind of access do you have? Not sure which bank yet, Chen Hao said lightly. Boss Zhao, you should have looked for a bank loan as well, only it didn't work out. This way, you take me to visit the presidents of these banks again, and I'll pick one at random and have the president give you a loan. That's okay? Zhao's eyes widened. This kid had such a big mouth. It couldn't be some kind of big disease, right? Or perhaps, the son of a certain financial system bigwig, running here to experience life? Well, it's very possible. Although this kid is plainly dressed, he is handsome and has an extraordinary demeanor. Maybe he is from the family of an important person. Otherwise, how would he dare to directly contradict the company manager as an intern? Thinking of this, Zhao nodded and said, to tell you the truth, I did look for a bank, and there's more than one. Pretty much several major state-owned banks and local commercial banks. I've looked for them all, but the loans they can put to me are hundreds of thousands, at most million-level loans. Away from 100 million gap is a bit big. It can only be a drop in the bucket. You have to be able to help me loan 100 million. No, 80 million, as long as you can help me loan 80 million, no matter how much your intermediary fee is here. I'll take an additional 2 points of the loan as your thanks. Good. Boss Zhao is atmospheric. Then, time is running out. Let's hurry to the bank while it's still early, Chen Hao urged. Good. Zhao nodded and went out with Chen Hao. Zhao's car was a BMW 7 Series with a specialized driver, and the two of them went to 4 banks consecutively from near to far. The presidents of 2 of the banks were not there, and for the other 2, Chen Hao didn't see any valuable secrets. The time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 2 of them came to the 5th bank, which was a local commercial bank called Haishang Bank that had opened a branch in Magic City. President Song, here to bother you again. After meeting, Zhao greeted with a smile like before. Oh, Boss Zhao. Governor Song frowned imperceptibly, but then a smile piled up on his face. What kind of business does Boss Zhao have coming over this time? Governor Song, truth be told, the loan matter, I still want you to help. Boss Zhao, to be honest, the $2 million loan that I promised you before is already the limit of my ability. Any higher loan amount, I really can't do anything about it. Zhao sniffed and looked at Chen Hao with some discouragement. After running to 5 houses in a row, he was either shut out or unable to do anything about it. To be honest, Zhao somewhat didn't want to run anymore. If this time Chen Hao still let him go without saying anything, he really didn't want to go to the next one. He didn't want to accompany himself with a smile and look at other people's faces. Chen Hao glanced at Zhao, smiled faintly, and said, Boss Zhao, take a rest outside first. I have something I want to talk to Governor Song alone. Governor Song was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, and just after the meeting, Chen Hao took a closer look at Governor Song's secret, and this time, he finally gained something. Name, Song Hanjin. Age, 50 years old. Occupation, President of the Magic City branch of Haishang Bank. Characteristics, greedy for money and sex, timid and suspicious. Secret 1, Song Hanjin relied on the right and left. Management relations, step by step to grow into a branch president. Secret 2, Song Hankin has a strong hand in the Magic City branch. As long as he is willing, a loan of 100 million yuan is not particularly difficult to obtain. Secret 3, Song Hankin only agreed to give Zhao Guodong a loan of 2 million, because Zhao Guodong only sent him 100,000 favor fee. Song Hankin is too little, but did not explicitly say. Secret 4, Song Hanjin received a lot of favor fees, but his expenses were also large, most of which were gifts to the headquarters top management to maintain relationships, respectively. Secret 5, Song Hankin although in the Magic City settled the family to pick up, but he also in the city of Haikao raised a room of small 3, often to the headquarters of the city of Haikao meeting, reporting on the work of the reasons, such as to the city of Haikao and the small 3 private meetings. Secret 6, Song Hankin management under the Haishang Bank Magic City branch. There are some loopholes. A subordinate private misappropriation of depositors hundreds of millions of dollars is about to thunder. Song Hankin is still unaware of it. Secret 7, good guy, don't know without looking. I'll look shocked. Dozens of secrets. Looking at Chen Hao did not know which one to choose to start better. After Zhao left, Song Hanjin picked up his own teacup and took a small sip of tea while staring at Chen Hao. He was waiting for Chen Hao to speak. Was it possible that Zhao realized that the favor fee had been given less, and had specially come to increase the money this time? However, why bother sending a brat to talk? Humph, the opening is $100 million loan. No matter who comes, don't even think about it if it's less than $5 million in favor fees. I'm not going to go to the top to make a point. Song Hanjin did not speak. Chen Hao spoke first. Hello, President Song. Governor Li asked me to greet you. Governor Li, precisely the biggest golden thigh of Song Hanjin, is the current hand of the headquarters of the High Merchant Bank. However, the average person could check the basic situation of the Haishan Bank on the official website, and it wasn't strange to know that Governor Li was a hand. Was this an attempt to swindle him? But since the other party mentioned Governor Li's name, regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to ask more questions. Are you Governor Li's? Oh, my surname is Chen. I am not Governor Li's whatever. If I have to say that I am his whatever, I'm also not very good at describing it. Chen Hao originally wanted to directly threaten Song Hanjin with these secrets, but that would be too simple and rough. So on second thought, he chose to swindle him, which might work better. Forget it, it's not important. Governor Li asked me to tell you that the card you gave him last Saturday at the Sea Merchant Hall was only 50 Ws. It's a bit insufficient. Song Hanjin was originally still a bit careless. When he heard this, he raised his head violently and looked at Chen Hao, while a layer of dense and fine sweat emerged on his back, while his brain was running extremely fast. What kind of person is this kid? Last Saturday, when he sent a gift to Governor Li, there were only two people, himself and Governor Li. How did this kid know about it? And he also clearly knew the time, place, and amount. Is he being watched? Is there a bug or a pinhole camera in the Chamber of Commerce? That should not be. He did not mention the card throughout the matter, and the card is sandwiched inside a document sent to the hands of Governor Li. Whether it was a wiretap or a pinhole camera, it was impossible to obtain this information. Then, can only prove, this surnamed Chen kid and Li-governor relationship is very shallow. What kind of person is he to Governor Li? Song Hanjin was a bit dumbfounded for a while, not knowing how to respond, and didn't speak for a long time. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, however, you don't have to worry. After all, you are the person Governor Li promoted. All of them are his own people. He won't make a big deal out of these small things and make outsiders look at the joke. Magic City branch is the most important branch of Haishan Bank. There is no one. Its weight and status. You should understand. But the last 3 times, the amount of filial piety you gave to Governor Li was less than once. Last year, the one to pay tribute was still 200 Ws. This year, when we summarized the mid-year in June, it was only 100 Ws. And last Saturday, it was even only 50 Ws. I don't know what you're up to. Although money is just numbers to Governor Li, the size of the numbers directly reflects your loyalty to him. Understand? Understood. Understood. Song Hanjin nodded his head repeatedly. The other party named 3 amounts in one breath, all of which were exactly the same amount in time as his filial piety to Governor Li. At this moment, Song Hanjin was completely convinced of Chen Hao. No matter what kind of person he was to Governor Li, it must be the closest person. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to know this kind of hidden matter that concerned his future or even his life. Chapter 6 Happy Things. Song Hanjin, who reacted, hurriedly made tea for Chen Hao personally. Chen Hao waved his hand and said, no need, don't organize these vain things. Let's get down to business. I still have to leave after that, Chen Hao said, pointing at the door in vain, and said, Zhao Guodong wants to get a loan, and found me, wanting me to match him up with Governor Li. Chen Hao glanced at Song Hanjin, shook his head, and continued, but I don't think it's necessary. It's just a loan of 100 million, and it's easy for you as a branch chief, so you don't need to bother Governor Li. You give Zhao Guodong to do the loan, just as give me a face, turn around I and Uncle Li, Governor Li to give you a few more words of praise in front of him. Governor Li's opinion of you will definitely be as good as ever. Of course, also do not let you have a hard time. The loan should do collateral to do collateral. He is to use this money to buy the plant. The plant market price of 150 million, priced at 70%. The loan of 100 million is more than enough. In addition, the rules will not break. There is money we all earn together. After the matter is completed, he will also mean it. Only the price of friendship. President Song must not be too little. No, Song Hanjin hurriedly said, since it's something you arranged, Chen Hao, I will definitely do it properly. As for the extra meaning, there's no need for it. Just consider it as a first-time meeting. My small meaning to you, how can that be? Uncle Li, Governor Li often educates me that a balance of interests is the only way to walk steadily and far. Governor Li can't even break the rules. How can I dare to break them? You are harming me. I don't dare to. In that case, I'm sorry. It's me who's sorry for causing you trouble. No trouble. I'm honored to help young Chen. Song Hanjin said with a smile. Chen Hao sniffed and nodded. Let's start with this then. I'll have him prepare the information and sign the contract tomorrow morning. No problem, right? No problem. I'll personally arrange it. Song Hanjin agreed in one gulp. Good then. I'll leave first. Young Chen, I'll see you off. Song Hanjin hurriedly got up to see him off. Chen Hao took 2 steps, then turned around and said, by the way, I heard from Governor Li that the headquarters was recently reviewing the accounts of each branch, and found that there is an abnormality in a large amount of money here in your place. There is a depositor surnamed Jean. Hundreds of millions of funds were transferred away one after another. The hidden danger is very big. You have to seize the time to check it out. Don't get yourself caught up in it, not to mention that you will also cause trouble for Governor Li. Originally, I didn't want to say it, but Governor Song gave me face so much. That's why I threw in the towel and returned the favor by telling you this news. Ah, there's more to this? Thank you for reminding me. Young Chen, I'll check it out right away later. Song Hanjin hurriedly said. In addition, Governor Li is not in a good mood lately. You must not touch his mold. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Talk less and do more. Get these things done and he will naturally see to it. Yes, Chen Hao is right. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, alright, we've talked too much today. Let's talk again later when we have the chance. Chen Hao left the governor's office, and Song Hanjin followed behind with a smiling face, still vaguely gesturing a bit lower than ahead. This made Zhao, who was waiting outside, a bit surprised. Sure enough, I told you, this kid is really not an ordinary person. Boss Zhao, I told Governor Song about your situation. Governor Song is very supportive of the development of our small and medium-sized enterprises. The loan has been negotiated. You go and prepare the information required for the loan. Come to the signing tomorrow morning. Governor Song will personally serve you. This treatment is extraordinary. Ah, really? Then I'm so thankful. Thank you, Governor Song. Zhao was also excited. I don't dare to dare. It's mainly because Chen Hao analyzed me very well. You have the plant as collateral, and have the qualifications for the loan. At the same time, we can respond to the call of the state, support the development of enterprises, create tax revenue for the local area. Our bank can also collect interest. A 1-2 punch. Why not? Song Hanjin said with a cooperative smile. Hearing the word Chen Hao coming out of Song Hanjin's mouth, Zhao Guodong couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao, his eyes revealing a really so look. The three of them chatted a few more times before Chen Hao and Zhao Guodong left. Looking at the time, it was almost the end of the day, so Chen Hao didn't go back to the company. Instead, after agreeing on the time to do the formalities with Zhao Guodong, he went straight home. After returning home, Chen Hao was still in a mood of uncontrollable excitement. He didn't expect to have a huge harvest from today's small test. Although his hands were still slightly trembling now, it didn't affect his battle results. The wise eye system was indeed very powerful. Seeing the characteristics of Song Hankin's Governor Song through, and if he hadn't seen Song Hankin's timidity and suspiciousness, Chen Hao wouldn't have necessarily compiled a story about him and Governor Li. It was because Song Hanjin was timid and suspicious that Chen Hao decided to make up the story and swindle him a bit, believing that with Song Hanjin's character, the other party would definitely suspect his identity. But again, because of his timidity and Chen Hao's last words of reminder, Song Hanjin probably wouldn't ask Governor Li for confirmation. Besides, the things that Chen Hao had said, every word was a real thing that had happened. It was enough to deter the timid Song Hanjin. Taking a step back, even if Song Hanjin realized that he had been cheated, he definitely wouldn't dare to find trouble with Chen Hao, but would be even more terrified. After all, those secrets were real. The next morning, Chen Hao came to work at 11 o'clock. After returning home yesterday, Chen Hao contacted the seller in advance. Since the seller was also in a hurry to sell, he promised to put off everything this morning and would definitely come to Xiao Bei's agency at the agreed time. Chen Hao came to the company and walked into the company's door, just in time to bump into Wang Dayu wandering around the company's lobby. Yo, isn't this Chen Hao? Wang Dayu said with a leathery smile. I thought you wouldn't come today. After all, it's your last day before you're swept off your feet, so it's better to have some face. Right, but it turned out that you're still here. However, since you're here, I'm still doing official business. It's already 11 o'clock. Rounding up, counting half a day of absenteeism. The surrounding co-workers were still a bit sleepless as if they were listless, but when they heard Wang Dayu's words, they suddenly came into the spirit. Wang Dayu, this is completely torn face. Firepower. Ah, colleagues are excited, the fire of gossip in their eyes burning, staring at Chen Hao and Wang Dayu ready to watch the show, just short of melons, chips, sodas and small stools. Bai Ruyu also tilted her head, her beautiful eyes flowing back and forth between Wang Dayu and Chen Hao, with a hidden look of anxiety on her face. Wang Dayu, if you don't want to work in Xiao Bei Company, just say it earlier. Why do you have to trap the company in unkindness? This was said. Wang Dayu didn't react a bit for a while, Obviously he was the one who said that Chen Hao was about to be swept out. How did it become him not wanting to do it himself? What does this kid mean? Chen Hao, make your words clear. When did I want to trap the company in unkindness? Could it be that there isn't? Chen Hao said lightly. You just said that you want to sweep me. The one who negotiated $100 million order. Out of the door. $100 million order? Meritorious minister? Wang Dayu froze, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Chen Hao, early in the morning, are you still awake? Just you, still negotiating $1 billion bill? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao, outside the door. Zhao just happened to arrive, directly striding in. Xiao Chen, the atmosphere of your company is good, so lively. Manager Wang is laughing so happily. What's so happy about it? Say it so I can be happy too. Chapter 7 The First Bucket of Gold. Seeing Zhao, Wang Dayu directly froze, like a duck that had been pinched by the neck, and his laughter came to an abrupt end. Chen Hao, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and said, for you to come and sign the contract is the happiest thing for us. Oh, this matter, is indeed something to be happy about? I am happy too. Chen Xiao, thanks for your help yesterday before you helped me to get a loan of $100 million. This is 2 points of extra thanks. Zhao directly took out his golden bank card and handed it to Chen Hao. Please don't mind it. Make sure you accept it. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, there's no rush. It's not too late to give it when all your procedures are done. I went to the bank in the morning. Direct super VIP treatment. Governor Song accompanied the whole process. Only spent more than an hour. The bank side of the formalities are basically done. Just waiting for the seller to sign. Take the title deed over to mortgage. The bank will immediately release the money. No problem. Chen Xiao personally arranged. Absolutely stable. Zhao said with a sincere face. Chen Hao sniffed, then nodded. Alright then, I'll take it first, and return it to you if we can't talk about it. Arranged by Chen Xiao. Absolutely no problem, Zhao said with a smile. Which one is Chen Hao? A voice came from the doorway again. A middle-aged noblewoman who was about 40 years old and wearing a gorgeous cheongsam. It's me. Chen Hao waved at the middle-aged noblewoman. You are Sister Fan, right? I was the one who contacted you by phone yesterday. It's me, the middle-aged noblewoman said. Where is the buyer? I can say it on the phone. I'm in a hurry to sell, so the price is already very favorable. A bite price of 120 million. I'll sit down and sign the contract if I can close the deal. If I give less than 120 million, I'll go to the next agency. And there are other buyers waiting for me to go and talk about it. Chen Hao nodded and said, Sister Fan, this is Boss Zhao. He's the buyer. Boss Zhao also said that the price isn't a problem. But before signing the contract, we have to go and see the site again. Don't you think so? No problem. We can look at it anytime. Go now, right now. A group of 3 people, all traveling in Zhao's BMW 7 Series, headed directly to the plant. While in the Xiaobei company, Wang Dayu was standing in place somewhat dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What happened just a few minutes ago? Chen Hao, that kid, is actually really going to make a deal? I can't figure it out. Wang Dayu really can't figure it out. How can Chen Hao's kid make such a big business? Wang Dayu felt his face, as if Chen Hao had ruthlessly thrown 2 big ear scrapes, and the subordinates around him were all looking at his jokes. What are you looking at? Don't you have to work? Chen Hao is able to negotiate a big order. Do you still have face shifts to catch fish? Go to work. Wang Dayu roared in a bad mood, after roaring stirrups back to his office. Today this face hit a little swollen. Bai Ruyu looked at the furious Wang Dayu, and then looked at the direction of the entrance. Her face could not help but show a curious look. When did Chen Hao become Chen Xiao? This inside. It's a bit interesting. Inside Zhao Guodong's BMW 7 Series, Zhao sat in the co-pilot, while Chen Hao and Sister Fan sat in the back row. On the way, Chen Hao incidentally looked at Sister Fan's secret as well, so that he could dominate the negotiations later. Name, Fan Yunxia. Age, 52 years old. Occupation, full-time wife. Characteristics, simple and quick. Hates trouble. Secret 1, Fan Yunxia's husband was a private enterprise owner who died in a car accident 2 years ago, leaving behind hundreds of millions of dollars of family assets. Secret 2, Fan Yunxia does not know how to run a business. The business is not enough to make ends meet. Simply stop production. Secret 3, Fan Yunxia's son and daughter have emigrated to Australia. Also want to take Fan Yunxia to enjoy the happiness. So Fan Yunxia want to dispose of the plant as soon as possible. Completely emigrate to Australia. Secret 4, Fan Yunxia contacted 5 intermediaries, 2 of which have no customers for the time being, the other 2 have customers offer, respectively, 105 million, 108 million. Fan Yunxia's psychological bottom line is a net income of 110 million, any other handling fee regardless. Secret V, after reading Fan Yunxia's information, Chen Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised that Fan Yunxia was actually 52 years old, but looked only about 40. Rich people maintain really well. In addition to seeing a woman's biggest secret, her age, Chen Hao also saw Fan Yunxia's psychological price as expected. At 110 million. It was also more in line with Zhao's purchase price. It seemed that this order today was stable. Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by Fan Yunxia, Zhao quickly finished looking at the entire factory, which was just like the information given by Xiao Bei's intermediary. With no false propaganda, Zhao expressed his satisfaction. The next step was to enter the price negotiation process. After knowing the psychological price of both sides, it was much better to negotiate. Under Chen Hao's coordination, the deal was soon finalized at $110 million, with Zhao being responsible for all handling fees and taxes. After calculating, Zhao paid all kinds of taxes, handling fees, and brokerage fees. The total cost was less than 120 million. When the three of them returned to Xiaobei agency and prepared to sign the contract, the entire company's co-workers were shocked. Little Chen, this single was really negotiated by you? Little Chen, can't see it, zooming in without saying a word. Little Chen, this single must earn several $100,000. Remember to treat. No problem. Chen Hao smiled and said, as long as Manager Wang honors me with a manager-level commission, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Wang Daiyu just happened to come out from the manager's office, and when he heard this, his face went black, but he still had to force a smile. After all, he was the one who had just signed the credit for the big order, and according to the commission rules, he, as the branch manager, could still get 5% commission, above the deputy director. Director, deputy general manager. General manager will have a certain percentage of commission. It would not be good to spread the word if he still put on a face to the meritorious minister, although his reputation wasn't too good. Little Chen. Ah, the young man really has great potential and managed to sign a big order at the last minute of his internship. Wang Daiyu acted like nothing, as if he didn't remember yesterday's events. Smiling faintly, he said, tonight is a celebration for you. No need. Manager Wang just remembered to call me with the manager-level commission. I'll treat, Chen Hao said indifferently. Of course there is no problem with the commission. However, I still have to ask the head office for the percentage of commission at the manager level. Manager Wang, you can decide on such a small matter. Do you need to consult the head office? Chen Hao said indifferently. Forget it, I'll make the decision for you. Later I'll ask Boss Xiao to transfer the 660,000 commission bonus directly to me, and then transfer the remaining 154 million to the company account. The intermediary fee was that the buyer and seller each paid 1 point of the transaction price, which meant that each contributed 1 million, adding up to 2 million. How dare you? Wang Daiyu's eyes glared, then softened. No, this is out of order, and it may also be suspected of violating the law. Then you send me the commission bonus first, and I'll ask Boss Xiao to transfer the agency fee to the company, Chen Hao said lightly, believing that with the matter of High Merchant Bank's loan, Boss Xiao was still willing to support him. Chen Hao, don't go too far. Don't forget, you are our Xiao Bei company's person. You still have to use the company's seal to sign the three-way contract. Ha ha. Chen Hao shook his head. Have you forgotten that I'm just an intern? I haven't even formally joined the company. Do you think that if I immediately take a client to another agency now, and earn more than $1 million by stamping a few seals, will the other agency smile and welcome me? Forget it, since Manager Wang doesn't want to do this business. Let's go across the street, Chen Hao said indifferently. Across the street was another agency, and it was a very tit-for-tat competition with Xiao Bei Company. If the head office knew that Wang Daiyu had pushed a big client that was in his hands to the competitor's side, he would probably have the heart to kill him. Don't, Xiao Chen, take it easy. How could I not want to do this business? Sign, seal, call the money, right away. One stop. Wang Daiyu directly lost his temper, and was completely defeated in front of Chen Hao. Soon, the 660,000 commission bonus had entered Chen Hao's bank card, while Zhao Guodong and Gu Yunxia also signed with alacrity. After all the contracts were signed, the three of them immediately took the title certificate of the plant and went to the bank for the final loan procedures. By 4:30 p.m., all the formalities were completed and the bank released the money. The buyer and seller, Zhao Guodong and Fan Yunxia, are both happy. Of course, the happiest one was Chen Hao. As a third-party intermediary company, he could get 2 points of the transaction price as intermediary fee. That's 2 million. The buyer and seller each paid 1 million, but Fan Yunxia's 1 million was paid by Zhao Guodong. This 2 million intermediary fee, if you calculate it according to the intern's commission percentage of 10%, it would be 220,000. But if you calculate it according to the manager level's commission percentage of 30%, it would be 660,000. 000. On top of that, he helped Zhao with a loan of $100 million, and the favor fee was given at 2 points, which was 2 million. In total, it was 266 million. From yesterday, when he obtained the Wise Eye system, to today, less than 2 days full, Chen Hao had earned his first bucket of gold in the true sense of the word. Chapter 8 Operation Doubling of Funds. With the first bucket of money, Chen Hao was too lazy to stay in Xiao Bei's agency anymore. With the Wise Eye system and a capital of more than $2 million, what would be better than working in an agency? Therefore, the next day, Chen Hao directly did not go to work at Xiao Bei agency. He wanted to make money in a different way. Open the capital doubling plan. Double 10 times, double 100 times, double 1,000 times 10,000 times, buy luxury cars, buy villas, buy yachts, buy private jets, sitting on trillions of dollars of wealth. From now on to the pinnacle of life, ruthlessly hit Lu Jiajiao's face. As for the ways to double, Chen Hao had also thought of several, so let's try one by one. Chen Hao directly came to a lottery station not far from his home. Besides being able to see through the secrets of the human heart, the Wise Eye system could also see through the secrets of objects. The first thing Chen Hao thought of was the lottery. The scratch-offs, being able to directly see through whether or not the scratchers had prizes. Wouldn't that make a lot of money? However, after really spending half a day at the lottery station, Chen Hao almost collapsed. The Wise Eye system was indeed able to see through whether a lottery ticket had a prize or not, but only one by one. That's all. Chen Hao looked at hundreds of tickets, but none of them had more than $1,000 in prize money. In the end, Chen Hao could only buy a few scratchers with tears in his eyes, adding up to a prize of over $1,000, which was better than nothing. The winning rate is also too low. This winning rate was too low. So, Chen Hao looked at the double color ball machine again, silently thinking about the winning numbers of the next double color ball, because the double color ball winning numbers would not be shaken until tomorrow. Looking at them now was equivalent to looking at what would happen in the future. For things that happened in the future, the Wisdom Eye system could also see, but it could only see a part of it, and could not get a glimpse of the whole picture. Chen Hao concentrated, and after half a day's effort, he only saw 3 numbers, all of which were red. 3 red balls, equal to no win, not a penny. Screw it. The owner of the lottery station is a young woman, quite a bit of beauty. Perhaps Chen Hao stared at the lottery machine for a long time. The young woman is a bit balked, weakly said, "Handsome, this is a lottery machine, not a cash machine. There is no money inside. We are a small business, and we don't have much income in a day." Well, he even suspected that Chen Hao was a bad guy. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, "Then I'll increase your income." After saying that, Chen Hao picked up a pen and wrote down 10 numbers on the paper with a swish. For these 10 numbers, double each number 1,000 times for me, totaling 10,000 bets. Ah, the young woman was a bit confused. Did she hear it wrong? Or did the other party say it wrong? Chen Hao was ruthless and directly swept the code. WeChat collection, $20,000. Hearing this voice, the young woman then reacted with a happy face. "Handsome man, I'll punch your ticket right away." The young woman's excited tongue is a little not. How to play the word ticket sounds a little like playing that. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Soon, 2 lottery tickets appeared in Chen Hao's hands. One ticket had 5 numbers, each number 1,000 times, a total of 10,000 bets. That's how bold it was. Now, it was time to wait for the lottery tomorrow night. I already know 3 numbers, so if I just touch the next few numbers, I should win, right? Of course, $20,000 was a small matter. Chen Hao mainly wanted to verify the accuracy of these 3 numbers. If they were really accurate, then the Wise Eye system was awesome. Actually being able to see the future, even if it was only a part of the future, that would still be awesome. Time quickly came to 2200 hours the next night, and the double color lottery was drawn. Chen Hao hurriedly pulled out his lottery ticket, taking a closer look. Holy crap, there were those 3 numbers. I won the lottery. Taking a closer look, only 3 bets were won. The 3 bets all won 4 red balls. That is, the 5th prize, 10 yuan. The other 7 bets, except for those 3 numbers, the other numbers have nothing to do with the winning numbers. 3 bets, $10 each, doubled 1,000 times. That's $30,000, a net profit of $10,000. Although he had made money, Chen Hao was not happy. Only 2 days to earn $10,000. When will he be able to go to the peak of his life? Change the next plan. The next morning, Chen Hao woke up and washed up. After eating a bowl of small wontons plus 2 fried dumplings on the street, Chen Hao went straight to the nearest stock exchange company. The lottery was a road that could only be attempted once every 2 days, so Chen Hao couldn't just sit at home and wait. So, he was going to check out the stocks. Lotteries can see the numbers of future draws. Stocks might also be able to see the trend of the coming period. Oriental Securities Company. Chen Hao walked into the business hall, and his eyes were greeted by a variety of large and small screens, which displayed the ups and downs of thousands of stocks in real time. Chen Hao hadn't bought stocks before, and had only bought a few $1,000s of funds. However, what he buys, what goes down, what he sells, what goes up, feeling that the capital market is manipulated by him. At this moment, he finally stood up to the market of stocks and was going to be more deeply involved in the game of capital. So excited! Standing in the business hall of the Oriental Securities Company, Chen Hao stared intently at a stock at the top of the screen, and indeed saw the secret of this stock. Stock name, Thousand Cities Property. Stock trend, in the next 1 hour. The maximum increase is 0.5%, 100% accuracy. The next 3 hours, maximum decline of 0.3%, accuracy rate of 80%. The next 24 hours, the maximum decline of about 5%, accuracy rate of 50%. WiseEye system bull beep ah. Within 1 hour of the rise and fall, the accuracy rate is as high as 100%. If this is really the case, then Chen Hao wants to be undeveloped cannot be ah. There is a saying in the stock market that doubling your money is very simple. You only need to catch 10 consecutive stops. In the case of the GEM, only 5 stops are needed. However, for ordinary people, every stop is difficult, let alone 5 or 10 stops in a row. For Chen Hao, with the WiseEye system, it is not very simple to catch the stops. The stock market is his gold mountain, and the opportunity to get rich is right in front of him. Chen Hao immediately went to the counter for the account opening procedures. A few minutes later, the account activation, binding the bank card, finally, can be in the stock market to kill. Because the stock market newcomers, there is no participation in the qualifications of the GEM. Chen Hao can only play in the big A inside. At this time just 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Hao stood in front of the big screen, and immediately began to check the stocks. Thousands of stocks. Trying to find the one that could go up in the next hour was still not easy. Some of the opening has been a large amount of buy orders sealed on the stop. There is no opportunity to intervene. Some are open to go well, but the next hour may go all the way down, and may even be smashed plate stop, so it's not easy to find the right stocks. Chen Hao watched the general market while listening to the stockholders around him making comments, pointing out and stirring up words. New energy is good lately. It's always right to buy new energy. I think new energy is also good. I pay attention to that Debao energy has been a few days, almost already in the end. Debao energy I also pay attention to. Last week 3 consecutive days down. I heard that it was maliciously smashed disc. This week has been a small oscillation bottoming 3 days. Should be a strong rebound. Buy him should not be wrong. Debao energy is the industry giant. Buy it should not be wrong. I've increased my position by 10 levels, waiting for a stop. When Chen Hao heard this, he secretly looked at Debao energy. Stock name, Debao energy. Stock trend, next 1 hour. Maximum increase of 1%, 100% accuracy. The next 3 hours, maximum decline of 10%, accuracy rate 80%. The next 24 hours, the maximum decline of about 20%, accuracy rate of 50%. Chen Hao was speechless for a while, looked at his big brother who had just increased his position by 10 layers, and said in his heart, take care. Chapter 9 Successful Doubling. Chen Hao searched for stocks for a while longer, and after 15 minutes, he finally found a satisfactory stock. Stock name, Feiyue Electric. Stock trend, in the next 1 hour. Maximum increase of 10%, 100% accuracy. The next 3 hours, maximum increase of 10%, accuracy rate 80%. The next 24 hours, the maximum increase of about 10%, accuracy rate of 50%. Feiyue Electric Group, a company that has been deeply involved in the power transmission, distribution and control equipment industry for nearly 3 decades. The current stock price is 17 yuan, which is a slight decline, but it went up an hour later, so there should be some major good news about to be released. What exactly is the news? Chen Hao does not know, but since it is the system certified 100% up in the next hour stock, Chen Hao what doubt? Use it, believe it. After thinking about it, Chen Hao left $60,000 of active capital and smashed all the remaining $2.6 million into it, buying 152,000 shares at 17.1 yuan per share, slightly higher than the current share price. It is easier to deal. Feiyue Electric's daily volume is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. 2.6 million yuan, although belonging to the oversized single, but in the hundreds of millions of dollars of plate, did not startle much of a wave. 5 minutes later, 152,000 shares were successfully bought, and just 10 minutes after Chen Hao successfully bought, a super large single of 5 million shares came out of nowhere, and at a price of 18.79 yuan per share, it directly sealed the stop. This is too much. Chen Hao originally thought that it would take an hour to slowly stop, but I didn't think it would be this method of stopping. Also, oh, the system said the highest increase in the next hour, and did not say the highest increase after an hour. In that case, the time Chen Hao spends catching the stop every time doesn't need an hour at all. It could be a few minutes, 10 minutes, or half an hour, and there is seldom a whole hour of this kind of situation. This saves more time for Chen Hao to get gold. At this time has risen. Chen Hao also does not delay. 152,000 shares all sold at 18.79 yuan per share. Instant transaction. Revenue of 2,856 million yuan. 10 minutes. Net profit of 256,000 yuan. Chen Hao heart rejoiced. This money-making efficiency. Then buy lottery tickets do not know how many times higher. Chen Hao strikes while the iron is hot. Continue to look for the next stock. As of 11:30 a.m. Close, Chen Hao successfully found 2 stocks that went up, and 1 stock that went up by 9.8%. The balance of Chen Hao's capital account had become more than $3.4 million. At noon, he casually ate a simple meal near the stock trading company and rested for a while, and at 1300 hours p.m., Chen Hao returned to the trading floor again. In the afternoon, Chen Hao had good luck. Although he didn't find any stocks that went up, he found 2 stocks that went up even more than the stop. Those 2 stocks originally fell 8 points in the morning. Did not expect that after lunch, it surged 9 points. A fall and a rise is 17 points of amplitude. Such a large amplitude can be said to be a demon stock. In addition, Chen Hao also found 2 stocks that both rose more than 8 points in 1 hour and successfully bought and sold them. By the close of business at 1500 hours p.m., Chen Hao's fund account balance had reached 5.32 million. The funds were successfully doubled. This money earned, simply don't be too happy. After the stock market closed, Chen Hao was also ready to close and go home, and looked at the time on his cell phone. It was only 15:08, compared to the previous working hours of 9 in the morning and 6 in the evening, 9:30 in the morning and 3 o'clock in the evening. That is really fragrant. The sun was still high in the sky outside. Isn't it a bit too early to go home now? Just when Chen Hao was considering where to go for a wave, a WeChat message popped up on Chen Hao's cell phone screen. Beauty Ruyu, little Chen, are you really not coming to work? It was a message from Bai Ruyu. One day, sister Bai. What? I haven't been here for just 1 day and you miss me? Bad smile. Beauty Ruyu, blank stare, little Chen. You've changed. You've become a bit bad. Is it true that men become bad when they have money? When Chen Hao saw this message, his heart couldn't help but thump. Had he changed? Has he become bad? It seemed to be a little bit. If it was before, Chen Hao would never tell Bai Ruyu such words as, do you miss me? But now, because of the system, and made a few $1 million a day, Chen Hao is a bit inflated. Even Bai Ruyu, such a royal lady, dared to tease. Anyway, he won't be a co-worker anymore. So Chen Hao wasn't afraid of embarrassment, and directly flirted with her to the end. 1 day a day, bad is bad. No more pretending. Showdown. This is my nature. In fact, I have a more bad side. You have not seen it. Do you want to see it? Beauty like jade, I don't want to see it. I just want to ask you. You promised to treat me after signing the bill. Do you still keep your word? One day, do you want to see me again on the pretext of letting me treat you? Bad smile. Beauty like jade, vomit. Why disgust people if you don't treat them? Cheapskate. Aggravated. One day, let's just forget about the treat. In these few months, apart from being familiar with you, sister Bai, no one else is familiar with you either. However, we have earned money. Cannot be stingy. I will send a red packet in the company group. Beauty is like jade, yay, grab the red packet cackle. Happy. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. A red packet is only $200 at the most. You are a gold medal sales of $1 million a year. As to be so happy not? Chen Hao thought about it and spoke in the group. Colleagues, yesterday signed a big order. The original plan to invite everyone to dinner, but there is no suitable time to invite everyone. So send a red envelope to everyone, to express the intention. After saying that, Chen Hao directly sent a total of $3,000. 15 fixed red packets. Each red packet $200. There were only 16 people in Xiao Bei's agency. Besides Chen Hao, there were only 15 people left. Chen Hao himself didn't grab it. 15 red envelopes were enough. Beauty like jade has claimed your red packet. Crooked drop ace has claimed your red packet. No joy, no sadness, no pride, no impatience received your red packet. What's wrong with me just eating cilantro? Claimed your red packet. Beauty is jade, thank you boss. I'll just eat cilantro how? Asterisk, such a big red packet. This is the biggest red packet I've ever grabbed. Thank you Xiao Chen. Crooked drop ace, little Chen. Thanks for the red packet. Congrats and good luck. Loading. Boss atmosphere. Cosmo King, Chen Hao. You didn't even show up for the first day of work this month. And you didn't take a vacation. So you'll have your paycheck deducted by $200. Cosmic King? This is Wang Dayu's WeChat. Is this guy pretending to be stupid or is he really stupid? Do I look like I'm going to work? This is a deliberate attempt to disgust me, isn't it? Chen Hao frowned, didn't even bother to pay attention to Wang Dayu, and directly sent a message in the group. These few months in the company have allowed me to feel the warmth of everyone and experience some of the perils of society. Basically achieving the purpose of experiencing life. And it's time to say goodbye. Here, thank you all for the care in these months. The green mountain will not change. The green water will flow forever. In the future we have the fate to meet again. These words were said to both Xiao Bei's co-workers and to Wang Dayu. I've given up and quit. And you're still deducting my salary? Deduct whatever you want. After saying this, Chen Hao was ready to exit the group. Chapter 10 Revenge should be taken before it's too late. Before retreating from the group, Chen Hao realized that his red packets were not yet claimed. So he clicked on the red packets to see how they were claimed. As a result, 15 red packets have already collected 14. There is still one unclaimed. A closer look. There is no Wang Dayu's name. This bastard is unable to pull face? Just as well. If he didn't claim it, Chen Hao claimed it himself, so that he would intentionally discuss Laozi and still want to deduct Laozi's money. Chen Hao finished collecting the last red packet and directly withdrew from the group. Wang Dayu saw Chen Hao withdrawing from the group and was directly confused, not expecting this guy to really quit. If you don't do it, you don't do it. There are plenty of people to do it. Just signed a big order. On the heifer sitting in the airplane, awesome on the sky? Do you really think the earth won't revolve without you? It's good that you don't do it, so that I won't be annoyed by it. After Chen Hao exited the group was buzzing. Crooked drop ace, ah, small Chan really retired ah. In the future, is there no chance to grab $200 of red envelopes? Xiaomi ah, 15 red envelopes. Each red envelope $200, a total of 3,000 oceans. Xiao Chen is really developed ah. Loading. Xiao Chen said he's here to experience life? He's not a rich second generation, is he? I'll just eat the cilantro, what's wrong with that? It's really possible. When we signed the contract yesterday, that boss Xiao treated little Chen Xiao Chen, and was very respectful to little Chen. Crooked drop ace, at beauty like Jade. Sister Jade, you're on good terms with little Chen. Which rich second generation is he? Beauty like Jade, he's a rich second generation? I don't know ah. Yeah, Sister Jade, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? I'm only now realizing after the fact. Why were you so enthusiastic about him in the first place? Crooked drops ace, Nini. When I hear you say it like that, it's true. Since Xiao Chen first came here, Sister Yu has always been very nice to Xiao Chen. Sister Jade, you said you don't know little Chen's background. Do you think we'll believe you? Beauty like Jade, love to believe it or not. I can't do anything if I don't believe you. Yeah, see. Sister Jade has already acquiesced. Maybe the two of them already know each other. Otherwise how could they willingly help Sister Jade so much? I just eat cilantro how? Me? You're driving at the drop of a hat. The key car skill is really skillful ah. Likes, crooked drop ace, know the roots. But the employees of Xiao Bei Company were discussing heatedly in the group. But Wang Dayu was torn between claiming Chen Hao's red packet or not. $200 a red packet. Say not much. Say not less. Mosquito legs are also meat. Thinking about it, Wang Dayu directly clicked on, receive red packet. Hands slow. Red packet sent out. Wang Dayu? Wasn't it 15 packets? One hasn't claimed it yet. How come it's been claimed out? Wang Dayu clicked to check the details, and immediately had a feeling of being humiliated. The last red packet was actually claimed by Chen Hao himself. Chen Hao. Wang Dayu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. This guy was definitely teasing him on purpose. 16 people, handing out 15 packets, and he even grabbed it himself. Isn't this intentionally disgusting? Is this still a human being? Seeing that the group was still discussing Chen Hao, even gossiping about Chen Hao and Bai Ruyu, Wang Dayu's fire rubbed up. Are you guys done? Gossiping during work hours is a violation of the company's rules. Each person will be deducted $100. After Chen Hao withdrew from the group, he looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he thought about what else the Wise Eye system could do to make money. Apart from buying lottery tickets, scratching lottery tickets, stocks and the like, Chen Hao felt that it should be a good choice to try his luck in the antique market and gambling stone market. Thus, Chen Hao took a cab and went straight to the Magic City Lingshi Road Antique Market. Along the way, Chen Hao looked at the skyscrapers outside the window, and felt some emotions in his heart. When would he be able to enter these skyscrapers as well? Suddenly, a few familiar words appeared in Chen Hao's sight. Chen Hao frowned, and after a few seconds of consideration, he hurriedly said, "Master, help me stop. I'm temporarily doing something." The cab put him on the side of the road. Chen Hao paid and got off, looking up at an office building not far away, with those big words hanging in the center, Micro Blue Technology. The hatred of killing father. No, The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. Although Lu Jiaojia wasn't his wife, it was a target that he was prepared to develop in the direction of his wife. And microblue technology, Lin Kaiwei, dared to dig the corners of the old man. This revenge has to be reported. Moreover, revenge must be taken before it's too late. The day is not as good as the day. Chen Hao will go to meet him today. According to the building's floor index, microblue technology was on the 17th floor of the office building. Microblue technology wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, occupying an entire floor. Chen Hao took the elevator and went straight to the 17th floor, and when the elevator door opened, he was greeted by the reception area of microblue technology. Two pretty-looking young uniformed beauties greeted them with a smile. "Hello, sir. What kind of business do you want to handle?" The face value of the two beautiful receptionists was at least above 80 points, but compared to Lu Jiaojiao, it was still a bit worse. Isn't Lu Jiaojiao the receptionist? Why isn't she there? Could it be that she was fooling around with that bastard Lin Kaiwei again? "I'm looking for someone." Chen Hao stabilized his mind and said lightly, "I'm looking for your general manager Lin Kaiwei Lin. May I ask if you have an appointment?" "No, you can't enter without an appointment. Oh, you guys give Mr. Lin a call. Just say that I have something important that I need to talk to him face to face." "You can't. You need to contact him personally." "Oh," Chen Hao frowned. "Nima, a crappy tech company with such strict door security?" If it wasn't for this glass door blocking his way, Chen Hao would have definitely fooled around and barged in. Now how can it be good? Come to take revenge, but can't even enter the door. Too damn suffocating. At this moment, a beautiful silhouette came out from inside, pressed a switch inside, and the glass door opened immediately. Chen Hao was entangled whether to take the opportunity to rush in, but heard the two receptionists respectfully said, "Chairman of the board of directors." Good. The silhouette didn't even say a word, didn't even look at Chen Hao, and walked straight towards the elevator door. Chen Hao heard this, but his eyes lit up. "Chairman? Could it be?" Chen Hao directly followed. While waiting for the elevator, Chen Hao activated his discerning eye and saw the information of the beautiful silhouette. Name, Qin Weilan. Age, 28 years old. Occupation, Chairman of the Board of Microblue Technology Company. Characteristics, 98 face value, 98 figure. Cold personality. Decisive. Fighting expert. Secret 1, Qin Weilan's marriage with Lin Kaiwei was arranged by her father, and Qin Weilan despises Lin Kaiwei, or 9,999% of all men. Secret 2, Qin Weilan married Lin Kaiwei, just to cope with his father. The two have only the name of husband and wife. No husband and wife. Qin Weilan Lin Kaiwei is very disgusted. It is also for this reason that Lin Kaiwei is always on the prowl for women. Secret 3, Qin Weilan on Lin Kaiwei womanizing just as invisible. But Lin Kaiwei hollowing out the company's behavior is very angry. She just had a big fight with Lin Kaiwei. The mood is very bad, but there is no evidence of the actual hammer. But also to take the Lin Kaiwei have no way to do. Secret 4, Qin Weilan's parents are still being kept in the dark by Lin Kaiwei. They don't care about the company's affairs. Instead, they are more concerned about when they will be able to bring their grandchildren. Secret 5, Qin Weilan's team is collecting evidence, but there is no solid evidence yet, making Qin Weilan very annoyed. Secret 6, ding, the elevator came. Qin Weilan walked into the elevator, and Chen Hao followed. Chapter 11, Are You So Polite? Chapter 11, Are You So Polite? Seeing a man following her into the elevator, Qin Weilan then glanced at Chen Hao. There was no fluctuation in her expression. Still standing in the middle of the elevator with a powerful aura, Chen Hao silently retreated to a corner of the elevator, and in front of her eyes, Qin Weilan was wearing a light blue sheath dress and beige high-heeled shoes, taking the color that was hard for the average person to handle and getting it just right. Although the body is so hot that people somewhat want to commit a crime, but the air of the empty valley orchid temperament makes people somewhat ashamed of themselves and dare not approach. This was probably the ceiling of the pure lust world. It was worthy of being in existence with a face value and body that were all up to 98 points, and being the chairman of the company, it does have arrogant capital Ah. Chen Hao was a bit torn. How should he strike up a conversation with her? Did he directly say to her, "Beauty, I want to join hands with you to kill your husband"? Would Qin Weilan think he was seriously ill? However, if he didn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation with her, did he have to wait for Qin Weilan to take the initiative to talk to him? Ding! The elevator rang. Chen Hao looked at the floor and went straight to the negative second floor parking lot. The elevator door opened and Qin Weilan walked out. Chen Hao paused for a second and followed out as well. Seeing Qin Weilan's pace accelerate, Chen Hao hurriedly followed and shouted, "Wait, Qin Dong." Chen Hao still opened his mouth. How could a girl take the initiative for something like hitting on her? However, Qin Weilan pretended as if she didn't hear. Her footsteps didn't stop, continuing to walk forward. Chen Hao jogged and followed forward, reaching out to pat Qin Weilan's shoulder. "Qin, ah, bang, ow." Chen Hao only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, followed by the sky spinning, and when he reacted, he had already been stepped on his chest by a long white and soft leg. Looking upwards along the long leg, Chen Hao was a bit dizzy. What is the situation? One word and you do it. No, it's strike at the drop of a hat. Do fighting experts all have this style? Say, what are your intentions in following me all the way? Beige high-heeled shoes stepped on Chen Hao's chest. Qin Weilan coldly asked. Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly. Mistake. Misunderstanding. First put your feet. Take it away. 2. Die. Humph. Qin Weilan considered for a second and withdrew her foot, then took a step back and looked at Chen Hao with a guarded face. Speak. Cough. Chen Hao rubbed his chest and chose to open up directly. My name is Chen Hao. My ex-girlfriend is called Lu Jiaojiao. She interned in your company and was abducted away by your nominal husband, Lin Kaiwei. Qin Weilan sniffed, her eyebrows slightly frowning. Then you find Lin Kaiwei to take revenge. What are you following me for? Chen Hao climbed up from the ground and said indifferently. It's not stalking you. It's looking for you to cooperate and take revenge on Lin Kaiwei. Revenge on Lin Kaiwei? What are you looking for me for? Could it be? When Qin Weilan heard this, she suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly reached out to cover her chest, backing up a few steps. Don't even think about it. Chen Hao waved his hand and covered his chest as well, saying, no need to be nervous. I don't have any non-thoughts. Even if I have that heart, I don't have the strength. You're a fighting expert. There's no need for me to seek death, right? I found you. I just want to borrow your hand to get Lin Kaiwei killed. After all, Lin Kaiwei is even more trash. That's also the general manager of Micro Blue Company. It's not something that I, a stinking beggar, can touch hard. And you, as the chairman of Micro Blue Company, wanting to get Lin Kaiwei killed couldn't be easier. Wait, Qin Weilan interrupted Chen Hao's words. Have you ever thought about my feelings when you bite the line about getting Lin Kaiwei killed? After all, Lin Kaiwei is still my nominal husband. Are you being polite? You said it's a nominal husband. Famous but not real, equal to a passerby, Chen Hao said indifferently. And you and him, you're even close to becoming enemies. In a way, your mood to get him killed is even stronger than mine, right? We're both people who understand. So let's not pretend to be confused when we're trying to understand. Haven't you always been collecting incriminating evidence against Lin Kaiwei? I can help you find incriminating evidence and help you get rid of him completely. Qin Weilan looked deeply at Chen Hao and coldly said, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there something wrong with you? After saying that, Qin Weilan turned around and left. Chen Hao hurriedly followed. Are you afraid that I'm Lin Kaiwei's person, coming to deliberately set you up? I'm warning you, stop talking nonsense and don't follow me anymore, or I'll make you look good. Qin Weilan glared at Chen Hao and said sternly. Chen Hao helplessly spread his hands. It seems that you won't believe me unless I use a trick. Dong Qin, your team has been collecting evidence on Lin Kaiwei for more than 3 months, but there is still no solid evidence, right? Lin Kaiwei is also very cunning. Knowing that the company's finances are your people, it's impossible for him to embezzle the company's money without you realizing it, so he wouldn't embezzle public funds at all. You won't even get anywhere by checking the company's accounts. Lin Kaiwei's disgusting thing is that he sells your company's research results and trade secrets to competitors and makes money from them. Think about it. In the last 2 years, is it true that when you develop a software, before it is released, your competitor releases a similar software before you do? You bid on a project, and your competitors always bid a little lower than you, stealing the project that should have belonged to you? Once or twice. It's pure coincidence. This has happened at least a dozen times in the past 2 years. Do you think it would still be a coincidence? How do you know all this? Who the hell are you? Qin Weilan said with a serious face. Chen Hao said, I've said it all. My name is Chen Hao. My ex-girlfriend Lu Jiaojiao interned in your company. Then, Chen Hao spent half a day's saliva again, and carefully said the reason why he wanted to find Qin Weilan. Now, Qin Weilan finally believed Chen Hao more. If that's the case, we do have a common enemy. Qin Weilan looked at Chen Hao. If you have actual evidence, just tell me, and I will definitely help you take revenge, and also help you avenge yourself. Chen Hao added. Right, so where's the evidence? I want actual evidence, Qin Weilan said. Chen Hao said indifferently. I sent you an email account and password by SMS, which contains the video of Lin Kaiwei betraying Microblue's trade secrets, taken with a pinhole camera. Although the footage isn't very clear, you can see Lin Kaiwei's appearance, and his conversations with others. Just this one is enough to cure him. Lin Kaiwei still doesn't know that the process of him selling out the company's interests was filmed by others, and can be used as a sharp weapon to blackmail him at any time. How did you get such a video? Qin Weilan was puzzled. Chapter 12, Can I have a cold one? How did you get such a video? I didn't take the video, and the mailbox isn't mine. I just happen to know that there are such 2 videos that are placed inside this mailbox. How did you know? Qin Weilan hurriedly pursued. Chen Hao smiled lightly. This is my secret, so I don't need to tell you, right? You only need to understand that with these 2 videos, you can call the police to arrest Lin Kai-wei. As long as Lin Kai-wei is convicted, you'll have a reason to divorce him, so that he'll be netted out of the house and end this arranged marriage that has a name but no reality, and your parents won't be able to force themselves on you anymore. Instead, they'll feel guilty towards you. This is really a great opportunity to kill many birds with one stone. Isn't it exactly the result you wanted? You have to grasp it well. Chen Weilon sniffed. Her heart couldn't help but tighten a bit. What kind of person was this Chen Hao, that he even knew what she was thinking inside? She had never confided her heart to a second person before. It was too scary. What exactly is your purpose for doing this? Chen Weilon couldn't help but ask. Like I said, it's just to get back at Lin Kai-wei. Just that simple? Nothing else? If I can, I want to see the scene of my enemy's defeat with my own eyes. That's it? Chen Weilon sniffed and nodded. If your evidence is true, you should be able to see it soon. Don't you just see for yourself? Chen Hao said indifferently. Remember, don't look at the mailbox in the company. Find an absolutely safe place to look again. Your single apartment should be a good choice. After saying that, Chen Hao turned around and left. Chen Weilon's frown tightened. Even knowing about her bachelor pad? It was a bit too much. She didn't stop Chen Hao, but immediately drove and returned directly to her bachelor pad. Opening her computer, she found the email address, entered the account password, and there were indeed 2 videos inside. After watching the 2 videos, Chen Weilon was a bit angry. Unexpectedly, Lin Kai-wei's character was even worse than she had imagined. Previously, she had only looked down on Lin Kai-wei, feeling that Lin Kai-wei was not worthy of her. Now, seeing the video of Lin Kai-wei selling the company's secrets to a competitor, this was going to make Chen Weilon explode with anger. Lin Kai-wei is still the general manager. He was the general manager appointed by the Chen family. I didn't expect him to be a white-eyed wolf who didn't know how to repay kindness. Chen Weilon closed her eyes and stabilized her emotions, pondering for a moment before picking up her phone and making a call. Notify down. 1 hour later, convene the board of directors. Make sure to have Lin Kai-wei attend the meeting. I have something important to announce. After thinking about it, Chen Weilon sent another text message to Chen Hao. If you want to watch the show, meet me at Weilon in an hour. Microblue Technology Company. Although it was already time to go off work, most of the employees were still working overtime, which was a common feature of some internet technology companies. In the general manager's office, Lu Jiajio sat on the sofa with a displeased face, seemingly in a rage. Next to her, a man with a height of about 1 meter 8 and a scholarly face was coaxing her. This man was none other than the general manager of Microblue Technology Company, Lin Kai-wei. Jiao, don't be angry, okay? General Manager Lin, please respect yourself and stay away from me. Also, I'm still on vacation, and you still called me over. Just tell me what's going on. My time is precious. Lu Jiajio had a businesslike face. Lin Kai-wei thought for a moment and said, Jiajio, I called you over because I want to explain to you again. That LV bag, I really spent $98,000 and had a friend purchase it for me. I didn't expect that he would fool me with a fake. Fortunately, you discovered it. Not only let me recover the loss, but also let me recognize that guy's face. It's just that you've been wronged. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Is that so? Even if I recover the loss, it's still mine, right? Lu Jiajio said. Then you can give me the $98,000 directly. Must give, Lin Kai-wei said. However, he hasn't returned the money to me yet, so after it's returned to me, I'll immediately transfer it to you. Oh, Lu Jiajio laughed coldly in her heart. She wasn't a little cutie. A few days ago, after Chen Hao pointed out that her LV bag was a fake, she immediately went to the counter to inspect the goods. The appraisal opinion given by the counter was that it was too fake to be fake, and the look in her eyes was full of contempt, which made Lu Jiajio lose her face and lose a lot of money. Angry Lu Jiajio directly ran back to the company, splashed Lin Kai-wei a face of tea, and used this as an excuse. Directly take a long vacation. When Lin Kai-wei give her a reasonable explanation, she will come back. Unexpectedly, these days of waiting, just waiting for such a far-fetched excuse. These days, she realized that Lin Kai-wei is no China to create a friend. He just didn't want to spend money on her. As for why Lin Kai-wei often take her in and out of high-grade hotels, purely because the company has a reception with the membership card he has the right to use. In fact, Lin Kai-wei was just taking up the company's resources to pursue her. Wanting him to pay out his own money was absolutely impossible. Fortunately, she had not been able to let Lin Kai-wei break through the bottom line without seeing the rabbit, without getting enough benefits. Now, she was even more convinced of this. None of the men were good, and before getting solid enough benefits, she absolutely couldn't let a man get his hands on her. Mr. Lin, is this your sincerity to apologize? You have to wait for someone else to refund your money? You're at least a general manager, And you don't even have a measly $100,000? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you say it? Lu Jiajiao's face became even worse. Lin Kaiwei thought for a moment and added, Jiajiao, if you say that, I'll be unhappy. $100,000 is just small money to me. I'm not putting one size fits all. Since you said so, I don't have to wait for him to return the money. Actually, I've already booked dinner at the Hilton, and I invited you over today to treat you to dinner and make amends. Lin Kaiwei took out his wallet and casually pulled out a card. There's $300,000 in this card. As long as you're willing to accept my atonement and let me have a good night, this card is yours. $300,000? Lu Jiajiao reached out for the card, but Lin Kaiwei dodged it. This is an indemnity. I'm going to personally give it to you at the dinner party to have a sense of ceremony. Lin Kaiwei said with a pinch. Humph. I'm not going. You go enjoy the sense of ceremony yourself. Lu Jiajiao deflated. She wasn't a little cutie. Wouldn't she not know what Lin Kaiwei was thinking in his heart? After saying that, Lu Jiajiao made a move to leave. No, don't go. Lin Kaiwei hurriedly pulled Lu Jiajiao and stuffed the card into her hand. Pretending to be serious, Ms. Lu Jiajiao, $300,000 of appearance fee is given to you first. Please be sure to enjoy your time and attend my reparation dinner for you. That's more like it. Lu Jiajiao held her bank card with a haughty face. So, you agree? Lin Kaiwei smiled, scanned Lu Jiajiao's dimpled curves, and pretended to casually ask, by the way, you can drink ice today, right? I can have the hotel arrange for drinks. Chapter 13, Striking Lin Kaiwei. Can you drink ice, right? The first few times he went to the hotel with Lin Kaiwei, Lu Jiajiao used all sorts of excuses to hold the last line of defense, causing Lin Kaiwei to have a psychological shadow. Therefore, Lin Kaiwei specifically asked this time, as long as there were no special circumstances, he had to take her down today, otherwise these months of dedication would be in vain. No problem, Lu Jiajiao faintly said. In the face of Lin Kaiwei's question, Lu Jiajiao's heart was like a mirror. However, she still had several options. In short, without getting enough benefits, she would never want to take advantage of her. That's fine, Lin Kaiwei smiled and said, with a look of triumph in his treacherous plan. And right at this moment, a knock sounded outside the door. Da. Lin Kaiwei frowned and hurriedly returned to his desk before saying, please come in, General Manager Lin. The general manager's secretary walked in, a young woman with 8 points of beauty. The chairman's office notified that the board of directors will be held at 7 o'clock in the evening. Please make sure you attend. Chairman Qin has something important to announce. What's so important? A board meeting after work? Lin Kaiwei frowned. This is not quite clear. I've already inquired with the chairman's office and they don't know the topic of the meeting either. Got it. Go and get busy. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Kaiwei looked at his watch and said to Lu Jiajiao, Jiajiao, what a coincidence. This is the time to actually notify me of a meeting. It's now almost 6:30. It's too late to eat. We can only wait for the meeting to end and we'll go again. Okay? I said no. Is it useful? Lu Jiajiao blankly glanced at Lin Kaiwei and said unhappily, when exactly will you and Qin Weilan get divorced? Soon. I'm looking for an opportunity. Just put your heart in your stomach. As long as I divorce her, I'll marry you right away. Lin Kaiwei said with a serious face, light talk is not practicing. If you don't divorce her again, don't come to me. I don't want to be called a mistress. Don't worry. Promise to divorce her within a month. Lin Kaiwei said on his lips, but in his heart he was disdainful. Humph. What are you if not a mistress? Even if he divorced Qin Weilan, he wouldn't marry Lu Jiajiao. He was only tasting Lu Jiajiao's flavor, and didn't want to eat it every day as a staple food. Besides, if he eats the same dish every day, he won't get tired of it. He will not give up the whole forest for a crooked neck tree. He wouldn't give up the whole forest for a crooked neck tree, nor would he give up a full banquet for a bowl of braised pork. However, the full banquet will be said later. Now he is starving every day by Qin Weilan like the temptation of a special thing, but cannot eat. He is starving. Therefore, tonight, no matter how much it costs, make sure to eat Lu Jiajiao in one go. So, Lin Kaiwei repeatedly emphasized, let Lu Jiajiao not go. Must wait for him in the office, after he finished the meeting together to go to the hotel. Lu Jiajiao anyway, it is also nothing, then also agreed, while in Lin Kaiwei's office waiting for him to adjourn the meeting, while thinking about how to Lin Kaiwei's strict defense, guard to what extent, Lin Kaiwei come up with how much sincerity, she will completely let go of the line of defense. Microblue Technology Company, conference room. The beautiful and cold Qin Weilan sat in the first place with a serious face. To her left was Lin Kaiwei. Lin Kaiwei was the veritable second in command of the company. Originally, the members of the board of directors had some slight words and complaints about meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening, but when they saw Qin Weilan's cold face, they all put up with it. Qin Weilan glanced at Lin Kaiwei, and then at all the board members present, and faintly said, "People have arrived. Now we'll have a meeting. Today I've called you all here, mainly to convene a short meeting, to discuss a personnel appointment or dismissal matter on a special topic." Chairman Chen, what personnel appointment or removal requires all of our board of directors to be present? Yes, Chairman. For general middle and high-level appointments and removals, aren't you the one who says it counts? There's no need to convene an emergency meeting on an ad hoc basis. Oldly, you all said that the chairman is the one who has the final say in general middle and senior level appointments and removals, and now the chairman is calling us for a meeting to discuss, indicating that it's not the general middle and senior levels. Then who could it be? Are we bringing in any powerful executives? Stop guessing, let's just listen to what the chairman has to say. The board members looked at Qin Weilan with puzzled faces, and even Lin Kai-wei, too, was full of doubts. Just how big of a person was it that there was a need to specially convene a board of directors to study it? Qin Weilan glanced at the crowd and waited for everyone to quiet down before speaking. I propose that Lin Kai-wei be removed from his position as the company's general manager. Lin Kai-wei looked violently at Qin Weilan, his face full of shock. The other board members, too, looked at Qin Weilan and Lin Kai-wei, also feeling incredulous. Weilan, what do you mean by that? Lin Kai-wei had a puzzled look on his face. Is this your meaning? Or Dad's? Shut up, don't call it so affectionate. Qin Weilan said coldly. Fine, if it's Dad's meaning, I'll voluntarily resign as general manager without saying a word. If it's your intention, then if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I won't agree. Lin Kai-wei faintly said. Micro Blue Technology Company. 51% of the equity was in the hands of the Qin family, who had achieved absolute control. Of this, 30% was in Qin Weilan's name, 21% was in Qin Weilan's father's name. But Qin's father had authorized the board of directors voting rights for this part of the equity to Lin Kai-wei to use. The bylaws of the board of directors of Micro Blue Technology, on the other hand, provided for the exercise of voting rights in accordance with the proportion of equity. Although Lin Kai-wei had 21% of the equity voting rights in his hands, it was also possible for him to pull in a few helpers and pose a certain threat to Qin Weilan. However, the reason why Qin Weilan had dared to convene the board of directors without greeting her concluded that the majority of the directors would support her. In the face of Lin Kai-wei's questioning, Qin Weilan didn't bother to speak. She just gestured to the secretary of the board of directors, who immediately picked up the TV remote control and played the video that had already been prepared. Mr. Lin, what's the good stuff this time? The latest software developed by our company. This is the source code. What price can you offer? Mr. Lin, we're all old friends. I want to verify it on site. As long as the goods are good, the price is negotiable. The video on the TV, although it is not normal shooting screen, the overall clarity is not enough, but the character in the center of the screen is very clear, is Lin Kai-wei himself undoubtedly. Seeing this picture, Lin Kai-wei was directly confused. There was only one thought in his mind. That is, it's over. Completely finished. Chapter 14, Qin Weilan's thanks. Lin Kai-wei's entire body went numb, but the video playback hadn't stopped yet. Immediately afterward, the image rotated and aimed at the screen of a laptop, showing the entire process of the filmmaker viewing and running the source code. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the source code for that software we developed last year. The chief technical officer of the meeting directly shot up. I told you how the competitor is similar to the software we developed. So the truth is actually like this. Lin Kai-wei, you're a ing asshole. Lin Kai-wei, what the were you thinking? You're a general manager and you're actually a commercial spy? General Manager Lin, shouldn't you give us a reasonable explanation? General Manager Lin. At this moment, Lin Kai-wei was completely numb. Things had happened too suddenly, and he was now filled with a blank mind, not knowing how to respond. And right at this moment, Qin Weilan spoke up. Directors, now you know why our company's performance has plummeted over the past 2 years, right? Without a doubt. There is no such thing as the influence of the general environment. It's entirely because Lin Kai-wei has been supervising and selling out the company's interests, benefiting himself at the expense of the public, and enriching his own pockets. As a matter of fact, he's done more than just this one bad thing. Selling software source code, leaking the reserve price of the auction, and so on. There are too many things. This series of his behavior has already involved illegal crimes. I have already called the police to deal with it. I believe the police will be here soon. Before the police take him away, let's remove him from his position first. Is that okay? Now, let's start the voting. Those who agree to remove Lin Kai-wei from his position as general manager, please raise your hands. Okay, other than Lin Kai-wei himself, the rest of the board members vote unanimously. The resolution is valid. Bang! The door to the conference room suddenly opened from outside, and a staff member walked in with several uniformed police officers. Chairman Qin, The Economic Investigation Brigade is here. The Economic Investigation Brigade, the very police department responsible for economic crimes. Next, it was much simpler. Lin Kaiwei sold Microblue's research results and company secrets. The evidence of the crime was conclusive, and he was directly rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets and brought back to the Economic Investigation Brigade for further investigation. The company's general manager was taken away directly from the meeting place by the police. Such a scene is powerful enough. When Lin Kaiwei walked out of the conference room door, surrounded by all the onlookers' colleagues, he hastily lowered his head. He still wants face, once the high and mighty leader of the company, but now he has become a prisoner of the law. Face is really a bit too much. Lu Jiajiao stood in the crowd, looking at Lin Kaiwei with a stunned face. She was a little confused. How could a good general manager suddenly be arrested? Lin Kaiwei was arrested. What about her? She hadn't gotten anything except for enjoying a few upscale meals with Lin Kaiwei. Even the bags were fakes and the necklaces were artifacts. She hadn't actually gotten anything. For nothing, Lin Kaiwei had wasted a few months of his youth. What can we do about this? Right. The card. Lin Kaiwei's bank card. It was still in her hand. Now is not the time to ask him. Wait for the opportunity to visit Lin Kaiwei, and then ask him the password. Can't let him take advantage of a few months for nothing. Although the final line of defense was not breached, none of the cheapness on his hands was taken up by him for less. Alright, everyone disperse, the chairman's secretary said. The crowd dispersed while whispering. Lu Jiajiao was also ready to leave. Originally, he thought that there were some benefits, but he didn't expect to encounter such a result, which made Lu Jiajiao very depressed. And right at this moment, Lu Jiajiao suddenly saw an acquaintance. It was her ex-boyfriend, Chen Hao. The one accompanying Chen Hao was the chairman of Microblue Technology Company, Qin Weilan. How did Chen Hao get involved with Qin Weilan? Qin Weilan, who had a refrigerator face all day long, like an exterminator, was actually talking to Chen Hao with a smile on her face? Qin Weilan actually smiled? Seeing Qin Weilan accompanying Chen Hao towards the elevator entrance, Lu Jiajiao hurriedly hid in the corner of the safety exit. Chen Hao, thanks to you this time. Otherwise Microblue Technology doesn't know how much longer it will be scourged by Lin Kaiwei. As a token of appreciation, please do accept this card. There is $1 million inside. It's not much, but please don't mind. No need to be polite. Dong Qin, as I said, I don't ask for rewards. I only want to take revenge. Your action is fast. I'm very happy with this breath. That's enough. Besides, I don't lack money. To be precise, it wasn't that he didn't lack money. It was that he didn't lack this $1 million. At least he was now someone with a few $1 million. Looks like you still think it's too little. Qin Weilan shook her head. That can't be helped. Because of Lin Kaiwei's existence, 80% of Microblue Technology's bidding projects in the past 2 years have failed. The company's projects are few. The income is meager. And it's hard for me to come up with more honorariums for you. Chen Hao heard this and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. If you really want to give me an honorarium, you can hire me to be your company's bidding honorary advisor. And you can look for me if you need to bid for a project. Not to say 100% bidding success, 80% should not be a problem. Honorary bidding consultant? Qin Weilan suddenly thought of the fact that Chen Hao had provided her with Lin Kaiwei's video. Maybe Chen Hao really had the ability to take care of the project bidding. That's right, no base salary, just commission according to the project funds, Chen Hao added. For projects below $10 million, the commission is 5 points. For projects between $10 and $50 million, the commission is 3 points. And for projects above $50 million, the commission is 1 point. This is a very reasonable charge of mine, right? If the bidding is unsuccessful, I won't take a penny. Good deal. Qin Weilan directly clapped her hands and agreed. The wool comes from the sheep anyway. It just so happens that there's a bidding tomorrow morning. I wonder if you're free to attend? No problem. That's good. Where do you live? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. I live in the Red Star neighborhood. Do you know the location? Let me add you on WeChat. You send me the location on WeChat. No problem. I'll send you the location when I get back. Soon. Chen Hao and Qin Weilan added WeChat, then excused themselves and left. Lu Jiajiao, who was hiding on the side, listened to the two people's conversation, and her eyes were almost glazed over. What the hell? Scholar's farewell is really impressive? Lin Kaiwei's arrest actually came from Chen Hao's handiwork? Qin Weilan actually personally sent Chen Hao away, and also took the initiative to add WeChat? Chen Hao, what project bidding honorary advisor and what is it? Sounds like a very powerful look. How to break up only a few days. She did not recognize Chen Hao? At this time, Lu Jiajiao, there are 100,000 reasons in her heart, constantly winding in her brain and heart, making her crazy. No, she must catch up with Chen Hao and ask for an understanding. Otherwise she definitely couldn't sleep tonight. Chapter 15 Lu Jiajiao cries. Chen Hao left Micro Blue Technology Company. At this time, it was already almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and the antique market on Lingsha Road was about to close, so he could only go back another day. In the afternoon, he had only focused on watching a good show, and hadn't eaten dinner yet, so the most important thing now was to fill up his stomach. While walking, Chen Hao was searching for highly rated food locations around him on his cell phone, but he heard a familiar voice suddenly come from behind him. Chen Hao. Chen Hao turned around and looked. Ho, an old acquaintance, then turned around and walked away. Chen Hao, you stop. Lu Jiajiao directly jogged a few steps and stopped in front of Chen Hao. Who are you? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. A good dog doesn't get in the way. I don't have a bone for you here. Chen Hao, you are too careful. Are you still a man? Lu Jiajiao huffed. Even if we break up, we can still be friends, right? Even if we can't be friends, we can still be passers-by. It's not like we'll become enemies anyway, right? Chen Hao smiled and said, yes, it's fortunate that he broke up with Lu Jiajiao, otherwise he still doesn't know what he will be scourged by her. He had to thank Lu Jiajiao for the grace of breaking up. Thus, Chen Hao smiled and said, oh, I remember. Lu Jiajiao, right? Why are you looking for me if you're not looking for your Diamond King? I haven't said it yet, but you did. Jiajiao Lu said. What means did you use to get the police to arrest Lin Kaiwei? What do you mean by my means? That was someone else's Qin Weilan's means, Chen Hao said indifferently. I heard it all. It was you who helped Qin Weilan. Don't deny it. Yes, it was me who helped Qin Weilan capture Lin Kaiwei. So what? I just don't like Lin Kaiwei. I just want revenge. I just want to get him. What can you do to me? Hearing this, Lu Jiajiao was not angry. Instead, there was a dark trace of strange excitement inside. Chen Hao, are you powerful now? If you were this good, would I still break up with you? Is that so? Chen Hao smiled faintly and started to pretend. Originally, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to get alienation in return, so I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. So you're a billionaire? Lu Jiajiao blurted out with dark anticipation in her heart. What I am, is none of your business? Lu Jiajiao, your family lives in the Pacific Ocean. What do you care? Chen Hao finished speaking and walked around Lu Jiajiao. Stop, don't go. I won't let you go until I make things clear today, Lu Jiajiao said, and even directly hugged Chen Hao's arm. Lu Jiajiao, be a human being and let me go. Will you? Chen Hao was speechless for a while, pumping his arm hard and not pulling away. Although he mentally loathed Lu Jiajiao as a person, his body was honest. It was very elastic. Lin Kaiwei is an economic crime. He's the one to blame. I've only given what he's done to Qin Weilan to look at. Let's not talk about Lin Kaiwei. Let's talk about you. Are you a billionaire or not? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Lu Jiajiao was recognizing money but not people. It was really pure enough. Lin Kaiwei had just been arrested on the front foot. Lu Jiajiao didn't want to talk about him on the back foot. I'm a hammer billionaire. I'm just saying that I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. I don't want to be as obsequious as I used to be. I'm a hammer billionaire. Satisfied now? Can you let go now? If you're not a billionaire, then why did you refuse the $1 million of thanks that Qin Weilan gave you? Why are you staring at me? I didn't follow you. I just accidentally heard it by the elevator. Chen Hao shook his head. I'm not like you, drilling into the eyes of money. I don't need the money others give me. I can make my own money. How much money can you make on your own as a crappy real estate agent? Lu Jiajiao had a heartbroken look on her face. You're really stupid. You don't even want $1 million. Let's put it this way, Chen Hao. As long as you go and ask Qin Weilan to ask for 1 million over to me, I'll get back together with you and be your girlfriend again, okay? Are you sick? Chen Hao was speechless for a while. Today was really a knife in the ass. Opening his eyes. Who do you think you are? You get back together with me just because you say so? You didn't listen to what Laozi said the other day, did you? Chen Hao shook his head. Then I'll tell you again. Don't say that I'll get you $1 million. Even if you get me 1 million, 10 million, or $100 million right now, and kneel on the ground and beg me to get back together, I'll only give you 2 words, get lost. Chen Hao, as long as you bring 1 million back to me, I'll give myself to you completely. Whispering a secret to you, Lu Jiajiao came to Chen Hao's ear. My first time. Still, haven't you always wanted it? Chen Hao sniffed and smiled coldly. So what? You disgust me all the same. It's not your body I'm disgusted by. What I'm disgusted by is your mind as a person. As far as your mind is far. Get the hell out of here. Chen Hao, you. Lu Jiajiao was infuriated. Her eyes reddened, and the aggression she had felt for many days instantly surged to her heart. Her tears were like broken beads, rustling down. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Come on, don't cry, okay? People still think I'm bullying you. Now it's obvious that you're bullying me, okay? It's you who bullied me. You even scolded me. Chen Hao, if you're a little bit good at something and you can make more money, will I leave you? I was born into an ordinary family. I want to pursue a better life. Is that wrong? You're good at everything, but you're poor. You can fulfill almost all my fantasies about my other half, but you're just poor. Just the word poor shatters all my fantasies. We've both graduated from college. We're both adults. We're both in the workforce. We have to be realistic. If I was born in a solid family, I would have no worries about food and clothing every day, and I wouldn't have to worry about the future. I would want to stay the way you like me, but the reality is cruel. My family is already struggling to support me through college. My brother has just started college, and my parents are not in good health, and the cost of medication is more than $2,000 a month. My parents are counting on me to feed my family after graduating from college, and I, let alone letting my family shine, just want to send back a little bit of living expenses to my parents can't do it, and even our own life, are living a very stressful life. When I was in college, there were so many people chasing me, so I chose to stay with you because college can be basically carefree. But entering society, I had to consider the reality. I'm just boyfriend and girlfriend with you. We're not married yet. So what's wrong with me choosing a better home in the meantime? I just want a better life. So what? If you could be a little bit better, even a little bit, how would I choose someone else? It's all because of you. Everything I've suffered, it's all because of you. You couldn't give me a good life. And now you even got Lin Kaiwei in. You're the devil sent by heaven to torture me. Chapter 16, Scum of the Scum Grey. Fine. I'm the devil. But don't you know? When you get shameless, even the devil is afraid. Have you finished? I'm scared of you. Can you let me go? Chen Hao said without a good mood. This Lu Jiajiu was really sick in the head, only looking for problems in others, never looking for her own problems. If Lu Jiajiu was always like this, then Chen Hao had nothing to say to her. Chen Hao, I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you want that million back or not? Are you deaf or just brain dead? Don't. You don't want it. You can give it to me. I want it. Humph. I won't give it if you want it. You are the stupid. What to pretend? The pocket is cleaner than the face, but also what to pretend to be noble. You do not want Qin Weilan's money, is not just to put a long line to catch a big fish? On you're kind of stupid. Still want to hit Qin Weilan's idea? Qin Weilan kind of goddess. You don't even want to think about it. Don't even think about it in this life. He. Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Jiajiao's brain circuit. It was really clear. Originally, Chen Hao didn't think about it, but Lu Jiajiao had said so. Wouldn't it be humiliating if Chen Hao didn't do something about it? But Qin Weilan is a fighting expert. Chen Hao now feel a little pain in the butt by Qin Weilan's fall in the afternoon. So what if it is? None of your business? I just put a long line to catch a big fish, and did not catch you. You excited a hairline? Others are at least beautiful women. You're a ing piranha. Let go. Oh. You bully. You're shameless. Whoa. Chen Hao was completely speechless. There was absolutely no reasoning with people like Lu Jiajiao. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers around, and there were also people taking videos with their cell phones, in order to not let himself die socially, Chen Hao could only say, well, don't you just want money? Give you 10 seconds to pack up your tears and release me, and I'll give you $100,000. I've been with you for 3 years, and it's only $100,000? Lin Kaiwei even gave me a $300,000 card. Humph. Do you believe Lin Kaiwei's words? The card is in my hand. Just before I could tell the password, the person was arrested. Speaking of which, it's still your fault. Chen Hao didn't bother to talk to her about whose fault it was, and directly said, you didn't even tell you the password, and you dare to believe it? Lu Jiajiao sniffed and was also a bit weak, but she still had a stiff upper lip. Whether or not there's $300,000, at least he gave me the card. What about you? Nothing. Chen Hao stared at Lu Jiajiao for a while, and suddenly said, why don't you do this? Dare to make a bet with me. What kind of bet? Just bet on how much money Lin Kaiwei has in his card. Chen Hao said indifferently. How much money is in Lin Kaiwei's card? I'll double it to you. How about it? Just bet. Lu Jiajiao said. Wait until I visit Lin Kaiwei in a few days and ask him for the password. No need. Chen Hao said indifferently. Show me the card. What do you want? I'll just take a look. What are you excited about? Give it to me or not. I won't bet if I don't. Okay, here you go. Lu Jiajiao hurriedly took out the card and handed it to Chen Hao, while holding Chen Hao's arm tighter, afraid that he would roll the card and escape. This was a commercial bank savings card, and Chen Hao read through the card's information with a slight glance. In fact, just now, when looking at Lu Jiajiao, he basically grasped the card's information. knowing that the card didn't have much money, only that he was now personally holding the card and looking at it, so that he could see it more accurately. Item name, Commercial Bank Savings Card. Account name, Lin Kai Wei. Account number, 9558881. Password, 888,888. Balance, $125. After reading the information on the card, Chen Hao almost didn't laugh out loud. Fortunately, he held it back and said with a serious face, "This card is so new. It looks like it's a new one. Maybe the password is 6 6s, or 6 8s or something like that. Do you want to try it? How can I try? If the password is wrong 3 times, the card will be locked, and you need to unlock it in person." Chen Hao, why are you so bad? It's not even if you don't give me money. You still want to lock the money that other people give me. You're so bad. Asterisk 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 asterisk, wouldn't you just try twice? Also, if the card is locked, I'll give you $300,000 directly. Do you have $300,000? Would I not have it? Without saying anything, Chen Hao directly opened his stock account and showed Lu Jiaojiao the account balance. See, as long as Lao Zi is willing, I can withdraw 300,000 out at any time. 110 million. Lu Jiaojiao was still counting the digits of the account balance, and Chen Hao directly put the phone away. I'll give you one last chance. Going to try or not? If you don't try, I'm leaving. Try. Right away. Lu Jiaojiao pulled Chen Hao and left. Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he's gone. It's good that he's gone. He's finally no longer being mobbed. 10 minutes later, the two of them found a commercial bank self-service ATM, and Lu Jiaojiao directly inserted her card. Please enter the password. Try entering 6 8s first, Chen Hao said indifferently, directly saying the correct password and forgetting about it, lest Lu Jiaojiao would play a trick later on, purposely entering the wrong password, locking the card, and forcibly asking him for $300,000. Tick 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 tick. The password was correct, smoothly entering the transaction page. Please select the content of the transaction. Actually tried the right password in one go. The luck is too good. Lu Jiaojiao's face was full of joy. Oh, good luck? Still laughing? When you see the balance on the card, you'll be crying. Lu Jiaojiao directly chose to inquire about the balance. 2 seconds later, the balance displayed on the screen directly stunned Lu Jiaojiao's eyes. Account balance, 125 yuan. How can this be? How could it be like this? Don't you have any pussy in your own heart? Seeing Lu Jiaojiao staring at the ATM screen, Chen Hao could not help but shake his head. Deserved. The two people's WeChat has not been deleted from each other. Chen Hao directly transferred 250 yuan to Lu Jiaojiao. Remarks, speak your mind. Double the payment. Then turn around and leave. Lu Jiaojiao in front of the ATM machine froze for a long time. Until the end of the operation countdown sounded, please put away the magnetic card sound. Only then came to his senses. Lu Jiaojiao was so angry that she directly folded the card in half and threw it into the trash can. Then look around. There was no trace of Chen Hao. And on the cell phone WeChat, the blinding 250 transfer once again stabbed Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao, as if losing all the strength, instantly paralyzed on the ground, hissed and cried in pain. Chapter 17 Bidding. The next morning, Chen Hao finished his breakfast and waited for Qin Weilan to send someone to pick him up at the agreed location outside the neighborhood. During the process of waiting for the car, Chen Hao was also considering whether it was time to buy a car for transportation. 200,000 to 300,000 would be fine. Anyway, he didn't go to work. He didn't need to consider the face. Just at this moment, a white Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly stopped in front of him. The passenger window came down, and Qin Weilan, who was as beautiful and cold as an ice fairy, was waving at him. Chen Hao, get in. Chen Hao glanced at this Mercedes-Benz Big G and felt that his idea just now was a bit immature. For s sake, being a person with a system, and still buying a 200,000 to 300,000 car? Chen Hao felt like he was losing some of the protagonist's face. After all, he was a person with a system. How could he be ashamed to drive a car that was less than $1 million? While Chen Hao was thinking, Qin Weilan urged again. Chen Hao, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and get in the car. Oh, coming. Only then did Chen Hao open the door and get into the car. This car is nice. I didn't expect you, a girl, to drive such a hardcore off-road. In order not to make it hard for you to sit in it, I didn't drive a sports car and picked one with a lot of space. Thanks. Chen Hao nodded, thinking that he couldn't just buy a car. Unfortunately, there was not enough money. One still had to step up to make money. Let's set a small goal first. Within a month, 100 times the existing funds. Half an hour later, Qin Weilan drove to an enterprise called the Shenwei Group. Today's bidding session was organized by this company, and the main bidding item was the group's internal office software. That's right, Godway Group is a private enterprise that has influence in the whole country and even the whole Blue Star. headquartered in Magic City, mainly engaged in finance and insurance, banking, investment, real estate and other businesses, with a total asset of more than $1 trillion. China Shineway Group is ranked in the top 100 of the top 500 enterprises in China, and its internal staff is more than 300,000 people, which can be called a giant enterprise. Word of mouth in the same industry ranked at the forefront, whether it is corporate capital or corporate image, are very good cooperation target. Such a giant enterprise, casually leaking some dregs of the project out from between the fingers. It is enough for small and medium-sized technology companies such as Microblue Technology to eat to satiety. The project to be bid on today is just the internal personnel management system of God's Will Group, a project for which the group's administration department is mainly leading the bidding, and the project budget is about 20 million yuan. The bidding will be located in the conference room of the administration department on the 28th floor of the group building. Chen Hao followed Qin Weilun into the group building, and was shocked by the internal decoration. Worthy of being one of the top 100 enterprises, it is awesome. When would he, with his own system, be able to create such a super business empire? Coming to the conference room of the administration department, there were already more than a dozen bidding companies had arrived. It seemed that there were many people interested in China Shineway Group. Once 10 o'clock arrived, the bidding meeting officially began. A young man presided over the bidding meeting. The meeting will now begin. Please ask the staff to close the doors of the conference room. Late bidders are considered to have automatically given up their bids. Representatives of the bidding parties, good morning everyone. I'm the Deputy Director of the Administration Department of the God's Will Group. Hulai. I'm very glad that you are able to participate in the bidding of God's Will Group's project. You are all the enterprises that have passed the pre-qualification examination, and you are all strong enough to compete for this project, and we extend a warm welcome to all of you. Today's meeting is mainly to collect bids and announce the winning unit. Firstly, we will explain the bidding rules. Under the same conditions, we will select the bidder with the lowest offer. Of course, we are not price only. We will consider the strength of the bidder comprehensively under the premise of mainly considering the price. Good. Now you can hand over your sealed bids. The bidding time will be closed at 10:30 p.m. Immediately after the bidding is over, we will conduct a comprehensive judgment before announcing the winning bidder on site. Hearing the host's introduction, Chen Hao couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and asked Qin Weilun, everyone is eligible, and still not using price as the criterion? In that case, wouldn't it be up to them whether they win the bid or not? Of course, after all, the others are party A. However, in general, the bidding price is the most important factor, so that they can also be accountable to their superiors. However, to say that there are no subterfuges in it at all, that's also impossible. Understood, Chen Hao nodded. So which bid are we handing in now? Qin Weilun asked. According to Chen Hao's request, Qin Weilun had prepared 3 bids. One was the price that Qin Weilun herself felt was more reasonable, and it was only after winning the bid at such a price that Microblue Technology had money to make. Another is the guaranteed price. Lower than this price, even if the winning bid will lose money. The third one is the center price. After winning the bid with such a price, Microblue Technology won't earn much, but it's better than not earning. This was what Chen Hao had asked Qin Weilun to do in advance, with the aim of taking a look at other people's bids on the spot, and how the price was in the end. No rush, wait for others to bid first, Chen Hao said indifferently. Thus, Chen Hao stared at the bidders, and when one went up, he looked at the bottom card. At this time, a young man in a plaid shirt, holding a sealed bid, handed it over. Chen Hao hurriedly stared at him. Name, 3 Horse Technology, strength, upper middle, bidding price, $19.8 million. This price, matching their strength, was moderate. Immediately after, a young beauty in an office suit, also placed a bid. Name, Hushuan Technology, strength, upper, bidding price, $28 million. This company's strength is very strong and the price quoted is also very reasonable. At this time, there are more and more people coming up to the stage to bid. Name, Successful Technology, strength, up, bidding price, 20 million yuan. Name, Tengu Technology, strength, lower middle, bidding price, 25 million yuan. This company is so weak, actually dare to report such a high price of 25 million yuan. I really don't know where to get the courage. Is Liang Jingru give them? Soon, more than a dozen units had put in their bids, only Microblue Technology was left. Chen Hao, which one do we bid? Microblue Technology's 3 bids were 18.8 million, 20 million, and 22 million. As for the content of Chen Hao's watchful bid, the lowest one was already as low as $18.88 million. If you want to play it safe, it is still more stable to vote for this tender of 18.8 million, but in that case, Microblue Technology has no profit to speak of. However, even if there is no profit, Microblue Technology is also very much in need of this single project. Otherwise the company's research and development team, there is nothing to do. Sooner or later will fall apart. Then vote for. Chen Hao was about to ask Qin Weilan to vote for the lowest bid, when his heart suddenly moved and he looked at Hu Lai. Chapter 18 Storytelling. Name, Hu Lai. Age, 32. Occupation, Deputy Director of the Administration Department of the God's Will Group. Characteristics, second generation rich, greedy for money and sex. Secret 1, Hu Lai is the son of one of the top 10 shareholders of China Shinewei Group. That's why he was able to get the position of Deputy Director of Administration at such a young age. Secret 2, Hu Lai had already made an appointment with the top 10 shareholders of China Shinewei Group. Secret 2, Hu Lai has already determined the winning unit for Tengu Technology. Today's bidding will just go through the procedures to complete the group's required action. Secret 3, Hu Lai accepted 5 million favor fees from Tengu Technology, and took out 2 million to make internal connections to ensure that the bidding was carried out according to his will. Secret 4, Hu Lai had also hinted to Qin Weilan, asking Qin Weilan to accompany her for dinner and drinks, so that she could consider this project to be spent on Microblue, but was refused by Qin Weilan. Secret 5, there are many other operations similar to today's. Hu Lai has been familiar with it, because his father is the top-ranking shareholder of the group, so as long as it is not too much, Hu Lai is emboldened. However, there are a few times when Hu Lai has behaved in a way that has touched the core interests of the Shinwei Group. Secret 6, don't know. A look shock. The original this guy has long been internalized. Engage in this set is completely for show. Moreover, this dog day corruption and bribery not to mention, actually dare to hit the idea of Qin Weilan, is simply a toad want to eat swan meat. For such a good for nothing, Chen Hao, today, would have to make him pay the price. Thus, Chen Hao said, Xin Dong, hand over this one with the highest price. The highest price? Are you sure? Sure. Then, okay. Qin Weilan nodded and directly got up to hand in the bid. Seeing Qin Weilan go up to hand in her bid, Hu Lai however spoke. Okay, the bidding is over, and any unit that has not yet bid is considered to have automatically given up. Qin Weilan quickly said, Director Hu, we just came to bidding. You said the end. This against the meaning. It is too obvious, right? Hu Lai said indifferently. Xin Dong, everyone just bid early. Just you guys are dawdling. I see that you don't have confidence in yourselves. It doesn't matter if you bid or not. It's useless to bid, so why don't you just stop bidding? Chen Hao sniffed, directly walked up and said indifferently, Director Hu, you just said that the bidding deadline is 10:30. It's only 10:26 now. It's okay for us to bid within the stipulated time, right? Hu Lai looked at Chen Hao, then at Qin Weilan, and said disdainfully, Xin Dong, who is this kid? Doesn't know the rules? Is he allowed to talk here? Chen Hao sniffed, but he wasn't angry at all, but took out his cell phone and typed a line on the memo, then handed it to Hu Lai for a look. Hu Lai was still disdainful, but after seeing Chen Hao's cell phone screen, his face changed dramatically. Chen Hao retrieved his cell phone, smiled lightly, and said, Director Hu, our Microblue technology is strong and reasonably priced, so it should be more in line with the requirements of the God's Will Group. What's more, we submitted our bid at the specified time. If you don't accept it, it won't be good for God's Will Group's image if word gets out. The look on Hu Lai's face was a bit stiff, and when he heard Chen Hao's words, he nodded and said, Okay, well, I won't make things difficult for you this time. Hu Lai received Qin Weilan's bid, then immediately announced that they were entering the comprehensive judging session, letting all the bidding units rest, and then make the announcement 1 hour later. After Hu Lai and the others left, Qin Weilan couldn't help but wonder, Chen Hao, what horrible images did you show Hu Lai? Hu Lai was stunned just now. Cold sweat came down. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, I gave him a lecture on reasoning. Your words are too perfunctory. Right, Huel's kind will be reasonable? It's because he's not reasonable. That's why I have to reason with him. If he's polite to us, then I don't need to waste my breath. If he's not polite enough to us, then I'm going to have to find him and talk to him. So this time, we have a chance of winning the bid? 90% chance of winning. To be precise, it should be a 99% win, unless Huel doesn't want to die. It would be great if we can win the bid this time. It can alleviate the company's crisis to a certain extent. Don't worry, it's not a big problem, Chen Hao said in an old-fashioned manner. And right at this moment, a staff member of the Divine Might Group walked over and said to Chen Hao, This sir, our director who invites you to sit in his office. Chen Hao sniffed and glanced at Qin Weilan. A triumphant smile appeared on his face, then nodded towards the staff member. All right, please lead the way. Deputy Director's Office. God's Might Group was worthy of being one of the world's top 500 companies, and the deputy directors could all enjoy spacious and bright independent offices, much more luxurious than the offices of the general managers of some small and medium-sized companies. The staff member brought the door with him, so Hu Lai smiled and said, "This gentleman, may I ask your name?" "Chen, Mr. Chen." "Hello, hello, please sit, please sit." Hu Lai piled a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Chen, please forgive my stupidity. What is the meaning of the words on your phone just now? I still haven't reacted to it yet. I wonder if you can explain it in detail." "Yes?" Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, "Is Superintendent Hu a nobleman who forgets too much? Or has he done this kind of thing so many times that he can't remember it anymore? Then I'll help you recall your memories, lest you think I'm swindling you," Chen Hao said indifferently. "Let me tell you a story. There is a Fortune 500 company. Let's call it S Group for the time being. S Group's business involves multiple fields and industries. Last year, it even wanted to make a big splash in the real estate field, so it was imperative for the 2 land parcels in the core area of the Magic City. The original plan of 5 billion will be able to take A, B2 land parcels, in the rival Y Group's malicious price, just the market price of about 3 billion A land parcels. Let the S Group spend 3 billion, have no choice but to give up the competition for the second piece of land. Unsurprisingly, Lot B, which was worth $2 billion, was taken by rival Group Y at $8 billion, slightly below the market price. This bidding, so that the S Group direct losses of 3 billion, indirect losses of more than 10 billion. After the incident, S Group secretly investigated found that it was Y Group in advance to know the S Group's bidding reserve price and bidding efforts on the A and B plots, so targeted in the A plots of land to maximize the consumption of the S Group's funds. In fact, Group Y only wanted to bid on Lot B. They were just afraid that they couldn't compete with Group S, so they devised this good show of sound and fury. Group S investigated for half a year, and didn't find out who actually leaked the secret, and could only blame the deputy general manager who was in charge of the bidding at the time and his team. The deputy general manager was demoted and dealt with, and the team in question was directly disbanded. They would never have thought that the person who leaked the secret was actually a deputy director of the administration department who had nothing to do with the bidding work. And this deputy director of the administration department also just happened to see the bidding reserve price. Just this one glance made this assistant director earn 1,000 W. Not only did he change a sports car, he also changed several girlfriends. So happy, the deputy director thought that this story would end here. But as the old saying goes, if you want people to know, unless you do not do, there is no wall in the world that does not leak the wind. This thing, or by other people know. As for how the story follows, I'm not sure for now. It mainly depends on how this deputy director behaves. I'm done telling my story. Superintendent Hu, do you think the story I told is wonderful or not? Chapter 19, Winning the Bid. Chen Hao was laughing, and Hu Lai followed suit. It was just that the latter was laughing harder than crying. After thinking for a while, and after a few fierce battles inside, Hu Lai spoke up. "Wonderful, wonderful indeed." Hu Lai said, "Mr. Chen, I think that this story is the most wonderful up to this point. Don't you think so? It doesn't matter to me, but, you let a storyteller finish the story hard. Shouldn't you give a story copyright buyout fee or something?" Okay, this is a must," Hu Lai said with a smile. "After the story is finished, let's talk about the bidding, right? I think Microblue Technology is strong and capable of handling this mission. Moreover, the price quoted by Microblue Technology is reasonable. Although it's not the lowest, it's not the highest either, and it's not in line with the image of our Divine Might Group to keep pursuing cheaper prices. After all, cheaper isn't better, right?" Chen Hao smiled lightly. "This is an internal matter of God's Will Group. Everything is up to you, Director Hu, so I won't comment on it. Alright, there's no more story to tell. I should go too." After Chen Hao finished speaking, he got up and was about to leave. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he turned around to look at Hu Lai again and said with a smirk, "Director Hu, you must not start a new story. For example, send someone to find a chance to do away with the storyteller, so that the storyteller will shut up forever or something like that." "Ha, don't dare, don't dare." "Oh, as far as I know, the storyteller has organized the story into very detailed graphic materials, and used several mailboxes to set them to be sent at regular intervals after 30 days respectively, and regularly deferred backwards. If the storyteller dies, these contents will be sent to the major media and your company executives' mailboxes at regular intervals. Then the consequences. You understand, right?" Chen Hao knew very well what was going on inside Huel's mind at this moment, so for the sake of his own safety, he had to knock the other party a little bit, lest the other party really make a fool of himself and find someone to silence him. When Hu Lai heard this, the smile on his face froze, and the cold sweat behind him dampened his shirt. To be honest, for a moment, Hu Lai really had the idea of doing away with him. But now, hearing that this kid still had a backhand, there was another pang of fear in his heart. This kid was too damn treacherous. "Mr. Chen, you're being overly concerned. What you're talking about are all plots from novels. Although I'm usually a bit unconventional, but I wouldn't dare to mess around with a major event where human lives are at stake. I still want to enjoy a few more years of glory and wealth. He. Chen Hao glanced bashfully at Hulai, patted his shoulder, and went out the door. Well, Chen Hao, what did Hulai say to you? Seeing Chen Hao coming over, Qin Weilan hurriedly asked, her bright and moving pretty face full of concern. Just chatting about the strength of Weilan Company. Chen Hao smiled lightly. Don't worry, Xin Dong, after listening to my explanation, Hulai feels that microblue is more suitable for this project. So let's wait here for the good news. Really? Qin Weilan's face was slightly excited and a little afflicted. Only the moment the results are announced can we truly determine who the winner will be. 11:30. The bidding team of the administration department of the Divine Might Group, headed by Hulai, returned to the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, after our comprehensive research, the company that won the bid this time is Microblue Technology. Congratulations to Microblue Technology, and thank you to the other organizations for their trust and support of our God's Will group, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to continue working together in the future. Today's bidding meeting ends here. Please ask the relevant person in charge of Microblue Technology to stay and communicate with our staff for the next step of work. Dismissed. Chen Hao, we've succeeded. We've finally succeeded. Qin Weilan's excitement was written on her face, and she even took the initiative to grab Chen Hao's hand and hold it tightly. This success, whether it was for Microblue Technology or for Qin Weilan personally, had a very significant meaning. I know, the success of this bidding is all due to you. Go, at noon sis will treat you to dinner. Ha, don't you need to exchange project content with God's Will? I've already arranged for someone else to take over. Where do I need to personally go and butt heads? Qin Weilan deflated. Besides, I don't want to deal with the likes of Hulai. Let's go. Let's eat. Riverside Capital, one of the most famous private cuisine restaurants in Magic City. The food hall did not have a menu. The guests set the consumption standard, and the food hall would arrange the dishes. Qin Weilan ordered a standard of 888 per guest, and the waiter went to make the arrangements. Sister Weilan, 888 yuan for one person. This standard is really a bit high. Chen Hao was secretly staggered. Even if he was now able to earn millions of dollars a day, he couldn't imagine what exactly he could eat for 888 yuan each. Stars in the sky? To be honest, sis hasn't eaten such a high standard banquet either. It's not to thank you, Qin Weilan said with a smile. After the bidding in the morning, coupled with Chen Hao's confidence that everything was under control, Qin Weilan's feeling towards Chen Hao was getting better and better, and the two of them were directly referring to each other as siblings. Qin Weilan was 28 years old and Chen Hao was 22 years old, so naturally they were siblings. At 28 years old, it was the most perfect age for a woman. It was one that was mature just enough and still had a hint of innocence and loveliness of a young girl. Sister Weilan, actually it's not necessary. I'm satisfied if I can have one meat and one veggie every day. A meat and a veggie, that's life. We are now. That's called celebration. Qin Weilan smiled and said, it's also because of you that I have the opportunity to have such a luxurious celebration dinner. Since if you say so, then I won't be pretentious. Let's eat then. Chen Hao smiled and said, not only will you eat today, you'll eat often in the future. Qin Weilan sniffed and her heart stirred. By the way, Chen Hao, what kind of work are you doing now? Me, I'm freelancing now. Then are you willing to come work at Sis's company? Aren't I already your bidding honorary advisor now? That won't do. Honorary advisor. It's not so formal once you hear it. I want you to officially join the company, and Sis specially appoints you as the deputy general manager. How about it? Sister Weilan, I'm a person who prefers freedom. I don't want to be bound by the company's rules and regulations. Chen Hao indirectly showed his attitude, and added, I think it's better to just be an honorary consultant with no base salary. Get paid if you work. Don't get paid if you don't work. And I don't have any psychological burden. Well, I also know that the Temple of Microblue Technology is too small to accommodate you. A great God, just now also just hold a try to ask you. Never thought you would agree. Sister Weilan, look at what you said. What great God. I just simply like freedom. Chen Hao smiled and said, but don't worry, as long as you have a use for me, I will definitely go through fire and water. Good. With your words, I'm relieved. Jingling. Qin Weilan's words had just fallen when her cell phone rang. She glanced at the screen and her face changed slightly. Chapter 20, Father Qin's anger. What's wrong? Chen Hao casually asked. Whose call was so horrible? It made our great chairman fearful for it. My father's phone call. Fear is not so much to speak of. I just dislike him for nagging too much. Qin Weilan reported with an apologetic smile. I'll take the call. Weilan, what's the situation with Lin Kaiwei? He's your husband. What kind of things can't a family sit down and talk about? You actually called the police to arrest him? Where are you right now? Come back to me right now. You have to give me a reasonable explanation or I'll disown you as my daughter. The phone was connected. Before Qin Weilan could speak, the other end of the phone was a splattering. Qin Weilan didn't turn on the speakerphone, and Chen Hao, who was sitting across from her, was able to hear everything. It seems that Qin's father just knew that Lin Kaiwei was arrested by the police, and was very angry about this matter. After Qin Weilan picked up the phone, she didn't dare to put the phone next to her ear and waited for his dad to finish before she brought the phone closer to her ear. Dad, I'm accompanying an important guest. I don't have time to come back right now. I don't care. No matter how important the guest is, you have to come back to me. I'm limiting you to come home within an hour. Otherwise don't blame me for disowning you as my daughter. The same threat was repeated, and after saying it, Father Qin directly hung up the phone. Sister Weilan, why don't you go and get busy first? It's fine for me to eat here alone. Chen Hao hemmed and hawed. Good thinking. Qin Weilan gave Chen Hao a charming glance. I haven't eaten such a high standard of food either, so I can't let you eat alone. I do want you to accompany me. Sister Weilan, after all, beauty and food can all make one's mood happy. However, Uncle Qin sides anger. Are you sure you can carry it? No matter him. He's in his 50s and still has so much fire. Don't say it's for Lin Kaiwei. Even if the sky is falling, it's still until I'm done eating with you. Qin Weilan directly shut down the phone. Qin Weilan's move made Chen Hao somewhat flattered. This treatment was simply a bit high. This meal took a full 2 hours to finish. Waiting from the riverside mansion out, Qin Weilan opened the cell phone, and then ding 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 ding, ringing non-stop. Well, a dozen missed calls, and a dozen WeChat voice. Qin Weilan, you dead girl. Wings hard right? How dare you turn off your cell phone? Qin Weilan, you want to kill your old man, right? Lin Kaiwei is the orphan of your old man's comrade. If you send him to prison, how can I explain to my comrade? Do you know that if it wasn't for Kaiwei's father, your old man would have died on the battlefield? He died to save your old man's life. Ah, don't you understand? Qin Weilan, what time is it now and you're still not back? Are you trying to piss me off? Qin Weilan, I don't have a daughter like you. Get lost, don't come back. More than a dozen voices, all of them were the cruel words put out by Qin's father, making Qin Weilan's face red for a while, white for a while, and finally couldn't help but wet her eyes with tears. She is aggrieved. In order to repay his comrade for saving his life, Qin's father not only adopted Lin Kaiwei as his righteous son, treating him as his own son in general, but even disregarded her objections and forcibly married her to Lin Kaiwei. This made Qin Weilan unable to endure. Why should her father repay a favor by taking the whole family in? She was also a human being. She had her own independent thoughts. She also had her own likes and dislikes. But because her father had blackmailed her with his life, it had forced Qin Weilan to marry Lin Kaiwei under false pretenses. However, her distaste for Lin Kaiwei was at its peak, not because Lin Kaiwei robbed her of her father's love, but because she felt that Lin Kaiwei was a person of questionable character, relying on the fact that the Qin family was indebted to him, and repeatedly blackmailing him with this matter, asking for favors, which made Qin Weilan very displeased. Later, Lin Kaiwei even tried to get tough with Qin Weilan, but fortunately, Qin Weilan is a fighting expert, and gave Lin Kaiwei a brutal beating, and from then on, Lin Kaiwei no longer dared to make a move on Qin Weilan. Beauty cannot get, can only think of ways and money, which also led to Lin Kaiwei betrayed the interests of the Qin family company behavior occurs, and now that such a thing had happened, Qin father was actually still calling for Lin Kaiwei, which made Qin Weilan not to be sad and aggrieved. Hearing the WeChat voice sent over by her father, the more Qin Weilan thought about it, the more sad she felt, the more aggrieved she felt, and in the end, she even burst into tears. Seeing this, Chen Hao quickly lent her his shoulder, while comforting her. Sister Weilan, don't be sad. Uncle Qin is just too much of a comrade in arms. If Uncle Qin knew Lin Kaiwei's true character, he probably wouldn't have pushed you hard into the fire pit. Alright, don't cry. Just go and make it clear to him. Who knows? Qin Weilan's crying became louder and more aggrieved. Chen Hao's heart stirred. TSK, Sister Weilan deserves to be a goddess. Even when she cries, she's so touching. To be honest, I kinda like to see you cry. Bah, do you have any sympathy at all? You don't know how to be compassionate at all. Qin Weilan couldn't help but slap Chen Hao's chest, and was in no mood to cry anymore after being interrupted by him. Chen Hao said to himself that it was true. If he didn't let her cry, she cried louder instead. And if he let her continue crying, she didn't cry anymore instead. Sister Weilan, what's the next plan? Going home to face the storm straight away? Or hiding outside for a few days first, waiting for Uncle Qin to calm down before going back? Chen Hao asked. I'd better go straight home. Otherwise there's a real possibility that I'll make my dad angry. He's not in good health to begin with. Alright, Sister Wei Lan is really still super brave. Admirable. I wish you good luck. Brother, don't worry, everything will be fine. Brave what brave? My heart is also super scared. In addition to face my father's anger, but also have to face my mother's nagging. Think about it all, let a person tremble. A family, no one to help me share a little fire. Qin Weilan said, suddenly staring at Chen Hao, a pair of beautiful eyes looking up and down, seemingly thinking about something important. What's wrong? Am I that handsome? Sister Weilan can't even take her eyes off of me. Chen Hao, to be honest, you are indeed still quite handsome. Can you accompany me home? What? I'm handsome, and going home with you, does it have anything to do with that? If you can accompany me home and help me share a bit of my anger, then you'll be even more handsome and man in my eyes. How can I, an outsider, help you share? I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter your house. Qin Weilan suddenly smiled badly. No, I suddenly thought of a reason. Well, ahem, I'll just say, you're the boyfriend I'm privately dating. What? Sister Weilan, Lin Kaiwei was just arrested, and you're not divorced yet, even though your marriage is famous but not real. At least there's still a name in it, right? In that case, wouldn't I be the mistress who interfered in your marriage? Right. Only then will my parents focus all their firepower on you. Sister Weilan, you're being too unkind to die a friend of the road. Chapter 21, Fake Little Boyfriend. Under Chen Hao's strong refusal, Qin Weilan dragged Chen Hao and went home. Qin Weilan's home lived in Huangpu No. 1, which belonged to the core area of the city center, and at $500,000 a square meter. The Qin family was a large flat of over 200 square meters. Qin's father and Qin's mother, at this time, were still sulking at home. The door to the room suddenly opened from outside, and Qin Weilan's voice was heard. Dad, Mom, I'm back. You still know you're back? Hurry up and come over here. Qin father's voice rang out, full of vigor and anger. The sound at the scene was much louder and shocking than the one on the phone, and Chen Hao couldn't help but glance at Qin Weilan, who was honestly a bit nervous. After all, it was the first time he met his parents. Qin Weilan glanced at Chen Hao and gave him a smile in return, then shook Chen Hao's hand as a sign of comfort, and whispered, just play freely later, and help me draw fire. Having come this far, what else could Chen Hao do besides nodding his head? Dad, Mom, I'm back, and I've brought someone back for you. Qin Weilan opened the door and pushed Chen Hao out. Qin father, who had already built up to the mouth of his throat and was ready to let loose a big move of anger, was caught off guard by Qin Weilan's hand and froze on the spot. Who is he? Qin father asked directly. His name is Chen Hao. He is my boyfriend, Qin Weilan said according to the pre-agreed script. What? Broken voice, Qin's father and Qin's mother spoke in unison. I said, he's my boyfriend, Chen Hao. I heard you. I don't need you to say it a second time. Father Qin frowned. I'm too embarrassed to hear it a second time. How dare you say it a second time? Wei Lan, you're still a married woman. How can you find a boyfriend? Qin mother had some difficulty in speaking. Mom, I'll show my cards today. No more pretending. Lin Kaiwei and I were originally twisted together by force by you guys, saying something about getting married first and then falling in love. But, I don't even look down on him. So we've always had a name but no reality. It's not too much to say that we're a fake couple. Lin Kaiwei's character is too bad. And now he's even suspected of multiple offenses. How can such a person be qualified to be my Qin Weilan's husband? Although our Qin family holds the majority of shares in Violet Technology, there are still other shareholders after all. How can I tolerate him acting recklessly and betraying the company's interests? You keep saying that you're sorry for Uncle Lin, but if you let Lin Kaiwei do whatever he wants, how can you stand up to the other shareholders of the company? Many of them, they also accompanied you to start your own business. Can you bear to let the Weilan company that they worked hard with you to create be hollowed out by Lin Kaiwei and go bankrupt and close down? Let's not talk about Kaiwei's first. Anyway, I have to bail him out, or at least not go to jail. Now, let's talk about this kid in front of us. Qin's father frowned. This kid looks like a little white boy. What can he be capable of? I see that you just don't abide by the ways of women. You just want to find a gigolo. Dad, it's fine for you to hit me and scold me, but you can't insult Chen Hao. He's got a lot of ability. He just happened to help me capture a $20 million plus project from God's mighty group today. So what if he's capable? This kid also has character problems. Shameless, knowing that you're a married woman. He even dared to hook up with you. That's being shameless. Kid, your name is Chen Hao, right? I'll tell you clearly, you're not welcome in our house. So get the hell out now. Chen Hao had a big headache. He didn't expect Qin Weilan's father to be so hot-tempered. He could have turned around and left. But what about Qin Weilan after he left? Seeing Qin Weilan frequently making eyes at him, Chen Hao could only harden his head and say, Uncle Qin, can you listen to me? No, I don't want to hear you fart. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. If you don't get out, I'm going to do it. You're trespassing. Even if I beat you up, you have no place to talk about it. Kid, if you don't want to eat a fist, get the hell out of here. If you dare to fight back, I'll immediately call the police and make you suffer. Old Chen, why are you still fighting? Young man, go away. If he says he's hitting people, he'll really do it. Don't make a big deal out of it. Mother Chen hurriedly advised. Chen Hao burst into a bitter smile and hurriedly said, Uncle Chen, Auntie, I'll just say one thing. Sister Wei Lan, she lied to you guys. I'm not his boyfriend at all. I'm just an imposter. Chen father, Chen mother, and Chen Wei Lan simultaneously widened their eyes. Chen Hao, you, traitor, leaking secrets so quickly. I really misjudged you. Chen Weilan was speechless for a while. Seeing this, Chen's father and mother hurriedly asked, Young man, what's the situation here? Who exactly are you? Chen Hao smiled bitterly as he said, Uncle Chen, my name is Chen Hao is right, but I'm just an ordinary friend of Sister Weilan. We've only just known each other for 2 days. Even if we were to develop into a boyfriend and girlfriend, it would take a while, right? Ordinary friend? Chen's father sniffed and said coldly, Ordinary friend, what are you here for? Chen Hao said indifferently, Uncle Chen, you're right. Originally I shouldn't have come to join in the fun, but today, we just succeeded in bidding for a project of more than $20 million, and we were celebrating, when you scolded Sister Weilan for crying, and I saw that she was crying too much, and I was afraid that she'd do something stupid, so I came over with her. In fact, Sister Weilan and Lin Kaiwei's situation, I still understand better. I'm not afraid of you hitting me and scolding me. Lin Kaiwei's evidence of breaking the law and committing a crime. It's the evidence that I provided to Sister Weilan. Scum like Lin Kaiwei should be locked up and eat prison food, so that he won't harm people in the world again. You fart. Kaiwei is my righteous son. He's honest and hardworking. He's filial and attentive to us. He often buys us gifts and healthcare products. This righteous son of mine is many times better than this real daughter of mine. Is that so? Chen Hao smiled faintly. Uncle Chen, that only means that Lin Kaiwei performed well enough in front of you. He was able to fool you and Auntie, but he can't fool everyone. Shut up. You're not allowed to insult Kaiwei. If you don't tell the truth today, I'll make it impossible for you to leave this door. Yes, Chen Hao smiled faintly, exposing Lin Kaiwei's problem. That was simply not too easy. He had already discovered a large number of secrets from Chen father and Chen mother. If he didn't talk Chen father and Chen mother into doubting his life, it would be counted as a loss for him. Chapter 22, Father Chen Doubts Life. Uncle Chen, I have some understanding of your relationship with Lin Kaiwei's father, and I understand how you feel about Lin Kaiwei, Chen Hao said lightly. From my perspective as an outsider, you're already very good to Lin Kaiwei, and even if you meet with your old comrade in 100 years, you'll be able to straighten your back, because a situation like today's is entirely of Lin Kaiwei's own making. Moreover, the bad things that Lin Kaiwei has done are not only selling out the company's interests, even his filial piety towards you guys that you're so proud of is feigned. All of it is cheating you. Kid, speak politely. Chen's father was displeased. Lin Kaiwei's filial piety towards us, heaven and earth can be judged. We are all able to perceive it deeply in our hearts. How could it be a deception? Chen Hao shook his head and said, Uncle Chen, if you don't believe me, you can take out the gifts Lin Kaiwei sent you and let us take a look. I heard from Sister Weilan that every year on your birthday over the past few years, he would send you antiques and treasures. He claimed that those antiques were bought into hundreds of thousands or millions. But from what I know about him, those antiques and treasures should all be fakes. You fart. How could Kaiwei send me fakes? Not only you, even the emerald bracelet he gave to Auntie should be fake. Ha, how can? Good, kid, I will take the antiques with me now, and go to find an expert to appraise them. If the antiques are all real, I'll see how you can explain to me. Chen father said. He was going to bring Chen Hao to appraise the several pieces of antiques Lin Kaiwei sent him. Chen Hao sniffed and shook his head, saying lightly, No need, Uncle Chen, I have some research on antiques, I'll be able to appraise them for you. You? Just you? Father Chen couldn't help but laugh. Do you know how to write the word antiques? Chen Hao smiled faintly. Uncle Chen, let's do this. Let's make a bet. If I'm right in my appraisal and these antiques are fakes, I'll smash them. What if you appraise them wrong? Chen's father said unhappily. If the appraisal is wrong, I'll compensate you according to 10 times the purchase price of the antiques. 10 times? Do you have that much money? Chen's father laughed coldly. Not to mention anything else, this Qing Kangxi pumpkin alabaster pot was bought as more than $1 million. 10 times is $10 million. Can you afford to compensate? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, No more, 10 million is still there. Besides, I don't necessarily lose, right? Good, then I'll see what you can tell. Father Chen carefully handed the Qing Kangxi pumpkin alabaster pot to Chen Hao. Chen Hao took it and pretended to look at it. Item name, Qing Kongshi Pumpkin Alabaster Pot, fake. Item details, the item is a modern imitation. The manufacturer is Xingcheng Zhangpu Shijia Company, Ltd. The production time is June 15, 2019. The price is 1,800 renminbi. It belongs to the middle to upper level of imitations, and there is relevant production information printed on the inside of the body of the pot. After determining that this Zisha pot was a fake, Chen Hao directly slammed it to the ground. Wow, brat, what are you doing? Uncle Chen, didn't you just say well, if these antiques are fakes, I'll smash them, now. I'm sure, this Qing Kongshi Pumpkin Alabaster Pot is a fake. You say it's a fake is a fake? At least you have to ask an expert to appraise it. You don't even ask me. You just smash it? Kid, are you polite? Qin's father was so angry that the veins on his forehead were straight up, and he looked like he couldn't wait to bite Chen Hao to death. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, Uncle Qin, don't get excited. Since I dared to smash it, it means it's 100% fake. 100% when you say so? What proof are you taking? Take this piece of debris and it will prove it. Chen Hao picked up a fragment of an alabaster pot from the ground and handed it to Qin's father. Qin's father took it over and couldn't help but freeze, his old face turning red and white for a while. Seeing this, Qin Weilan secretly stretched her neck and took a glance, only to see the word Xingcheng Pot Collection Family, June 15, 2019, by Qinghua seal printed on the inside of the fragment of the alabaster pot, and she couldn't help but pfft and burst out laughing. Qin father turned back and glared at Qin Weilan, then turned his head and stared at the fragments of the Zisha pot again. Qin mother also glared at Qin Weilan. Damn girl, why are you laughing? Do you have any manners? Mom, I really didn't want to laugh. I just couldn't help it. After Qin Weilan finished speaking, she laughed out loud with a snort 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 snort. There's no way. Seeing her dad's usually loved and cared for like a treasure like a Zisha pot, actually just a fake. Qin Weilan really can't help it. Qin father looked at the words on the fragments of the alabaster pot, half a day without making a sound. Bai Qinghua was a little-known production master of the Xingcheng pot hiding family, specializing in making antique Zisha pots. Because of his good skills, the pots that came from his hands could be sold at a relatively good price, but they were completely different from antiques. Perhaps, it's Kai Wei who was also cheated. Only after a long time did Qin's father say quietly, but it was obvious that he himself didn't quite believe it. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was ready to splash him with another pot of water to make him sober up again. Uncle Qin, this jasper toad ornament of yours is even more fake. Chen Hao took it over and took a look at it, directly smashing it. You, Uncle Qin, don't get excited. Look, this jasper toad, it's simply made of glass, which has half a bit of jade in it. Not waiting for Qin father to react, Chen Hao fired at Qin mother again. Auntie, this jadeite bracelet on you is also a gift from Lin Kaiwei, right? However, let me tell you the truth. It's glass plus chemical material soaked. The longer you wear it, the more harmful it is. This is also fake? Qin mother hastily removed it. Chen Hao directly took it over, threw it on the floor, and it instantly shattered into several sections. See, this material, how can it be emerald? It is glass. It really looks like glass. How could it be? Kai Wei, this child, how could this happen? Mother Qin rubbed her wrist and said, I told you why my wrist is always itchy, so it's polluted by chemical materials. Uncle Qin, I also want to ask, in recent times, are you always prone to catching colds, and also accompanied by a serious cough? Young man, how do you know? Mother Qin glanced at Qin Weilan and said, Did Weilan tell you? I really didn't say this. Chen Hao, how did you know? Qin Weilan also looked at him with a surprised face. Chen Hao pointed to the pot of ginseng tea cooked in the transparent health kettle on the table and said lightly, I saw that the color of this ginseng tea was a bit of a problem, so I had the audacity to say it, and I didn't expect that I really hit the nail on the head. Then, in that case, this ginseng tea is definitely a gift from Lin Kaiwei. Yes, it was sent by Kaiwei. But, Qin's father hesitated for a moment. He was a bit skeptical, and his aura was much weaker. Can this ginseng tea still be fake? You only rely on the color of this ginseng tea. You judge that it has problems. Inevitably also, too arbitrary, right? Chapter 23, Father Qin's Body. Facing Qin father's questioning, Chen Hao was not at all vain, just trusting and talking eloquently. After all, with a pair of wise eyes, he had already penetrated everything. Uncle Qin, I also have a little bit of research on Chinese medicine and healthcare, and normal ginseng tea is slightly lighter in color than this one of yours, while this one of yours is smoked with sulfur. However, the means by which this batch of ginseng was treated with sulfur is very clever, and ordinary people can't see it, nor can they taste it. Its effects, however, are something that will slowly show up, not the good effects, but the bad effects. As we all know, ingredients that have been smoked by sulfur will have some sulfide residue inside, and even some arsenic compounds will remain. Long-term consumption of sulfur-containing foods can cause respiratory diseases in the light, lower the body's immunity, cause weakness, often colds and illnesses, and lead to malignant tumors in the heavy case, which can't be said to be serious. Ginseng tea was originally meant to be taken, and yet Lin Kaiwei even gave you sulfur ginseng. He really has a heart of gold. Stop it. You stop it. Qin's father sat on his butt on the chair and waved his hand towards Chen Hao. I don't want to hear it. Stop it. The more he listened, the colder Qin father's heart became, and if he listened any longer, it was estimated that his body should be freezing cold. Old Qin, don't be anxious. Calm down first. Calm down. Qin mother comforted Qin father, and then said to Chen Hao, Chen Hao, right? Then your uncle Qin drank the sulfur ginseng tea for so long. There shouldn't be any serious problems, right? The problem is not very serious yet. Stop taking sulfur ginseng tea right now. I'll write another detoxification and regimen formula. Just take it for half a month. You can also go to a regular tertiary hospital to check and seek medical attention. It should be manageable as well. Little Chen, then please, write a detoxification formula for your Uncle Qin. No need. I can't die yet. I don't know what this kid is resting on. What if I become worse after taking his prescription? I'll just go to the hospital myself, Qin's father said without any good humor. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Since this was the case, he didn't bother to put pen to paper. Alright, girl, send this kid away. I don't want to see him anymore. Qin father's face was depressed. The moment this kid came, a few consecutive big moves, shattered his beliefs all along, beat him to the point of doubting his life. Seeing him was just angry. Dad, Mom, then you guys rest first. I'll go see Chen Hao off first, Qin Weilan hurriedly said. After Chen Hao and Qin Weilan left, Qin mother couldn't help but complain. Old Qin, I really didn't think that we actually raised a white-eyed wolf. Thanks to you treating Lin Kaiwei with all your heart and soul, and marrying your daughter to him, but in the end, you still have to be murdered by him for his wealth. Shut up, womanizer, what do you know? What do you believe in what others say? That boy surnamed Chen, what he says is alright? Qin's father shouted. What are you yelling at me for? What are you yelling at me for? You take the gifts that Lin Kaiwei gave us, and all of them are all taken to a professional organization to be appraised. Isn't everything clear? And your body, go to the hospital to check. Isn't everything clear? Don't need you to care. I know what to do. I don't care when you go to appraisal. This afternoon must immediately go to the hospital to check. I will accompany you now. Quickly pack up so that you can go out. Rush, what rush? Still can't die, Qin father said in a bad mood. Well, knowing that Qin mother is concerned about him, still very cooperative to change clothes, ready to go out. Huangpu no. 1. Outside the main door. Thank you, Chen Hao. You've done me a big favor this time. After sending Chen Hao out of the neighborhood, Qin Weilan thanked Chen Hao from the bottom of her heart. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, It's my due responsibility and obligation to share my girlfriend's worries. He. Qin Weilan gave him a charming glance and said, Brother, the acting is over. You can call it a day. How can that be? I've only just entered the theater, Chen Hao said with a smile. Just now, I suddenly realized that it's a very happy thing to have a woman like Sister Weilan, who has a good face, body, and temperament, and whose 3 views are still positive. As a girlfriend, is it? Qin Weilan's beautiful eyes blinked and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. But then again, wanting to be my boyfriend is not that simple. Well, I can try to challenge it. After all, I've already tried a fake one today, so there's a chance to try a real one, Chen Hao said with a smile. Are you serious? Qin Weilan suddenly stared into Chen Hao's eyes and asked with a serious face. Incredibly serious, Chen Hao replied blandly, but in his heart, he secretly said that Qin Weilan's eyes were really nice and deep, making people a bit ashamed of themselves. LOL, brother, you're very brave. Oh, then it's up to you to perform. Qin Weilan directly diverged from the topic. Right, Chen Hao, haven't seen it yet. You actually know about antiques, jade in Chinese medicine and health? A little bit, Chen Hao smiled faintly. You call that knowing a little bit? Qin Weilan looked excited and said, When you smashed those things just now, my heart was trembling, my palms were sweating, and I kept worrying about how you should end it, and how I should end it, but I didn't expect that everything was actually within your grasp. Qin Weilan smiled. Not only did you carry my father's anger for me, you actually dumbed him down and depressed him. TSK, brother, you're really something. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Base. Suddenly, Qin Weilan remembered something and said, Right, since what you said is right, then it's also true that my dad was poisoned by sulfur compounds, causing damage to his body? Chen Hao nodded. Sister Weilan, although I'm sorry, I still have to say that it's true, but it's not particularly serious, so there's no need to worry too much. Moreover, if I guessed correctly, The two old men should be getting ready to go to the hospital now. You should also go and keep them company. Qin Weilan's eyebrows knit slightly. Accompanying is definitely necessary. Otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease. However, that formula you mentioned, compared to the hospital, which method is more effective? In terms of effect, it should be my formula that is better, Chen Hao said indifferently. After all, it was the tip given by the wise eye system, but the two old men would definitely rather believe in the hospital. But it doesn't matter. We can wait for Uncle Qin to listen to the hospital's suggestion. Then it's not too late to consider my formula. By the way, Sister Weilan, besides checking the respiratory system and immune system, I suggest carefully examining Uncle Qin's digestive system, or to be more precise, his intestines. I suspect that there might be something bad. Something bad? Chen Hao, don't scare me. Qin Weilan's face changed. Chen Hao hurriedly said, there's no need to worry excessively. It hasn't been checked yet, and even if it has been checked, my formula can still treat it. Of course, the premise is to let Uncle Qin make his own choice. Good, Chen Hao. Sis thanks you here first. After saying that, Qin Weilan separated from Chen Hao and hurriedly walked towards home. Chapter 24, Father Qin was terrified. Magic City People's Hospital, Chief Physician's Office of Respiratory Medicine. Doctor, I'm Shen Fenglian, Qin Guofeng's family member. Qin Guofeng's test results. There's nothing serious, right? Qin Weilan's mother, also known as Shen Fenglian, asked with an apprehensive face. From the results of the examination, the respiratory system is not a big problem. It's just chronic sulfide poisoning that affects the respiratory system as well as the immune system. Taking half a month's worth of medicine will allow for a slow recovery. Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you, doctor. Shen Fenglian breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, what could be wrong? Look at you fussing. Father Qin Guofeng said with a face full of concern. Dad, it's good that there's no major problem. Qin Weilan also breathed a sigh of relief as she rushed to accompany her parents to the hospital after parting ways with Chen Hao. The doctor tapped a few times on the keyboard and said to Qin Guofeng, I've prescribed you some medicines. Go pick them up. Family members stay for a while. I still have information to give you. Oh, good. Qin Guofeng didn't think too much about it. He got up and walked in the direction of the pharmacy. Only after Qin Guofeng left did the doctor say to Shen Fenglian and Qin Weilan, there's nothing serious about the patient's respiratory and immune systems, but the test results came from the gastroenterology department side, and they're a bit abnormal. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Both Qin Weilan and her mother couldn't help but be stunned, and their hearts immediately had a bad premonition. Initial judgment, it's an intestinal tumor. Tumor? Is that what cancer means? Don't worry guys, it's just an early-stage tumor of the intestines. It's not yet known if it's malignant. Even if it's malignant, it's still early stage, and the cure rate after removal is still relatively high. Bang! Outside the door, there was a sudden sound of a human body falling, followed by a burst of panicked footsteps and noisy voices. Hey, uncle, what's wrong with you? Uncle, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Uncle, where is your family? Is there any family with you? Uncle, get up. Let's help you get up and sit down. Qin Weilan heard the noises outside and also went out to take a look, then called out, Dad, Dad, what's wrong with you? Qin Weilan saw that the one who fell to the ground outside the door was actually her own father, and immediately became a bit anxious. Dad, what happened to you? Get up quickly. Daughter, just now, the doctor said that is cancer? Qin Guofeng said breathlessly. Originally he was going to pick up the medicine, but he forgot to bring his visiting card, so he returned to get his visiting card. Who knew that just when he reached the door, he heard the word cancer, and was so scared that his legs went limp and he collapsed on the ground. Dad, don't be anxious, the doctor hasn't diagnosed it yet. You still have to do further examination. Qin Weilan supported Qin Guofeng, did not expect that his usually strong and tough dad was scared into this state by the word cancer. Dad, you get up first. You get up first, okay? How did I get involved with this thing? Ouch, hey, how can whoa, old Qin, don't be anxious, the doctor said. It is only a preliminary diagnosis. Further examination is needed to confirm the diagnosis. It is not necessarily a tumor. Shen Fenglian also ran out of the office and pulled Qin Guofeng to comfort him. Besides, even if it's a tumor, it's not necessarily malignant. Finally, taking a step back, even if further examination confirms the diagnosis and it's malignant, it's still early and easily curable. Understand? Alright, get up, come in and listen to what the doctor has to say. With the support of Qin Weilan and Shen Fenglian, Qin Guofeng then walked into the doctor's office trembling. Under the doctor's advice, Qin Guofeng was directly transferred to the gastroenterology surgery department for hospitalization and examination, fasting this evening and tomorrow morning, and taking intestinal cleansing drops to empty his intestines. The next morning, Qin Guofeng was pushed into the operating room to do enteroscopic resection surgery. The surgeon saw the internal environment of Qin Guofeng's intestines. People are numb. The entire intestinal tract. There are dozens of intestinal organisms of all sizes, which, if there is a dense phobia, look at the spot is not fainted? Under no circumstances, the surgeon can only cut off 3 pieces of small finger-sized intestinal organisms in different locations and send them to the biochemistry laboratory for laboratory tests. At 9:30 a.m., when Qin Guofeng was pushed out of the operating room and sent to the ward, Chen Hao had just pulled out his cell phone and opened the stock speculation software, ready to conquer the stock market. Just like the trading floor, it was possible to see the trend of the stock in the coming period on the cell phone. Only yesterday, when he went to impersonate Qin Weilan's boyfriend, he was not able to conquer the stock market, and the more than $5 million on his account. Nothing changed. Today, his small goal was still to double his funds and see if he could make it to $10 million. And right at this moment, the cell phone rang. It was actually Qin Weilan's call. Chen Hao casually connected. Sister Weilan, you miss me this early in the morning? It seems that my identity as an imposter boyfriend is expected to turn out to be correct. Chen Hao. Qin Weilan didn't jest with Chen Hao. Her tone was a bit low, not knowing how to continue. What's wrong? Listening to your voice, it seems to be very low. Not happy? Where are you? I'll go accompany you? Chen Hao hurriedly asked. When a woman needs company, don't think about making money. Money can be made anytime. A woman on the other hand needs company to go and accompany her immediately. Of course, this sentence was only valid for people like Chen Hao. I am in the People's Hospital. Qin Weilan said. My dad came to check his health and is now hospitalized at the People's Hospital. Hospitalized here? It's quite fast. Chen Hao said indifferently. Is it rectal cancer? Has it been diagnosed yet? It hasn't been diagnosed yet. Still doing pathology and biochemistry tests, but the surgeon said that from the appearance, it's not far from 8 or 9. There's no need to wait for the check. It's estimated to be 100%. Chen Hao said indifferently. Qin Weilan was speechless for a while. Chen Hao, even if you don't comfort me, how can you still say such words? Chen Hao smiled. It's not like Uncle Qin's illness is going to change because of my words. So instead of making useless consolations to you, why don't you think of a way to cure Uncle Qin's illness? Wouldn't that be better? What good way can you have? Qin Weilan said. The doctor has said that within my father's intestines, there are many superfluous organisms. Once the pathological examination finds out that the superfluous organisms are malignant tumors, it will be troublesome, and there are many parts that need to be resected, and it will seriously affect the subsequent life. Why should it be resected? Chen Hao said indifferently. Didn't I say? I have a formula that can treat the symptoms. If you believe me, I can buy it now and send it to you. Chen Hao, what time is it now? The chief physician of the People's Hospital is finding it tricky. Can your formula work? Qin Weilan didn't have the good sense to say. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, Sister Weilan, even the chief physician finds it tricky. Why don't you try my method first? Chapter 25 Provocation? Sister Weilan, just now I heard you say that Uncle Qin should have multiple intestinal tumors. If it's removed, a very long section of the intestines will be removed, which will have a very big impact on his life in the future. If you believe me, try my formula. It will only take a month, and then review. The result will definitely shock you. In fact, the development of intestinal tumors is very slow. Even if 1 month doesn't cure Uncle Qin's disease, you guys will choose to operate again at that time. It won't have much of an impact. But, Qin Weilan was a bit hesitant. To be honest, putting aside a regular compound and not trusting it, could it be to trust someone who wasn't a doctor at all? This was also too outrageous. The key and even more outrageous thing was that between the hospital and Chen Hao, she was actually more inclined to believe Chen Hao. After all, Chen Hao saw her dad's problems at a glance yesterday. Whether it was the respiratory system, the immune system, or the digestive system, each and every problem was hit by him. The most outrageous thing was that he only used his eyes to see, and didn't use any instruments to check at all. And the hospital still had to check through a variety of instruments before they could come to a conclusion. When Qin Weilan thought about it now, she felt outrageous. Could it be that Chen Hao was a direct descendant of some famous medical family? However, as far as Qin Weilan knew, there wasn't any famous doctor in the whole of China or even the whole of Blue Star that had such a high level of skill as Chen Hao, right? It's okay, Sister Weilan. I won't rush you. Take your own time to think about it, and after you've thought about it, if you need me, call me, Chen Hao said indifferently. Doing this on his own was already benevolent enough, right? The right to choose was still left to the Qin family themselves. Chen Hao chatted with Qin Weilan for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone and plunging back into the stock market. Currently, getting money was still an important task for him. Money is a man's backbone and backing. No money man, the wind can blow down. Other people's eyes can be crushed. Chen Hao does not want to live that kind of poor life anymore. He must get money. More money. Stock name, Xingda Energy. Stock trend, the next 1 hour. The highest increase of 10%. Accuracy 100%. The next 3 hours. The maximum increase of 10%. Accuracy rate of 80%. The next 24 hours. The maximum increase of 10%. Accuracy rate of 50%. Today's luck is good. Only 10 minutes. Found a small drop of 3 points in the stock. An hour can stop. Chen Hao looked at the current trend of Xingda Energy. It is the downward trend. Has fallen 3.1%. And now the price is 9.86 yuan per share. Chen Hao directly 5 million smashed down. At a price of 10 yuan per share. By 500,000 shares of the super buy order. But did not expect. Chen Hao super buy order smashed down less than 5 minutes. A single 5 million shares of the super single came out of nowhere. At a price of 11.16 yuan. Directly to the Xingda Energy stock stop. Nima. What kind of operation is this? Chen Hao looked at his gains. 500,000 shares of the buy order. Only bought 200,000 shares. 5 million super single out. Naturally the highest bidder. Nothing he did. 200,000 shares. Not bad. Chen Hao directly sold 200,000 shares at a price of 11.16 yuan. Seconds out. A small profit of more than 200,000 is also good. Anyway, fast enough. 10 minutes to earn more than 200,000. He does not smell good? What else do you need a bicycle for? As long as he catches the stop fast enough, the money is still rubbing up. Chen Hao did not get discouraged, and continued to search for stocks with stopping potential within an hour. Of course, in addition to having upward stops, there must also be a large trading volume. Otherwise Chen Hao's $5 to $6 million will not be used up every time. What a waste. However, this made Chen Hao's workload a bit bigger, and there were more stocks to observe. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed, and Chen Hao finally took a long breath. In the morning and afternoon, a total of more than a dozen stocks that went up or almost went up were caught, and Chen Hao's eyes were as red as the color of the stocks he bought. Luckily, after a day of hard work, Chen Hao's funds finally managed to double, and his account fund balance had reached 11.06 million, finally upgraded to become a multi-millionaire. However, this was just the beginning. The trillionaire was where his goal lay. Shortly after the stock market closed, Qin Weilan's phone call still came in. Chen Hao, I have to trouble you again. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Qin Weilan's tone was slightly anxious. Chen Hao hurriedly said, I'm at home. Sister Weilan, still the same place where I picked you up yesterday? I'm coming to you now. Wait for me at the usual place in half an hour. After saying that, Qin Weilan hung up the phone. Chen Hao pondered Qin Weilan's meaning. Presumably she was here to ask him for the prescription. If that was the case, Chen Hao was completely fine with it. There was no need to worry about this prescription being stolen by others. After all, this prescription was an exclusive prescription from the Wisdom Eye system based on Qin Guofeng's personal physical condition, and it wouldn't have much of a healing effect if others copied it. Looking at the time, it was still early, so Chen Hao changed into a set of clothes and slowly went out. Not long after, a jewel-blue Lamborghini sports car came speeding from afar, and stopped in front of him with a creak. The right side window was lowered, and Qin Weilan stretched her neck and called out, Chen Hao, get in. Chen Hao sniffed and obediently got into the car, sitting down before saying, you're in such a hurry. It must be for Uncle Qin again, right? If not for him, who else? I heard that the surgery to cut off a long section of the intestine, and chemotherapy, hair and eyebrows to fall out, but also damage to the health. My father was scared, clamoring and making a fuss not to treat, to go home, and now has been as expected in the home lying. However, his mental state is very poor, his mood is very low. I'm afraid that it will exacerbate his condition, so I want to ask for your help, to give him a prescription, boil some traditional Chinese medicine for him to drink, and treat him conservatively. Qin Weilan shook her head as she spoke. It's unbelievable. I actually believed you. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, thank you for your trust. What's even more unbelievable is that I won't let you down. I hope so. Qin Weilan responded, still anxious in her heart, but there was no other better way now. Chen Hao directly asked Qin Weilan to drive the car to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine store, and according to the prescription provided by the Wise Eye system, he bought 15 pairs of traditional Chinese medicines in one go, and then bought a casserole pot specialized in boiling medicines, and carried them together to the Qin family. When he arrived at the Qin family and saw Qin Guofeng lying on the bed, Chen Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised that after not seeing him for a day, Qin's father had aged more than 10 years. Where was the same momentum he had when he argued with him yesterday? Some people say that to overcome the disease. Sometimes people's essence is more useful than drugs, and some people don't die from the disease at all, but are scared to death by the disease alive. Because of the lack of confidence, the essence of the body will be insufficient, which in turn affects the development of the disease. Just like some people were still well, but suddenly check out the terminal cancer and other major diseases, 10 days and a half months will die. The reason is this: Qin's father, Qin Guofeng, was currently showing such signs. His mood was incredibly low, which would definitely affect his essence, which in turn would affect his entire body's holistic immune system. According to this trend, if he is unable to adjust his mindset, it won't be long before his father Qin will have to say goodbye to this world. Fortunately, Father Qin met Chen Hao. Seeing Qin father lying on the bed with a breathless look, Chen Hao faintly said, "Uncle Qin, bring out that energy you had yesterday." Heaven and earth. Chen Hao's words were literal, and really meant nothing else. After all, a patient, apart from medicine, his own essence was also very important. However, when Qin Guofeng heard this, his eyes glared. Is this kid provoking? Are you polite? Chapter 26 Treatment. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Qin Guofeng struggled a few times and was about to get up to fight with Chen Hao. Old man is like this. You still provoke, old man? Are you polite? However, after just a few struggles, Qin Guofeng gave up, only feeling weak and feeble, unable to sit up, only glaring at Chen Hao angrily. However, after glaring, Qin Guofeng's eyes became red. Obviously, he thought of sadness again. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Qin father's confidence was really too weak, so it was better not to stimulate him. Uncle Qin, don't worry, this disease of yours, it's very simple. It only takes a month, and it can be cured, Chen Hao said with a smile. Qin's father's tears rustled, and only after a long time did he say, "Just don't lie to me. Cancer can't be cured. The hospital wants to cut me half a meter of intestines. Are still not 100% guarantee to cure me? You a kid, bye. What makes you say it's simple?" Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Qin, think about it. Yesterday you guys went to see a respiratory doctor. Is it that Sister Weilan insisted on letting you check your digestive system? Yes, it's fine if you don't check it, but once you check it, it's cancer. You say how it's so unlucky." Qin Guofeng whimpered. "Uncle Qin, then think again. Why did Sister Weilan insist that you check your digestive system? Why? Because Chen Hao told me that you have problems with your intestines, so she told me to make sure you check your intestines." Qin Weilan, who was next to her, said, "Oh, why are you kids so bad? Didn't I just talk about you yesterday? You actually used cancer to scare me." "Woo woo," the old man cried in aggravation like a small child. "Uncle Qin, think again. Since I have the strength to see that you have intestinal problems at a glance, is it possible for me to solve your problems in one move?" Chen Hao said with a faint smile. "Is it possible?" Qin Guofeng glanced at Chen Hao and then at Qin Weilan. "Is it possible? Dad, I think it's possible. Old Qin, I think it's definitely possible." "Yes, it's definitely possible," Qin Weilan added. Seeing Qin Guofeng's eyes gradually clearing up and gradually regaining their vigor, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, I'm not going to sell myself short. I promise you that in just 1 month, not only will all of your intestinal tumors disappear, but it will also make you look 10 years younger." "Really?" The gleam in Qin Guofeng's eyes became clearer. "Then what kind of payment do you want?" "There's no need for any remuneration," Chen Hao smiled faintly. "That won't do. If you don't want a reward, I'm still disturbed. If I have to say the reward, it's just that you marry Sister Weilan to me as your daughter-in-law." "Bah, Chen Hao, what are you saying? Is there any decency at all? We've only known each other for a few days and you're talking about this." Qin Weilan was a bit unable to accept it. "Ha ha, of course, I haven't asked Sister Weilan's opinion. I'll change it," Chen Hao smiled. "As long as you don't stop me from dating Sister Weilan, whether I can trick Sister Weilan into going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license or not, it's up to my own destiny. How's that?" Qin Guofeng looked at his daughter, Qin Weilan, and then Chen Hao, gritting his teeth. "As long as you treat my daughter well, I won't stop you, but if you dare to disrespect her, I won't let you off even if I die." Chen Hao smiled lightly. "Uncle Qin, with these pairs of medicines I prescribed, it's not too easy for you to die." "Alright, Uncle Qin, you rest first. Sister Weilan and I will go and boil the medicine for you," Chen Hao said, and Qin Weilan came to the kitchen, personally demonstrating the process of boiling medicine to her. First, clean the casserole, then pour a pair of herbs into the casserole, put in 2/3 of the water, clean the herbs once, and pour out the water. Pour in 500 milliliters of natural mineral water and soak the herbs for 30 minutes before lighting the fire to boil the medicine. Boil it on high heat first, and after the water boils for 3 minutes, turn it to low heat and simmer it for another 20 minutes. The boiled medicinal liquid, 3 times a day, 200 milliliters each time, 1 dose of medicine to eat 2 days, 15 doses of medicine just to eat a month. At the same time, Chen Hao also instructed Qin Weilan to prepare rich meat, vegetables and fruits for Qin Guofeng every day to ensure his nutrition, which would help strengthen his immunity and speed up his recovery. After doing all this, Chen Hao took his leave. He had done everything he could. As long as Qin Guofeng honestly drank the medicine for a month, there was absolutely no problem. This was the strong confidence that Chen Hao possessed based on his trust in the Wise Eye system. As for Qin Weilan, she should be the goddess in every man's dream. The words Chen Hao said to Qin Weilan were just expressing his inner thoughts. As for whether it would work out in the end or not, it all depended on fate. Emotional matters cannot be forced. Some feelings, even if you use all your strength, spend all your energy, or even give your life, you may not get a proper look from others. And some feelings, do not use any effort at all. Naturally, water to the channel. Whether he and Qin Weilan could make it or not, Chen Hao didn't even think about it. Except that Chen Hao believed that his interactions with her would only increase. He just needed to enjoy the process of socializing. The next day was Saturday. The stock market was closed, so Chen Hao couldn't fight in the stock market. So he took a taxi to the Lingshire Road Antique Market, which he had wanted to go to for a long time, but hadn't been able to do so. The market was more like an antique walking street. Walking street is not wide, about a dozen meters. A group of tourists on the street are the name to visit, or more lively, but the vast majority of people are watching. Very few people out to buy. Both sides of the street opened a variety of antique stores. There are selling porcelain, there are selling paintings, there are selling jade, there are selling antique furniture and so on. In order to make a living, these stores, in addition to selling antiques, also sell some antique artifacts, clearly marked price. The price is not expensive, but there are individual tourists to buy back to do souvenirs. In addition to the stores, the designated areas on both sides of the street, there are also many stalls of merchants. Will be their own from the folk collected antiques on the stalls to sell, although relatively simple, but sometimes can really pick up the leakage. Chen Hao didn't have any clear goals, and could only wander around the antique market like a tourist, hoping to find real antiques. Unfortunately, after wandering for most of the street, there was nothing to be found. Just as Chen Hao was lamenting about how people's hearts were not ancient, suddenly, a ground stall in front of him on the left showed the information he wanted. Chapter 27 Sheriff's String. Chen Hao came to the stall, and the stall owner was a lean man in his 40s or 50s with a shrewd face. Seeing Chen Hao coming over, the stall owner smiled and said, "Young man, what do you want to order? Just take a look." Chen Hao nodded and casually picked up an ancient bronze gorget. "Young man, this is a bronze go from the Shangzhou period. There are inscriptions on it. It has a good collection value. You can take it home if you like it." "Shangzhou?" Chen Hao smiled faintly. "I'm afraid this was only made last week, right? Item name, bronze go, fake. Item details, bronze artifact made in modern times. Not worth much, cost 25 yuan. How much does this bronze gob cost?" Chen Hao asked casually. "Young man, you really have a good eye. This bronze go is a rare treasure, and it's not expensive. One by price, only $500,000. Chen Hao shook his head. "Expensive? Young man, I have always done business with the truth and fair trade. A penny for a penny." The middle-aged man frowned. "Seeing as you're my first guest today, I'll give you $50,000 less. That's always fine, right?" Chen Hao shook his head. "It's still expensive." "Still expensive? Then say how much. I'll think about it." 50. "Young man, you're here to smash the scene, aren't you? Quickly put it down. Put it down. I'm not selling, okay? Giving you a chance to make money, and you're still not making it." Chen Hao shook his head and put down the bronze gorgon in his hand. To be honest, just now he was afraid that the boss would say yes in one go. Although $50 wasn't much, he didn't need this bronze goat at all. Putting down the bronze gob, Chen Hao picked up another small blue and white porcelain bowl. Item name, Celadon porcelain bowl, fake. Item details, a porcelain craft made in modern society. Not worth much money, cost $10. "This blue and white porcelain bowl, how much does it cost?" Chen Hao asked again. "Young man, if you really want to buy it, I'll make an offer. If you don't buy it, what's the point of me making an offer?" "Boss, if you don't even quote, how do I know if the price is right? I don't even know the price. How do I know if I will buy it?" 100,000. "Forget it, I'd better not return the price, lest you say I'm smashing the scene again." Chen Hao put down the blue and white porcelain bowl and picked up another string of Buddha bead strings, which was his real target this time. Item name, Shariputra string. Item details, one of Bodhidharma's doppelgangers reincarnated and practiced, and was cremated after nirvana into a relic, which contains supreme Buddhist rhythms, and each of them is priceless, with an incalculable price. Important note, after the relics are fused with this system, they can be upgraded to the Buddha's eye system, which will have powerful functions. I'll go. It's actually related to Bodhidharma. It's worthy of being priceless. and each one is priceless. There are a full 18 of them here. The key is, this relic can actually fuse with the Wisdom Eye system, upgrading it to the Buddha Eye system. The name Buddha Eye is a lot more powerful than Wisdom Eye as soon as you hear it. Chen Hao's heart was so excited. This string of relics must be taken. Chen Hao's heart moved, and he faintly said, "Boss, what about this string of Buddha beads? How much?" 100,000. 100,000. Put it down if you don't buy it. It doesn't look like you have $100,000. The boss intentionally used a provocative method. Chen Hao couldn't help but be happy in his heart when he heard this. He knew the boss's routine, but his face made a look of excitement after being provoked by the boss. "Who said I don't have any money? I just see that this thing of yours is not worth $100,000. You set the price. Can't I still make a counteroffer?" "Oh, have you so counteroffer? I'll offer $500,000. You return 50. If you don't have money, leave. Don't affect my business here." "Who said I don't have money?" Chen Hao said indifferently. "I'll take all of this bronze gorgon, the blue and white porcelain bowl, and the Buddha beads, but don't you dare to offer me any astronomical price. Just say the selling price. I'll give you a price, and I won't say hundreds or thousands. 3 things, a total of $10,000. The bronze gorgon and the blue and white porcelain bowl were used to confuse the public. That won't do. These 3 things, I cost tens of thousands," the boss said with an agitated face. "Young man, I see that you are also sincere in purchasing this time. In this way, to have to send, not away from 3 things, you give me 88,000. 88,000 is too expensive." Chen Hao looked at his bank card balance. There are more than 60,000 active funds. The other 10 million are in the stock account. A time cannot be withdrawn. So he said, this person also do not want to get rich or something. Just want to live a lifetime of smooth. So, the bronze go I do not want it. The blue and white porcelain bowls and this string of Buddha beads, I give 60,000 whole. Hey, this price. I'm not making any money here. The floor stall owner had a difficult face, pretending to be entangled. But in Chen Hao's eyes, this kid's heart was already happy. He just had to pretend. This bronze gorgon and the blue and white porcelain bowl were both handicrafts, things that cost more than $12, while that string of Buddha beads was indeed acquired by him, in the hands of an old man in the countryside, for $800. Now change hands can sell 60,000. How can he not be happy? However, what should be pretended, should still be pretended, lest others think that he has made a lot of money. The stall owner was torn for half a minute, but finally said, "That's fine. 60,000 is 60,000. Just as a friend. That's fine. Give me the collection account number. I'll transfer the money to you." The floor stall owner provided a bank account number. Chen Hao immediately paid through mobile banking. The payment arrived in seconds, and this Buddha bead finally arrived. In the eyes of the surrounding stall bosses, Chen Hao, that is stupid money, actually really spent tens of thousands of dollars in the stall to buy the so-called antiques. The blue and white porcelain looks like a handicraft. The Buddha bead also does not seem to have any origin. This kid actually bought in a few words. Really rich people. Seeing this, the ground stall owner next to him greeted, "Young man, I also have blue and white porcelain here. Don't come to take a look?" "Handsome man, I also have a lot of Buddha beads here. Come take a look. I also have quite a few bronzes here." The stall owners thought that Chen Hao liked antiques like bronzes, blue and white porcelain and Buddha beads, and shouted to solicit customers. Chen Hao, however, shook his head and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, a group of people hurriedly came over from the distance, walking straight towards this ground stall where Chen Hao was trading. Among this group of people, the leader was an old and a young man. The young man was dressed in luxury goods and was supposed to be the boss of this group of people, while the old man wore a practicing suit, like he had just come from the square after practicing Taiji. And beside these two people, there are 7 or 8 sturdy men wearing navy blue suit pants and white shirts, which should be their bodyguards. The group of people walked straight to the front of the ground stall. The young man directly asked, "Boss, where is the string of Buddha beads on your stall?" Chapter 28, Want to rob in plain sight? "Boss, where did the string of Buddha beads from your stall go?" the youth asked again. The stall owner pointed at Chen Hao and said, "Sorry, you were late. It was bought by this young man." That youth looked at Chen Hao and hurriedly said, "Brother, sorry, that string of Buddha beads, can you show me? I'll ask Elder Zhang to take a look at it." Chen Hao smiled lightly when he heard this and said, "There's no need for that. I've already bought it, so there's no need for anyone else to look at it. Elder Zhang is a famous antique master in Magic City and even the whole country. If Elder Zhang looks at it and thinks that it has collection value, I am willing to buy it at 10 times the price." Chen Hao shook his head. "No need, let alone 10 times, even if it's 100 times, I won't sell it." That youth hurriedly said, "Then can you let Elder Zhang take a look? Just a look? Is that okay? Consider it as giving me, Chu Qing Yang, Face. Chu Qingyang, the first son of the Chu family, one of the four great families of Magic City. Chu Qingyang? This identity, indeed illustrious. This face, also indeed big enough. Based on the principle of not causing trouble, Chen Hao said. Yes, however, it has to be held by me. Elder Zhang can only look at it, not touch it. You. Chu Qingyang was about to get angry when he heard this, thinking, do you know what Elder Zhang is? Do you know who I am? How dare you be so rude? While on the side, Elder Zhang said, yes, I will only look at it and never touch it. Good. Chen Hao nodded, and only then took out the Shirizi string, showing it to the two of them while being wary of the other party making a move to snatch it. If the other party made a move to snatch it, he would immediately fuse the relics into the system, and no matter how capable the other party was, they would never want to snatch it away. Looking at the string that Chen Hao took out, Chu Qingyang hurriedly said, Elder Zhang, this is the string of Buddha beads. Do you see that it meets the requirements? When Zhang Lao heard this, he first came closer to take a closer look, and then took out a magnifying glass, and took a closer look at the beads, before nodding his head and saying, that's right, this string of beads, it completely meets the requirements. Hearing this, Chen Hao sniffed and directly put the beads away, secretly fusing with the system immediately, lest the night grows long. Alright, you guys have seen it clearly, can I go now? Chen Hao said indifferently. Brother, let's discuss this, okay? Chu Qingyang said, this string of beads, how much did you buy into? 60,000. Chen Hao didn't open his mouth, but the ground stall owner next to him revealed the price first. Chu Qingyang nodded and said, in this case, I'll offer 20 times, a total of 1,200,000, to buy your Buddha beads, okay? Next to the ground stall boss heard, immediately faces white. Damn, 1,200,000. I only sold 60,000. Also took in a blue and white porcelain bowl. This sale, a big loss. Sorry, Chen Hao said indifferently. I just said, I'm not selling this bead because I also have a special use for it. 50 times, 3 million, not for sale. 100 times, 6 million. It's not about money. $10 million. Every time Chu Qingyang increased the price, the ground stall owner's face would turn white. If Chu Qingyang increased it further, the ground stall owner should have fainted on the spot. I said, it's not a matter of money. Even if you give $100 billion, I won't sell it, Chen Hao said indifferently. Truthfully, there was nothing left to sell even if he wanted to now. The 18 relics had already fused with the Wisdom Eye system. Brother, why bother? Chu Qingyang's face was very ugly. In Magic City, no one had ever dared to not give him face. He didn't expect to fall in front of an ordinary person today. Say it, are you someone from the Wang family? Specifically targeting our Chu family? Chu Qingyang said with a dark face. The Wang family in Chu Qingyang's mouth should also be the Wang family, one of the four great families in Magic City, which had some conflicts with the Chu family, and the two great families were currently under a state of open and secret struggle. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, I'm not a member of any Wang family, and I'm not targeting your Chu family. You're overthinking it. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave. Chen Hao finished speaking and left. Chu Qingyang directly reached out his hand, stopping Chen Hao's way. At the same time, several of his bodyguards also directly formed a circle around the periphery, surrounding Chen Hao. Chen Hao's heart was flustered, but his face was still relatively calm. Chu Dishao, in broad daylight, are you going to rob in the open? Chu Qingyang's face turned red and white. The fact that things had developed to this point made him a bit embarrassed. The ability to pay money that he had always been proud of had actually failed in front of this kid. I'm sorry, brother. This Buddha bead is too important to me. I'm bound and determined to get it. I apologize if I expressed anything wrong just now. Let's find a place to sit down for a while. Let's have a good discussion, okay? Chu Qingyang said. Chen Hao sneered. Do I have a choice? There is a tea house right next to here. Let's go and sit inside. I will discuss this with you, brother, with the utmost sincerity. I believe that sincerity is what makes gold and stone. We will definitely end up discussing a successful outcome. This way please. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders, with an indifferent face. Anyway, the Sherpa had already been fused into the system by him, and the system was being upgraded. He just didn't know when it would be upgraded successfully. Green Bamboo Xian. It was both an antique store and also had an internal place to drink tea and sip tea and deliberate, only that it could not be used by non-big customers. Chu Qingyang was naturally a big customer of Green Bamboo Xian. Several people sat in a spacious and elegant private room. Chu Qingyang continued to communicate with Chen Hao. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyang offered his highest compensation. Brother, 100 million. It's already quite a lot, and I, Chu Qingyang, owe you a favor. As long as I'm used where I can be used, I'll help you absolutely unconditionally once. As for Chen Hao, he was still unmoved, and even a bit distracted. not listening to what Chu Qingyang was saying at all, because, in Chen Hao's consciousness, the wisdom eye system had already been successfully upgraded and turned into the Buddha eye system. At this moment, it was as if Chen Hao's entire realm had been upgraded by a notch, with an indescribable magical feeling. When Chen Hao looked at Chu Qingyang again, he was not only able to clearly see his secret, his inner thoughts at this moment, but also the consequences that would occur after he rejected him, as well as the different results that would be produced if he took different measures. Moreover, he was also able to clearly see Chu Qingyang's past and future, which was indeed more than a little more powerful than the wise eye system. Brothers? Bro? Trouble to give some response, okay? Chu Qingyang was a bit depressed, his mouth was about to say dry. This kid actually went off on a tangent. Bro, I've come to this point, if you don't say yes again, I'll just have to be offended. Chen Hao sniffed, smiled faintly and said, the Buddha beads really can't be given. When Chu Qingyang heard this, he directly leaned on the backrest of the chair in one go, looking furious but trying his best to suppress it. Just as his thoughts were fiercely exchanging, Chen Hao spoke again. However, your problem can be solved without the Buddha beads. Ha! Chu Qingyang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 29, Chu Family. Chu Qingyang was a bit stunned and froze for a few seconds before he hurriedly sat up straight and said, Brother, do you know what is the purpose of the Buddha beads that I bought? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, Buddha beads are nothing but the effects of warding off evil spirits, removing bad luck, increasing wisdom, seeking good luck, keeping peace, and gaining wealth. The fact that you are in such a hurry to buy the Buddha beads, not hesitating to tarnish your image and bring me here in broad daylight, means that your matter is rather urgent. Plus I can see some clues from your face. From this aspect, it should be that among your family members, someone has been neutralized by the evil fate. When Chu Qingyang heard this, the look of surprise in his eyes flickered. This, you can even tell? Chen Hao smiled faintly. So, I'm saying it's accurate? Of course he said accurate. In Chen Hao's eyes, in the end, which family member of Chu Qingyang was in the evil fury? What kind of evil fury he was in, and why he was in the evil fury? He could see it clearly, he just couldn't say it explicitly to Chu Qingyang. When Chu Qingyang heard this, he glanced at Zheng Lao next to him. Seeing the latter nodding slightly, Chu Qingyang then said to Chen Hao, Brother, truth be told, it was my grandfather, who suddenly felt sick all over his body some time ago. Originally it was just a relatively mild symptom. The medical experts invited by the family to check it out, and there were no abnormalities, so they prescribed some medication. However, as time passed, my grandfather's symptoms not only didn't get better, but became more and more serious, and now he is lying in bed, unconscious. We had no choice but to invite a high-ranking person to go and check it out. The high-ranking person said that it was my grandfather who had been hit by an evil demon, and it was a more powerful one. He couldn't do anything about it, but he could use a Sherpa seed that was more than 1,000 years old to break the evil demon. During this period of time, we searched everywhere for relics and spent tens of millions of dollars, but some of them were of insufficient quality, and some of them were simply fakes. So yesterday, after someone took pictures of the Buddha beads from that stall and passed them on to me, I didn't ask Elder Zhang to check them out on the spot in a timely manner, and I came over today, but they had already been taken down by you. As for those things that happened just now, it was me who was reckless, and I also ask you, brother, to forgive my eagerness to save my family. If brother really has a way to save my grandfather, in the future you will be my big brother. I, Chu Qingyang, will be your brother, but wherever you need me in the Magic City, despite brother's opening, I will do my best to assist. Chu Qingyang's words were sincere. Chen Hao could also see through Chu Qingyang's heart, naturally knowing that his words were basically the same as his inner thoughts, so he nodded his head slightly. Buddha fairies those who have destiny, and the Buddha beads and relics, those who have destiny will get it. It seems that my destiny with the Buddha beads and relics is a little bit bigger, and naturally, I won't let you have it. However, because of the Buddha bead relic, you and I met. It's also considered a fate. If you believe in me, I can help you. Chen Hao faintly said, if you're willing to help me, brother, that would be great. Chu Qingyang hurriedly said, what materials and items do you need to prepare, brother? I'll have someone prepare them right away. No need, Chen Hao said indifferently, just go directly. Based on the Buddha eye system's judgment of the past, present, and future, Chen Hao had already basically grasped the type of evil demon that the Chu family's old man had been struck by, as well as the solution. Besides, he wasn't really a Buddhist, or a person of the Xianmen sect. He didn't know any Buddhist or Taoist Zuanjutsu at all. Everything was just relying on the Buddha's eye, and he couldn't use those so-called exorcism materials. Good then, brother, let's set off now. Chu Qingyang was very excited and immediately joined Elder Zhang to bring Chen Hao back to the Chu family. Chu family's mansion was located outside the second ring road of Mordor. It was an antique building with low-key luxury in the ancient colors. The courtyard was several times in and several times out, covering dozens of acres. Able to build such a big mansion in the center of Mordor, which was in the middle of the city where every inch of the land was expensive. It could be seen that the Chu family's heritage was visible. After entering the Chu family compound, the caravan went inside for some more distance, and finally stopped at a courtyard in the backyard. Brother Chen Hao, we've arrived. While in the car, Chu Qingyang had already had further communication and mutual understanding with Chen Hao, adding each other's cell phone numbers, WeChat and other contact information. Chen Hao followed Chu Qingyang out of the car and looked at the environment around the yard. Abundant flowers and grass, green trees, fresh air. The environment was really good. Brother Chen Hao, this way please. Good. Chen Hao nodded and followed behind Chu Qingyang, walking towards the house. When he reached the door, he saw that the house was crowded with people. A bad premonition arose in Chu Qingyang's heart and he quickly said, "What's going on? Eldest uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, why are you all here? Dad, what's going on? Qingyang is back. Brother Qingyang, Qingyang." Grandpa suddenly came to his senses in the morning and said he wanted to explain the aftermath, but after saying that, he fell unconscious again. How? Chu Qingyang immediately reddened his eyes. Isn't it just a coma? How did it become an explanation of the aftermath? Grandpa has been in a coma for more than 10 days. He can't eat or drink every day. He can only rely on the infusion of nutrient solution to maintain. He is already more than 80 years old. If he goes on like this, his body is deteriorating. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on anymore. The moment he was awake in the morning, I'm afraid it was a flashback. Doctors are now giving the old man emergency treatment. Hope he can once again awake. Put want to say. Explain finish it. A room full of people, all direct descendants of the Chu family. This situation, almost the meaning of seeing the old man for the last time. Chen Hao's Buddha eyes traveled through the crowd, directly locking onto the old man on the bed, only to see that within the old man's body, there was indeed an abnormal balefulness, and it was also rather overbearing. Otherwise it wouldn't have been only 10 days, and it would have almost worn out the old man's vitality. While Chen Hao was observing the old man, the Chu family's topic was pulled to him. Account for what? My grandfather will be fine, Chu Qingyang said. I invited a high-ranking person to see Grandpa. He will be fine. All of you get out of my way. Humph. Qingyang, you're a junior. You should still speak politely. Qingyang, what era is it now? What kind of messy charlatans are you inviting for nothing? Don't spread the word and lose the face of our Chu family. That's right. Last time we invited the Jade Buddha Temple presiding officer and the White Cloud Guan master to come. All to no avail. The charlatan you invited is still useful? It's better to believe in science. The expert medical team of Magic City People's Hospital is the best in the country. They can't do anything. You'd better not toss it. Grandpa is already over 80 years old, so don't toss him around, okay? Let him go in style. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Grandpa is fine. Why should he go? Last time, the Jade Buddha Temple and the White Cloud Temple came over and said that Grandpa was just hit by evil spirits. So as long as the evil spirits are dispelled, Grandpa will be fine. Chu Qingyang said angrily. At this time, the head of the expert team came over and said, the old man is in a very bad state right now. Can you guys stop arguing? If we keep on arguing like this, we really can't guarantee that we can wake him up. If you guys can't do anything about it, just get out of the way and let the high-ranking person I invited come, Chu Qingyang said, directly pulling Chen Hao over. Mr. Chen, it's up to you now. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Chen Hao. Chapter 30 Exorcising Evil and Removing Fury. Everyone's gazes were focused on him, and Chen Hao felt like he had become the center of attention. There were quite a few gazes that were not so friendly, and Chen Hao had a feeling of being like an on his back. Mr. Chu, old Mr. Chu's state is very unstable nowadays. It is recommended that we don't toss him anymore. The head of the medical team said to Chu Qingyang's father. Chu Qingyang's father, Chu Yuntian, was the third in line, the third son of Elder Chu, and also the chairman of the Chu group, the current head of the Chu family. The medical team was also hired by him, so if there were any problems, the medical team would directly interface with him. Hearing the words of the head of the medical team, Chu Yuntian nodded slightly and said to Chu Qingyang, son, don't fool around. Your grandfather is in danger and should not be tossed around. It's better to listen to the doctor. Take your high-ranking friend and go rest in the parlor. Chu Qingyang said anxiously, Dad, when have I ever fooled around? Don't you believe me either? In that case, just let him take a look at Grandpa. Just take a look, okay? Son, this. Chu Yuntian hadn't even opened his mouth yet. The uncles and uncles beside him couldn't help themselves. Humph, you say just take a look? What time is it now? Still letting an outsider get involved? If anything really happens to the old master, Can you afford to take the responsibility? That's right, don't think that just because you are the youngest master of the Chu family, you can be capricious. Chu Chungyang sniffed, looked at Chen Hao, then at the crowd, and directly said, if anything really happens to my grandfather, I'll be responsible, okay? I will quit the management of Chu Group from now on, okay? Son, what nonsense are you saying? Chu Yuntian drank in a low voice. Several other uncles and uncles' eyes brightened a few points when they heard this. Qin Yang, if you say so, it's not impossible. You're willing to gamble your future for the sake of grandpa. What reason do we have not to trust you? But you have to keep your word on this. Everyone is here. You can't go back on your word when the time comes. Humph. When have I, Chu Qin Yang, not recognized what I said? Chu Qin Yang said, now you guys can disperse, right? The Chu family members on the scene. You looked at me. I looked at you. Some rubbed their noses. Some wore cold smiles on their faces. In short, their demeanor was different, but they finally made way. Mr. Chen, please. Chu Qingyang came to Chen Hao's side and made a gesture of please, while whispering, Brother Hao, you have to show your real skill. I am betting my life on it. Chen Hao glanced at Chu Qingyang and gave him a don't worry look. The reason why Chu Qingyang trusted him so much, besides the fact that he had obtained the Buddha bead relic, the bigger reason was the conversation between the two of them in the car just now. Just now, in the car, Chu Qingyang was still testing Chen Hao's details. Who knew that Chen Hao directly told Chu Qingyang's secrets, and even many embarrassing things that only Chu Qingyang would do when he was alone. Moreover, Chen Hao knew his grandfather's symptoms like the back of his hand before he had even met him. These two moves directly shocked Chu Chongyang. That was why Chu Chongyang decided to take a gamble. Under the watchful eyes of all the Chu family's immediate family members, Chen Hao steadily walked towards Elder Chu's bedside. With the Buddha eye system fully opened, the massive baleful chi inside the elder's body could be seen much more clearly, and the hegemonic aura displayed by that massive baleful chi also made Chen Hao unable to resist frowning. How is it, Mr. Chen? Chu Qingyang asked in a low voice, not daring to breathe a single breath. Chen Hao frowned. It's pretty much the same as what I told you before, but this fury chi, it's a bit heavier. Can it be cured? Can. Chen Hao said with a grim face. Chu Chongyang had gambled on his future. Even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of him, he couldn't back out of the battle. Must be able to Thank you then, Brother Hao. Chu Qingyang wanted to say something else, but it felt out of place. Everything was in the emotion of the moment. Do you need me to do anything? Just tell them not to bother me in 5 minutes, Chen Hao said, and when he saw Chu Chongyang nodding, he was ready to start exorcising the evil spirits. To be honest, Chen Hao felt that it was a bit outrageous when he first obtained the Wisdom Eye system, but now that the Wisdom Eye system had been upgraded to the Buddha Eye system, and he could also see many psychic phenomena that were invisible to normal people, he felt it was even more outrageous. After obtaining the Buddha's Eye system, based on his initial groping of the system's functions, he discovered many new functions. At the same time, based on these functions, it was only then that he realized that this world, with its many legendary stories, paranormal events, and other unnatural phenomena, was not an empty cave, which shook Chen Hao's worldview. But thinking back, the ing old man even possessed the system. What other bizarre things were there that he couldn't accept? The evil demon in the Chu family's old man's body in front of him was nothing more than a very small psychic body. Chen Hao stood by the bedside, his Buddha eye system fully open, staring at the unconscious Chu family's old man, his Buddha eye already penetrating the other party's meridians and sea of consciousness, locking onto the evil fury's chi within it. That evil fiend chi seemed to have a spirit, and when it realized that the Buddha eye was looking at it, it immediately shrank into a ball somewhat uneasily, which just gave Chen Hao convenience, only to see Chen Hao holding his breath, concentrating and quieting his mind. His whole body's consciousness was focused on that evil fiend chi, and after a full 2 to 3 minutes of silence, his mouth suddenly shouted angrily in a deep voice, "Break!" At the same time, a faint golden light flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. In Chen Hao's eyes, that golden light instantly entered Elder Chu's body, instantly wrapping that evil fiend chi. The evil fury chi was like ice wrapped in flame, and was soon melted away by the golden light, while the little bit of golden light, which seemed to be full, returned to Chen Hao's eyes contentedly. Pooh! The moment the golden light returned, Chen Hao couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Chu Qingyang hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? What do you need me to do?" Chen Hao waved his hand, took his sleeve and wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and faintly said, "It's not in the way. Is it really alright? It's fine. Good. If it's fine, then my grandfather Before Chu Qingyang's words fell, he heard a sudden cough from the bed. Cough cough, cough cough cough, but suffocate old man me. Who? Elder Chu deeply breathed in a few mouthfuls of fresh air, then unexpectedly sat up directly from the bed. Chapter 31 Merit. seeing that Elder Chu, who had originally run out of gas, actually sat up. Everyone was stunned. Even Chu Qingyang himself didn't expect that Chen Hao would be so strong, saying only one word the entire time. And the effect was so good, this was simply an immediate effect. As for the medical experts group of the Magic City People's Hospital, they were also dumbfounded and in complete disbelief. This is completely unscientific. There is no way to explain it with life science knowledge. If they insisted on explaining it, they could only say that it was a miracle in the history of medicine. Anyway, what they couldn't explain, they all said it was a miracle. Next, it was the time for the Chu family's descendants to surround in front of Elder Chu and show their filial piety in front of Elder Chu. While Chen Hao asked Chu Qingyang to find him a quiet room, he needed to rest. Just now that mouthful of blood, even if Chen Hao said he was fine, Chu Qingyang would not believe it. So Chu Qingyang personally took him to the VIP special parlor to rest, and then after some inquiries to make sure that Chen Hao did not have any other needs, then he left, and also arranged 2 pretty young maids to wait at the door, ready to listen to all Chen Hao's commands. After Chu Qingyang left, Chen Hao smiled faintly. This time was not a waste of time. Although he himself was damaged, he had gained quite a lot, and a new magical door had been opened. The first was that Chu Qingyang was still considered conscientious, coming to care about his well-being in the first place, and also settling him down first before visiting his grandfather. The second was that the golden light of the Buddha's eye had become vaguely stronger after melting the evil fury chi, and that melted evil fury chi had directly turned into Chen Hao's merit. This was one of the new functions of the upgraded Buddha eye system. There was an old saying that saving a life was better than building a 7-level pagoda, meaning that saving a life was more meritorious and meaningful than building a 7-level pagoda. Saving Elder Chu's life, Chen Hao received 200 points of merit value, while forcibly dispelling the evil demon damaged Chen Hao's young life for 1 year. However, Chen Hao realized that merit value helped prolong life, and for every 100 points increase in merit value, young life increased by 1 year. Between 1 increase and 1 decrease, Chen Hao also earned 1 year. Moreover, prolonging life was only one of the functions of merit value. The greater function of merit value was to increase his cultivation. To be precise, it was to increase the ability of the Buddha eye system. The higher the merit value was, the more functions Chen Hao was able to use the Buddha eye system, and the stronger the effect of the Buddha eye system he was able to utilize. If there was a cultivation system, Chen Hao was undoubtedly a cultivator who practiced the merit system. After resting for half an hour in the parlor, the golden light of the Buddha's eye in Chen Hao's eyes had already traveled around his meridians and internal organs, and finally returned to his eyes, hiding away. When Chen Hao felt himself again, he felt that the backlash damage he had suffered when treating Elder Chu just now had almost recovered, so he got up and walked around. When they arrived at the door, the 2 maids hurriedly asked, "Mr. Chen, may I ask what is your order?" Chen Hao thought for a moment and asked, "Have Chu Qingyang and the others finished their work yet? It seems like they haven't. They are still in old Master Chu's room and haven't come out yet. Do you need me to invite him over?" "Oh, no need." Chen Hao shook his head and said, "I'm fine too. You guys don't need to stand guard here. Go about your business." "Mr. Chen, our only task now is to serve you. There is nothing else more important than that." "Yes, Mr. Chen, now that you've recovered, why don't I go make you some tea? I'm slightly knowledgeable in the art of tea." "Mr. Chen, I can give you a massage. I have some knowledge about Chinese acupoint massage." Chen Hao thought about it and nodded. "Alright then, I'll trouble you guys then." Waiting was boring anyway, so Chen Hao might as well find something to pass some time. Well, definitely not because the 2 maids were young and beautiful. "Alright, please wait for a few minutes Mr. Chen, we'll go and get ready." With that, the 2 maids went to prepare the items needed for the tea ceremony and massage, while Chen Hao returned to the parlor. Looking here and there in boredom, there was a wall of books in the parlor, which contained a variety of books on economics, management, politics, military, as well as novels and comics. Chen Hao casually took a comic book to look at. To pass the time, reading comics is more relaxing and interesting. It was mainly the other books that did not interest him at all. At this time, the 2 maids were ready and came over to serve Chen Hao, who then enjoyed a gentle head and shoulder massage while sipping tea and reading comics, which was quite a pleasant feeling. No wonder everyone wants to be rich. Who wouldn't want to live such a comfortable life? After chatting briefly with the 2 maids, Chen Hao started reading his own comic. It was a comic with an immortal background, telling the story of a protagonist who got involved in some grudges and feuds between several sects such as Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, warlocks, sorcery, and wushu, and eventually grew up to become a wushu god from an ordinary mortal at the beginning. Because it was a comic version, Chen Hao flipped through it quickly, and as he flipped through it, Chen Hao realized that something was wrong. He suddenly felt that some of the techniques in here seemed to be very simple, so simple that if he wanted to cultivate them, he could immediately refine them. Chen Hao's heart stirred. Could this be the Buddha Eye system's new function, extraction? The extraction function of the Buddha system could extract things that had a destiny with itself, which could be martial arts skills, weapons and equipment, or magic treasures, etc. And as long as it had a destiny with itself, the self would produce a distinct feeling. At this moment, Chen Hao had a distinct feeling that the super strong defense skill Vajra divine skill cultivated by the protagonist in the comic was very simple, so simple that he only needed to move his mind to learn it. Thus, Chen Hao moved his thoughts. Then, Chen Hao's mind instantly flooded with a whole bunch of never-before-seen Gongfu knowledge. Vajra divine skill. He learned it this way? Buddha Eye system. Was it really that powerful? Really learned it with just one look? Chen Hao's heart moved, and Vajra divine skill immediately ran, and Chen Hao immediately felt that his body, all over, became hard, as if it was like copper skin and iron bones, and ordinary swords and knives couldn't harm it in the slightest. Yeah, so hard. How did it suddenly become so hard? The maid who was pinching Chen Hao's shoulder couldn't help but feel a little strange. The shoulder that was originally still fleshy was suddenly as hard as steel, and couldn't be pinched at all. Ah, what's so hard? The teammate asked suspiciously, subconsciously glancing towards Chen Hao's crotch. Chen Hao hastily withdrew his Vajra divine power and said indifferently, "Sorry, I was practicing hard qigong just now, and I tried the muscle strength, so you can continue." Chen Hao casually found a reason to muddle through, and then continued to sink his mind into the new skill Vajra divine power. Chapter 32 Vajra divine power. Vajra divine skill, also known as Vajra unbreakable divine skill. When refined to perfection, the physical body could carry all attacks below a nuclear bomb without breaking. If it can be refined to perfection, maybe even a few nuclear bombs can be carried. Well, no one had ever tried it. It was just an estimation. However, right now, Chen Hao's Vajra sacred skill was just an introductory one, and could only carry attacks like ordinary swords and ordinary pistol bullets. Any stronger attacks, and he would probably be injured. The price for Chen Hao's introduction to Vajra divine power was that the 200 points of merit value that he had just gained had disappeared. Obviously, merit value could be used to extract skills, and if there were no surprises, Chen Hao's Vajra divine skill would have to use merit value as well if he wanted to raise his realm. In this way, the importance of merit value was self-evident. Chen Hao felt that he was going to add another one to his small goals. That was the goal of earning merit value. The small goal of earning money still had to be carried out as planned, with the funds doubling 100 times within a month, which meant that the funds reached around 500 million. The second small goal, on the other hand, was to earn 10,000 points of merit value within a month. It was also unknown to what realm the Vajra divine skill could be raised to with 10,000 points of merit value. Chen Hao's requirements weren't too high. As long as a cannonball couldn't kill him, a heavy truck couldn't kill him, paraquat poison couldn't kill him, gasoline couldn't burn him, and liquid nitrogen couldn't freeze him, it was almost enough. At that time, if someone else brought a group of thugs to surround him and threaten him to do things, he wouldn't have to panic. The big deal would be to knock down all the people surrounding him. It was important to know that Vajra divine skill was the strongest defense skill, but that didn't mean it was not offensive. Quite the contrary. The attack power of the Vajra divine skill was also very powerful, only to be overshadowed by the huge aura of its defensive ability. After another half an hour, Chu Qingyang finally arrived. "Sorry, Brother Hao. I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting." After Chu Qingyang came over, he apologized repeatedly. It doesn't feel long at all. After all, the professional skills of these two beauties are really too strong. One is a senior tea artist, and the other is a senior masseuse. The service is quite on point. I can't even leave, Chen Hao said half-jokingly. "If you can't leave, then I'm begging for it. With a great god like you, our Chu family is absolutely as stable as Mount Taishan. Those demons, devils, spirits and monsters will never dare to enter our Chu family's door again. You're treating me as a door god." Chen Hao sniffed and smiled lightly. "By the way, is the old man in a good state now?" "Spirit is very good. Just now he even drank a bowl of millet porridge, and after drinking it, he still wants more. If not for us stopping him, he could finish a pot of millet porridge." "You guys stopped well. The old man has not eaten for 10 days. His stomach and intestines are very fragile. Drink some millet kanji to nourish his stomach and intestines, and when he has discharged his vectors of qi, he will be able to eat and drink normally." Chu Chengyang nodded and added, "By the way, my grandpa wants to see you. He asked me to come and ask you to go over to meet him. Can Brother Hao give face and go meet my grandpa?" "I don't dare to say so. I'll go visit Elder Chu right now," Chen Hao said hurriedly. Thus, Chen Hao joined Chu Qingyang and once again went to Elder Chu's room. As soon as they entered the room, it was completely different from the rowdy and chaotic scene from the first time they came in before. And within the entire room, order was in order. At the head of the center of a rosewood tie-shirt chair, An old man with white hair and beard was sitting steadily on it, which was precisely Elder Chu. On both sides of Elder Chu, the Chu family's juniors stood in turn, and except for Chu Yuntian and a few others who held their heads high, most of the rest had their heads hanging down, as if they had just been reprimanded. Seeing Chen Hao enter the room, Chu old man immediately got up to welcome him. "This is Master Chen, isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks to you, or else the old man would probably have cooled off by now. I can't repay you for saving my life. Please accept a bow from me, Mr. Chu," old man Chu said, about to bow towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao was startled, and hurriedly held Elder Chu. "Elder, please don't, make, how can't I? If it wasn't for you, I would be dead," Elder Chu said, and also glared at the several unfilial children and grandchildren next to him. These 10 days in a coma, although his people cannot move, but the brain is more awake. What people said, what words, he heard clearly. The heart naturally know who is really filial piety to his people. Old master is joking. You are blessed with great fortune. How could you have suffered that undeserved disaster? Chen Hao hurriedly said, "You accumulated infinite merits when you were young. Not only were you able to shade your children and grandchildren, but you yourself also benefited from longevity and longevity. Moreover, you have a grandson like Chu Changyang. How could you be subjected to an unforeseen disaster? Changyang is a good boy, and lucky to have met a nobleman like you. In the future, Master Chen should take care of our Changyang." Where? Master is joking. I can only cheer and work hard to be able to help each other with brother Qin Yang in the future. Ha. Master Chen is just good at talking. I love talking to Master Chen. Quickly, come and sit down. I want to have a good chat with Master Chen. Master, don't call me Master Chen in one mouthful. I sound weirdly uncomfortable. Just call me Little Chen. That won't do. You are my savior. How can I disrespect you? Elder Chu laughed. In this case, you and I are equals. I'll call you little friend Chen Hao. How about it? Elder, you can call me whatever you want. Don't be too polite. Good then, I won't be polite. Elder Chu smiled and said, I just asked Qin Yang to invite you. Firstly, I want to meet my savior. Secondly, I want to express our Chu family's gratitude. It's almost noon. It's too late to prepare any delicious dishes. Let's eat a little bit of rough tea and light meal. Make sure to stay in my humble abode in the evening. I'll arrange for someone to prepare a dinner party, and the old man will have a drink with you. Old man, this body of yours has just gotten better. I'm afraid it's not advisable to drink alcohol. Chen Hao hurriedly said. Yes, Dad, you're just a little bit better. How can you drink? Yes, Dad, it's better to take care of your health. Several sons of the Chu family said one after another. Shut up, say rare you guys are hypocritical, but also managed to come to the old man's head? Elder Chu glared at his several sons and turned his head to Chen Hao again in a pleasant manner. Hey, little friend Chen Hao. I'm a person who has walked on the doorstep of the ghost a few times. What's there to be afraid of with a little bit of wine? I'm happy today. Chen Hao sniffed and nodded. Good, master. It just so happens that I've recently developed a formula for a life-strengthening medicinal wine. Why don't you try it? Good, give it a try. Then I'll trouble you, little friend. Thus, Chen Hao wrote a prescription on the spot and handed it over to Chu Qingyang to arrange for someone to pick it up, while he himself continued chatting with Elder Chu in a conversation, while the Chu family's children and grandchildren descendants next to them could only stand and listen to the lecture, not daring to interrupt or leave yet. Fortunately, after an hour, the medicinal herbs were brought back. Chen Hao was going to make the medicinal wine, and the old master was also a bit sleepy and was going to take a rest, and only then did the crowd regain their freedom. Chapter 33, Being Beaten. In the VIP exclusive parlor, Chen Hao was concentrating on preparing the body-strengthening and longevity-enhancing medicinal wine. At the same time, according to Elder Chu's request, the Chu family also notified the Chu family's direct and collateral relatives within the Magic City to attend a dinner party at the old mansion in the evening. The theme of the dinner was to thank Chen Hao, thanking him for rearing up the Chu family's pillar. If there was no Chen Hao, and Elder Chu died, the Chu family would most likely fall apart on the spot. At that time, the glory of the Chu family as one of the four great families in Magic City would no longer exist. Moreover, when the Chu family notified the news, the process of Chen Hao saving Elder Chu was rumored to be divine. In the end, there were some children of the Chu family from Ning City and Hang City who drove back in a hurry, just to see what the legendary god was like, and it would be even better if they could have the chance to get acquainted. Of course, Chen Hao didn't know about all this. He was still preparing the medicinal wine. As long as the medicinal wine was prepared successfully, even if Elder Chu wanted to drink tonight, or even be greedy for some cups, it would be fine. Instead, he would only become more and more fit, his body would be more and more refreshed. Although there was guidance from the Buddha's eye system, it was after all Chen Hao's first time to prepare medicinal wine, and it still took more than 2 hours to prepare an altar of strengthening body and enriching longevity wine. This altar of wine was only enough for one table to drink. As for the other tables, they would definitely not be able to drink this wine. There is no way. Purely handmade preparation. Efficiency is a little slow. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Hao sealed the prepared medicinal wine, and only then was he ready to go to the small garden outside the VIP room to stretch his muscles. Who knew? Just as he went out, he saw a pair of young men and women, walking towards the side of the VIP exclusive parlor. Jiao, the time for the dinner party is still early. Let's go to the VIP lounge first to take a rest. He. Chu Xiao, why is there no one over here? Isn't it a bit too quiet? Let's go to the parlor. He. Quiet is good No one is good so no one will disturb us. Chu Xiao, this isn't too good. People only consider you as a common friend. Ordinary friends is to have more contact and deeper communication in order to become good friends. It's not very good. As long as we become good friends, when the time comes at the dinner party, I'll introduce you to more friends to meet, and maybe we'll even get to know that legendary god. Someone. What person? The young man followed the direction that the woman was pointing to, and with a glance, he saw Chen Hao standing at the entrance of the VIP room. Kid, who are you? Why are you in our Chu family? Chen Hao looked at this so-called Chu Xiao, then looked at the woman, and couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this his ex-girlfriend Lu Jiao? This woman is still really magical. Only a few days ago Lin Kaiwei was arrested, and only a few days ago, she hooked up with such a young master of the Chu family. It's fine, you guys play your games? I'll just turn around, Chen Hao said indifferently, not wanting to get involved with Lu Jiao, and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lu Jiao's heart was filled with 100 flavors. He, Chen Hao, was a stinking beggar. Why did he act like a tugger? At that moment, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Chen Hao, why are you here? You can't be following me, right? You're so bold that you actually followed me to the Chu family. Chen Hao frowned and said indifferently, Jiao Lu, I hadn't realized before that you actually know acrobatics. Acrobatics? What do you mean? Full of. Chen Hao laughed coldly. I came to the Chu family as a guest, and was actually described by you as stalking you, but anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't open such a yellowish mouth. Humph, you came to the Chu family as a guest? You're a stinking beggar with no skill. Why would the Chu family invite you? Lu Jiao said, then said to the so-called Chu Xiao in front of her, Chu Xiao, this kid is my ex-boyfriend. After being kicked by me, he still pestered me. I didn't think that he would follow me to the Chu family today. Chu Xiao, I see that this kid is not harboring good intentions. You hurry up and call someone to drive him out. Oh, there's still this matter? That so-called Chu Xiao couldn't help but be happy. Jia, then I'll immediately call someone over to verify it. Verify what? Verify? Didn't you say that all the people invited today are the Chu family's direct and collateral relatives? How could he, Chen Hao, be a relative of the Chu family? He's just a stalker following us. I'm annoyed just looking at him. You hurry up and kick him out for me and I'll consider being your girlfriend. Really? Jiao, this is what you said, huh? That Chu Xiao immediately laughed and said to Chen Hao, buddy, sorry about that. Are you going to leave by yourself or I'm going to call the security guards to kick you out? Chen Hao smiled lightly at his words. Brains are a good thing. I suggest you go and verify it first. You're teaching me things? I'm a member of the Chu family. I still need you, an outsider, to teach me? Chu Xiao sneered. Hurry up and get the hell out of here, or I'll be rude to you. Humph, Elder Chu is all polite to me, and would never say something like that. You, a junior, even dare to speak out of turn. Aren't you afraid of the wind flashing your tongue? Well, my great-grandpa would be polite to you. A flat-headed kid? What are you bragging about being powerful? Still saying that I'm mouthing off. I think you're the one who's mouthing off. You don't want to leave, right? Then don't go. Let you taste the hardness of my Chu Xiaolong's fist. As Chu Xiaolong said that, his fist smashed towards Chen Hao's face. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Lu Jiao's eyes flashed as a figure flew out. Ouch! My stomach. Calling to call. Call someone. Chu Xiaolong was lying on the ground 5 meters away, curled up and covering his stomach like a small shrimp, moaning with a face of pain. Ha ha, Chen Hao, I'm telling you, you've caused trouble. You've caused a big problem. How dare you beat up a Chu family member in the Chu family? You're just waiting to shed your skin. Lu Jiao had a gloating face. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Lu Jiao, you're really a pest. Whoever you're with is in bad luck. Lin Kaiwei was arrested. This Chu Xiaolong was beaten up. It's good that I broke up with you. Otherwise I don't know what unlucky things will happen. I really want to say thank you to you. Lin Kaiwei's arrest was thanks to you, and Chu Xiao's beating was also because of your direct action. You still have the nerve to talk about me? Lu Jiajiao sneered. Chu Xiao made the call. You're just waiting to die. Over there, Chu Xiaolong made a call. With a crying voice, third brother, I was beaten up. You have to make a decision for me. Chapter 34 Life Script. A few minutes later, a huge group of people rushed over. The person at the head was none other than Chu Chongyang. Third brother. Chu Xiaolong was still lying on the ground, looking at Chu Chongyang with a crying face. As long as the more miserable he pretended to be, third brother would definitely get angrier. And later on, that brat on the other side would be beaten up more and more miserably. That's right, his own guess was right. Third brother got angry. He rushed towards that brat. Chu Xiaolong could almost imagine that the next second that brat would be kicked off. Brother Hao, are you alright? Chu Qingyang flew to Chen Hao's front and asked with a nervous face. Chen Hao smiled lightly. It's fine, I was just bumped by him. Ah, where did you bump into? Is it serious? Oh, his stomach. It hit my foot. Luckily I've practiced, or else I would have been hurt by his bump, Chen Hao said in a serious manner. That's good. Chu Qingyang said. Brother Hao, wait a moment, I'll give you a statement right away, Chu Qingyang said, directly turning around and coming in front of the dumbfounded Chu Xiaolong. That's right, Chu Xiaolong was directly stunned. Wasn't third brother the helper he had called in? How come he helped the other party? Just now that one picture directly led him shocked. Treadmill, he has seen Shameless, has not seen so shameless. What do you mean my stomach hit his feet? Obviously he used his foot to kick the old man flying, right? Chu Xiaolong's brain, for a moment some turn over. Son of a, are you blind? You even dare to charge brother Hao? You don't stay at home properly. Who the hell let you come? 3. Third brother. Shut up, don't call me third brother. I don't know you well. Third brother, cut the crap and apologize to brother Hao right away. Otherwise we'll just have to sever our kinship. Third brother, no, we are at least relatives that can be hit by 8 poles. Right, it is said that blood is thicker than water. You actually want to break off relations with me for an outsider? Don't give me what kinship relationship. Blood is thicker than water. You horse in addition to give me trouble. What else is good? It's not that I'm looking down on you. You can't even compare to brother Hao's finger? Third brother, your words are too hurtful. It's too hurtful. He's so powerful. Why doesn't he go to heaven? Humph, if it wasn't for brother Hao, my grandfather would have gone to heaven. Do you think he's awesome? Ha? Chu Xiaolong suddenly froze and seemed to react a little bit. You mean, he's that Chen? Master Chen? Nonsense. Besides him, who else has that much face? Chu Qingyang said, slapped on the back of Chu Xiaolong's head. Do you have any eyesight? Do you apologize? Oh, I will. Chu Xiaolong hurriedly climbed up from the ground, nodding his head to Chen Hao one by one. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Chen Hao shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't see eye to eye with him. Brother Hao is generous. He doesn't want to be general with you. Hurry up and get lost. Stay wherever you are. Don't come back to get in my brother Hao's way. Do you hear me? Chu Chongyang drank. Yes, third brother. I'm leaving. After Chu Xiaolong finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled Lu Jiajiao, who was also a bit shocked, and ran away. In one breath, he ran to the Chu family's old mansion gate. Lu Jiajiao was a bit unhappy and made a strong tug on him not wanting to run. Chu Xiaolong, run what to run ah? You are not all day as a heifer sitting in the airplane, powerful on the sky? How come you wimped out when you met a Chen Hao? Lu Jiajiao said with a displeased face, originally wanting to rely on Chu Xiaolong to support his face, but didn't expect to be stepped on by Chen Hao again. Lu Jiajiao, you're stepping on me. Chen Hao is my great-grandfather's lifesaver, someone that everyone in the Chu family has to bow to now. You're actually making me go against Chen Hao. It seems that Chen Hao is right. You are a bad luck star. Whoever meets you will have bad luck. Chu Xiaolong, you still have the face to say this? You yourself blew in front of me, talking about how your status in the Chu family was so high that I reluctantly came to the Chu family with you. I didn't expect you to be just like a dog in the Chu family. Anyone can sweep you off your feet. Splat. Chu Xiaolong reached out and slapped his hand. Off Nima. Lousy was pitched by you. Otherwise he wouldn't have offended Chen Hao. He wouldn't have offended third brother. You give me a roll. As far as there is a stepping horse. Roll as far as there is a stepping horse. Chu Xiaolong, you actually dare to hit me. Are you still a man? What's wrong with me hitting you? You green tea whore. If you piss me off, I'll bring someone to take your turn. Then you'll see if I'm a man or not. Chu Xiaolong, you asshole. You're not done yet, are you? Haven't been beaten enough? Chu Xiaolong said, reaching out to hit his face again. Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly turned around and ran, letting out vicious words as she ran. Chu Xiaolong, you wait, I will make you regret it. Killing people. Chu Xiaolong pretended to chase after 2 steps. Seeing Lu Jiejiao's high-heeled shoes ran off, then gave up. Seeing Lu Jiajio running out of shadow, Chu Xiaolong then squatted on the side of the road, lit a cigarette, smoking while thinking about life. Master Chen's woman, that is never dare to touch, even if it was an ex-girlfriend. That wouldn't work. Chu family's inner courtyard. Chen Hao said to Chu Chengyang, it won't cause you brothers to turn against each other, right? Chu Chengyang smiled lightly. What brother? That is only my second grandfather's eldest grandson, belonging to the Chu family's collateral clansmen, all separated by several generations. Usually, our Chu family's business has a share of profits for them, that's why they are more agreeable to us. I dare say, if Chu clan goes bankrupt, they will definitely be the first to run away, and won't care about us. Chen Hao nodded. You see quite thoroughly. Indeed, there is no eternal affection or friendship, only eternal interests. Chu Qingyang agreed. Yes, the so-called blood is thicker than water. Kinship relationship is very fragile. Once core interests are involved, even fathers and sons can turn against each other, let alone collateral clansmen. Therefore, only by making the Chu clan group bigger and stronger can the Chu clan be tightly united. Chen Hao patted Chu Qingyang's shoulder. Cheer up. I'm optimistic about you. Thank you brother Hao for your encouragement. Chen Hao nodded and didn't say much. He was really optimistic about Chu Qingyang. After all, after his Buddha eye system was upgraded, he was able to see a person's future life script clearly. This was the first time Chen Hao used this life script function, which was different from the function of seeing through a character's secrets. Secrets were generally things that had already happened or were about to happen, while the life script allowed one to see the direction of one's life for quite a long time in the future. In Chen Hao's eyes, at this moment, Chu Qingyang's life script was displayed on his head. Name, Chu Chengyang. Age, 22 years old. Fate, the life of a rich merchant. Red. Luck, luck like a rainbow. Red. Life script, Chu's group executive director. Favorability, 90. Recent chance making friends with noble people. Resolving family crisis. Getting family recognition. And furthering career. Chapter 35, the main curry of the family feast. A person's fate is predetermined by birth. If one is born into a life of great wealth, then as long as one doesn't make a mistake and doesn't make a shocking change, it generally won't change. Similarly, if you are born into a poor and lowly life, then to change your destiny, you have to put in 1,000 times more effort than ordinary people. Ancient saying, 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui, 4 accumulation of yin virtue, 5 reading, 6 names, 7 phases, 8 respect for God, 9 hand over the nobleman, 10 health, 11 choice of career and choice of spouse, 12 drive away good luck and avoid evil. This sentence, from a certain point of view, has clearly pointed out the forces by which a person's life is determined. Destiny. Destiny ranks first, luck only ranks second. Some people have a good fate and are born with a golden spoon in their mouths, something that others cannot catch up with even after a lifetime or even several generations. Just as a modern famous saying, if you can't afford to drive a Ferrari when you are born, basically don't think about it in this life. This shows the importance of destiny. The fact that fate comes first and luck comes second shows that in addition to the heavenly destiny, luck is also quite important. As long as luck is good, it is not impossible to win $1 billion jackpot and realize wealth freedom immediately. As for Chu Qingyang, both his destiny and luck were of high quality red, so it was not difficult for Chen Hao to judge his future life. As long as Chu Qingyang didn't do anything to die, he would definitely be a life of great wealth and prosperity. And with such a destiny, he would definitely make a difference. And if he did some more good in the back, such as accumulating virtues and doing good deeds, reading and studying, etc., he might even be able to go further. After all, reading changes destiny. As for how many books need to read to what realm, that is not known. At 6 p.m., the Chu family's dinner party officially started. Chen Hao changed into the dress that the Chu family had specially selected for him, and sat side by side with Master Chu on top of the main table. Today's dinner party, he was the main curator. However, feeling the complex and diverse eyes of the Chu family's children from all directions, Chen Hao was also a bit uncomfortable in his heart. He was a low-profile person, not quite used to being the center of attention yet. If he hadn't promised Elder Chu, he really didn't want to attend this dinner. However, since I'm here, I'll be at peace. Let your eyes have guns and sticks in them. I have my own Vajra divine kung fu to stand firm. On top of the main table, Chu Yuntian, who is now the chairman of the Chu group and the spokesperson of the Chu family, presided over the dinner. Respected elders, peers, and juniors, good evening to you all. Everyone here is a member of our own family, so I won't say anything polite. Today's theme is both to celebrate my father's physical recovery, and to thank Mr. Chen Hao for his contributions to my Chu family. It seems like two different themes, but they are actually organically unified. It is because of Mr. Chen Hao's help that my father was able to get a rapid recovery. Here, on behalf of all the Chu family's children, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and sincere blessings to Mr. Chen Hao. Now, let's raise the first cup of wine together to Mr. Chen Hao. I wish Mr. Chen Hao a happy life and a bright future. Cheers. Chen Hao sniffed, and could only lift up his wine cup, clinking it with the people present in vain, and drinking it all in one go. Please fill up your glasses. And now, let's raise our second glass together to my father. Dad, I wish you good health and live younger and younger. Cheers. Good, good. Little friend Chen Hao has cured my body, and I do feel younger. Come on. Cheers. The second glass of wine was drunk in one go. Please fill up your glasses. And now, let's raise the third cup of wine together, to our Chu family. I hope that the Chu family will develop more and more under my father's leadership, and that the children of the Chu family will be able to receive greater benefits. Cheers. Cheers. The third cup of wine was drunk in one go. After the 3 glasses of wine were down, they began to play freely. An elder Chu was the first to raise his glass to toast Chen Hao. Little friend Chen Hao, not only are your medical skills superior, even the medicinal wine you prepared is so fragrant, it really makes people happier and more energized the more they drink. Come on, I'll toast you, old master. This wine today, I specially prepared it for you. Not only is it not very intoxicating, but it also has the effect of strengthening the body and benefiting the life. After drinking this wine, you will really live younger and younger. Yeah, ha 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 ha, that dares to be good. Then I'll drink more. Master Chu pointed to the several people on the table. Several people. Sorry, this wine you all don't want to grab with me. Commission you to drink some 30 years Mount Ai. Big brother, that won't do. This wine is too fragrant. Pour me another cup. Uncle, I want more too. Dad, you've poured it for them, how can you leave me out? Get lost. Except for a few old men who want to drink 2 more cups. You juniors shouldn't come and ask for it. You won't give it to them even if you ask for it. Come, come, little friend Chen Hao. Drink, drink, brother Hao. I'll toast you too. Mr. Chen Hao. I'll drink to you, Mr. Chen Hao. In addition to the Chu family members above the main table, people from other tables also came over and toasted Chen Hao. Chen Hao was also taking enough momentum to come over. Hey, he was a Vajra divine kung fu protector. What was a little bit of alcohol? A dinner party, from 6 o'clock in the evening until 9 o'clock in the evening. Did not know how much wine had been drunk. In short, drinking to the end. Even Chen Hao of the Vajra sacred energy body protector, were a little drunk. However, he was only slightly drunk, floating on his feet, but his mind was clear. But he also had to pretend to be drunk, or else he wouldn't necessarily be able to get off the table even if he drank until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Seeing Chen Hao drunk, Chu Qingyang brought a few young maids and helped Chen Hao to go to the VIP building, which was the guest room where only the most honorable guests of Chu family could stay, and all the facilities were as luxurious and cozy as the owner's home. However, seeing how drunk Chen Hao was, Chu Qingyang didn't put on any special services, and asked someone to wash his face and feet, and let Chen Hao lie down on the bed and sleep. At the same time, he also arranged 2 maids to guard Chen Hao 24 hours a day, serving him tea and water to prevent any accidents. Chen Hao, who was pretending to be drunk, heard Chu Qingyang's arrangement, and secretly praised in his heart. It seems that this Chu Qingyang did regard him as very important, and the arrangement was quite thoughtful. In this way, Chen Hao was also embarrassed to sober up, so he squinted his eyes and continued to lie down, and after a while, Chen Hao fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Chen Hao slept until he woke up naturally, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a pure and lovely pretty face, appearing in his line of sight. Chen Hao first shivered in fear, and then he reacted that he was still in the Chu family. I'll go. Pretty girl, why are you coming so close? It's early in the morning. Scare me. I didn't call for personal service, Chen Hao said in shock. No, not. The beauty originally wanted to say that she wasn't a maid, but on second thought, mischief surged to her heart and she smiled. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Is it okay if I wash up for you now? Oh, no. I don't need you to serve. You go out first. I'll do it myself, Chen Hao said awkwardly. Serving you is what we should do. Please don't be polite. Get up now. Saying that, the beauty directly lifted Chen Hao's quilt, and then, shocked by Chen Hao's abnormality, her small white hand instantly covered her small pink mouth. Chen Hao hurriedly bowed his waist and bent his legs, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, this is a normal physiological reaction. You know what I mean. It's being suffocated by pee. What is the state of getting up in the morning after not peeing for a night? A man should understand it. Chapter 36. The Chu family has a daughter, Chu Jingyi. Chen Hao arched his back and rushed into the bathroom like a prawn, only to come out of the bathroom half an hour later. Seeing that the beauty was still there, Chen Hao said, I've finished washing up. you don't need to mind me. Mr. Chen, the clothes on you. You slept wrinkled last night. I picked 2 sets of clean clothes over for you. 1 set of formal wear and 1 set of casual wear. May I ask which set you wear? Chen Hao looked at the shirt he was wearing. It was indeed wrinkled and unattractive. So he smiled and said, you're quite thoughtful. I'll wear casual clothes. Formal clothes are not comfortable to wear. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. Do you need me to help you change? No, thanks. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. I also ordered breakfast for you. May I ask if you want to go to the dining room to eat or have it brought to your room? Go directly to the restaurant to eat. Chen Hao didn't want to make so much trouble. Well then, Mr. Chen, I'll wait for you outside the room. So come with me to the restaurant once you've changed. Good. After changing his clothes, Chen Hao went out, together with that beauty, ready to go to the restaurant. Who knew that Chu Qingyang walked over head-on? Brother Hao, up? I was about to ask you to get up for breakfast. Ha, little why are you with Brother Hao? Third brother, I came to tell Brother Hao to have breakfast. Is that so? Chu Qingyang smiled faintly. I thought, forget it, let's not talk about it. Brother Hao, let's go eat together. Chen Hao sniffed, but he was a bit puzzled. Brother Yang, what's the situation? Is this beauty not a maid? Maid? Chu Qingyang shook his head with a smile and said, this is my little cousin, my 4th uncle's daughter, Chu Jingyi. What? Brother Hao, you think of her as a maid? With that, he asked Chu Jingyi, little why are you posing as a maid for nothing? Do you have something in mind for Brother Hao? That's really great. When Chen Hao heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of logic was this from Chu Chengyang? However, he heard Chu Chengyang continue. Has Brother Hao done anything rude to you? If there is, you mustn't let him go. You're the only sister in our Chu family, so the heavy responsibility of permanently tethering Brother Hao to the Chu family depends on you. Chu Jingyi sniffed, but she spread her hands. However, there wasn't. Brother Hao was too much of a gentleman. I didn't even have a chance. Chu Chengyang sniffed and laughed. Little could it be that you really have that kind of idea? It's really worthy of being my cousin. Having ideas and guts. I'm just kidding. Third brother, I just had something I wanted to ask for house help. I waited for him at his door early in the morning. Who knew that he slept like a dead pig, and hadn't gotten up at 9 o'clock? I was afraid that he had drunk too much last night and something happened. That's why I took the key and went to see if Hao was alright. Who knew that Hao just happened to wake up and took me for a maid? When I thought about it, Brother Hao is the most important guest of our Chu family. Each and every one of us should serve Brother Hao, so there's nothing wrong for me to make a cameo as a maid. And that's how it happened. Chu Qingyang smiled. An ambiguous smile written all over his face. Well, since there's no gossip, let's make a little bit of gossip. Brother Hao, what do you think of our family Yi's sister? Chen Hao glanced at Chu Chengyang, smiled faintly and said, I think it's more important to have breakfast first. Oh, that's also right. Let's go. Let's have breakfast first and talk while eating. The 3 of them came to the dining room. The maid served breakfast, and the 3 of them chatted while eating. Of course, it was mainly Chu Qingyang and Chu Jingyi who were chatting, and Chen Hao was listening most of the time. While eating, Chen Hao was still sizing up Chu Jingyi. This girl's face value was naturally needless to say, and her figure was not bad. It was just the style of doing things that was a bit too much for Chen Hao to accept for a while. After meeting up with Chu Chengyang just now, Chen Hao felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so he used the Buddha Eye system to check out Chu Jingyi's secret, and the result made Chen Hao feel a bit surprised. Name, Chu Jingyi. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, junior at Mordor University. Characteristics, 99 points for face value, 88 points for body shape. Good at piano and singing. Secret 1, Chu Jingyi is Chu Qingyang's cousin, now a junior in the music department of Mordor University, and one of the top 10 school flowers of Mordor University. Secret 2, Chu Jingyi's initiative to contact Chen Hao was authorized by Chu Qingyang, with the purpose of allowing Chu Jingyi to be able to develop a relationship with Chen Hao, and preferably become a family member, completely tying Chen Hao to the aircraft carrier that is the Chu family. Secret 3, what Chu Qingyang could not have imagined was that Chu Jingyi was also very curious about Chen Hao and wanted to explore Chen Hao's secrets, so she agreed to it in one go, which led to the scene where she quietly sneaked into Chen Hao's room. Secret 4, Chu Jingyi's mother was paralyzed due to spinal nerve damage caused by a car accident, and she was bedridden for many years. She wanted to explore whether Chen Hao had such godly medical skills, and if she really did, she would ask Chen Hao to help her mother get back on her feet again. Secret 5, Chu Jingyi has many suitors, including many second-generation people who are rich and famous. If you want to be with Chu Jingyi, you still need to weigh your own weight first. After all, there is no crime for a horseman, and there is no sin in harboring his own sin. Secret 6, after knowing Chu Jingyi's true thoughts, Chen Hao was much more calm. and just watched the brother and sister duo perform to their heart's content. At the same time, Chen Hao also took a look at Xu Jingyi's life script in passing. Name, Xu Jingyi. Age, 20 years old. Fate, life of great wealth, red. Luck, blood and light, black. Life script, the school flower of the music department of Mordor University. Favorability, 50. Recent chance no. Recent disasters, by the same school senior rich too on behalf of white. After rejecting the other party, by the other party through sulfuric acid disfigurement. Injury. How much hatred and grudges do you have to be so cruel? This sister is also poor. Chapter 37 Reminder. It is reasonable to say that people who have a good life, their luck is usually not too bad either. It's just that fortune is changeable. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a thing as transmutation. Normally, fortune could not shake the fate, but if there were external influences and fortune never got better, it could also affect the fate. From this current situation, Xu Jingyi's bad luck this time was indeed a bit ruthless, and if she could not get through this bad luck, it was likely that it would affect her fate and even harm her life. In fact, from ancient times to the present, although countless multitudes of people have spent their lives in an ordinary manner, there are equally countless examples of changes in destiny, just like some born emperor, but there are also rivers and mountains tumbling crisis, become the king of the dead. Some are beggars and stragglers. There are also in the temple high position moment, pointing to the mountains. Some are born rich in noble family, but also cannot escape the fall of the family, reduced to beggars. Some of the prosperity of the family. The family is huge, but it is also difficult to avoid a full family. Cut off the children and grandchildren. The entire blue star, tens of billions of living beings. There will be a crisis of being murdered by someone's wealth. There will always be a chance to change their lives against the odds. In general, the vast majority of people's lives are in accordance with the development destined by heaven. However, there are always some variables that exist, whether it's good becoming bad or bad becoming good. It's always not set in stone. Chen Hao felt that if Xu Jingyi couldn't dodge her bad luck this time, it was very likely that she would change her destiny in this way, going from the destiny of great wealth and great fortune to some other poor and lowly destiny. To be honest, seeing such a life script, Chen Hao was also a bit depressed. He wasn't a saintly mother in the first place, and if he hadn't seen it, Xu Jingyi's life tragedy would definitely have nothing to do with him. But now, he had already seen Xu Jingyi's life script and the tragedy that Xu Jingyi was about to encounter in her life. So if he didn't remind the other party of it, it would be too much to say. Just, where to start with this? Chen Hao was still looking for an opportunity to open his mouth, and right at this moment, Xu Qingyang spoke. Brother Hao, why are you always looking at my cousin? Are you attracted by her beauty? If so, you can absolutely say so directly. Xu Jingyi also looked at Chen Hao with slight anticipation, not to mention whether she had feelings for Chen Hao or not, but she was still more concerned about whether Chen Hao had feelings for her or not. If Chen Hao had good feelings for her, it would be better for her to say something if she did, and if she didn't have good feelings, having words coming out of her mouth would cause the other party to resent her. Beauty doesn't exist. Chen Hao had a serious face and said, I was attracted by her black face. Black face? Xu Jingyi hastily took out a mirror and took a look. It's not black. Yeah, my sister's skin is white and tender. Pinching it is almost like water. Where is it black? Chen Hao said indifferently. I see that her hall of imprints is black. I'm afraid there's a disaster recently. Ha? Xu Jingyi's face went unnatural when she heard this. Xu Qingyang then said, Brother Hao, what's the situation? What kind of calamity is she having with my cousin? Can we avoid it? Xu Qingyang had complete trust in Chen Hao's ability. After all, with the old man's matter in front of him, he couldn't afford to disbelieve Chen Hao. Chen Hao shook his head and said, there are calamities that come that can't be blocked, and can't be avoided then can't be avoided. This is her destiny. Ha? Should it be this serious? Xu Jingyi deflated. Brother Hao, I usually don't mess with anyone. How come I'm in for it? If you don't provoke others, it's inevitable that others will provoke you. Chen Hao said lightly, just like a pile of cow dung lying there, it will always attract flies. Oh, don't look at me like that. The analogy is a bit inappropriate. Let me put it another way. Just like a beautiful flower, people see it and want to pick it. Bees and butterflies look at it and want to collect honey. Understand? Understood, Xu Qingyang said. Nazi listening to Brother Hao's meaning, you're a peach blossom robber. That's right, it's peach blossom robbery, Chen Hao said indifferently. Then what can I do with people like me? Xu Jingyi said, it's still not a good thing to do? You can reject others, Chen Hao said in a serious manner. For people you don't like, you must strictly reject them. Don't give others fantasies. And even more so, you can't be ambiguous with others. Don't think about passing through the green leafy bushes and not touching a single leaf. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. In case you meet one with a faulty brain and an overly aggressive personality, it will be your calamity. Ha? Is there such a person? Then I'll think about it. What do you want to think about? Listen to Hao's. The boys you don't like, reject them all sternly. Remember, be stern. If there is one you like, you will inquire about the other party's details. There is no bad hobby or bad experience. You will honestly talk to them. Oh, what? Oh, then what's the name of the boy you're looking at? No, third brother. You actually still set my words. In fact, do not need. I really do not have a look on the boys. Are too childish. Really no? Really no. That's good. If there is one day, remember to bring it to your third brother for me to scrutinize first. Oh, after Chu Qingyang finished with his cousin, he asked Chen Hao again. Brother Hao, what about Yi's robbery this time? Chen Hao finished the last bite of breakfast, put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Only then did he look at Chu Jingyi and opened his mouth. Nothing else, just be on guard. If someone confesses their love for you, just don't ever go to meet them. Then what if you are blocked on the street and not allowed to go? Chu Jingyi said, I haven't encountered this before. Then you might need to learn a few moves of women's self-defense or something like that. Chen Hao laughed, and as he said that, he remembered Qin Weilun, who was a fighting expert, and could be a chicken and egg fighter at the drop of a hat. Brother Hao, don't you have an amulet or something like that, to give one to Yi? No, I'm not a Buddhist Zen master or a Taoist priest of the Shin sect. Where would I have those things? Brother Hao, I think you can develop this aspect of your business. I'm sure that as long as the effect is good, the market in this area is still very wide. Really? Then I can try to teach myself, Chen Hao said with a faint smile. There were some words that Chen Hao couldn't say too explicitly. He could only remind so, and what would happen next, Chen Hao couldn't control. If Chu Jingyi couldn't avoid it by then, and was really disfigured by someone pouring sulfuric acid, the big deal was that he would just step in to help Chu Jingyi with the treatment, believing that with the assistance of the Buddha's eye system, treating the disfigurement shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 38, Generous Reward. After having breakfast, Chen Hao was ready to say goodbye and go home, and Chu family members came to see him off. Little friend Chen Hao, come to the house more often when you have time. Don't be polite, okay? Elder Chu shook Chen Hao's hand and said with a smile. One night passed, Elder Chu was glowing, hale and hearty, quite a crane hair feeling, indicating that the medicinal wine that was configured yesterday was really effective in strengthening the body and benefiting the life. Okay, old master, free time must come to nag. What do you mean by disturbing? Instead, I will let Xing Yang come to disturb you more often when he has nothing to do. Don't mind his trouble. Where? Xing Yang and I are good brothers. We should support each other. How would I mind the trouble? Then I am relieved. However, I have one last request. Master, please but speak up. That wine from last night, can you prepare some more for me? So that I can bring some to those old brothers of mine, so that they can enjoy their old age in peace as well. Master, the medicinal wine from last night was specially formulated by me according to your personal physical condition. It might not be effective for others, not to mention that it might even produce counter effects. Chen Hao thought for a moment and added, however, don't worry, since you opened your mouth, I'll go back and immediately formulate some body strengthening and longevity enhancing wines that are suitable for most people to drink, and then send them to you. Good. I'll let you take the trouble then. What do you mean by taking the trouble? Old master, you've reminded me of this. I'll go back and set up a life-strengthening liquor factory. Not only will I be able to make a small contribution to the health of the elderly, but I'll also be able to make money. So I'll be able to kill two birds with one stone. Brother Hao, take me with you. I'll work for you, Chu Qingyang said in a hurry. That's great. I'll focus on products and technology. You'll focus on marketing and management. With our two brothers working together, we'll definitely be able to make the product a hit. Chen Hao smiled and chatted with the Chu family members for a while longer, and finally Chu Qingyang personally drove the car and sent him home. Who knew that Chu Qingyang drove the car directly to the Pudong Garden Villa area? Chen Hao thought that Chu Qingyang smoothly had something else to do, but who knew that the car stopped in front of the door of a single villa? And Chu Qingyang said, Brother Hao, we're home. Whose home is this? This is your new home. Chu Qingyang heatedly smiled. This is a gift from my grandfather to thank you. How is it? Not bad? Chen Hao nodded. It's really much better than my rental house. Then don't go back to the rental house. This will be your new home from now on. I'll put the account on your head when I turn around. It's a bit too expensive. Chen Hao was a bit hesitant. Although he was now the one with the system, he was still a bit secretly staggered when he saw such a gift. This villa, at least 500 square meters. According to the average price of villas in this neighborhood of $500,000, it was worth $250 million. Compared to my grandfather's life, this is nothing. Chu Qingyang smiled and said, Go, I'll take you to take a look. Entering the villa, the inside had been renovated long ago. On the first floor were the living room, dining room, entertainment hall, nanny's room and so on. On the second floor were 8 guest rooms. On the third floor were the master bedroom, star room, multifunctional terrace, rooftop pool and so on. The whole villa is very luxurious and very clean. It seems that someone comes to clean it regularly. Look at the quality and style of the decoration. Well, this villa is at least more than $300 million. Outside the villa on both sides, respectively, there is a garage. Each garage inside can stop 2 large SUV. However, at this moment, inside one of the garages, there was a brand new red Ferrari 488 parked. Brother Hao, it just so happens that you don't have a car either. This car is for you to get around. A few million isn't anything too good. For a villa of more than $300 million, a few million for a supercar is really nothing. Okay, I'll take it. Chen Hao nodded. He also understood that these things were not only his payment for curing Elder Chu, it was also the Chu family's way of showing him goodwill. Hoping to further consolidate their friendship with him, the Chu family thought that he was worth the price. Wait, Brother Hao, it's not over yet. Chu Qingyang laughed. These are just the gifts my grandfather gave you. While this card is our Chu family's payment for your consultation, the gift is already very valuable, so the consultation fee is not necessary. Chen Hao glanced at the white gold-colored bank card with exquisite texture and said, that won't do. This is the Chu family's decision. It's not for me to decide. My task is to make sure that the gift and the consultation fee are properly delivered to you. Brother Hao, you don't want me to go home and get criticized. Alright then. Chen Hao took the card and smoothly stuffed it into his pants pocket. A few $100 million of villas had been received. What was the consultation fee? Phew. Chu Qingyang finally let out a long breath. Good. My task is finally completed. Brother Hao, I'm really envious of you. A few $100 million in hand in a minute. That's not because your Chu family is rich and generous, Chen Hao said indifferently. Hey, which is? Chu Qingyang shook his head. Chu family on the surface of the family is big. In fact, it is also very difficult. Nowadays this society, all walks of life is too competitive. Not to advance is to retreat. Slow to advance is also to retreat. Our Chu family ship is difficult to turn around. There are also a lot of accumulated ills are not easy to deal with. Plus there are intricate relationships need to be maintained. In short, it is very difficult. Can maintain the status quo, even if it is good. Don't worry too much about the sky. The Chu family has a clear-headed person like you. It won't decline to anywhere, Chen Hao said indifferently. No, Brother Hao, the Chu family members are one more sober than the other, one more shrewd than the other. And it's precisely because of the overly shrewdness that most of them are only thinking about their personal interests. And it's hard for them to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of the Chu family. And that's what leads to the Chu clan group becoming more and more bloated, yet less and less efficient. Brother Hao, I've decided. I'm going to resign from the Chu clan group. Follow you. Start a business with you. Start a medicinal wine company together. Are you kidding? I haven't even gotten to the bottom of this. Chen Hao laughed bitterly. Without a stroke. It's now a stroke. Entrepreneurship isn't that complicated. A stroke to the left, a stroke to the right, and the 8 characters are done. Chen Hao touched his nose. There is no need to be so hasty. How can a company be called hasty if it is not hasty? Chu Qingyang said with an excited face. Brother Hao, just focus on researching and developing your strengthening body and longevity medicinal wine, and I'll take care of the rest. The original wine, herbs, plant, marketing, sales, all of it will be my responsibility. You just need to formulate the original wine and herbs into medicinal wine. Brother Hao, trust me, I can definitely help you sell the medicinal wine to the whole country, to the whole world. The chance for us to become famous is just around the corner. Alright then. Looking at the excited Chu Qingyang, Chen Hao couldn't bear to pull his leg. After all, Chen Hao himself wanted to do something about his career, and now that someone was helping him with passion, what else could he say? Brother Hao, it's great that you can agree. I've even thought of the name of our company. It's called Hao Cheng Liquor, and I've also thought of the advertisement lyrics. Drink Hao Cheng medicinal liquor. Show your ambition. How about it? Isn't it very domineering? Chen Hao resisted the urge to hold his forehead and smile without losing his politeness. Qingyang, I only care about the technology and formula. The rest, as long as you're happy. Chapter 39, Seeing by Ruyu again. Chu Qingyang went off to start his business in high spirits. Chen Hao laid leisurely on the sofa of his new home, feeling that everything had come so dreamy. Without going to the bank to check, he had just looked at the platinum bank card with his Buddha's eye, and the balance inside was $100 million. Unexpectedly, the first small goal he set, to earn $500 million, was accomplished after only a few days. Although it wasn't earned through the stock market, it was still something he earned with his strength. As for the other small goal, earning 10,000 points of merit value, I wondered if the medicinal wine he had developed would increase his merit value if he gave it to someone else to drink, maintaining their health and prolonging their life. However, It would depend on Chu Qingyang's efficiency. After living in the villa for half a day, Chen Hao felt that the house was too big and a bit too empty. In the entire Magic City, he didn't have any relatives or better friends. There were quite a few classmates, but they were all kind of ordinary classmates, not particularly iron. This has something to do with Chen Hao's personal character. Not particularly like-minded classmates or friends. Others do not come to him to play. He is also too lazy to find others to play. In this kind of dull life, the relationship was gradually faded by the years. However, if any of his classmates asked him for help, and it wasn't particularly excessive, Chen Hao felt that he would still give help. After all, the current him was not the same teenager he once was. After ordering a takeaway at noon, and taking a nap in the villa, Chen Hao felt that he still needed to go back to the rented house in the afternoon, to take some of his things away, and at the same time, tell the landlord that he would not rent the house, and the deposit did not need to be refunded, and trouble him to help him to clean the room. No matter what, it's always better to have a beginning and an end. The landlord was originally a little unhappy because Chen Hao left, but when he heard this, he was immediately happy. The deposit is also several $1,000s. Chen Hao only took away some more important items for himself. As for bed sheets and bedding, the villa has everything, clothes and so on. Chen Hao went to buy it again, packed up things, has more than 5 o'clock. Chen Hao and drive back to Pudong Garden. This time has entered the evening peak. The road vehicles more up. When he passed by Xiaobei Real Estate Company, he suddenly found a familiar figure on the roadside, holding a box and greeting cabs on the roadside. But the passing cabs all had guests, and none of them stopped. Chen Hao turned the steering wheel, leaned over, lowered the passenger window, and said with a smile, "Beauty, taking a car?" That beauty, however, stood to the side and ignored him. As we all know, driving a sports car on the street accosting 10 on 9 are not good intentions of the scum. Well, there was one who was not even as good as a scumbag. Yo! Chen Hao was slightly stunned and could only get out of the car himself, waving his hand at the beauty. "Sister bye. It's me." This beauty was no one else but the gold medal sales of Xiaobei Real Estate Company. "Bai Ruyu." Chen Hao. Bai Ruyu was first stunned, then smiled with some surprise. "It's really you. This car. Get in the car first." Chen Hao took the box in Bai Ruyu's hand and put it inside the car's trunk. The Ferrari 488's front trunk was so small that it shocked Chen Hao. Luckily this box wasn't big, otherwise it wouldn't fit at all. Sitting on the co-pilot of Ferrari 488, Bai Ruyu's beautiful eyes were all shocked and curious. She now had a lot of questions she wanted to ask Chen Hao. What kind of god operation is this little brother? A few days not seeing him. All of them drove on a supercar. Before Bai Ruyu opened her mouth, Chen Hao spoke first. "Sister Bai, why are you taking a taxi on the roadside? Where is your own car? What's the matter with you holding the box? Hey, don't mention it. Today's bad luck." Bai Ruyu think about it all feel some nose sour. This morning at work, there was a car accident. The car was hit by someone. Fortunately people are fine. Waiting for the traffic police to finish dividing the responsibility. The car was towed away before I went to work. The result was disgusted by Wang Dayu. I resigned in a fit of pique and quit. What's wrong, Sister Bai? How did Wang Dayu disgust you? Chen Hao frowned. You give me the word. I'll go and avenge you. Just so I can settle old grudges and new grudges with him. It's nothing. It's just directly picking me to accompany a vice president of the company at night. I directly gave him a slap. A company from the top to the middle level. Are some of these things? I think about it all feel uncomfortable. Simply resign. This dog day Wang Dayu, in the middle of the night dreaming of marrying a daughter-in-law. Net thinking of beautiful things. Sister Bai, don't worry. I'll get rid of this Wang Dayu sooner or later. No need. Chen Hao, there's nothing to lose anyway. Don't cause trouble for you. Bai Ruyu advised. She didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Hao because of some trivial matters. I have my own plans for this. Don't worry, Chen Hao said indifferently. Right, Sister Bai. Then what are your next plans? There are no plans for the time being. I've been working for several years, saved some money, and I'm a bit tired, so I'll rest for a while, and go to various places to travel and relax. That's great, traveling to the mountains and playing in the water. You have to go while you're young. Bring me along then. I'll give you a backpack or something. Good. Bai Ruyu's beautiful eyes blinked and agreed thoughtfully. Right, Sister Bai. Where do you live? I'll send you there. Send me to the Hilton Platinum Hotel. Oh, attending an event or eating? Hey, don't mention it. The house I rented expired the day before yesterday, and when I renewed the contract, the landlord temporarily wanted to increase the rent by 2,000 per month. I bargained with him, and he took the opportunity to say that he didn't want to pay a penny of rent, as long as I could accompany him a few times a month. Do you think that's human talk? I stopped renting in a fit of anger, moved my things to the hotel, and prepared to find a new house. Do you think you men are always thinking about those 3 inches down there? I'm not, Chen Hao said in his heart. Mine is at least 6 inches. After thinking about it, Chen Hao added, actually, I can't blame all those men. It's mainly because Sister Bai, you look so beautiful that they can't hold on a bit. Ha, men. Bai Ruyu shook her head with a look of seeing through the red dust. By the way, Sister Bai, I happen to have an empty room there. Why don't you come and stay at my place? Oh, don't look at me with that kind of look. I definitely won't charge you rent or make any demands on you. You can go whenever you want and leave whenever you want. It's definitely freer than a hotel. At noon, he was still lamenting that the house was too big and spacey. But isn't this a ready-made popularity maker? Bai Ruyu smiled faintly and said, I just had no other meaning in my eyes. I was just thinking about how big the empty room you mentioned was. But, seeing as you're driving a Ferrari, the room shouldn't be too small. I think it's okay. Chen Hao replied casually. Bai Ruyu pondered for a while before saying, thank you, Chen Hao, but can I go to your place first? If the room is suitable, I'll go back to the hotel to move my things. And if the house isn't suitable and will affect you, I'll think of something else. Is that okay? No problem. My house is more spacious. It definitely won't affect me. Chen Hao smiled. Bai Ruyu, however, shook her head. Don't say this too early. The house in Magic City was so expensive. If it was more spacious, how wide could it be? Chapter 40 The prettiest chick in the night sky. After all, being in real estate sales, Bai Ruyu couldn't say that she knew the house prices in Mordor like the back of her hand, but she was at least very clear about it. Even if Chen Hao could afford to drive a multi-million-dollar supercar, that didn't mean he could have a big house in Mordor. Therefore, just when Bai Ruyu was guessing whether Chen Hao's house was a large 2 or 3 bedroom house, or even a large 4 bedroom house, Chen Hao drove his car into the Pudong garden, and parked in front of a single house. This made Bai Ruyu a bit shocked. Her brain was a bit confused. She really couldn't accept that this was earned by Chen Hao himself. Then there was only one truth. Chen Hao was a rich second generation. It's not a normal rich second generation. The Ferrari drove directly into the garage, got off the car and directly entered the living room from the garage. The living room of more than 100 square meters was as spacious as a small auditorium. The furniture was of exquisite texture, and at a glance, she knew that it was not a mortal product, and the lights of the luxurious crystal lamps were lit up, which made Bai Ruyu feel like she was in the world of dreams. No, never dreamed of such a mansion. This is the living room. Over there is the dining room and open kitchen. Over here is the multifunctional entertainment hall, public bathroom, and public toilet. On the second floor there are 8 guest rooms, each with an ensuite bathroom. You can pick one at random. The third floor is the master bedroom, star house, open-air swimming pool. The master bedroom is currently occupied by me. I'm on the third floor and you're on the second floor, so you won't affect me. Instead there's a possibility that I'll affect you. Let's go. I'll take you to the second floor guest room to have a look, Chen Hao said, taking Bai Ruyu upstairs. How about this one? The advantage is that it faces the neighborhood atrium garden, with a wide view, and the area is also okay, with more than 20 square feet. This one over here, the advantage is that it's spacious, it's more than 30 square feet, and there's an independent check room inside in addition to an independent bathroom. The disadvantage is that it's underneath my master bedroom, and in case I walk around too loudly, I might disturb you. The other few rooms are smaller, only 10 or so square meters, and seem a bit crowded. Just take this one. Bai Ruyu smiled. I also like the room to be more spacious. No problem. Let's go. We'll go help you move your things now. Okay, thank you for taking me in, Chen Hao. When I'm done moving things, I'll treat you to dinner. Good, then I'll be polite. For Bai Ruyu's luggage, there were only 2 suitcases, but awkwardly, Chen Hao's Ferrari 488 couldn't fit in any of them. Under no choice, Chen Hao could only call the Hilton Platinum shuttle service, and the hotel drove a Rolls-Royce to specifically send Bai Ruyu's 2 suitcases. After Bai Ruyu settled down, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening, which was the time to have a late-night snack. Even dinner has not eaten 2 people. Directly choose to eat barbecue. Selected is a backstreet alley street stalls. Business is quite hot. The flavor designated not bad. Secret pork, large-size kippered shrimp, half-strong beef, iron plate flour armor, grilled small yellowtail, charcoal grilled oysters. Ordered a dozen kinds, all meat dishes, plus a case of beer. What makes people feel comfortable, besides poetry and faraway places, is barbecue plus beer? If the ideal is poetry and faraway places, then barbecue and beer is life, is the fireworks of the world. Poetry and faraway places are certainly beautiful, but the most people feel solid and satisfied. Or the fireworks of the world. A small barbecue a jerk, a small beer a drink. 2 people talk more. From work to life, from ideal to reality, from now to childhood, and then from childhood to the future. Unconsciously, a box of beer was finished. Chen Hao felt slightly drunk. The state is just right. While Bai Ruyu drank some rise, called the boss. Boss, another box. Chen Hao looked at his cell phone. It was already more than 11 o'clock in the evening, and after eating a barbecue for more than 2 hours, it was time to go home. Don't, boss, any more will be too much. Chen Hao waved his hand back to the boss. No, I want to drink. Little brother Chen, people still want to drink well. Sister Bai, it's almost enough haha, if you want to drink, we'll drink again tomorrow. No, I want it now, Little Chen Gij, you just accompany people to drink it again. This woman, hearing Bai Ruyu whine, Chen Hao whole person is a jolt. The corner of the eye of the remaining light glanced to the two bare-chested hunks carrying bottles of wine over. The heart feels bad. Oh no, red face is a curse. The ancients honestly don't deceive people. A superb redhead like Bai Ruyu could be a scourge anywhere. Can't say it's a scourge. Anyway, in this area, she is the most beautiful girl. Just like the brightest star in the night sky. Others can't help but notice her. Thanks to the rule of law in China today. Otherwise Bai Ruyu could be in danger anywhere. Even if the rule of law is sound nowadays, isn't there still someone who dares to come and harass her? Beautiful woman. Want to drink is not simple. Our brother and sister to accompany you to drink it. Two big men came over and were about to sit next to Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu drunkenly glanced at the two men and said with a disgusted face, Don't. You guys look too ugly. Put. Chen Hao, who was originally on guard, couldn't help but spurt out in laughter. This will be the two big men to the whole embarrassed. Sit is not. Do not sit and some unwillingness. Coupled with the alcohol, the two big men immediately became upset. Beauty, you are too rude, right? We were kind enough to drink with you, and you're still calling us ugly? Did I invite you guys? Bai Ruyu was not polite at all. Besides, it's a fact that you guys are ugly. Look at my little brother Chen. He's so handsome. It's only fun to drink with him. It's hard for me to drink with you guys. Beauty, I don't like what you said. It's useless for a man to be handsome. He's afraid of being a pewter spearhead. Not useful. Whether it's useful or not, that's up to me. None of your business. Can you please go away? It's so ugly that it's really affecting our appetite. Bai Ruyu was not polite. With these words, the two big men were directly enraged. Bang! The big man directly smashed the beer bottle on the table and said angrily, Stinky, you can't go too far. Pretending to be pretending. Today I have to drink with you. You have to drink. You have to drink. You have to drink. You have to drink even if you don't drink. Hey, buddy, you left one sentence write one sentence pretending to be Nima, still have to drink with her. Have you asked my opinion? Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on top of the chair armrests, and asked and answered with a calm face. Chapter 41 Brother Hao, we're late. Those two big men, one called Brother Biao and the other called Brother Gang, were both socialites. Both were big men with a height of over 1 meter 8 and a weight of over 200 pounds. It does look a bit scary. Brother Gang glanced at the lean Chen Hao, and couldn't help but be happy. Little old brother, what's your opinion? Chen Hao smiled lightly. Very simple. Apologize and get lost. Ha! Gang laughed coldly, carrying a beer bottle. He came to Chen Hao. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Say it again? I said, Chen Hao, don't say it. At this time, Bai Ruyu also found the situation is not right. The wine woke up a few points, rushed to Chen Hao's side, pulling him. We don't generalize with them. Let's go. Chen Hao exerted a force in his hand, pulled her to his side and sat down, saying lightly, Sister Bai, don't worry, these two melonskin must apologize today. Chen Hao, don't say it. Humph, kid, can't see, you damn well can pretend. I want to see how iron your head is. Gang said, lifted the beer bottle and smashed it towards Chen Hao's head. Ah, bang, wow, ow. For a while, Bai Ruyu's screams, the sound of the beer bottles hitting and bursting, and the screams of pain rang out. Bai Ruyu opened her eyes to take a look and was instantly a bit shocked. Chen Hao was sitting on a chair with a calm face. The crumbs of beer bottles spilled all over the place, and Gang, who had just smashed Chen Hao with a beer bottle, was holding his right hand with a pained face, blood dripping down. Not only Bai Ruyu was shocked, even the surrounding melon eaters were shocked. What's the situation? How is it that this little handsome guy has no trouble at all, and the big man who hit people with a bottle is injured instead? Little mongrel, you still dare to come to the dark side? I'll kill you. Seeing this, the nearby brother Biao roared, carrying a beer bottle and smashing Chen Hao's head again. Ah, bang, wow, ow. The same picture happened again, and this time, the melon eaters finally saw clearly what was happening. As Biao smashed Chen Hao's head with a beer bottle, Chen Hao directly swung his fist back, under Chen Hao's punch. Not only did the beer bottle instantly shatter, brother Biao's arm, too, was instantly deformed. Hiss! The melon-eating crowd immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This kid looks civilized and weak, but he didn't expect to be as terrifying as this. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Ow, my hand. Ouch. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Get him, brothers, get him. The two big men roared loudly, and the other dozen or so big men who ate with them instantly rushed towards Chen Hao with chairs and stools. Get him dead. Little scumbag. How dare you fight back? Mara, get him. Facing the huge pressure of a dozen big men rushing over, Bai Ruyu directly screamed and flopped down on Chen Hao. Chen Hao frowned. What kind of operation was this for Sister Bai? Is this going to be a meat shield for him? With this small body of yours, it's okay to be a vase, but it's never okay to be a meat shield. Chen Hao put his left arm around Bai Ruyu, got up and backed up, his body slightly to the left, protecting Bai Ruyu at his side, his right hand Vajra divine power fully covered, aimed at the foremost big man who rushed over with a chair, and blasted out with a fist, swift as thunder. Boom! Bang 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 bang, jingle bells clang. This punch, as if producing a sonic boom, shook the surrounding melon eaters, their brains buzzing. Under Chen Hao's heavy fist, the chair in the hands of the frontmost big man instantly shattered, and the whole person directly flew out backwards, like a bowling ball, smashing down the 7 or 8 people behind him. There were still a few who were spared, their brains hadn't reacted yet, and they continued to rush towards Chen Hao, and in the next second, they also flew out upside down. In less than 10 seconds, a dozen big men were all lying down, screams ringing out. The big man who was the first to endure the thunderous punch had his clothes blown into pieces, living like a human-shaped mop, lying on the ground without moving a bit, and the others weren't much better. On the contrary, Brother Biao and Brother Gang, who were the first to lie down, were the least injured. Shivering, Brother Biao picked up the phone and dialed a number, screaming, "Little kid, have guts, don't go." Chen Hao had a bashful face. "You guys haven't apologized yet, how can I leave?" Good. You, wait. A kind person beside him reminded. "Young man, hurry up and leave, this group of people are not to be messed with, they are with color, a little black, hurry up and run, your life is important, hey, or a beautiful woman caused trouble, red color this beauty is really positive, if I will also head Hearing the words of the melon-eating crowd, Bai Ruyu was also a bit worried, holding Chen Hao's arm and said, "Chen Hao, let's go." Chen Hao said indifferently, "There's no rush, things have come to this point. They must be resolved completely, otherwise there will be endless trouble behind. Then let's leave Magic City and go to other cities. They won't be able to find us and we'll be fine." "What? Sister Bai, are you going to be a pair of outlawed lovebirds with me? Outlawed to the end of the world? What else can we do? Don't worry, this little thing, it's not so bad." Just as the words fell, a burst of engine roar came from the distance. Listening to the sound was a fleet of vehicles rapidly approaching here. "Oh no, someone is coming. Young man, you quickly run, 2 fists can't beat 40 hands, I go." Listening to this sound, there are at least a few dozen cars, this must not have hundreds of people? Finished, can't run away, the convoy has arrived. This convoy, it's too trenchant, simply trenchless, knowing that this group of people are not to be messed with. I didn't realize that they are actually this bad. The narrow street was instantly flooded with over a dozen Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, and other world-class cars, blocking the entire street. Seeing this, Bai Ruyu's pretty face turned a little white with fear, holding Chen Hao's arm, her delicate body trembling slightly. However, this is not over. A dozen sports cars, followed by more than 20 black Mercedes-Benz Big G, a burst of emergency braking, with a burst of door open and closed the door of the loud noise, pulling the nerves of all the people on the scene. Brother Biao grinned hideously. "Kid, you just wait for death. Ha 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 ha." Along with Brother Biao's laughter, a group of youths dressed as the second generation of the rich, with more than 100 white shirts and black suits came down from the car and directly surrounded the scene. The surrounding melon eaters didn't dare to speak loudly, and Bai Ruyu's petite body, too, shook even more obviously as a rich second-generation dressed youth, with a group of rich second-generation dressed youths, walked up to Chen Hao and bowed in unison. "Sorry, Brother Hao, we're late." Chapter 42. This damn oppressive feeling. Seeing Chu Qingyang bring his friends from his circle over and make such a big show, Chen Hao was still quite satisfied. When Biao and Gang hadn't come over to harass them just now, Chen Hao had already used his Buddha's eye to foresee the conflict that Bai Ruyu might cause, so he had contacted Chu Qingyang with a text message in advance. The reason why he didn't leave in time even after foreseeing the conflict was because Chen Hao felt that his side wasn't the one causing trouble, but he couldn't be afraid of it either. If he had to step aside when he encountered this kind of rogue pervert, then what face would he have to play with beauties like Bai Ruyu and Qin Weilun in the future? Since he was going to eat and drink with them, he had to have the ability to protect them from being bullied. This was the most basic bottom line. In fact, even without Chu Qingyang, Chen Hao was able to take care of the other party, just with a little bit of brute force. But since there was this relationship with Chu Qingyang, it was still necessary to use it. Being able to use power to suppress someone is always a bit more advanced than personally hitting someone with force punch by punch. Are worth hundreds of millions of billionaires. Fists and feet and whatnot. Can use less or try to use less better, lest be taken as a brave and tactless, pushy, or to maintain. Chu Qingyang is also happy to run errands for Chen Hao. The more Chen Hao uses him, the happier he is. Therefore, after receiving Chen Hao's text message, Chu Qingyang did not say anything, while greeting the dozen or so children of the family who are playing together, while calling the company's bodyguards, ahead of all to come. If you want to make a big deal, make a big deal. It was the first time Hao asked for his help, so he had to give Hao a solid start. Hearing Chu Qingyang's words, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Not too late, just in time, brother Hao. Just take a seat over here, leave the rest to us. These little pussies are blind and rushed you, let's give him a good eye-opener." Brother Biao and the others saw this and directly shrank into a ball of fear. Originally thought that the people who came were their helpers, but didn't realize that they were still the other party's helpers. This Nima, do not talk about martial virtues. Obviously you are the victorious party, but still have the nerve to call for help? Chen Hao waved his hand and said, "There's no rush, they've called for people too. Wait for their people to arrive and take care of it together, okay, brother Hao." Chu Qingyang's words just fell. Several commercial cars and vans came from afar. From the car staggering down dozens of people, arms all painted with dragons and tigers, head all green leather inches, arrested into the detention center. Do not need to cut hair of the kind. A group of people yelled and rushed into the crowd. The leader of the dragon roared, "Biaozi, I see who ate the bear heart and leopard gall. Dare to hit the old man Longwei's brother." As soon as the words fell, he saw the dense black suits on the scene. His footsteps immediately slowed down, and he swallowed his saliva. This damn oppressive feeling. Suddenly, Longwei saw among the crowd, there seemed to be an acquaintance. It seemed to be the young master of Li Group. Longwei was about to go to say hello. The afterglow glanced, another acquaintance. Isn't that the young master of the Pudong Group's general manager Zhang? Longwei fixed his mind, and then take a closer look at that group of people. Suddenly his soul was scared away half. In addition to those two young masters, there is also the Oriental Group's Mr. Zhao, Huangpu Technologies Mr. Zheng. What shocked him the most was that the person at the head of the group was the young master of one of the four great families in Magic City, the Chu family, Chu Qingyang. The key is that this Chu family's young master, but also when his boss is a little bit against, if not dealt with well today, their dozens of people, are going to lie here. Longwei broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the dozen or so brothers lying on the ground, and then looking at the dozen or so rich second generation and more than 100 black suits standing around. Longwei's brain was rapidly running. The original pace of aggressively walking towards the center of the crowd, unexpectedly made a hard turn and went out from the other side again. "Sorry, please make way. We don't need to crowd the road. Be a little more civic-minded, okay? Disperse, disperse, go back to your own home. Find your own mom." Longwei led dozens of people, just like people who accidentally passed by. This is going to go. Chu Qingyang saw this and shouted, "Hey, run, swish dash, bang 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 bang, boom boom boom. Squeak squeak." Chu Qingyang's hey was like a command for a 100-meter sprint. Only one word was sent out, and Longwei and the others took off running, afraid that they would be left behind if they ran slowly. In just a few dozen seconds, several commercial vehicles and vans, a smoke ran clean. They came fast and ran even faster. Chu Qingyang looked at the crowd and then at Chen Hao, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Damn, running too fast too. Brother Hao, what should we do now?" Chen Hao said indifferently. "It's simple. Just make amends and apologize. This is too easy, brother Hao. Watch me," Chu Qingyang said, about to go forward. Right at this moment, a sharp siren sounded. An old Jetta police car rushed over. A middle-aged policeman with 2 men and 3 young policemen separated the crowd and walked in. "Police, save me, save us, big brother police. You're finally here. Save us, big brother police. You have to do right by us." When Brother Biao and the others saw the police come over, they cried out in pain, their hearts finally feeling a bit safer. The middle-aged policeman scanned the scene. His heart was also a bit weak. More than 100 sturdy men in uniform white shirts, giving people a sense of oppression is not generally strong. Look at the people present, and then look at the side of the car. These people are either rich or noble. Energy is huge. This scene is not good to get out of a big mess. But his duty, should ask the words or to ask, "What's going on? Why are so many people gathered?" The middle-aged policeman spoke. "Who called the police? Come out and say something. Officer, it's me. I'm the one who called the police. I'm the owner of this store. The owner of the barbecue store shrank his neck and walked out. What's going on? The middle-aged policeman asked. These few people looked for this beautiful woman to toast. This beautiful woman did not agree, and the two sides fought. Boss, what do you mean both sides just fought? I obviously have been in defense, okay? That was self-defense on my part. Chen Hao opened his mouth. Asked you. What are you interjecting? The young policewoman snapped. Officer, at a time like this, of course I have to speak for myself. Who knows if you guys will be fair and just? We're police officers. Would we be unfair? Ah, right. Oh, officer, I mean this handsome guy is right. He was in self-defense the whole time. How about this, officer? I'll pull up the security camera footage. You'll get a clear picture once you take a look. Chapter 43, You're for real. Good. Hearing the barbecue store owner's suggestion, the middle-aged police officer nodded. He also didn't want to feel too uncomfortable being surrounded by so many white shirts and black suits. The middle-aged police officer stopped the young policewoman's impulse to continue talking, and said to the two parties, on both of your sides, one of you will send out a representative to go with me to look at the CCTV, and everyone else will disperse. Having said that, not a single person listened to him. The young policewoman directly said angrily, what? Each and every one of you, still want to revolt? This is the economic center of China. Its status is very important. You can't be allowed to act wildly. It doesn't matter which family's young master you are. You can't escape from the law if you break the law. Chu Qingyang heard this, but he was happy. Officer, we are here to watch the fun. Why? What law says that we are not allowed to watch the fun? Are you guys shopping like this? You parked illegally and blocked the whole road. Officer, the state law. The road has road rules. The fine. The tow truck. Those cars are not my. You yell with me. What yell? You. Middle-aged police saw the situation. A helpless face. Said, well, xia, go, advanced to see the monitoring. This little girl. It is good to be a police officer, bold, but short-tempered, but also need more training. The police have to fight crime, yes, but more or mediate conflicts. Prevent the escalation of the incident, otherwise it is not to resolve conflicts, but to create new conflicts and cause new trouble. Surveillance video is very intuitive. It is easy to distinguish who actively provoked trouble, who justified defense. Seeing Chen Hao punching a beer bottle in the video, and blowing away several big men with one punch, the middle-aged policeman was also secretly staggered. This kid looks skinny and thin, but actually can fight so well, and not a single injury on his hands. He was by no means an ordinary person. The surveillance video is clear. The responsibility is clear. However, we still need to make a statement. Please go back to the police station with us and make a statement, can you? Can't we do it here? Chen Hao asked casually, before the middle-aged policeman opened his mouth. The young policewoman spoke first. Go to the station if you're told to. What's the point of wasting words? Someone on the other side was seriously injured by you. We need to investigate further. The video is all here. My brother Hao was in self-defense. What else is there to investigate? Are you new here? No, what's going on? Next to him, Chu Qingyang said in an unkind manner. If Chen Hao was brought back to the police station today, even if it was just to make a statement, it would be a shame for his Chu family. It wasn't that Chu Qingyang was pressuring the police and not cooperating with the work. The key was that the facts were clear and there were so many procedures to go through. It was simply a tosser. What's wrong with me being new? Policewoman Xia directly angry. I'm new, I'm also the official police. We carry out the work according to the formal procedures. You again obstruct me. Believe it or not, I'll sue you for obstruction of official business. Oh, you think I haven't read the policy? Do you know what it means to serve the public? And you're accusing me of obstructing official business. Do you want me to sue you for abuse of power? Instead of arresting the provocateur, you're holding on to the victim? What's wrong with you? You. Chu Qingyang choked the little summer policewoman speechless with one sentence. In the end, it was the middle-aged police officer who came out to round up the situation and try to fulfill Chen Hao's request. After all, Chen Hao's side was the victim and didn't look good to be messed with. He didn't want to be nosy. Doesn't it smell good to go back to the office and lie down and play with your cell phone? The middle-aged policeman followed Chen Hao's request, made a statement on the spot, and had Biao, Gang and the others apologize in person. Before Chu Qingyang let his rich second-generation friends and the Chu family's security personnel disperse. Only then did the middle-aged policeman have the chance to call 120 and drag the seriously injured to the hospital for treatment, and at the same time called for backup from the police station and brought all the people from Biao's side back to the police station. After the police left, Chu Qingyang was still cursing. Those bastards were lucky that the police came quickly, otherwise it would not have been so easy. However, Brother Hao, don't worry. That group of scumbags are all dogs raised by the Golden Sea Group. Sooner or later I'll have to settle the score with their master. The Golden Sea Group. Golden Sea Group? Chen Hao frowned and said, is that the Golden Sea Group that engages in real estate on the surface and engages in grey casino behind the scenes? Right. There's also the Golden Sea Hotel, isn't it? Right. Brother Hao also knows about the Golden Sea Group? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, I know some. If it's the Jinhai Group, it's much easier. After all, there's too much black material in the Jinhai Group. Just put a little bit out, and it'll make them eat it all up. Brother Hao knows the black material of Jinhai Group? Chu Qingyang's eyes lit up. Then can you give some solid evidence? As long as the evidence is sufficient, I promise to bring them down and get rid of them for the people. He. Of course, also removing a harm for our Chu family. Listening to this, your Chu family and this Golden Sea Group, there is still a period of enmity. Indeed. The Golden Sea Group, this mother her doesn't talk about martial virtues, but also carries a little color. Black, yellow and white. Our Chu family has also suffered a dark loss in their hands. However, they only dare to come to the dark side. Chen Hao nodded. Alright, I'll collect their black information when I have the chance. It's too late today. Go back to rest first. Alright, Brother Hao. I won't bother you and sister-in-law. You guys go back and get high as much as you want. The bed is big enough and sturdy enough, so you're not afraid of any more action. No, don't say anything nonsense. Brother Hao. I understand. Okay, I'm leaving. Call me again if something happens. After Chu Qingyang finished speaking, she trotted back to her car and ran off with a kick of the gas, leaving Chen Hao and Bai Ruyu both messing around in the wind. Chen Hao glanced at Bai Ruyu, who had a red face, not knowing if she was drunk or shy, and embarrassedly said, Sister Bai, that boy Qingyang loves to be self-righteous. Don't take it to heart. Then what if I take it to heart? Bai Ruyu smiled charmingly and said, Chen Hao, the way you look today, you're so handsome. To be honest, sister, I'm a bit moved. Sister Bai, don't tease me. In case I take it seriously, can you afford that responsibility? Giggle. Responsible is responsible. Do you think I don't dare to be responsible? Bai Ruyu giggled. Really? Then I'll take it seriously. Come on, give me a kiss first. Chen Hao was drunk, mainly because Bai Ruyu was really too tempting. Chen Hao saw the opportunity and put his mouth on it. Anyway, he wouldn't get pregnant. Bah, little rascal. You really come. Who's joking with you? Can't afford to play? Can you? You don't want to be responsible for me, don't you? I knew it. You're just cheating on my feelings. You are a scum girl. Chen Hao pretended to be angry, huffed and puffed his way to the front, and couldn't help but laugh when he turned around. No, it's not. Bai Ruyu wanted to explain, but suddenly reacted. Hey, you little villain, taking advantage of me and turning around and calling me a scum girl? Don't you run. See if I don't cut you to death. Bai Ruyu took off her high heels and chased after her with one shoe in one hand. Chapter 44, This kid doesn't have good intentions. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ruyu would definitely not be able to catch up with Chen Hao. However, Bai Ruyu had a broken foot, so she caught up with Chen Hao. After all, looking at her pitiful appearance, Chen Hao couldn't bear to mess with her, and hurriedly turned around and came back to check, seeing Bai Ruyu's beautiful eyes filled with tears, which made people feel sorry for her, and it was estimated that this broken foot was not light. I blame you for causing me to break my foot. Bai Ruyu snapped. Yes, blame me. What now? My foot hurts. Chen Hao glanced at her ankle. The originally crystal-like left ankle was already a bit red and swollen at the moment. Luckily, it's just twisted. No fracture. If it's fractured, I'll rely on you. Don't worry. I'm not a scum. I'll definitely be responsible. What now? Go to the hospital? Chen Hao said indifferently. No, I'm responsible for curing you. Can you do it? Don't waste me. Then I'll really rely on you. Sister Bai, I'm responsible for whether you're wasted or not, okay? Come on, let me take advantage first, Chen Hao said with a smile, then directly reached his hand under Bai Ruyu's thigh. What are you doing? Chen Hao, if you dare to bully me, I'll fight you. You're a sick person. Honestly, recuperate from your illness. It's fine to spell what? Chen Hao said. With a strong hand, he directly princess hugged Bai Ruyu and picked her up. Frightened Bai Ruyu let out a cry of surprise, and hastily reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Hao's neck. And in that instant, her face and Chen Hao's face were only 10 centimeters apart, and she was even able to hear Chen Hao's breathing and see his eyelashes. Not to mention, under close observation, Chen Hao's skin was so good that it made her a bit jealous, and his facial features looked very delicate, but the look on his face and the temperament he showed were very manly, handsome and stylish. Bai Ruyu's pretty face got a little hot as she watched, and she could only quietly lower her eyes, quietly feeling his breathing and heartbeat. Just now ran a little far away from where Chen Hao parked his car, at least a few hundred meters, but as a result, Chen Hao hugged her and walked to it in one breath without blushing or gasping. If this is a boyfriend's strength, then it's also too excellent. All in all, just this one night, Bai Ruyu seemed to recognize Chen Hao again. Where is the shadow of that fresh graduate who was slightly shy when he first left the campus? He had changed, become too excellent, excellent to the point of being somewhat unreal. When the two of them returned to Pudong Garden, it was already past 12 p.m. Chen Hao found ice cubes again and gave Bai Ruyu an icy compress, and at the same time, according to the prompts of the Buddha's eye system, he simply carried out a massage technique to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Alright, Sister Bai, have a good rest. Don't worry, your ankle will be fine when you get up tomorrow morning. Bai Ruyu gave Chen Hao a glance. You think you're a god? My ankle is swollen so high, it won't get better without half a month. Chen Hao smiled lightly. Sister Bai, you're right, I'm still an immortal. I've already cast an immortal spell on your ankle. When you get up tomorrow morning, you'll definitely be alive and kicking. I'll believe the hell out of you. You just don't want to take care of me, right? Then let's make a bet. If tomorrow morning, your ankle is healed, you promise me to do one thing. What if it doesn't? Then I'll promise you one thing. Okay, it's a deal. A promise is a promise. Chen Hao smiled, said good night, and went back to his room. After Chen Hao left, Bai Ruyu couldn't sleep at all. Thinking about it, all feeling that today had been so unreal. Originally thought that today was an unlucky day. The car was hit, the person resigned, and also stayed in the hotel. But I didn't expect that after meeting Chen Hao, everything changed. The car was hit, but he was in a Ferrari supercar, and he was given a hard time by the landlord. But now he was living in a villa. It felt like the previous unlucky things were all to wait for Chen Hao's appearance. Would he be his true destiny? Bai Ruyu thought as such in her heart, and her dusty, long-sealed heart showed signs of loosening up many times today. If so, would he mind his past? Bai Ruyu's heart was a little worried. Don't be when she really opened her heart completely. When the time came to be toyed with again, that would be more difficult than killing her. Bai Ruyu rolled over and over in bed, not knowing what time it was before she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Bai Ruyu was awakened with a start. She was relieved when she opened her eyes and saw the room she was in, still inside Chen Hao's villa. She was a bit afraid that everything yesterday was a dream. Fortunately it wasn't. She directly got up, went to the bathroom to wash up, and only reacted after taking a few steps that her ankle really didn't hurt at all anymore. She sat back on the bed again and examined it carefully, and her ankle really wasn't red, swollen or painful anymore. It was really amazing. I didn't expect Chen Hao to have this ability. She just didn't know what kind of request he would make to herself. After washing up, Bai Ruyu went out. The villa was quiet, and she didn't know if Chen Hao was still there. Going down to the first floor, she found that breakfast had already been set on the dining table. Bai Ruyu approached to take a look. On the table, in addition to breakfast, there was also a piece of paper. Sister Bai's breakfast. 5 simple words, but Bai Ruyu was somewhat moved. This Chen Hao little brother is still very warm-hearted. Bai Ruyu sat on the chair and finished her breakfast little by little, then cleaned up the dishes, and when she looked up again, she saw Chen Hao walking down from upstairs with a smile on his face. Sister Bai, congratulations on your foot injury healing and being able to do housework, Chen Hao said with a smile. Who said I'm healed? My foot still hurts. Bai Ruyu immediately put on a limp. Is that so? Chen Hao smiled. Sister Bai, I have an interesting video here for you. After saying that, Chen Hao took out his cell phone and played it for Bai Ruyu, exactly the way she was walking freely in the villa. You actually secretly filmed me. Damn it. Bai Ruyu's willow eyebrows rose. This is not a sneak peek. This is actual evidence. Hey, willing to lose? You have nothing to say now, right? Losing is losing. It's not just promising you to do something. What's the big deal? But I can say this first. I won't do anything that is illegal or unreasonable. Bai Ruyu was jittery in her heart. Good talk. Chen Hao smiled and said, I heard that you usually like yoga, Sister Bai, so just put on your yoga clothes and perform a piece of yoga for me. This is not too much. Really, just perform a piece of yoga? Really? No problem then. I'll go get ready now. Bai Ruyu briskly went to change her clothes, and she happened to have a set of yoga clothes in her suitcase. However, when she changed into her yoga clothes, she blushed a little, because her yoga clothes were too thin and too snug. Bai Ruyu then realized afterward, Chen Hao, this kid has no good intentions. Chapter 45, Living with Bai Ruyu. Chen Hao definitely didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to look at beautiful women. Internet master famous saying, I have to look at chicks every day, just to be in a good mood. Chen Hao was also just in the mood for pleasure. What bad thoughts could he have? It had to be said that Bai Ruyu, whose body score was as high as 95, was indeed sexy and alluring after wearing the close-fitting yoga clothes, especially the surging waves, thin as willow waist and peach-like perfect buttocks, forming an amazing S shape, which is a more beautiful curve than any scenery. Immediately after the beautiful curve, is a pair of long straight legs, looking at all feel pleasing to the eye. No wonder many male compatriots now enjoyed watching live yoga. Chen Hao was only a little more advanced. Watching the live broadcast, a 95-point body was so perfect. Then Qin Weilan's 98-point body, how perfect would it have to be? Looking at Bai Ruyu in front of me, how do I think of Qin Weilan? I'm really a bit of a scum potential. Chen Hao rubbed his face and pushed Qin Weilan out of his mind for the time being, looking at Bai Ruyu single-mindedly first. Well, yes, he was a very dedicated man. Okay, on such a sunny morning, being able to watch a top yoga show live, Chen Hao felt very happy both physically and mentally. If he didn't have a nosebleed, he could have watched it all the way through. Bai Ruyu was originally still a bit squirmy and shy. Her whole body skin was flushed pink because of her shyness, and white as jade turned into pink as jade. However, seeing Chen Hao actually spurting blood, Bai Ruyu was also very satisfied inwardly, and even had a hint of perverted pleasure. But more than that, she was worried. What's going on? Why is there a nosebleed? She hurriedly pulled a few napkins and pressed them on Chen Hao's nose. What now? Chen Hao said with a calm face. Sister Bai, don't panic, it's just a nosebleed, not a brain bleed. Chen Hao went to the bathroom and washed himself. The surging qi and blood inside calmed down a bit, and the nosebleed stopped. Bai Ruyu hurriedly went to change into a white dress that showed her temperament, and the sexy creature instantly changed into a pure white lotus flower. Since we moved in yesterday, there was a shortage of supplies and ingredients in the house. So Chen Hao and Bai Ruyu went to the supermarket together to buy some daily necessities, ingredients and snacks. It just so happened that there was a global gateway supermarket near Pudong Garden, which contained high-quality products homegrown in China and high-quality goods imported from all over the country. The two men and women, walking side by side in the middle of the supermarket, felt like a couple, and their super high face value caused the people around them to pay attention to them frequently. Of course, most of all, they were looking at Bai Ruyu. When the two of them pushed two shopping carts full of merchandise and arrived in front of the Ferrari 488, they suddenly realized that they were stupid. The front trunk of the Ferrari 488 was only half the size of a shopping cart. Good thing the supermarket has a free delivery service. Purchase over 188 yuan can enjoy 10 kilometers free delivery. Chen Hao's two shopping carts had tens of thousands of goods, and the supermarket manager personally delivered the goods to his door, allowing Chen Hao to enjoy a good experience of being at home. The right to operate the lunch was snatched by Bai Ruyu, saying that she wanted to perform well and reflect her value, so that she wouldn't be disliked by Chen Hao for a long time and eventually kicked out of the villa by Chen Hao. Although Bai Ruyu said it as a joke, Chen Hao still vaguely felt the insecurity in her heart. Maybe it was the aftermath left by the last marriage. When shopping for groceries in the supermarket, Chen Hao realized that Bai Ruyu's hometown was Yandu City in Tianfu province. Coincidentally, Chen Hao's hometown is Nianzhou City. Are Tianfu people? Food preferences are similar. Bai Ruyu's interest in cooking are much higher. At 12 o'clock at noon, Bai Ruyu opened the meal on time. Firecracker rabbit belly, double pepper diced rabbit, dry roasted scallops, sweet and sour pork chops, salt fried pork, plus a vegetable salad. 6 dishes. The main course was 2 bowls of crystal clear large white rice with a dozen black sesame seeds sprinkled on top. Salt fried vegetables are fresh and spicy. It has to be matched with white rice to be delicious. Chen Hao had a bite of hot rabbit belly. The entrance is spicy and crisp. The flavor is quite appropriate. Chen Hao took another bite of double pepper diced rabbit. The same fresh and tender, diced rabbit with elasticity. Chen Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Bai Ruyu. He had been to Yandu City before, and had eaten a lot of salt dishes there. Bai Ruyu's salt dishes were very authentic, even better than some authentic salt dishes made by the restaurant. It was really awesome. The best compliment to a chef is to eat all the dishes she makes. Chen Hao did the same, and Bai Ruyu was full after eating some of the dishes and some vegetable salad. The rest of the dishes and 2 bowls of rice were all eaten by Chen Hao. Even the soup left over from the fiery rabbit belly and the diced rabbit with double pepper was poured on top of the rice by him, and all of it was eaten. The aroma of fats and carbohydrates mixed together was something that no foodie could resist. In a short while, the 6 dishes were swept away. Chen Hao contentedly leaned back in his chair, looking at Bai Ruyu as if she was looking at a treasure. Sister Bai, not only are you such a beautiful person, but your dishes are also so delicious. Whoever marries you as a wife, it's really a blessing that they've cultivated in 10 lifetimes. You think so, but some people don't. Bai Ruyu shook her head, looking a bit forlorn. Chen Hao said indifferently, the one who doesn't cherish you, that's a huge loss for him to have eyes without a pearl. Sister Bai, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. You rest first, I'll go wash the dishes. It's better for me to go. Eating, drinking and living with you for nothing. I have to do something. What do you mean? You're not cooking? If I say I'll go, I'll go. You cook, I'll wash the dishes. That's only fair. Saying that, Chen Hao forcefully pressed Bai Ruyu on the chair. packed up the dishes himself and went to the kitchen to clean up. In fact, it's also very simple. There are automatic dishwashers. Just need to put the plates, bowls, chopsticks, spoons sorted into it. The dishwasher automatically washes, sterilizes, dries, and when you are free, then take it out and put it away. After lunch, the two will take a nap. Of course, they went back to their own rooms to sleep. After getting up, the two went shopping again, accompanying Chen Hao to buy a few clothes, shoes and socks and so on, and then returned home to make dinner. Originally, Chen Hao was prepared to take Bai Ruyu to eat in a restaurant, but Bai Ruyu insisted on showing him her other dishes. Given that comrade Bai Ruyu was in high spirits, of course Chen Hao wouldn't disobey and had to go home for dinner. Dinner Bai Ruyu do steak. Not to mention, the flavor is really good, not worse than the big hotel. After dinner, the two people in the small area to take a walk, eliminate food, and then go home to watch a movie together. Multifunctional entertainment hall also has the function of a private movie theater. The two people enjoy the experience of a private box in the movie theater. The latest released cinema movies are really unbearable. And finally Bai Ruyu recommended Chen Hao to watch an old classic movie, When Happiness Knocks. Both Chen Hao and Bai Ruyu had seen this movie, but at Bai Ruyu's suggestion, the two of them watched it again. And when they watched the main character, who had gone through the misfortunes of having his wife leave him, having a terrible job, not being able to afford to rent a house, not being able to afford a good school, not being able to afford a good school, and not being able to pay back the debts owed by his friends and so on, and finally winning happiness, Bai Ruyu cried directly into tears. Chen Hao knew that she had thought of the many misfortunes she had experienced, and compassionately took her into his arms, giving her a touch of warmth and reliance. Although Chen Hao knew what misfortunes she had experienced, the details could only be experienced by those who had personally experienced them, and Chen Hao could not empathize with them. After Bai Ruyu calmed down, the two of them went back to their own rooms. Although nothing happened, Chen Hao was very fascinated by this feeling, which was also considered living with Bai Ruyu. The next few days, although it was a repeat of the ordinary life, but Chen Hao and Bai Ruyu's relationship, obviously much closer. Chen Hao expressed the idea of being willing to become her dependence, but was helplessly treated as a younger brother by Bai Ruyu. A younger brother is a younger brother. Anyway, to be able to have her eat, drink and play with her every day, Chen Hao was satisfied. Chapter 46, He gave too much. After living with Bai Ruyu for a few days, Bai Ruyu was finally less polite and rushed, and was more casual in the villa, almost treating Chen Hao as a family member. On this day, Chen Hao was speculating on stocks on the computer in the study, when Bai Ruyu walked in with a plate of fruit. Chen Hao, eat some fruits, replenish some vitamins. I just bought it this morning. It's fresh. Alright, thanks Sister Bai. Chen Hao ate the fruit while staring at the computer screen. Bai Ruyu glanced at the computer screen and said, "How are your stock gains? The stock market is very bearish lately, so you can take it easy." Chen Hao sniffed and turned around, smiling. "Sister Bai, do you speculate in stocks too?" "No, I don't speculate. I just buy funds," Bai Ruyu said and deflated her mouth. "Hey, don't mention it. It lost me ah. Ha, what did you buy?" Chen Hao asked with a smile. "Bought medical and internet." "Oh, when did you buy it?" "May last year." "Right, bought at the top of the mountain." The back fell on the thought of increasing the position, the result of the deeper and deeper set, and now also lose 50%. I don't want to look at it in these years. Wait for 3 years and then say it. Po ha ha ha. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh, seeing Bai Ruyu's face with annoyance. Then he said, "Well, it's the same as I used to do. I used to raise chickens, but the result is that the more I raise, the less I raise, so I switched to speculating on the stock market, and this is more direct. Sister Bai, how about I teach you to speculate on stocks?" "Forget it. I get a big headache just looking at those red and green lines and numbers. You don't need to look at the trend or the data. Just follow me. You buy whichever I tell you to buy, and you sell whichever I tell you to sell. It's as simple as that. Forget it. I still want to save some money for my retirement. Sister Bai, take a look at my earnings before you decide to follow or not." Chen Hao opened his stock account. At this time, the account balance was 266 million, holding gains of 5.11 million, holding gains of 4.1%, and accumulated gains of 264 million. TSK, Chen Hao, you're really rich. Bai Ruyu looked at Chen Hao's stock account balance, the long list of numbers, and almost drooled with envy. "Look more closely. Look at the details. Look at the highlights." Chen Hao smiled. Under Chen Hao's reminder, Bai Ruyu finally found the point. The accumulated gain was $264 million. In other words, Chen Hao had speculated on stocks and made $264 million. It was a net profit, cumulative gain of 264 million yuan. Chen Hao, how did you earn so much? How much capital was earned? Bai Ruyu hurriedly asked. Chen Hao smiled lightly. 6 million. 6 million principal. Cumulative gain of $264 million. Percent return, 10,000? Bai Ruyu was a bit confused. Was this really the rate of return that could be achieved by speculating in the stock market? This stock market of yours isn't a fake, is it? This was not at all the same thing as the stock market that Bai Ruyu understood, so she could only say so. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, whether it's real or fake, you can download a stock software yourself and see if you don't know. Look at this. I just bought these 5 stocks 20 minutes ago, and now the holding yield is 1%, and I bet that within half an hour, they can all go up to more than 9%. Bai Ruyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Although it was a bit unbelievable, she still believed Chen Hao a bit. After all, Chen Hao had given her more than one shock. So, the two of them ate fruits while watching the stock market. And sure enough, just as Chen Hao said, in less than half an hour, all those 5 stocks rose to more than 9%, and 2 of them even stopped. Chen Hao directly operated to sell, netting $12 million. See, buying low and selling high. Making money is so simple. Everyone knows that buying low and selling high can make money, but the key is, how can I know if it's high or low? This is my skill. Don't need you to worry. Just ask you, do you want to fry with me? If you say so, of course I want to, but I only have more than 100,000 cash now. Is there any qualification to participate in this big project of yours that can easily reach hundreds of millions of dollars? Sister Bai is joking. Don't say 100,000 or so, a dozen or so dollars will do. Chen Hao thought about it and added, however, since Sister Bai doesn't have much cash, keep it for pocket money you help to make it. You don't have to manage it if you lose, and the winnings will be divided into 10% for you. Help you operate, you can share 10% of the profit? That's too much. Just now, with a wave of operations, he made more than $12 million. 10% is more than $1 million. That was too much. If it was given to her, she wouldn't even dare to take it. She firmly believed that as much as she took away from Chen Hao, she could possibly pay back later, or even double it. Even if it wasn't paying back money, it might be paying back something else. It was going to be paid back after all. That's why she was a bit scared, because what Chen Hao gave was just too much. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, you don't have to worry either. It's not possible to catch a good opportunity every time. Although Chen Hao's account had more than $200 million in it, but now basically he could only afford to use more than $100 million every time, and any more would not be useful. Otherwise a headlong smash up would probably change its original trend. Volume of the stock rose less, smashed 1 or 200 million into the day, only 1 or 2 points of return, only 2 or 3 million. Small volume of stock is easy to stop, but the disc is only how big. Chen Hao 200 million smashed down, it is likely to be smashed into a major shareholder. Therefore, the larger the capital, the slower the rate of return rises. However, the good thing was that the capital was big enough. Even if the rate of return was lower, it could still be a few hundred to $10 million. Sister Bai, don't you still want to find a job anyway? Why don't you just stop looking for one, and just work for me as a full-time stock operator, working 4 hours a day, with lots of holidays, easy and free. Doesn't it smell good? Moreover, after you earn enough money and realize the freedom of wealth, you can travel wherever you want and enjoy your life to the fullest. Doesn't it smell good? Hearing Chen Hao's words, Bai Ruyu understood that Chen Hao was raising her in disguise. But what virtue could she have to be taken care of so well by Chen Hao? Isn't it just that little thing? After some thought struggle, Bai Ruyu gritted her teeth and finally agreed to Chen Hao's request to be his full-time stock operator. Even if this might step-by-step trap her in Chen Hao's side and not be able to pull herself out of it, then she admitted it, because what he gave was just too much. Chapter 47 How Cheng Medicinal Wine Opened Door Read. Bai Ruyu's work as a stock operator is very simple. Chen Hao writes her a list every day, writing clearly what time and how many minutes to buy a certain stock, and sell all of them when the profit reaches a few points. The whole operation is foolproof, and Bai Ruyu can understand it at a glance. For example, on the first day, Chen Hao wrote this, buy 10,000 lots of durian media at 9:30 minutes, that is, 1 million shares, and sell them all when the profit reaches 8 points. 9:37 minutes to buy Sancheng Biological 30,000 lots, the gain reached 9 points, all sold. Buy 100,000 lots of Huashing Energy at 10:10, sell them all when the gain reaches 6 points. 11:20 minutes to buy Tingting Network 100,000 hands, the gain reached 15 points, all sold. On the first day, Chen Hao wrote 7 stocks, of which the most profitable, to be counted Tingting Network, because in the morning, Tingting Network also fell 7 points, to the afternoon, but rose 9 points, a fall and a rise, that is 16 points of fluctuation. Chen Hao sold when the gain reached 15 points, is more reasonable, can ensure that both make money. but also be able to get out in time. After Chen Hao's Wise Eye system was upgraded to Buddha Eye system, the future trend that he could glimpse was a larger time interval, which is why he was able to write such a list. He was even able to see that a certain stock would grow several times or even dozens of times several years later, but that was too long, and Chen Hao needed to make fast money now. The same amount of money. Is it cool to go up 5% to 10% every day? Or is it cool to go up 300% in 3 years? That must choose the former. The first day the stock operator did it, Bai Ruyu was again excited and skeptical. The reason for skepticism is, Chen Hao, this guy, could it be that he really has the ability to foretell the future? The reason for the excitement is that the money earned is simply not too good. Today's 7 stocks, a total of 650 million yuan of investment funds, a total profit of more than 51 million yuan. Just her commission, there are more than 5 million, which is too much. It was more than what she had earned in 3 years of selling houses combined. Thinking back to the past 3 years, Bai Ruyu felt a bit of a loss. In the past 3 years, how many smiles did she lose? How many ditches did she show? How many times did she let those smelly men look at her for nothing? Unexpectedly, in the end, it was not as good as her working for Chen Hao for a day. How can this be? But then again, if she didn't enter the business of real estate consultant, she probably wouldn't have known Chen Hao, and wouldn't have been able to have such a treatment today. Chen Hao's side left the stock account to Bai Ruyu to operate with confidence, while he threw himself into the preparations for the opening of Hao Qing Liquor and product development. Chu Qingyang practiced the money opening policy, and in just a week's time, he successfully acquired a local winery. The scale of this brewery is not bad, but the products are not competitive in the market. Over the past 10 years, either no new products have been developed, or new products have been developed without anyone asking for them, resulting in the brewery being a king of the year. Not as good as a year. Chu Qingyang inspection of this winery. Most of the production lines of this winery have been discontinued. The warehouse is also full of packaged bottled wine. Wine cellar has also reached 80% of the storage capacity. The large winery, only a dozen people left to struggle to maintain, but also from time to time there are raw material suppliers to the door or bank call to call the debt, so that the boss is miserable. Therefore, when Chu Qingyang came to buy the distillery with cash and at a more conscientious price, the owner of the distillery immediately agreed to sell it as a package. Not only did it include the winery as well as the production line, but also the original wine inside the cellar and the bottled wine in the warehouse. A total of $580 million. This $580 million, all funded by Chu Qingyang, accounting for 20% of the shares, and at the same time invited Chen Hao Technology into the shares, accounting for 80% of the shares. Seeing such a share ratio, not to mention the formula of his strength and longevity medicinal wine, in the end, it is worth 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion or $1 trillion, just to say that Chu Qingyang's behavior is still good. He didn't say that he had to share equally or even take the lion's share if he contributed money, people and labor, so his character was quite good. However, Chen Hao agreed to participate in the winery. The purpose is not only to make money, more is to make money with Chu Qingyang, is to help Chu Qingyang, at the same time with the Chu family to deepen the relationship. To put it bluntly, the two are now almost like brothers with different fathers and mothers, so the difference between their shares can't be too great. Thus, Chen Hao took the initiative to lower his shareholding to 51%, and gave Chu Qingyang 49% of the shares, only symbolically adding 2 more points, highlighting his position in this winery. After all, with his medicinal wine formula, just any small winery could create a strong body and longevity wine. After finalizing the company's share ration, Chen Hao proceeded to formulate the medicinal wine. Within the winery, there was a wine pool of more than 2,000 cubic meters, which was specially used to store white wine, and at this time, there were nearly 1,500 tons of white wine inside. Chen Hao directly followed the amount of 1,500 tons of liquor, formulated medicinal herbs, and directly threw them into the wine pool, only needing to soak for a month, and then could be filled and listed, which was very convenient, because it was the first batch of medicinal liquor on the market. The medicinal prescription prepared by Chen Hao belonged to the kind that had a better effect on strengthening the body and benefiting life, and Chen Hao had to make the reputation of Haoqing medicinal liquor famous in one shot with this liquor. Taking advantage of the month of soaking the medicinal wine, Chu Qingyang was also synchronizing his recruitment, debugging the production line, designing the packaging, training the promotion team, and contacting TV stations and online platforms for advertisements, just waiting for the 1-month time to arrive. Production, sales and advertisement will be in full bloom. Even the advertisements on TV and network platforms would be online on heavyweight platforms such as Douyin, Quick Claw, and local TV stations half a month before the official opening, warming up in advance. Chen Hao also doesn't know much about sales and management, and he doesn't want to care. He only looked at Chu Qingyang's status. His destiny and fortune are all in the red, so there's nothing to worry about. Chen Hao doesn't know how to run a business, but he can read people. As long as he recognizes the person who runs the business, then the business is not run well. Chu Qingyang at the moment is the luck. Unstoppable. Haoqing medicinal wine to the market debut. Will be a hit. November 19th. For the Chinese people, a common day. Haoqing medicinal wine officially opened. The entire Magic City, large and small supermarkets, shopping malls, open offline opening promotions. Online also synchronized to open live with goods, which offline online won. 5 million bottles each. The original price is set at 199 yuan a bottle of 500 milliliters of Haoqing medicinal wine. During the promotional period of 99 yuan a bottle, the result is 3 million bottles of Haoqing medicinal wine. Less than a day to be snapped up, which makes Chen Hao and Chu Qingyang are a little confused. This product was also too hot. It was directly bought out of stock. This was a proper door opener. Could it be that it was sought after by consumers because the preliminary advertising campaigns, especially the advertisements on the satellite TV stations, were still relatively authoritative? That's not so bad, is it? When did advertising become so powerful? In the end, Chu Qingyang sent someone to do some market and after-sales investigation before discovering the secret. Chapter 48. A commoner's medicinal wine sought after by the magnificent family. Brother Hao. It's exploded. Our product is sold out. Early in the morning of the second day after Haoqing medicinal wine officially opened, Chu Qingyang reported the happy news to Chen Hao. Calm down. It's only a big deal. Chen Hao was calm. He had expectations in his heart, and the explosive sale of the product was also within his expectation. Brother Hao, our 3 million bottles of Haoqing medicinal wine were sold out in just one day. Apart from channel fees, rebates to dealers and other expenses, we recovered our costs by $200 million. It's only been one day. Sold out in one day? That's really sold out. Chen Hao was also a bit surprised. Is our medicinal wine so popular with the people? Brother Hao, I was also surprised at first, but when I saw the orders, I still found some problems. What problems? Chen Hao asked with a frown. Among our sales, 90% of the orders are large orders, starting at 100 cases. Most of them are from 500 to 800 cases, and the most exaggerated is that there are a dozen orders of 10,000 cases. 10,000 cases? Chen Hao was astonished for a while. A case of Haoqing medicinal wine was 6 bottles. 10,000 cases was 60,000 bottles. These dozen orders accounted for 1/3 of the total sales. Who was so drinkable? It couldn't be someone deliberately messing up, right? At first I thought so too, but after I personally contacted the other party, I realized what was going on. Guess what? Chu Qingyang even came up with a question. What's going on? Can you finish your sentence at once? What's with the old selling out? Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh and scold. He. After I asked, I realized that these buyers all point to the same person. Don't be anxious. I'm not selling anything. I'll say it right away. This person is my grandfather. Chu Qingyang smiled and said, oh, how come the old man is also involved? Chen Hao was also a bit curious. He. Didn't you specially configure a 500 gene vat of medicinal wine for my grandfather more than half a month ago? My grandfather then invited some of his old friends and buddies in Magic City to go and taste the wine. Those grandparents of his friends drank it and were so energized and praised that their backs didn't hurt, their legs didn't get sore, their breathing was smooth, and they were able to go hiking. So much so that they went to my grandpa every day afterward to dilly-dally with the wine. A large group of people, each drink a few too, and then quietly bring some back. Every day to consume 30 or 40 pounds of wine. You give my grandfather configured that 500 pounds of medicinal wine, half a month to drink up. Those grandparents still want to drink it, but unfortunately there is no more. Just happened to see our advertisement on TV, so they paid attention to it. As soon as our products hit the market, they went on a buying spree to stock up. Those grandpas and grandmothers are either rich or noble. A few million is pocket money. 10,000 cases of white wine, less than 6 million. So they are crazy snapping up. If they didn't have no place to put it, they might have bought tens of thousands more cases. The medicinal liquor that we created for the common masses has become the favorite of the rich and powerful. Chen Hao sniffed, but frowned. In that case, the goods are sold. But there's one problem, our product doesn't occupy much of the market. Yeah, I thought of that too, Chu Qingyang said. So, for the later sales, I decided to restore the original price, and also limit the purchases. Each person can't buy more than 100 bottles each time, to prevent those old guys from buying us out of stock again. Chen Hao thought about it and said, I don't think we need to limit the purchases, as long as we keep up with our production. However, since the giants fancy our wine, we can produce one or several better and more expensive medicinal wines that match the giants' temperament and compulsion. and they will naturally stop robbing the commoners' medicinal wines. Brother Hao, then you can configure medicinal wines with better effects? What do you think? Chen Hao said with a smile. It's not impossible for a point of better medicinal effect to be 10 times more expensive, and for 10 points of better medicinal effect to be 100 times more expensive and 1,000 times more expensive. Brother Hao is right. After all, better medicinal herbs are more expensive, and they also need better original wine to be prepared. He. The two of them had a preliminary discussion, and then called the management team together to discuss and brainstorm, finally settling on 5 different grades of medicinal wine. The first is the civilian medicinal wine that has now been introduced to the market, priced at 199 yuan a bottle of Haoqing medicinal wine, restored to the original price, continue to produce and sell. The second is a slightly higher grade of medicinal wine, using slightly better original wine and medicinal herbs, named Haoqing Wine King, priced at 599 yuan a bottle. At this price, it basically distances itself from consumers who buy 199 yuan per bottle. The third kind of medicinal wine, no matter the packaging, liquor, medicinal herbs, the effect is better, named Haoqing Wine King, pricing 1,999 yuan a bottle. Such a price, again can buy 599 yuan consumers to pull the gap. It can be said that these 3 kinds of wine, for the consumer groups, the distinction is more obvious, can realize the product laddering consumption pattern. Luxury is not to tens of thousands of bottles of tens of thousands of bottles of stockpiling. The civilian public is not to buy. The first 3 kinds of wine can be said to be for all consumers' sales of wine, then the last 2 grades of wine will not be for all consumers. The 4th grade of medicinal wine, of course, is with better raw materials. The taste of the wine is incomparably mellow. The effect of strengthening the body and life is of course more obvious. Long-term drinking can really strengthen the body and life, and may even live more and more youthful. The days of the race of the gods. Because of this effect, this wine is named Haoqing Wine Immortal, priced at 999 yuan a bottle, and also requires Haoqing wine industry members to buy. Here is where the membership system of Haoqing Liquor comes into play. The membership level created by Haoqing Liquor also includes 5 grades. Ordinary members, with an annual fee of 100,000 yuan, can purchase 10 bottles of Haoqing Wine Immortal each year. Gold members, with an annual fee of 200,000 yuan, can purchase 50 bottles of Haoqing Wine Immortal each year. Platinum member, with an annual fee of 300,000 RMB, can purchase 100 bottles of Haoqing Xian every year. Diamond member, with an annual fee of 500 renminbi, 000, can purchase unlimited bottles of Haoqing Wine Immortal and have the opportunity to customize Haoqing Wine Saint products once a year. Super member, with an annual fee of 1 million renminbi, can purchase unlimited bottles of Haoqing Wine Immortal and has 3 chances to customize Haoqing Wine Saint products every year. As for the Haoqing Wine Saint, it is the 5th grade of wine, which belongs to the high-end customized wine and has no fixed price, but the price is certainly much higher than 999 yuan a bottle of Haoqing Wine Xian. The so-called high-end customized wine is a medicinal wine out that can be tailor-made according to the consumer's physique or even condition, and can fit the consumer to the maximum extent. This quality of wine, you cannot use a unified formula, unified medicinal herbs, but need to be received by Chen Hao alone, and then individually formulated, and is a seller's market. You must wait for Chen Hao free time to take orders. Once such a product system and membership system came out, it instantly pulled the piquancy of Haoqing medicinal wine higher. Chapter 49, Jiao Lu was annoying again. The new product system and the new membership system were naturally established and perfected by Chu Qingyang leading the company team. Even the herbs needed for each grade. It was just a matter of Chen Hao sending the detailed list of herbs to Chu Qingyang, and then after Chu Qingyang purchased them back, Chen Hao would then prepare them. So it didn't take Chen Hao much time at all, and Chen Hao had plenty of time to do what he wanted to do. What were the things Chen Hao wanted to do the most? Making money was considered one of them. However, now with Haoqing Liquor Industry as an entity enterprise, plus by Ruyu helping him operate his stock account at home every day, his money had more than doubled in a month. Not counting the assets of Haoqing Liquor Industry, his cash assets had now reached 1.5 billion. For him, who did not have much capital needs at the moment, there was no need to put in too much effort. Therefore, the most important thing Chen Hao wanted to do right now was to officially put earning merit value on his agenda. The Buddha's Eye system was a system based on merit values, and only with sufficient merit values could he maximize the role of the Buddha's Eye system. Then, how could one accumulate merit values? With Chen Hao's understanding of the Buddha Eye system, there were probably several aspects. The first thing was that one's state of mind had to reach a certain height, and Mahayana Buddhism emphasized great compassion, fraternity, and altruistic thoughts. That is, having a good heart, helping people, and being willing to do good. Those who help others are happy, the greater the chance of accumulating merit. People who are kind-hearted always have less bad luck. Secondly, altruism is not completely unconditional altruism. It is not about sacrificing oneself for others. It is about self-benefiting. That is, it is beneficial to oneself and at the same time helping others, which is a balanced approach. Once again, doing a good deed needs to be done in its entirety, which involves karma. Finally, accumulating merit also requires chance. Doing good deeds intentionally may lead to blessings, but it does not necessarily lead to the accumulation of merit. To summarize, there are 4 keywords: state of mind, self-benefit, karma, and chance. In the history of the state of China, the Buddhist ancestor once traveled to the state of China and met one of the emperors of the time. The emperor told the Buddhist ancestor that after he became emperor, he had devoted himself to upholding the Dharma, improving the status and treatment of monks, building thousands of temples, and supporting millions of people to become monks and converts to Buddhism. He bragged to the Buddhist ancestors that this was a great merit of his, and he considered it to be meritorious. But the Buddhist ancestor told him that what he had done was not meritorious, but on the contrary might even be counterproductive. Because the emperor raised the status and welfare of the monks, a large number of young men and women became monks and enjoyed a rich life without working, which led to more people entering the Buddhist sect. But they were not bent on Buddhism, they were only bent on obtaining welfare. At the same time, the large number of young and strong men who had become monks led to the fields in many places being left barren and the yield of the fields being lowered. And the state, in order to have enough taxes, could only raise the tax rates, which made the ordinary people suffer even more. Therefore, like this emperor, the behavior of honoring Buddha on the surface, doing good deeds on the surface, and doing superficial work was meaningless. Chen Hao asked himself, his own state of mind, I can't say that he is a great compassionate person, but his nature is good. If people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people offend me, let them have 3 points. If people offend again, them. After all, sometimes the Buddha is also angry. Self-interested altruism. This is relatively simple. How Cheng Liquor Industries medicinal wine is a self-interested altruism medium. Chen Hao through the medicinal wine can make money, but also let more people to strengthen the body and life. Is not self-interested altruism? It was just that the medicinal wine had just been sold, and most of it was still being harvested by the rich and powerful, and it had not yet had a noticeable helpful effect on the general public. As for karma, Chen Hao had bonded with Chu Qing Yang because of the Shirizi string, which in turn had broken the baleful qi in Elder Chu's body, thus gaining the friendship of the Chu family. Now, the establishment of Hao Qing liquor industry was considered a stage of good results between Chen Hao and Chu family. However, Chen Hao felt that there were more pressing matters in the luxurious family, and there would definitely be more things popping up in the Chu family that required his intervention to deal with. For example, the baleful qi in the body of the old master Chu was that someone had bought off the subordinates around the old master and brought the ferocious baleful thing to the old master's side, pointing directly at the Chu family's prime minister, just to bring down the Chu family. Although this matter, the Chu family had already dealt with the person involved and fought back against the enemy. Chen Hao felt that this kind of thing, with the first time, there would be a second time. It was just that this second time, I don't know when it would come. Anyway, if the Chu family didn't have anything that people and gods were angry about, Chen Hao would have to stand up to the Chu family. As for chance, it was even worse to say that there was a chance to encounter another miraculous item such as a Sherpa string or the like, and that would be even better. Therefore, having nothing to do, Chen Hao went to browse the Lingsha Road antique market again, but didn't find any big leaks to pick up, so he didn't make a move. He wasn't too bad about that small amount of money anymore. 5 p.m. From the Lingsha Road antique market out, Chen Hao was ready to go home, but the phone rang. Pulled out to see. Actually, as Lu Jiaojiao called. I did not expect the chance did not find. Actually also went bad luck. And again by this woman to the door. Chen Hao hurriedly hung up, but the cell phone immediately rang. Chen Hao continued to hang up. The phone rang again. Chen Hao continued to hang up and was about to turn off the phone when a text message was sent over. Chen Hao, save me. Chen Hao frowned. This Lu Jiaojiao, what is she trying to do again? He didn't reply to the text message, nor did he call back. Preparing to drive home. The call came again. This time, Chen Hao paused for a few seconds, but still picked it up. Lu Jiaojiao, what the hell do you want? Chen Hao, save me. Oh, please, only you can save me now. Oh. Chen Hao sniffed, even though he was inwardly disgusted with Lu Jiaojiao, but after all, they had been in love for 3 years, and hearing her cry sadly, he asked, don't cry, cry a hairline, something to say. Chen Hao, can you come to the Sheraton Hotel? I've been kidnapped, can you come and save me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of ing brain-dead story did you make up? Kidnapped and going to a 5-star hotel? Can it be any more brain-dead? It's true, Chen Hao. I didn't lie to you. I owe them $1 million, and if I don't pay them back today, they're going to make me sell my body to offset the debt. Woo woo, Chen Hao. I really didn't lie to you. Come and save me. Sheraton room 1888. Quickly. The phone spoke here and directly disconnected. Chen Hao couldn't help but frown. This loser. What did the brainwashed thing? How long did it take to owe someone $1 million? Chapter 50, Saving Jiao Lu. Chen Hao was ultimately not hard-hearted enough to abandon Jiao Lu, but after some consideration, he still drove to Sheraton Hotel. Arriving at the Sheraton Hotel's room 1888, Chen Hao didn't directly knock on the door, but stood at the doorway, opened his Buddha's eye, and looked through the door towards the inside. In an instant, Chen Hao's vision, or to be precise, a kind of consciousness, broke through the door and saw the interior of the room. It was a luxurious suite, and Lu Jiajio was sitting on the bed, staring blankly, and beside her stood 2 men, both fierce-looking, who seemed to have her under house arrest. Buddha eye perspective consumed a relatively large amount of energy, and Chen Hao only took a preliminary look and didn't find any threats, so he withdrew his consciousness and knocked on the door. Duck, duck, duck. Chen Hao knocked on the door 3 times, not gently but not heavily. Soon, the door opened a little over halfway from the inside, and a bald head poked out, inquiring, "Are you Chen Hao?" Chen Hao nodded. Only then did the bald head open the door, staring at him with a wary face, saying, "Come in." Chen Hao walked into the room with a frank face, and the other man in the room also stared at him nervously, as if he was a hungry wolf staring at a piece of fat meat. Chen Hao. Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly ran over from the bed, hugged Chen Hao's waist, crashed into his arms, and cried tears of joy. "Chen Hao, you're here. I knew it. You'll definitely come to save me. You still love me, right?" "Thank you, Chen Hao. Thank you. I still love you too," Lu Jiaojiao said as she cried. The bald man walked over and sneered. AI. I say 2 of you, don't be in a hurry to make out first. Pay off your debt first." Chen Hao made a strong effort to pull Lu Jiaojiao away from himself, and said with a bashful face, "Don't be too happy first. I'm not interested in you. I just want to know, what kind of brain-dead thing did you do? How did you owe someone $1 million in just over a month?" "Chen Hao, it's my fault, but I didn't do it on purpose. I was punked by someone else," Lu Jiaojiao said with an aggrieved face. "Get to the point." "Yes, it's like this. A month ago, that time in the Chu family, I was scolded by you and was in a bad mood. It just so happened that there was a friend who accompanied me for a drink, comforted me, and later said that he wanted to take me to get rich, so he took me to a casino and taught me to gamble. In the beginning, I was also more cautious, all playing with hundreds and hundreds, but my luck has been very good. Every day I can win thousands and thousands of dollars. Just like that, I played there for half a month and made over $100,000. So my friend suggested that I play bigger, and I won $100,000 that day. But, from then on, my luck seemed to run out. Almost every day I lost. The more I lost, the more I gambled. The more I gambled, the more I lost, and finally lost all my winnings, and also lost my own capital. At this time, my friend told me that the casino can borrow money. I do not know what is going on. I went to borrow $100,000 from the casino, but soon lost it all again. Immediately after that, is to borrow 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million, but after I lost all my $1 million, they stopped lending it to me, and they wanted me to pay it back immediately. Where do I still have any money? They said let me sell body to cover the debt. Chen Hao, I really have no choice but to ask you for help. Chen Hao, please save me. After listening to Lu Jiajiao's crying, Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Asterisk. Lu Jiajiao cried. Isn't that because of you? Chen Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes and sneered. You're pretty good. You can hold any pot on my head. Chen Hao, we've been in love for 3 years. You've been pretending to be poor with me for 3 years. As soon as I broke up with you, you got rich. Don't you dare tell me that you've earned a few $1 million in a few days. Do you think I'll believe that? You're so hypocritical. If you had been more sincere with me from the start, and showed me your financial power from the start, would I have been tempted to go buy someone else? It's all because of you. It's all because of you. You are responsible for me becoming like this today. You are responsible for me. Pa dash. Chen Hao reached out and incited over with a loud slap. Lu Jiajia covered her face with an incredulous expression. Chen Hao, how dare you hit me? You never hit me before? You've changed. Oh. You actually hit me. Shut up, Chen Hao said in a cold voice. If you still want me to help you, just shut your mouth and don't make a single sound. Lu Jiajiao's whimpering cries instantly turned into low sobs. At this time, the bald man next to him spoke up. Brother, whether you want to beat or whip, first pay your debt. You can whip as much as you want, but before paying off the debt, I advise you not to do it again. Especially the face. Otherwise the gold master came to take a look at her face is swollen. How can she be sold at a good price? Do you think so? Chen Hao turned around, coldly glanced at the bald head. His eyes were cold and intimidating. The bald head couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Brother, debt repayment, heaven and earth. If you can help her pay back the money, hurry up and pay it back. What do you want to do after that? If you don't help her pay back the money then get lost. We still have to do business. Don't stare at me all the time. Our Golden Sea Group is not intimidated. Golden Sea Group? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, $1 million is not even pocket money to me. The bald man sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. Chen Hao changed his words. But, I won't pay it back. The bald man's face turned black. Grass. What do you mean? Playing with us? Chen Hao said indifferently. Gambling debt. Naturally, you have to gamble to pay it back. I will naturally go to Golden Sea Group's casino to pay back my debt in a little while. There's no need for you guys to rush me. Besides, the gambling debt will only expire at 12 o'clock tonight. Isn't it a bit too early for you guys to start urging the debt now? The bald man frowned. Today is already the deadline. I said, the gambling debt will only expire at 12 p.m. I will naturally deal with it at that time. Now, you guys can get lost, Chen Hao said indifferently. Grass, kid, you want to die, don't you? Let me roll? The bald man directly pulled out a dagger and waved it in front of Chen Hao. Either give money to ransom, or clip your balls and get lost. Piss off the old man and I'll bleed you out. When the bald man's words just fell, there was a sudden blur before his eyes, and the dagger in his hand had already appeared in Chen Hao's hand. Chen Hao held the dagger in one hand, and with a forceful break of his thumb, the dagger broke into 2. Dan gang. Chen Hao threw the broken dagger on the ground and said indifferently, this is it? When the bald man saw this, he was directly scared and took a few steps back. That was a stainless steel dagger. Was this kid's hand that strong? A finger to break it? The bald man colorfully said, Kid, aren't you afraid that our Golden Sea Group will retaliate against you? Chen Hao smiled faintly. What's the point of wasting words? If you have the guts to shake people now, if I'm even a little bit scared, you're my grandson. Good, very good, kid, you wait for me. After the bald man let out his vicious words, he immediately scurried away. Chapter 51, Falling for Jiajiao Lu's Way. Chen Hao, thank you for saving me. After the 2 bald men ran away, Lu Jiajiao immediately jumped into Chen Hao's arms. Chen Hao, I know you still love me. Let's get back together, okay? Lu Jiajiao had a supplicating tone, and pressed her delicate body tightly in front of Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao, however, frowned and separated Lu Jiajiao from himself by a little distance, and said in a cold voice, Lu Jiajiao, your skin is also a little too thick. Don't put gold on your own face. Do you think that I, now, will be short of women? Chen Hao, can you forgive me, please? I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to abandon you again. Lu Jiajiao said aggressively. Chen Hao laughed back in anger and said, Lu Jiajiao, you haven't forgotten what I said when we broke up, right? I said that it wasn't you who kicked me. It was me who didn't want you, because you make me feel sick. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's just leave it at that. I'm going to pull the plug on your cell phone number right now in person, and don't ever call me again. It's broken up and you're still so annoying. Chen Hao, Lu Jiajiao suddenly shouted loudly. Do I annoy you that much? Do I disgust you that much? Let me tell you, I've protected myself very well. I'm still a virgin. I'm still clean. Want to prove it to you now? Ha! Chen Hao shook his head. Do you think that I merely only care about the cleanliness of my body? He could see Lu Jiajiao's secret. How could he not know that Lu Jiajiao was still a virgin? But isn't such a woman even more terrifying? Fooling the men around her, passing through the green leaves, not touching a single leaf. She doesn't treat the men around her with sincerity at all. She just treats them as tool people to fulfill her requirements. Once in her favor, she can be false with the snake. Once unfavorable to her, will be discarded as my footsteps. It can be said that she is the female version of the bull demon king. The Chen Hao of the past was abandoned by her once she couldn't fulfill her demands. And now Chen Hao, rich and powerful, has become the sweetie in her heart again. She was satisfied. But please forgive Chen Hao for not being able to accept it. Seeing Chen Hao insisting on leaving, but Lu Jiajiao said, Chen Hao, I know I can't keep you, but can I invite you for a meal? He. Chen Hao shook his head. Is that still necessary? Chen Hao, when we broke up more than a month ago, we didn't even have a decent breakup meal. I'll treat you today. We'll get along. I'll never pester you again, okay? There's no need for this. After all, we've been separated for a long time. Chen Hao didn't give the slightest bit of face and still wanted to leave. However, Lu Jiaojiao directly hugged his thigh. Chen Hao, are you that desperate? You don't even have the time to have a meal with me? If you're so heartless, don't blame me for stalking you. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. The girl who was once as holy as a white lotus flower in his eyes had now turned into the scoundrel now. For a moment, Chen Hao suddenly felt that life was too damn meaningless. Of course, it was just that moment. Alright, I'll begrudgingly have a meal with you, Chen Hao said indifferently. Really? Great. Thank you, Chen Hao. Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly said. I'll have the hotel prepare it right away. Saying that, Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly called the hotel restaurant and ordered a more classy Western food and red wine, and after only waiting for half an hour, the hotel restaurant sent the meals up. After the waiter set up the meal and opened the wine, he retreated. Lu Jiaojiao, on the other hand, invited Chen Hao to take a seat. The table in the suite is a bit small. You won't mind, right? Mind. And what can I do? Chen Hao said without any humor. Okay, as long as you don't mind. Lu Jiaojiao pretended not to hear. Chen Hao scared his mouth, thought about it, and still didn't argue with her. Just accompany her for a meal and leave. What was there to argue about? The corners of Lu Jiaojiao's mouth rose, and her mood appeared to be very good as she poured red wine for Chen Hao and herself respectively, and thought for a moment. I'm going to wash my hands. You come and wash them too. Don't want to wash, Chen Hao said without any humor. After Lu Jiaojiao washed her hands, she saw that Chen Hao had already picked up a knife and fork and was ready to start, so she immediately shouted, No, Chen Hao, you must wash your hands. Asterisk 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 we're sharing a meal. It's none of your business whether I wash my hands or not. No way. Chen Hao, go wash your hands. Go wash them, please. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Hao rolled his eyes so much today that his eyelids were almost cramped. How come you've become so annoying now? Chen Hao had no choice but to go to the bathroom and wash his hands. And right at the same time Chen Hao washed his hands, Lu Jiaojiao went into his red wine glass and sprinkled a little white powder. After washing her hands, Lu Jiaojiao stopped talking nonsense, and this breakup meal, which was many days late, was finally opened. Chen Hao just buried his head and ate the food. Lu Jiaojiao was frequently giving Chen Hao a toast. In a short while, Chen Hao finished the steak. A bottle of red wine was also divided cleanly by the two. Asterisk 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 what kind of red wine is this? How many degrees? After finishing his meal, Chen Hao gradually felt the alcohol surging up. His head was drowsy, and both cheeks were hot. Lu Jiaojiao, you wouldn't buy fake wine to harm me, right? No way. Lu Jiaojiao smiled. I drank it with you. How come I didn't get dizzy? I think it's because you can't hold your liquor. I have no problem drinking 10 bottles. Chen Hao still had a clear understanding of his own drinking capacity. With his Vajra divine kung fu, he had fought alone at the Chu family dinner and had yet to lose. How could he be put down by a mere half bottle of red wine? It must be that Lu Jiaojiao had tampered with the wine. Only, before, he didn't carefully observe Jiaojiao Lu, but focused on that bald man and his companion. In fact, that bald man and his companion were not people from the Golden Sea Group, but actors invited by Jiaojiao Lu, with the purpose of cheating $1 million from Chen Hao, but it was recognized by Chen Hao, so Chen Hao didn't give a damn about the bald man, and even directly drove the two away. Just Chen Hao see-through did not say break. He would like to see Lu Jiaojiao still want to come up with what moths, but did not expect, actually in the wine hands. Of course, with Chen Hao's strength of Vajra divine strength, the drug in the wine, for Chen Hao, is not a threat, but he wanted to pretend to be stupid again, but it is no longer possible, so he directly poked, Lu Jiaojiao, you drugged me? What kind of drug did you give me? Lu Jiaojiao heard, but directly stood up, toward Chen Hao, directly snuggled in his side, pink tongue and the tender lips gently lick, clever smile. Chen Hao, is not the feeling of the body has a group of fire? It's very tempting to spew out the fire? Saying that, Lu Jiaojiao also reached out her hand and gently caressed Chen Hao's body, instantly stirring up the flame inside Chen Hao's body, making it even bigger. Chapter 52, Stimulating and Counter-Stimulating. Seeing Lu Jiaojiao's action, Chen Hao sneered, Lu Jiaojiao, aren't you afraid of setting yourself on fire? Lu Jiaojiao smiled charmingly and said, if you say it's drawing fire, can't it be rebirthed by fire? He. Chen Hao shook his head. You're thinking beautifully. Lu Jiaojiao knitted her eyebrows and said, Chen Hao, connected for 3 years, haven't you always wanted to break through the last layer of relationship? Now that I'm taking the initiative to send it up, what are you waiting for? Send out the flame within your body. Lu Jiaojiao's hand gently stroked Chen Hao's chest and belly, feeling that after not seeing him for more than a month, Chen Hao's body had become much firmer, and his body was bony and hard, as if it was full of muscles. His body, when did it become so good? Lu Jiaojiao couldn't help but swallow her saliva. If she said that she had quietly drugged Chen Hao in order to stimulate the flame and beastliness in his body, then now, Chen Hao was standing in front of her, Her hand was touching Chen Hao's body, and the flames in her body also seemed to be stimulated. This kind of feeling was just too marvelous. Wonderful. So wonderful that it made Lu Jiajiao's body slightly soft, and even her breath burned for a few moments. Feeling the changes in Lu Jiajiao's body, Chen Hao couldn't help but splash her with a pot of cold water. Lu Jiajiao, I know what you're playing with in your heart, but I advise you not to be delusional. You don't think that your medicine has a strong effect, thinking that you can have some relationship with me with this, and then use it as blackmail. Put away your mouth for a moment. I'm not going to let you get away with this. That's all. See you later. Between Chen Hao's words, Vajra divine power operated, suppressing the medicinal power in his body. A mere catalytic medicine. In front of Vajra divine power. What was it? Chen Hao was about to leave after saying that. Lu Jiajiao rushed over and hugged Chen Hao's waist. Chen Hao, don't leave. I don't want to blackmail you. Let go, Chen Hao said in a cold voice. I won't let go. I won't let go. If you have the ability to beat me to death, just beat me to death. Lu Jiajiao cried again as she spoke. Chen Hao shook his head. Lu Jiajiao, look at your current appearance. It's simply getting farther and farther away from what you want to become. You're turning into the kind of person you despise the most. Is this what you want? No, I don't care. I only want you now. Chen Hao, don't leave, okay? I can't leave if I don't. You've drugged me. If I really do what you want, I really don't know what kind of traps will be made for me next waiting for me to step on. Chen Hao pretended to be ruthless and said. In fact, Lu Jiajiao's intentions were almost clear and obvious under his Buddha's eyes. There are no traps. Chen Hao, how can you think so badly of me? Lu Jiajiao said. Chen Hao, then you stay and talk with me. That's fine, right? Sorry, I have nothing to say to you. Chen Hao, you, Lu Jiajiao 3 times. Splashing and juggling are used. Chen Hao's oil and salt does not enter. Lu Jiajiao exasperated. Well, Chen Hao, since you are so desperate, you just go. Just leave. Who's afraid of who? Chen Hao didn't even say a word and stepped away. Chen Hao, look. Behind him, Lu Jiajiao's voice sounded again. Chen Hao frowned and turned around to see that Lu Jiajiao was pinching a small blue pill in her hand, shaking it towards Chen Hao before swallowing it in one gulp. Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, what are you eating? Use your pipe? You go. Lu Jiajiao sneered. Then you take care of yourself. Chen Hao shook his head and prepared to leave. What I gave you is what I'm taking now, and it's even heavier than the amount of medicine you took. Lu Jiajiao laughed. He. Chen Hao, if you really don't have any affection for me at all, then just leave and leave me alone. When you leave and something happens to me, or I get picked up by another man, I'll see if you'll be heartbroken, regretful, and sad. Nuts. What a ing nuts. Chen Hao really wanted to whip her a few times, but it was useless to whip her now. The pill went down to the abdomen and would soon be absorbed. Plus the effect of the alcohol would take effect even faster. Chen Hao was considering whether to give her a cold shower or to drink water furiously to induce vomiting, but Lu Jiajiao had already produced a change. This little blue pill is also too domineering. The speed is too fast. Chen Hao picked up Lu Jiajiao on his shoulder and was about to head to the bathroom to give her a cold shower to clear her head. However, Lu Jiajiao said, Chen Hao, are you a ing man? Are you practicing hardness all over your body? But that place is soft? Are you still a man? Chen Hao said indifferently. Whether I'm a man or not, I'll naturally verify it on other women. There's no need for you to provoke me here. If you are provoked, you have to have a reaction too. Unfortunately you don't. You're not a man. You are not a man. You're not a man. Asterisk. Chen Hao was directly enraged, and directly threw her towards the bed, then took off the clothes on his body. His strong and fit body was visible. Every single sweat hair and every inch of my old man's skin is permeated with manliness. Lousy would not be a man? You see enough. Lousy's body is invincible. His capital is invincible, but Lousy just won't make a move. I'll let you watch and gluttonize you to death. Lu Jiajiao's medication had already exerted most of its effect at this moment. She glared at Chen Hao and said, Chen Hao, it's too much. Come on, look, let's see who can survive who. Chen Hao tried his best to suppress the effects of the medicine in his body, and the effects of the medicine were almost non-existent on him. Lu Jiajiao, on the other hand, was not the same, cursing Chen Hao countless times in her heart. This Chen Hao, simply too shameless, actually came to this trick. Chapter 53 Good horses don't eat back grass. Chen Hao's move couldn't be described as ruthless. He had real kung fu, so he could carry it, but Lu Jiajiao couldn't. What is the result of not being able to carry it? Everyone should understand. After the drug's effect kicked in, Lu Jiajiao's consciousness was already in a trance. In front of Chen Hao, she made all kinds of gestures that a woman could beg for, all kinds of humble language, which could be described as ugly. Then, Chen Hao just looked on coldly. with a hint of mockery on his face, watching her perform to her heart's content, regardless of the performance. At this moment, Chen Hao only had the mindset of watching the show, with absolutely no desire to take advantage of it. No, it was that he couldn't take advantage of Lu Jiajiao. If he couldn't help but have something with Lu Jiajiao, that would only make Lu Jiajiao's heart satisfied, right? On the contrary, if he held back his body's urges now, it would be a kind of torture for her instead. A great torture. After another while, Lu Jiajiao couldn't hold back anymore and directly counterattacked Chen Hao. Since Chen Hao didn't take the initiative, then only she would take the initiative. However, what she didn't expect was that Chen Hao actually pushed her away. How is this possible? Hadn't Chen Hao coveted her body for a long time? She had always protected it well, always sticking to her bottom line. Now, she was ready to hand over her bottom line, and together with Chen Hao, break through this layer of bottom line. But Chen Hao actually pushed her away? This made Lu Jiajiao completely incomprehensible, and even more unacceptable. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Chen Hao, why did you do this to me? Lu Jiajiao hissed. Chen Hao sneered. Not for any reason. It's just that sometimes, all of a sudden, you're not interested in something that you can't forget. It's as simple as that. Chen Hao. Lu Jiajiao's eyes were red. I don't submit. I'm wrong, okay? I'll admit my mistake to you. You can punish me however you want. No need to admit your mistake. It's meaningless. Meaningful. Why is it meaningless? I don't care. You're my first love. I want you to be responsible for me, and I have to be responsible for you too. Saying that, Lu Jiajiao directly pounced on Chen Hao. Chen Hao directly picked her up and threw her within the bathroom's bathtub, turning on the shower head and spraying over. Ah, Chen Hao, why are you spraying me with cold water? You're poisoned and need to sober up. Why are you doing this to me? Whoa. Lu Jiajiao was like a fallen chicken, squatting in the bathtub and crying loudly. A good horse doesn't eat back grass. Chen Hao's attitude towards Lu Jiajiao was already clear. Lu Jiajiao, who had been sprayed with cold water for half an hour, had the dry heat in her body completely doused, estimating that there wouldn't be any more problems. Chen Hao directly talked to her goodbye and left the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Chen Hao first Pudong Garden Villa area, glanced at Bai Ruyu. She is in his study room speculation. Bai Ruyu glanced at Chen Hao and said, "You're back?" "Aha." Chen Hao nodded and casually asked, "How is it? Still used to it? Will it be too boring?" Bai Ruyu smiled and said, "How can making money be boring? I like making money the most. If it wasn't for the fact that the stock market only opens for 4 hours a day, I would speculate on stocks for 24 hours. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, "That's fine, as long as you're happy." Bai Ruyu glanced at Chen Hao and suddenly froze for a moment, then smiled playfully and said, "How about it? You had a good time at night too, right, HM? No." Chen Hao was a bit vain, saying, "Is there something on my face?" It shouldn't be. Although the two of them had some pulling and tugging, there wasn't anything substantial, so there shouldn't be any flavor or traces. Bai Ruyu shook her head and faintly said, "No." Then she turned her eyes to the computer screen again. "This evening I met a deceased person. There was a bit of conflict in the past, but now the conflict has finally been resolved," Chen Hao explained. In fact, before this, Chen Hao felt that the conflict between him and Lu Jiajiao was irreconcilable. Lu Jiajiao's betrayal of him was a heavenly matter. It was his humiliation. He would hold a grudge against her for the rest of his life, making her regret betraying her. Now that he thought about it, the other party was just that much. If he valued the other party, then the other party was the big thing that killed him. But if he didn't value the other person, then the other person was nothing. Is that so? Bai Ruyu smiled faintly as she said, "Then congratulations are in order." "Thank you, Sister Bai." Chen Hao smiled and nodded. "By the way, Sister Bai, I realized that ever since you moved into the villa, all my luck has gotten better. It's really great to have you here. So I become a mascot?" Bai Ruyu laughed. "No, you're more precious than a mascot. You're a national treasure. Family treasure." Chen Hao patted a not-so-good horse's ass and added, "If you're going to leave one day, be sure to tell me in advance. I need to be mentally prepared." Bai Ruyu gave him a flirtatious glance and smiled. "The treatment here is so good, how can I leave? Just don't think I'm in the way and drive me away." "How can I drive you away? You help me do things. You also cook for me, and clean up the room. The key is that the cooking is especially delicious, and the room is cleaned up in a particularly cozy way. Even if I'm a fool, I won't do that kind of silly things." Chen Hao continued to pat his horse's ass. "Right, if you don't say anything about cooking, I've forgotten that I've also prepared a midnight snack for you." Bai Ruyu smiled and said, "I've prepared for you the firecracker waste flour, double pepper rabbit waste, popped oysters, and spicy sheep treasure. You wait, I'll go do it right now. It'll be quick." Saying that, Bai Ruyu got up and went to the kitchen. Chen Hao touched his nose, recalling the names of these 4 dishes, as if there was a common point. Could it be that Bai Ruyu really misunderstood? Chapter 54, It's good to have a sister. Looking at a table full of kidney, or rather kidney tonic dishes, Chen Hao had to wonder if Bai Ruyu was insinuating something. But if Bai Ruyu didn't say it, Chen Hao couldn't say it himself. Or maybe, Bai Ruyu guessed everything, but just didn't want to poke holes in it and give him face. Worthy of being a 25-year-old big sister. Just a little more mature, a little more knowing. Sister is good. Sister is wonderful. Sister makes me have no worries. Chen Hao feels like he likes Bai Ruyu more and more. This character. Chen Hao, eat more haha. Bai Ruyu sipped winter melon soup herself and kept on chucking dishes to Chen Hao. These Jianghu dishes are still to your taste, right? Aha! Chen Hao nodded repeatedly, his tongue shivering from the spiciness. Sister Bai is so delicious. Bah! What are you talking about? Break off a sentence. Will you? Bai Ruyu glared at Chen Hao, then smiled and said, what do you like to eat? Just tell your sister, and she'll do it for you haha. Aha! Chen Hao's heart was full of happiness. This sister Bai, she was really good, very good at taking care of people. There was a saying on the internet, sister treats me like a treasure. Not only does she have a high ideological awareness, but she will also treat me well. It's really good to have a sister. Not only that, and look at this pure and lustful look of Sister Bai. This gentle and virtuous temperament. That is really great. If not for Zhao Jiaolu's phone call, this lunch would have been perfect. When Chen Hao buried his head in his dry rice, his cell phone rang. Although he had deleted Zhao Jiaolu's call, he still remembered his number. Chen Hao thought about it and still picked it up. Although he was prepared to be a plucked and ruthless person, he was not really a ruthless person. Hello? Hello? Chen Hao pretended not to know who it was. Chen Hao, did you really delete my number? On the other end of the phone, Lu Jiajiao's voice came out. But that doesn't matter. I need your help now, Chen Hao said while eating. What's your business? I'm busy right now. Let's see what happens after I'm done. No, I need you now. Lu Jiajiao gave an inch. I think you're thinking about fart eating. Chen Hao directly hung up the phone and continued eating. This Lu Jiajiao simply couldn't put herself in the right position. Chen Hao didn't mind to temper her a bit. Soon, the phone rang again. As soon as Chen Hao connected, Lu Jiajiao's voice rang out from the other side of the phone. Chen Hao, are you still not a man? You still don't know if I'm a man or not? Chen Hao downplayed. Say something. If not, I'll hang up. I'll call again if you hang up. Lu Jiajiao was unreasonable. If you make this kind of ineffective call again, I'll turn off the phone, pull the plug, or put the phone in the toilet when I get through. I have 100 ways to govern your rascality. Do you want to try? Chen Hao, how could you? Whoa, come on, it's another cry. It's impossible to talk about this. Chen Hao directly hung up the phone and turned it off. Looking up at Bai Ruyu with a concerned face, Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, sorry, Sister Bai, I'll let you see the joke. What's going on? Bai Ruyu blinked her big beautiful Kazran eyes, the fire of gossip burning brightly. Well, if you don't mind, you can tell me about it. I'm willing to be your listener. There's actually not much to say, Chen Hao said indifferently, with no intention of taking it out and sharing it. However, Bai Ruyu was not ready to let go of the opportunity to gossip, and said indifferently, what? Is it that sister doesn't deserve to know your story yet? How could it be? I just don't want to say it. Chen Hao glanced at Bai Ruyu and saw that the color of gossip on her face became even more intense, so he sighed and said, well, who let Sister Bai be my good sister who knows me well? I'm not afraid of making a fool of myself. However, Sister Bai, this story, I will only share it with you alone. Don't take it out and tell it to others. Don't worry, I don't have many friends in Magic City. It's just some co-workers with average relationships. Bai Ruyu smiled and said, the seduction component is a bit big like. Honestly, our own people don't lie to their own people. Chen Hao narrated, the one who called just now, is my ex-girlfriend. Once because I was poor, so she had an affair with another man, and broke up with me. But later, I had a lucky break, sold a set of factory buildings, and then invested in the stock market, and made some money. After my ex-girlfriend knew I had money, now she wants to get back together with me again. I don't want to pay attention to her. She's still pestering me. Hey, Chen Hao sighed. You say, is there such a reason? I am resolute will not agree with her. I want to resolutely kill her crookedness. If I don't properly teach her to be a human being again, I am a dog. She plays scoundrel with me. I can be even more shameless than her. Bai Ruyu sniffed, slightly out of focus. Don't know where to think of. Half a long time before saying, feelings this kind of thing, such as people drink water, cold and warm. I'm not good to say anything more. It just feels that it's good for two people to be together. to gain from each other, to grow from each other, to accomplish each other, to enjoy each other, while if they always consume each other, hurt each other, and look at each other in the wrong way, then there's no meaning to it. When Chen Hao heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head secretly in his heart. It seemed that Sister Bai's previous life experience had indeed made her realize quite a lot of life philosophies. It was quite a bit mature, and the flavor of maturity was always so charming. After finishing her midnight snack, Bai Ruyu didn't give Chen Hao the chance to wash the dishes again, but instead washed the dishes alone and cleaned up the kitchen so that she could rest early and continue to get up and snuggle money in the morning. With more and more money in the stock account, it was becoming more and more difficult to utilize all of it. In the ultra-short-term trading of T+0 in the Dahua stock market, it is already tiring for a person operating a stock account to be able to utilize 5 or 600 million. Shelf City Ha. Trading mechanism do not correspond to reality. More money, on the other hand, is lying within the stock account, not playing an important role. So, Chen Hao took a few hundred million cash out of their own use. The rest of the funds, part of the still used for T+0 ultra-short-term trading, another part of the funds, according to 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days of such a trading cycle, do sometime a little longer short-term operation, the longest but 5 days, because Chen Hao think it is better to get the money back in time. Another point is that the Buddha's eye sees the situation change within 5 days, is the most accurate, time longer, can only see the trend, cannot see the precise situation. In this way, Bai Ruyu's workload was heavy again. However, she did like this heavy task. After writing a trading strategy for Bai Ruyu for nearly 5 trading days, Chen Hao then opened his cell phone and immediately received dozens of text messages. Chen Hao, why did you turn off your phone? Chen Hao, you don't want to be responsible for me? Chen Hao, how can you be like this? Are you a man? Chen Hao, please turn on the phone. I really have something urgent to find you. Please. Chen Hao, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Why haven't you turned on the phone yet? Chen Hao, please call me back when it's on. Please. I promise not to be unreasonable anymore. Chen Hao saw the dozens of text messages and originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but seeing that her tone changed a bit for the better later on, that's when he gave her a call back. The phone just rang once and was immediately connected, and Lu Jiajiao's voice with a crying tone came over. Chen Hao, say something, Chen Hao said impatiently. I'm still in room 1888, can you come for a moment? I want to talk to you face to face. No time, if you have anything to say, just talk on the phone. Lu Jiajiao was silent for a few seconds and said, well then, let me be direct. I want to borrow some money from you. Chapter 55 Golden Sea Casino. Borrowing money? No way. When Chen Hao heard the word borrow money, he didn't feel good. Chen Hao, Lu Jiajiao was a bit aggrieved. With a crying voice, you were so cruel last night, treating me like that. Doesn't your conscience hurt at all? Why should my conscience hurt? Obviously I'm the victim, okay? Chen Hao faintly said. What? You can't get my person, but you still want to get my money? Let me tell you, no way. You should die before it's too late. The way this was said, it was indeed a bit shameless, but for someone like Lu Jiajiao, how else can you win if you want to be shameless? One sentence choked Lu Jiajiao speechless. Half a day without speaking, only the sound of low sobs. Chen Hao is not heartbroken, listening to Lu Jiajiao's cries. The heart is also a little dark pleasure. Oh, now no cry? No regret? Then what can be done? The tears that are shed now are nothing more than the water that was once in your brain. It hasn't flowed dry yet. It's still early. Only when the water in her head has dried up can she really be a good person. Chen Hao listened and waited, not hanging up the phone, not talking, just listening to Lu Jiajiao crying in a low voice. After a long time, Lu Jiajiao's crying stopped, and then said, I'm sorry, Chen Hao, for the disturbance, then hung up the phone. Chen Hao couldn't help but frown. What kind of operation was this for Jiajiao Lu? Is she really dead in the water, or is she trying to escape? But no matter what, this operation, it seemed to be more advanced yet. At least it was a bit more advanced than the previous deadbeat. Splattering, Chen Hao really did prefer to eat this. After all, he was fond of eating softness but not hardness, while Lu Jiajiao was different. Chen Hao realized that she liked to eat hard but not soft. This was determined by gender. Of course, it was also personality determined. Chen Hao used to be so gentle, considerate, caring and loving to her, but it was useless. Now, Chen Hao just wanted to be tough, overbearing, hard-hearted and spicy to her. Lu Jiajiao was more obedient instead. To be honest, $1 million was just crumbs of money to Chen Hao. Giving it to her or not had no effect on Chen Hao at all, but Chen Hao just didn't want her to take it for granted, thinking that if two people had some kind of relationship, they could do whatever they wanted. Chen Hao pondered for a while, estimating that Lu Jiajiao wanted money, or to pay off her gambling debt. Yesterday, Whether it was that bald man who had put her under house arrest, or her pushing him back later with the strength of the drug, it was all Jiao Lu's plan. The purpose was to ask Chen Hao for $1 million. Of course, it would be best if she could ask for more, but at least 1 million, because she really had to pay off her gambling debt. The creditor of the gambling debt was the casino under the Golden Sea Group. Since it involved the Golden Sea Group again, Chen Hao didn't mind going to the Golden Sea Group for a walk. He still remembered that the last time he and Bai Ruyu went to a barbecue stall for dinner, they clashed with people from the Golden Sea Group. Although Chen Hao had achieved a complete victory, he was ultimately disturbed, and the Jinhai Group had never given him, or Chu Qingyang, a statement. When they didn't give it, Chen Hao went to personally ask for a statement, both for that last clash with Bai Ruyu, and incidentally to settle Lu Jiajiao's debt. From a practical point of view, no matter how Jiao Lu was, she was still his woman now, and he could humiliate, taunt, and tease as much as he wanted, but no one else could. This is the principle of being a man. Golden Sea Casino is located on the 3rd floor of the top floor of Golden Sea Mansion. In addition to discos, bars, KTV and other entertainment venues, the one that occupies the largest area is the Golden Sea Casino. Of course, the word casino will not appear on the surface. After all, the relationship is no longer good, but also low profile, cannot be too flashy. For security reasons, the Golden Sea Casino is not all guests can enter. There must be a group of senior greetings, or casino informant introduction, otherwise simply cannot enter. The casino informants, on the other hand, is half explicit and half disclosed. Only a few of the group's most central people know all the casino informants. Other staff is simply do not know how many informants. The casino staff only need to check the password. You can let the guests into the casino. And this code, also hidden mysteries, each informant's code name is different. Different code names corresponding to different code names, and the code will be replaced from time to time, and do our best to ensure the safety of the casino. Of course, these codes, for Chen Hao, should not be too simple. Chen Hao drove to Golden Sea Mansion, and after parking the car, he directly came to an elevator in the most corner, which was the elevator that went straight to the top floor, and there was also a person on duty at the elevator entrance. This gentleman, this is an internal special elevator. Please take other elevators. Thank you, the staff manning the elevator said. This was a perfectly normal sentence, but it was also a cryptic sentence. Chen Hao said indifferently, I want to go to Peach Blossom Island. Is there a boat? The staff member nodded and pressed the remote control, and the elevator door immediately opened. Please, inside the elevator, there were only buttons for the 1st floor and the 38th floor, a proper direct elevator. Chen Hao pressed the button for the 38th floor, and the elevator flew up, quickly arriving at the 38th floor of the Golden Sea Mansion. The 1st floor just now was only the first barrier, and now on the 38th floor, there was a second barrier. As soon as Chen Hao stepped out of the elevator, there were 2 big men in black suits who greeted him with smiles. This handsome guy, which brother introduced you here? Old G, Chen Hao said indifferently. Oh, he, welcome, welcome. One of the black suits smiled. Old G is in good health now, isn't he? His catchphrase is old steed in the toothbrush, aspire to 1,000 miles. By the way, how do you say the last 2 sentences? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, sweep away hunger and be yourself. Ha ha, that's right, sweep away hunger and be yourself. Brother, inside please. The black suit immediately led Chen Hao inside. The words that were casually spoken just now, whether it was the code name Lao Ji or those 2 words, all of them were coded phrases that had to be matched in order to pass. Once the code name was wrong, or the dialogue was wrong, then I'm afraid that they would be brought to the small black room for in-depth communication. The black suit led Chen Hao, turned through several corridors, passed through several electric glass doors, and finally stood in front of a heavy mahogany door. The black suit pushed it hard before the gate opened a crack, and countless noisy sounds poured out from inside at once. This soundproofing, quite impressive. This was a huge hall, tens of thousands of square meters, divided into various entertainment zones, with game machine zones, poker zones, mahjong zones, dice zones, and other zones. Among them, the area of the poker area was the largest. After all, poker can play the most tricks. In addition to that, around the hall, there were dozens of large and small VIP rooms, where the amount of money played inside was several times larger than outside. Chen Hao was about to casually walk around and take a look, when he saw a beautiful staff member in a vest walk over and said with a smile, handsome guy, quite a face. Chapter 56, starting with the dice. Handsome guy, quite a stranger. The vested beauty smiled. First time here? Chen Hao nodded and answered honestly, yes, first time here. First time here. Do you need me to take you around and learn about our program here? The vested beauty asked with a smile. Chen Hao said indifferently, no need to bother. I'll casually look around myself first. No trouble, serving you is our duty. The vest beauty smiled and said. Then you can take a casual look first. If there is anything you need, you can ask me directly. I am in the chip exchange center. Okay, Chen Hao nodded. This was just a casino manager with a bit of poise, coming over to strike up a conversation with him, just wanting to set up a set of details about him. Nothing special. Chen Hao behaved moderately and wouldn't reveal anything. Chen Hao first went around the casino, and under the careful observation of the Buddha's eye, he found many casino tricks. However, it was an unspoken rule of the casino that the casino's tables or machines were fishy, and he wouldn't break it down on the spot. He didn't care about these catfights anyway. After watching, Chen Hao came to a table playing dice for spectating. At this moment, around the dice table, a dozen or so people were surrounded. 7 or 8 were participating. The others, like Chen Hao, belonged to spectating. The dealer shook the dice, then said, please place your bets. Buy big, buy small, buy fixed. I'll continue to double and buy big. It's been 5 ing smalls in a row. I'll just keep buying big. I don't believe it won't come out. 20,000 on big. I'll take the big one too. 5,000. I'm in. I'll go with 5,002. Next to Chen Hao was a middle-aged man, who was holding a dozen or so of the smallest denomination chips of $100 in one hand while grabbing his hair, and was hesitating whether to buy big or small. This was his last chip. If he lost again, he would really be doomed. Or rather, he could not turn back. After all, he had already lost millions of dollars, and also owed the casino $500,000. Even if he wins this hand, it's still just over $1,000. For $1 million, more than $1,000, just a drop in the bucket. However, this more than $1,000, after all, is still the last straw he can grasp before drowning in the abyss. The middle-aged man hesitated, and the dealer's side was already urging, come on, any more bets? Seize the opportunity. I fixed. It's about to open. 3, 2, while the dealer was counting down, the middle-aged man directly extended his hand to big, and just wanted to put down his chips, but he heard a voice from behind him, if it's me, I'll buy small. Somehow, the middle-aged man's hand instantly turned to small. Put down the chips. 1, I'll bet on the hand. 3, 2, 7 points small, the dealer announced. Oops, asterisk. Small again. 6th hand. This is too evil. Lousy lost another $500,000 today. Dice by size. Didn't buy in. Chips all go to the dealer. Buy in. The dealer according to the odds of compensation. Buy big or small, is twice the compensation. The middle-aged man threw 15 $100 chips, now recovered 30. The middle-aged man took the chips, twisted his head to look at Chen Hao, smiled and said, little brother, I borrowed your good advice. Thank you. Come, eat a happy money. Saying that, the middle-aged man threw a $100 chip to Chen Hao. Come on, play together. Chen Hao reached out and caught the chip, smiling lightly. Sure. In the entire Golden Sea group, the smallest chip was the 100 yuan one, and with 100 yuan, you could basically only play guessing dice, and for other things such as fried gold flowers and whatnot, 100 yuan couldn't be played at all. Then, Chen Hao decided, let's start with guessing the dice. The dealer glanced at Chen Hao, then looked at the 100 yuan chips in his hand, and couldn't help but show a look of contempt on his face, although it was just a flash, but it was still seen by Chen Hao. Chen Hao didn't care. You may despise. Later you will have the time to look up. The dealer continued to shake the dice and violently slammed the dice cup on the table. Please place your bets. Buy big, buy small, buy fixed. This time, finally not everyone insisted on buying big. There were 4 buy small and 3 buy big. In terms of chips, buy small $30,000, buy big $15,000. Chen Hao looked and contributed $100 in chips for the big side. Not for anything else, just because there were fewer chips for buying big. Casino tables, dice cups, all have organs. The casino will never lose money, so every time the dice come out, the probability is that it will pay out less points. Of course, this is not absolute. The casino occasionally still need to put water, so that you can put a long line, catch big fish. The middle-aged man saw Chen Hao buying big, and he followed suit by betting 1,000 chips on big. Okay, buy in. Anyone else want to place a bet? Get ready to open. 3, 2, 1, open. 5, 6, 16 points big. Ha, win. Too bad I only bet 5,000 this time. Young man, good luck. I'll follow you and buy. The middle-aged man said to Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled lightly, didn't agree or reject, and said lightly, I'm betting casually. I'm not responsible. Oh, of course. The middle-aged man smiled. Next, the dice continued. Under Chen Hao's Buddha's eye, what cards the dealer wanted to play and how he wanted to play them. Chen Hao could see it clearly, and he only needed to follow the dealer's idea and put his chips on top of the options the dealer wanted to open. At first, Chen Hao's chips were still relatively small, and had very little impact on the table, but after 8 bets, Chen Hao's chips had doubled to $12,800. More than $10,000 of chips, plus the chips of others, was enough to influence the outcome. Moreover, because Chen Hao had won continuously, doubling his chips from $100, 128 times, to $12,800, without losing once. There were a few gamblers, so they followed Chen Hao and bought. When Chen Hao bought small, they bought small. When Chen Hao bought big, they bought big, which was enough to affect the balance of the gambling game. Moreover, Chen Hao didn't pay a penny, only with the happy money given by others. He won 8 games in a row, and the bookmaker also treated him very badly. So this time, the bookmaker decided to do something, and had to open a point opposite to Chen Hao's out. The dealer's thoughts were clear under Chen Hao's Buddha's eyes. Since he was targeted, Chen Hao simply counter-targeted once, and directly played a big game, $12,800, all bets on 666 leopards. In the dice game of Golden Sea Casino, buying big or small is 2 times the odds, buying a straight is 4 times the odds, buying a leopard is 8 times the odds, buying a straight that is specific to the number of points, such as 123 or 456, is 16 times the odds, and buying a leopard specific to points, like 111, 222, 333, is 32 times the odds, and the Golden Sea Casino in order to increase the gimmick, and separately set 666 days leopard odds, as long as the bet and by 666 leopard points, is 66 times the odds. Since we are going to have a big game, Chen Hao will of course buy 3 sixes. The Sky Leopard. Chapter 57 Idea Control. Heavenly Leopard. This kid actually bet on Heavenly Leopard. Heavenly Leopard. Ah, that probability is too small. I don't know what this kid is thinking. He's crazy to want to win. Even though there are 66 times the odds, the probability of winning is negligible. It's been almost a month since the leopard came out here, right? Yes, and when it does, it's when no one bets. TSK, 66 times odds. Follow or not? Hee, look at my eyes. Do I look like I'm caring for retarded children? Betting on Sky Leopard. Might as well bet on big. There's still a 50% chance. I'm not betting on this one. Let's see what happens first. Seeing Chen Hao betting on the Sky Leopard points, the crowd was talking. The dealer, on the other hand, looked at Chen Hao with a like look, all contempt and disdain in his eyes. The dice were shaken by him. The dice cup was controlled by him. The table was controlled by him. And he was the master of the dice table. I really don't know where this kid's self-confidence came from, actually daring to buy 666 days of leopard, and he's still all in. The dealer himself didn't plan to roll a 666-day leopard. So, this kid across the table, is he not going to continue playing? He wants to return all the chips he won to the casino? This kind of gambler is really not seen often. The dealer faintly said, okay, buy in. Anyone else want to place a bet? Ready to open. The crowd placed their bets. 5 people bought small, 6 people bought big, and only 1 person called Chen Hao's Sky Leopard. It was still that middle-aged man. Young man, I believe in you. I'll call $30,000. That middle-aged man said with a smile. After a few rounds of betting, his chips had changed from the initial $1,500 to $40,000 now. Therefore, he took out 30,000 of them and bet on the Heavenly Leopard. That is, on this young man, so that even if he lost, he would still have some capital to continue, and if he won the bet, it would be $1,980,000. Not only did he win back the money he had outputted, but he could also make another profit. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chen Hao said indifferently, I'll just play casually. I'm not responsible for it. Oh, don't regret if you don't bet on it. At this moment, Chen Hao had already passed through the Buddha's eye and penetrated the dice cup. The points inside were 3, 6, 6, 15 points big. No regrets. No regrets, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Although his heart was still a bit jittery, he still decided to bet. The dealer gave Chen Hao a disdainful look, then said to the crowd, okay, buy in. Ready to open. 3, 2, 1. The moment the dealer opened the dice cup, Chen Hao's eyes were firmly fixed on the dice cup, and an invisible energy instantly shot from Chen Hao's eyes to the dice cup, and the 3-point upward-facing dice gently flipped over, and turned into a 6-point upward-facing dice. This was one of the functions of the Buddha's eye, mind control. Although the power of his mind was still weak now, and the distance and weight he could control was small, it was still easy to control something as light as a dice when it was within 2 meters. At this time, the dice cup was just about to open all the way. and the dealer was about to announce the number of points of the dice, but he saw that the 3, 6, 6 in the dice cup had turned into 3 6s, and his face changed drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 666. It's really 3 6s. Heavenly leopard. It's really heavenly leopard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't follow it this time. Big loss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Following the little handsome boy is really the right thing to do. I've made a lot of money this time. Hey, I have followed the previous times. This time why did not follow it? Hey, loss, loss. The crowd erupted into a burst of voices of either exclamation or regret, drawing sidelong glances from the surrounding gamblers. The banker's face turned a shade of white and a shade of red, and at this moment, he suddenly pointed at Chen Hao and said, "Kid, you dare to cheat? Cheating? This kid is a cheater? I told you, the heavenly leopard is not that good." The crowd dispersed, looking at Chen Hao and talking. Chen Hao smiled without saying anything, but the middle-aged man next to him said, "Grass, is there any mistake? What kind of skill is so smart? Can you cheat without touching the dice cup? You shook the dice. You control the dice cup. You control the table. What chance does he have to cheat? What? If we lose, it's because we're unlucky, and if we win, it's because we cheated? Where in the world is this kind of reasoning? Jinhai Group is such a big venue. It can't be that they can't even afford to lose more than $2 million, right? What you guys claim to the public, that you guarantee to take away the money when you win. Is that how you guarantee it?" Without the need for Chen Hao to speak, the middle-aged man was on fire, saying that the dealer was speechless. Indeed, the dice were shaken by him. The dice cup was controlled by him. The table was also controlled by him. Even if there was cheating, it was only the dealer who was in a position to cheat. The gamblers had no chance at all. However, the fact is so. The original 3 dice were 3, 6, 6, 15 points big, before he opened the cup, but also specifically through technical means, to determine the number of points. Who knows that after opening the dice cup, it became 6, 6, 6 days leopard. Could it be that he had misread it? No, absolutely not. He would never misread it. But the situation was just like this. The dice changed the moment the dice cup was opened. Then, there is only one truth, and that is to see a living ghost. This situation for the dealer, there is no defense. Even if the final checkout the dice have problems, dice cups have problems, or the table has problems, it is the casino's pot. Absolutely cannot be deducted to the gambler. Under no circumstances, the dealer can only accept the loss, the compensation, or to pay, otherwise the credit of the Golden Sea Casino in doubt. No one will dare to play in the future. Only, a hand lost more than $2 million. He a small dealer in the hall, must report to the hall manager. That dealer paused the activities of this table and ran to report to the hall manager. And in a short while, that dealer came over with a beautiful woman in a vest. "Honored guests, you can rest assured of our Golden Sea Group's creditworthiness. As long as it's a reasonable and compliant winnings, we'll give as much as we can," the vest beauty said, and glanced at Chen Hao, then said, "However, if there is cheating behavior in it, then I'm sorry, Golden Sea's rules, you all understand. He, good words are not as good as good deeds." The middle-aged man took over and said, "Let's lose our chips for this hand first." The vested beauty glanced at the middle-aged man and faintly said, "Of course, I said that what should be paid out must be paid out in place as much as possible. Hasn't this already been delivered? Oh, I wish you guys have fun." The vest beauty waved her hand, and immediately someone sent the chips to Chen Hao and the middle-aged man. "Ha ha, getting rich." The middle-aged man rejoiced. "Young man, let's keep playing." Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, you won a lot today, so let's just call it a day. I'm not playing dice anymore." "Oh, you're right, I'm not playing anymore either. I'll go cash it out right away," the middle-aged man said, and went to the chip exchange center. Chen Hao, on the other hand, turned around and went to the poker area. Chapter 58 Fried Gold Flower. Seeing Chen Hao go to the poker area, that dealer immediately let out a sigh of relief. That vested beauty, on the other hand, nodded slightly towards the crowd in one direction, and immediately, there were 2 men, who followed them. After all, Chen Hao hadn't spent a single penny, relying on $100 of happy money as chips, and in just 10 minutes, he had harvested over $800,000. To say that he was the son of luck, winning money all by luck, it is estimated that even the little cutie wouldn't even believe it. Then, there's only one truth. Either you're seeing ghosts, or this kid is up to no good. So, the vested beauty arranged for 2 dark lights to focus on Chen Hao. The so-called dark lights are the people arranged by the casino to secretly catch the cheaters. This kind of person will disguise as a gambler and mix in the group of gamblers, so that it's easier to find the cheaters. The opposite of the dark light is the bright light, which is the person who catches gamblers openly on the surface. with the purpose of deterring the cheaters. From a technical point of view, the skills of the bright lights are often inferior to the dark lights. The dark lights are the core of the real gambling arrests. The bright lights are only the executors. Once a TASA is discovered, the TASA's cheating techniques are understood, and the relevant evidence is collected. The dark lights will find a way to notify the bright lights to directly arrest the person. At this moment, the two dark lamps follow Chen Hao, indicating that the Golden Sea Casino recognized Chen Hao cheating, and what they want to do now is to figure out Chen Hao's cheating methods, as well as to collect evidence. Casinos do things, although the Jianghu habit is very heavy, but also the most pay attention to the evidence. No evidence, even if you know the other side of the cheat, the casino has no way. If you really can't bear it, you can only find other reasons to drive the other party out of the casino, or pull it into the casino blacklist, forever prohibited from stepping into the casino. On Chen Hao's side, with more than 800,000 chips, he came to a table in the poker area. This table was playing a kind of poker game called Golden Flower, which was popular throughout the country, and many people would play it. The game is played with 3 cards per player, and the cards are based on a leopard over a flush over a flush over a straight over a pair, and a pair over a single. The largest card is the ace leopard, which is 3 aces. The smallest cards are 2, 3, and 5. However, the rule at the Golden Sea Casino is that 2, 3, and 5 can take 3 aces, and only 3 aces. Just like an elephant is better than a lion is better than a leopard is better than a wildcat, and a wildcat is better than a mouse, but a mouse can upset an elephant. A game like Fried Gold Flower is supposed to be played by a free combination between gamblers, but sometimes there are not enough people, or some gamblers are more picky, so when there are not enough people, the casino will send out staff to play with the gamblers. Over time, many of the gambling tables in the hall have 1 or 2 of the casino's own people, and 10% of their winnings go to them, 90% goes to the casino, and the losses are all counted for the casino. However, such people are generally very smart in gambling, and they take advantage of the favorable factors of timing, location, and people, so they usually won't lose. However, Chen Hao specialized in finding such tables to gamble on. Winning money from ordinary gamblers was meaningless. Winning money from the casino was the only way to have a sense of accomplishment. After all, he was specifically here to find fault with the Golden Sea Casino. Thus, Chen Hao directly came to a gambling table, which had a total of 6 people, all of them rather greasy middle-aged men. 4 of them were gamblers, and 2 of them, casino people. The rule for this table was 1,000 loose bets, and everyone had to place 1,000 bets in order to participate. Raises, on the other hand, are divided into slots of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, with 1 million capped. If someone at the table muffs a raise, then the person looking at the cards needs to double the raise. If 3 and more gamblers do not fold, the hand cannot be opened as long as one of the parties does not agree to open the hand. With a cumulative bet of 1 million in the prize pool, you can just open the cards to match the size. There is no dealer on the table, and there is no fixed dealer. Whoever wins this hand is the dealer for the next hand. Chen Hao watched 2 rounds. There is a gambler lost all to go. Chen Hao asked to top. Other people have no opinion. Chen Hao successfully on the table. The dealer on the table at this time was a fat man about 50 years old, wearing a suit, with a smile on his face at all times, looking harmless, but in fact, he was the casino's man. Before the game, he won millions of chips through the 1,000 tricks. At this time is already the biggest winner on the gambling table. In fact, his millimetry is not brilliant, just marking on the poker. Through these markings, he can know the cards in the hands of each person. As long as their own cards are big enough, they will bet. The cards are not big enough, they do not bet. That's all. Of course, these markings, in Chen Hao's eyes, were no longer a secret either. Moreover, Chen Hao's Buddha's eyes could see even more clearly than him. The fat man in the suit sat at the bank, shuffled the cards in a regular manner, and then asked the other gamblers to cut the cards, before he started to deal them out. Chen Hao's luck was good. The first hand was a 5, 7, 8 flush of hearts, although the points were relatively small, but after all, it was also a flush, which was already considered to be a relatively rare good card. Moreover, Chen Hao didn't look at the cards, but overlapped the 3 cards together, and then pressed them with chips, so that even if the other party knew the marks on the back of the cards, they couldn't see them now. Pressing his own cards, Chen Hao then looked at the other's cards, 3 single cards, which included the dealer, a pair of aces, and a miscellaneous straight of jacks, queens and kings. So it seemed that Chen Hao's flush of hearts was the biggest card. The other 5 people looked at the cards, of which the dealer directly folded, while the other 2 single card gamblers, however, still tried to bet $1,000. When it was Chen Hao's turn to bet, he directly raised his bet to $10,000. because he was muffed. The other people who looked at the cards, the call was going to be $20,000. So, the two remaining gamblers with single cards also folded, while the pair of aces and JQKs followed the bet. Chen Hao still didn't look at the cards, continued to muff, called 10,000. The other two then called 20,000 each. 3 rounds down, there is already more than 150,000 on the table, and a pair of ace gamblers considered for a while, and finally chose to fold. The JQK gambler, on the other hand, continued to bet with Chen Hao. After 2 more rounds, the money on the table was already more than 200,000. The JQK gambler slammed down 20,000 chips and said, "I don't have a big hand, so I won't continue to bet with you. Open the cards. I have J, Q, K straight." Chen Hao smiled lightly, turned his cards over, and said with a surprised face, 5, 7, 8, flush. "Sorry, my cards are going to be bigger. Asterisk. Is there any mistake? Even a muffed card can muff a flush. Asterisk. Again, kid, it's your turn to shuffle." Chapter 59 Cheating, right? Chen Hao took the playing cards and casually shuffled them a few times. Judging from his maneuvers, he couldn't be said to be an amateur, but only a budding pure newcomer. There was no maneuver at all. It made the two dark lights beside him, who had been paying attention to him, frown. This was completely someone who didn't know what he was doing. Was he deliberately pretending? Or was he really such an amateur? Or perhaps, this maneuver was a great wisdom? Seemingly amateurish, but in reality, it was incredibly profound, making the two of them senior dark lights unable to see the maneuver. After Chen Hao shuffled the cards and gave them to his superior to cut once, Chen Hao started to deal the cards. He really didn't have any techniques, and he didn't know any 1,000 tricks, so the cards Chen Hao dealt to himself were relatively small. There was only a pair of twos. Chen Hao used his Buddha eye to look at the cards of a few other families. The fat man in the suit was lucky. It was an ace, 8, 9 of diamonds flush, which was considered to be a relatively big card. The other few were all miscellaneous cards. Although Chen Hao's cards were bigger than the others, they were too small compared to the fat man's cards, and he didn't have any cards to follow. Therefore, Chen Hao didn't choose to mull the cards this time, but directly chose to look at the cards, then pretended to look disgusted, deflated his mouth, and directly folded his cards. A few other gamblers, 2 of them did not look at the cards, muffed the call of $1,000. The other 2 chose to look at the cards, and then wisely folded. It was the turn of the fat man in the suit, who also chose to muffle, because he didn't even need to look at his cards. He knew what his cards were. A flush with an ace in the hole is a pretty big hand. The fat man in the suit suppressed his inner joy and also muffed to call the bet of 1,000 chips. In this way, there are still 3 players left in the field. In addition to the fat man in the suit, there is also another tall and thin middle-aged man, who is also from the casino, with the tall, thin man playing match for the fat man in the suit. The 3 men called, so they couldn't open their cards. Although the tall thin man's cards were poor, he still cooperated with the fat man in the suit and pinned down the other gambler so that he could not open his cards. After 2 rounds of this, the other gambler cautiously looked at his cards, cursed grass, and then folded. His cards were a mishmash of 3, 5, and 8, so small that it made people explode. As a result, there are only 2 people left in the field, the fat man in the suit and the tall, thin man. Both of them are casino people. There is no point in playing on. So, the thin man also pretended to look at the cards. Also grass, flipped, 10, J, K miscellaneous cards, discarded. The fat man in the suit saw the situation, also directly turned over his own card, depressed, Actually is the ace flush. There is no use. Did not eat the rice. The fat man in the suit cursed. Just now, Chen Hao a small flush have eaten more than 200,000 meters. He only ate more than $10,000 of this ace flush. Where can he go to say reason to go? However, the fat man in the suit sat back on the dealer's table. The cards returned to his hand, and the game continued. Just now that game, the fat man in the suit did not eat the money. This time, the fat man in the suit cheated again, using 1,000 tricks techniques. To Chen Hao sent a flush starting with 9, to the other few were sent to the miscellaneous cards of different sizes such as straights, flushes, and straight flushes. As for himself, he had 3 threes, or 3 leopards. There was no doubt that the fat man in the suit, this time, was trying to get everyone's cards to be good, and then everyone would follow suit and place their bets, so that the prize pool could be piled up quickly. Chen Hao's hand, which was the 3rd largest at the bottom of the table, would have liked to fold directly, but wouldn't it be too abnormal to fold directly with a flush? So, Chen Hao can only hard-headedly board 3 rounds of 1,000 chips. At this time, the fat man in the suit pretended to look at the cards, and then directly placed a bet on the chips, up to 10,000 yuan. Several others saw this and also looked at their cards, and after looking at their cards, they all chose to call. As for Chen Hao, he also pretended to look at his cards, thought for 3 seconds, and chose to fold. When the fat man in the suit saw this, he couldn't help but give Chen Hao a look. Folding a flush? It's a bit abnormal. However, if the hard explanation, it can also be explained. After all, everyone looked at the card, and also all called a bet, that everyone's cards are not small. After 3 rounds of 10,000 bets, there are already more than 100,000 chips on the table. The tall and thin man with the miscellaneous cards straight to complete the mission also folded. The fat man in the suit then smiled faintly and said, "Gentlemen, my cards are still quite big, why don't you all fold as well?" "Oh, fatty, you're not bluffing. Cut the crap, call if you want to call, fold if you want to fold. Don't play psychological warfare." Another young gambler holding a flush said. He was holding a J-Q-K hearts flush. His hand was quite large. When the fat man in the suit heard this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, gritted his teeth, and said in a pretense of composure, "Alright then, let's see who can hold out until the end then." And this series of his actions, in the eyes of the young gambler, is a sign of weakness, which makes the young gambler's heart even more certain that the fat man is swindling him. It depends on whose chips can last to the end. A few people followed another 5 rounds of 10,000 bets. There are already more than 400,000 chips on the table. The fat man in the suit faintly said, "You all do not go right? Then let's not waste time." One person 150,000 chips, directly capped open. "How?" said the fat man in the suit, directly launched 150,000 chips. The other 3 gamblers saw the situation, considered for a moment, all chose to call the bet. After all, they all thought that the cards in their hands were not small. 4 people, 150,000 each, a total of 600,000, plus the previous chips. The chips on the table instantly exceeded 1 million. Okay, the chips have reached 1 million. Capped, let's directly compare cards, the fat man in the suit said indifferently. The young gambler directly turned over his cards and smiled. "Mine is JQK, a flush, ha ha. Asterisk 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 I also have a royal flush, but it's 567. Hey, this unlucky, Ganin Yang, I'm an ace flush, ha ha. Sorry, it's my turn to eat rice on this hand." The young gambler laughed and said, reaching for the chips, "Slow down." The fat man in the suit laughed, "Look at my cards." Saying this, the fat man in the suit turned over his cards one by one, the first one being a 3. The young gambler smiled disdainfully. The fat man in the suit continued to turn over his cards. The second one was still a 3. The smile on the young gambler's face fades a bit. The fat man in the suit continues to turn over his cards. The third one, still a 3. 3 threes. The smile on the young gambler's face froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Leopard. 3 leopard. Although it's not a big leopard, it's still easy to eat a flush. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This game, all big cards, and a leopard. This plate of leopard eat meat eat good. The young gambler froze for 2 seconds. Suddenly bang sound, heavy slap on the table. Roared, "Damn, there is no such a coincidence. Ing cheating, right?" Chapter 60 Buddha's Eye Space. "You're ing cheating, aren't you?" The young gambler let out a furious roar, immediately attracting the gazes of the surrounding people. The fat man in the suit sniffed and couldn't help but sneer. "Kid, if you can afford to play, play. If you can't afford to play, get lost. Catch an adulterer, catch a thief. You said that I cheated. Do you have any ing evidence? Nonsense without evidence. Insult my character. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Yeah, boy, you say people cheat, then you have to have proof. Do you have any? If you have evidence, then show it." He said he had a big hand and you wanted to call, but now you're blaming someone else for cheating after you've lost? Young man, you're not like that. Yes, young man, you have to be generous. The tall and thin man next to him and the other 2 eaters also said. It was obvious that they were all from the casino. That young gambler smiled. His face was red for a while and white for a while. "Isn't this nonsense? He has evidence, he would have taken it out long ago. Still need to shout here?" However, as the fat man in the suit said, without evidence, he could only shut up. Even if he suspected that the other side of cheating, there is no way. If you can't get the actual evidence, everything is for nothing. Chen Hao watched from the sidelines. The fat man in the suit's skill is not really smart, just using techniques to deal cards, but against other gamblers who don't know how to do it, it's more than enough. Moreover, This kind of use of techniques to deal cards, and will not leave evidence of crime, even if found. As long as the fat suit bite the dead not to admit, others cannot take him. Therefore, after this episode, the gambling game continued. However, the fat man in the suit was even more low-key, did not cheat again, and played cards honestly, but he had good skills, and also won more than he lost. As for Chen Hao, although he didn't know how to cheat, he only needed to rely on his perspective to know whether he should call the bet or not. And sometimes, as small as miscellaneous cards can eat money, and as big as the same flower, there were times when he directly folded his hand. More than 2 hours passed. Chen Hao does not show the mountain. The chips in front of him unexpectedly from more than 1 million, into more than 3 million, more than the fat man in a suit. This caused the fat man in the suit to look towards him frequently, but no matter what, he couldn't understand Chen Hao. Not to mention the fat man in the suit couldn't read it. The two dark lights next to him couldn't read it either. As for the other gamblers, the chips in front of them were basically empty, and they all cursed and got off the table, replacing them with new gamblers on the table. The young gambler, although the chips in front of the empty, but cannot help but people have money, and changed 5 million chips over. Arrogant, asterisk 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 asterisk, 1,000 bet is too small. Dare not play bigger? 10,000 loose bets, 10,000 starting call, no ceiling, dare you? Chen Hao glanced at the young gambler, who had already lost his eyes and was thinking of flipping the game. But this kind of person will only lose more and more and fall deeper and deeper into the hole. Chen Hao looked at the young gambler's personal secrets and life script, and saw that he was a small rich kid with a few $100 million. A few $100 million of family assets. Can stand so lose? So, Chen Hao kindly reminded, brother, small bets are good for the heart, big bets hurt the body, and big bets go up in smoke. You have to take it easy. It's none of your business. It's you who won a lot. Don't run away if you have the guts. Dare to continue playing? The young gambler said with displeasure. Chen Hao couldn't help but be stunned. This girl is a dog biting Lu Dongbin and doesn't know good people's hearts. It was really hard to be a good person. Then today, he had to teach the girl a lesson. Oh no, one only needs to observe. There are many people who want to give you a lesson. So, Chen Hao touched his nose, smiled faintly, and said, that's for you to say. My hand is just right. How can I run? Okay, count your balls. Do you guys have any opinions? If you don't have any opinions, let's start. The young gambler had a trenchant look. Him in his own eyes, Oldney is so domineering. In others' eyes, this girl is stupid and has a lot of money. Don't let him go. At this time, Chen Hao's heart suddenly throbbed, and after carefully sensing it, he realized that the merit value had inexplicably increased by 500 points. A whole 500 points. Chen Hao was confused. What was the situation? Did the merit value come so rashly? He had only rewarded 200 points of merit value for saving Elder Chu's life before. What great deed had he done that he actually rewarded another 500 points of merit value? Chen Hao entered the Buddha's eye system, took a closer look, and immediately understood. It turned out to be the blessing of the middle-aged man who had given him $100 of happy money a few hours ago. That man followed him in guessing the dice and won nearly $2 million, not only winning back his capital and loan, but also winning hundreds of thousands of dollars backwards. Chen Hao told him to call it a day, and he really listened to his advice, directly calling it a day. At this time, the middle-aged man is no longer in the casino, presumably taking the money to do something more important. If that middle-aged man didn't have Chen Hao's guidance, he might have gone bankrupt long ago, or even borrowed more loans, but couldn't afford to pay them back. It was not impossible that the family would inevitably be affected in the end, leading to the destruction of the family. After all, instances of losing one's family due to gambling abounded. In that case, Chen Hao's key moment of guidance, as well as his key moment of discouragement, both made that middle-aged man tend to good fortune and avoid disaster, and his life changed. And it was a major, good change. It indeed belonged to doing great good. What exactly happened to the middle-aged man? Chen Hao could actually use his Buddha's eye to see, but it would take more energy, so Chen Hao didn't bother. Anyway, the merit value would be fine when it arrived. 500 points of merit value was just enough to activate a new function of the Buddha eye system, Buddha eye space. This was an even more powerful function. Currently, the Buddha eye space was only elementary, only 1 cubic meter, but for Chen Hao, it was already enough. With this function, one could store in the space, or release from the space, any item that was not a living thing that one's body could touch, or that one's mind could control. In other words, if Chen Hao wanted to store a certain item, all he needed to do was to touch it with his hand, or concentrate his mind, stare at a certain item with his eyes, and unleash his thoughts, and then he could directly include the item in the Buddha's eye space out of thin air. Have the guts to stare at whoever gets pregnant. Oh no, it's the feeling of staring at whatever disappears. It was also possible to use the thought power to directly release the item in the space, instantly at the designated location within the reach of the thought power. Of course, with Chen Hao's current spiritual nimbus, it was still very weak, and could only control a dice, or a poker, but this was already very powerful. Chen Hao instantly thought of how he should utilize this space. He was worried that he didn't know how to do the 1,000 tricks, and was rather passive in the gambling game. Now that it was good, with the Buddha's eye space activated, it was time for him to stage the real hunting moment. Chapter 61, Getting Deeper and Deeper. All seen here, please add your bookshelves, brothers. Thanks. The gambling game continued. Chen Hao took a look at the two new people on the table, one with a big back erected and a big head and neck. Not the boss, is the boss. The other man, on the other hand, was a bit dry and thin, with small eyes, small nose and small mouth, or a small man, looking a bit thieving, but you can't tell the difference. The two men are rich and generous lord, each on the table are 5 million chips, calculated this way. Instead of playing for a few hours, Chen Hao and the casino's two people had fewer chips, but it didn't matter, those chips would be his sooner or later. The fat man in the suit and the tall and thin man were also very excited, originally thinking that it would be good to have the young gambler as a big fat sheep. Unexpectedly, the heavens had favored them so much and sent them two more big fat sheep, together with Chen Hao, the half-fat little fat goat. The two of them were ready to eat their mouths full of oil today. The gambling game started soon. The newcomers went to the table and asked the casino for a new pair of poker. The new rule is 10,000 loose bets. Call bets start at 10,000, with no cap. If you want to play, play big. Counting the chips on the table, there are already more than 20 million. According to the reasoning of such a big game, should also go to the VIP room. But no one opened their mouths, so they continued on this table. Still, such a big bet attracted many people around to watch, and apart from Chen Hao and the young gambler, the remaining four people were frowning continuously. It turned out that this new big back and skinny man on the table were also cheaters. With more onlookers, they were wary of trying to cheat. 4 cheats on one table. Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head, looking at the young gambler's eyes full of pity. It is estimated that it will not take much time. This guy even the bottom of the pants are lost. Played a dozen hands in a row. The 4 cheats because of some scruples, so they did not cheat, and because it is a brand new poker, the fat man in the suit is too late to mark, can only rely on the luck of the cards. In this situation, Chen Hao, who had the Buddha's eyes, became the biggest bug. Chen Hao didn't need to utilize the space of the Buddha's eye to cheat at all, and could win most of the games just by perspective. After 20 or so hands, the chips in front of Chen Hao came to 5 million. This made a few other cheaters are a little red-eyed. Some people couldn't help themselves and started to cheat. The first one to cheat was the skinny man with thieving eyes, who took advantage of the banker's shuffle to cheat. His hands are slim and slender, a deck of playing cards in his hands, fast shuffling, but if there is a top expert, you can see that those poker seems to be constantly shuffling, but in fact, the order does not change much. Soon, the skinny man shuffled the poker, the fat man in the suit cut the cards, and then when he put them back, the skinny man used an extremely fast maneuver to restore the cards cut by the fat man in the suit again. Chen Hao couldn't help but be a little shocked in his heart. This guy's hand speed is also too fast, right? If not for Chen Hao has a pair of insight into all the eyes of the Buddha, or else really can't see it. But Chen Hao didn't make a sound, because he was the only one who could see it clearly, while others couldn't. And even if he used a camera to shoot at his hand, he wouldn't necessarily be able to find it, unless it was one of those high-speed cameras that examine frame by frame after filming. It was only possible to discover his card-changing maneuver. The skinny man began to deal the cards, and everyone's cards, which passed through his hands, were arranged in a clear manner. The fat man in the suit had a 567 flush. The tall and thin man had a K-topped flush. The big back had an AKQ flush. Chen Hao had an A-topped flush, and the young gambler had 3 leopard cards. Finally, the skinny man himself had 3 queens. In this hand, everyone's cards were not small, and it was destined to be a battle between the dragons and the tigers. So, Chen Hao folded on the first hand, without even glancing at the cards. The skinny man glanced at him and said lightly, "Little brother, isn't it too hasty for you to fold without even looking at your cards?" Chen Hao smiled faintly and casually found a reason. "After winning a dozen hands just now, my hand is almost used up, so I have to fold a few times to nurse my hand. There's still this kind of argument? Can you teach me?" The skinny man didn't say anything, but the young gambler next to him asked curiously. After all, he had 5 million in chips and only had another 2 million or so left. "I made it up off the top of my head. You believe this?" Chen Hao had a look of caring for mentally retarded children. Asterisk. The young gambler blankly glanced at him, no longer paying attention to him, and followed by muffling a $10,000 bet. The skinny man didn't move and also called the bet of 10,000. The three people behind him also followed the bet. After 3 rounds of calling, finally someone couldn't help it. The casino's thin and tall man looked at the cards, considered for 2 seconds, and chose to call the bet of 20,000. This indicates that the tall and thin man is still relatively satisfied with his own cards, otherwise he would not call. Of course, it was possible to bluff the other gamblers, but normally, when there were still 5 people on the field, there would be no bluffing. Therefore, the tall and thin man's cards should, indeed, still be good. Seeing this, the other few people did not rush to look at the cards, but continued to mull the cards. After 2 more rounds of calling, seeing the tall thin man still calling, in addition to the dealer, the other 3 have also looked at the cards. It doesn't matter if you don't look, this time you look at the cards. Everyone's face is suppressed with excited joy. All feel that their cards are good. 1 flush, 2 straight flushes, 1 3 leopards. The cards were indeed all good. Especially the young gambler. 20,000 called the bet for 2 rounds and then directly raised the call to $100,000. The tall and thin man considered for a few seconds and folded. A few others continued to call. The young gambler raised his call to $500,000 again. So, the fat man in the suit also folded. Now, there were only 3 people on the field. The young gambler, the big back and the dealer. At this time, there were already more than 3 million chips on the table. And the young gambler still had more than 1 million chips in his hand. He directly said, "Brothers, I still have 1,200,000 chips here. I'm betting all of them. Let's open the cards." How? The rules of the casino, as long as there are 3 and more players, cannot open the card, and they do not have a top on this table. Theoretically 3 people, no one folded, cannot open the card. However, it was not true that there was no top, as long as the 3 people discussed and agreed. It was also possible to open the cards. The big back looked at the cards in his hand. He had also invested more than $1 million. After thinking about it, he nodded his head and said, "I have no opinion. What about you?" The 2 men looked at the dealer. The skinny man said indifferently, "I haven't even looked at the cards yet, and you guys want to open? Really, playing or not?" The skinny man said, pretending to look at his cards, then he was happy and smiled. "Sorry, my cards are a bit good. I don't want to open." Grass. The young gambler slammed the table. "Even if your cards are good, are they as good as mine? If you have a good hand, then call. Why do you want to open? Don't you even want the chance to give away money?" The skinny man shook his head. "You're in a hurry to open. That only means that your cards aren't that good. The young gambler was refused to open his cards and became furious. "Damn, you want to compare who has more chips, right? Fine, give me another 10 million chips. I'll play with you to the end." Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but cover his face. It's over. This guy is getting deeper and deeper into the game. Chapter 62 Chen Hao's hunting moment, up. It had to be said that the young rich second generation was not only very rich, but also willing to spend money on gambling heavily. 10 million chips were quickly exchanged over, piling up into a small mountain of chips in front of the young rich second generation. The young rich kid said with a domineering face, "Aren't you competing with me to see who has more chips? Come on." The skinny man smiled faintly and said, "I'm not competing with you for more chips. I'm just competing with you for the size of the cards. $1,200,000. I'll call." The big back next to him saw this and fell into deep thought. A bet of $1,200,000 could indeed be said to be a huge bet, not to mention that he didn't have many chips in his hand. Even if he had enough chips in his hand, the cards in his hand were still a bit lackluster. If there were only 2 houses left, the big back would have to bet $1,200,000 to open the hand, but now there are still 3 left. If he calls, there's no telling when he'll call. This card cannot be called again. So, after thinking for nearly half a minute, the big back chose to fold. Seeing this, the young rich second generation seemed to be vaguely relieved, and once again smashed out $1,200,000. But he didn't choose to continue to call, but directly chose to open his hand. The imposing and domineering appearance just now also had an element of pretense, and his heart was actually a bit weak. "Open the cards. Old me 3 threes. Let's see how big of a card you have." The young rich second generation man stood up and slammed the cards in his hand hard on the table. Seeing this, the skinny man smiled faintly and directly turned over his cards. "Sorry, I have 3 queens. Wow. Asterisk 2 leopards. No wonder the tit for tat. This round is also too bullish. That's 6 to 7 million in chips. Asterisk a hand that wins a few million. That guy got rich." The surrounding melon masses are talking a lot, but the young rich second generation is a but sit back, look disheveled. This horse, but also too unlucky. Not long ago, his JQK ran into the 3 leopards. Now, his 3 leopards touched the Q leopards. How is it so Is there really someone cheating? Before, he suspected that the suit fat man cheating. Now, and encountered this thief I's goods cheating. Favor is all big card meets big card, but also all his card is small. This makes the young rich second generation had to think in that direction. But even if he did, what's the point? He had no proof at all. If he had proof, he would have to make Golden Sea Casino give him an explanation. He had lost over $20 million here, but does he have proof? No. So, he could only shut up. Let's find solid evidence first. In the next gambling game, the young rich second generation became a lot more cautious and didn't call with many cards. Even though his own cards weren't small, he only dared to call for 3 rounds. And after 3 rounds, if there were more than 3 other people, he would fold. But the more he does, the more he loses. After all, the 4 hustlers on the field were all showing their skills, trying to cradle chips in front of themselves. With his newly exchanged 10 million chips, he was left with just over 6 million again. After Chen Hao's observation, he realized that the 4 hustlers on the field were actually divided into 3 factions. The fat man in the suit and the tall and thin man were one faction, representing the Golden Sea Casino and harvesting all the gamblers' chips. The big back head is a faction, is also the strength of not to be underestimated Taza. From the beginning of the table 5 million chips, now there are still 5 million left. As long as they did not lose, the technology is quite good. Thin man is a faction, the strength is very strong. 5 million principal, now has risen to more than 10 million. The main win is the money of the young rich second generation. Chen Hao, on the other hand, hadn't shelled out a single penny, and now it had turned into 8 million chips, and he had mainly won the money of the 2 people at the casino. After all, he was here to find trouble with the casino. At this moment, Chen Hao had turned from a half-fat little fat sheep into a big fat sheep. Finally, it was the turn of the fat man in the suit to sit in the bank again, and when he saw a few people on the table, with more than 5 million chips, all of them fat, the fat man in the suit moved his hands, ready to cheat, ready to reap the rewards. Don't look at the suit, fat hand is very fat, but the technique is very sensitive. He has a lot of thousands of techniques, and self-contained. In addition to the tall and thin man with him, in addition to the other 2 cheats did not detect the suit fat technique. This time, the fat man in the suit also gave everyone a big card. The purpose is, of course, to let everyone strong competition. All follow the bet. Among them, the young rich second generation is 3K. The big back is 3Q. The thin man is 310. Chen Hao is 234 flush. The tall and thin man is a hand of miscellaneous cards. The fat man in the suit himself, on the other hand, had 3 aces, absolute heavenly cards. All the actions of the fat man in suit were seen by Chen Hao. His Buddha eyes were like God's perspective. This fat man in a suit was ruthless enough. 6 men, dealt 4 leopards, and a flush. His accomplices, on the other hand, were dealt miscellaneous cards. He's trying to get everyone to kill each other, and then he'll take it all. With cards like that, cootie, you can tell there's a problem. But what can you do if you see something wrong? There's no evidence, no real evidence. It's all for nothing. And the fat man in the suit is also a member of the casino. If these people are agitated, then the casino will step in to maintain order. Without solid evidence, who would dare to make a scene? It's a good plan. A good plan. Everything, all under the control of the fat man in the suit. Everyone, followed 2 rounds. Then, the young rich kid took a look at the cards, and his face flashed with joy. 3 kings, this card is too big. He's too excited, but he can't show it too obviously. Don't scare others away. So, he chose to call only 20,000. When the tall and thin man saw the young rich kid looking at his cards, he also pretended to look at his cards and then chose to fold. Anyway, at least 3 of the people on the table wouldn't fold easily. There was no need for him to call, but he could also squeeze out huge amounts of chips. Chen Hao didn't look at his cards, instead choosing to continue mulling. His cards weren't too big or too small, so if he looked at his cards and didn't fold behind him, it was a little hard to justify. So he simply didn't look at his cards. He was going to mull to the end. After a few more rounds of muffling, the big back and the thin man have both looked at their cards. Both are not small leopard, AQ leopard, a 10 leopard. Of course, continue to call. The young rich second generation saw this. Some cannot stand it. Early rise in the water. Call the bet up to $100,000. Chapter 63, Chen Hao's hunting moment. Next, the young rich kid was the first to raise the water, calling the bet up to $100,000. Everyone else called. The young rich kid raised the water again, calling the bet up to $500,000. The fat man in the suit pretended to look at his cards and chose to call. The others, likewise, call. After a few rounds, the big back's 5 million chips were the first to run out. He considered for a minute, looked at the Q leopard in his hand, and then looked at the chips on the table, which already exceeded 20 million. he chose to redeem another 10 million chips. Next, the young rich kid's chips were also empty, and he also redeemed $10 million. Money is arbitrary. The eyes of the surrounding spectators were glowing. A few of the casino's bunny girls had thought of 18 ways to hug their thighs. Immediately after, the fat man in the suit's chips were also empty, and he also pretended to exchange 5 million. Chen Hao, on the other hand, because he had been mulling all along, his 8 million or so chips were able to offset the other people's 16 million chips. In the end, it turned out that the skinny man was short on chips. The skinny man was a bit depressed. To be honest, the 3 tens in his hand were really big, but they weren't big enough. He wanted to raise his chips, but he was a little short of chips. In the end, more than 10 million chips were exhausted, or he first opened his mouth. I say, brothers, the chips on the table, already more than 50 million. We have to not open it? The young rich second generation was the first to jump out to oppose. Grass, I have a big enough card. I don't want to open. If you don't have chips, just fold. The skinny man smacked his lips. This sounded familiar. It was clearly him who said it, and now it was actually being returned to him by someone else. The skinny man had already realized what was going on, but he was a bit unwilling. Gritting his teeth, he exchanged another 3 million chips, almost all of the money he had earned over the years, all of which he had smashed in. Already smashed so much into it, let him give up at the last minute. Sorry, he can't do it. Finally, after a few more rounds, almost everyone's chips were almost exhausted. The chips on the entire table had reached 70 million, piling up into a mountain of chips in the middle of the table. Brothers, the chips are already enough. Have been so follow, is not a solution. I propose a suggestion. Why not directly open the card? Then the size. How? The fat man in the suit said lightly, but his voice was trembling a bit. $70 million. Such a big bet. Enough to enter the top 3 big bets ever made by Golden Sea Casino. He could take $7 million in commission alone. It's more than what he's gotten in the past year. Whether it's honor or money, he'll get a good harvest in this game. How can he not be excited? The fat man in the suit's proposal was timed just right, and the 5 at the table, including Chen Hao, were basically out of chips. Now, no one wanted to use cash to exchange chips again either. They only wanted to turn the chips on the table into their own cash. Therefore, the fat man in suit's proposal was seconded by everyone. I agree. The skinny man was the first to speak. I'm fine with it. The big-backed man also said. I don't care. Chen Hao also said. In that case, I have no problem with it. Let's compare cards. The young rich second generation laughed and said, slamming his cards down hard on the table. Old me 3 kings. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the skinny man couldn't help but close his eyes and lean back. Sure enough, 3 tens, still too small. The big back head also covered his face and directly lay down on the chair. With such a look, naturally, there was no need to say more. Ha ha, old me finally won a hand. Ha 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 ha, the young rich second generation said, and was about to go and cradle the chips, but was stopped by a voice, calling out, slow down. The fat man in the suit said indifferently, I haven't opened the cards yet. Saying that, the fat man in the suit turned over the cards in his hand, and 3 aces appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Grass, 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 grass. It's actually 3 aces. A heavenly card. I've really opened my eyes today. 4 leopards. 4 leopards in the same room? The key is that the 4 leopards are all big leopards, and the top 3 leopards are all there. This is too dark. I can't stand to watch it. If this isn't cheating, I'll eat the table. Everyone knows it's cheating, but do you have proof? Show me the proof. Grass. At this instant, the eyes of the young rich second generation were red, violently slammed the table, and said angrily, Grass mud horse, you guys are too much. Have you cheated like this? The fat man in the suit sniffed, couldn't help but sneer. Young man, rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be said indiscriminately. Everything is to talk about evidence. Young man, do you have evidence? Take it out. I'll join you to seek justice from the casino. The tall and thin man next to him who had discarded his cards early said. He had already expected that the young rich kid couldn't possibly have evidence, which was why he said such words. The big back and the skinny man also understood that it was the fat man in the suit who cheated, but they didn't have any evidence either, so they didn't say a word at this time, and it seemed that they admitted defeat. Grass too much. I have lost $40 million. No, you guys are such bullies. The young rich kid was on the verge of crying. 3 Ks were eaten by 3 As. Can he not be aggrieved? Can he not be devastated? However, not to mention being aggrieved, not to mention breaking down, even if he jumped from the top floor of the Golden Sea Mansion right now, it would be useless. Seeing this, the fat man in the suit smiled and said, thank you, thank you. Saying that, he was about to go and cradle the chips. Coldly, another voice emerged from the side. Slow down. Chen Hao's voice came. Everyone's eyes All of them? Focused on Chen Hao. I haven't opened my cards yet. It's been muffled, so you have to let me see what it is, right? Chen Hao said indifferently. I'll go. What's the point of opening? Others have 3 aces, the sky card kills. Other people have aces of leopard. And you're still opening cards? Funny, right? Hey, this little handsome boy. Quite interesting, huh? The fat man in the suit, however, raised his eyebrows and faintly said, Alright, then you open your cards. Humph, what kind of cards do you have? I still don't know. Lao Zi was personally dealt a 234 spade flush. Chen Hao smiled faintly and didn't say anything, reaching out to turn over the first card. The 2 of spades. Ha! The fat man in the suit smiled faintly. Chen Hao turned over the second card again. 3 of spades. The smile on the fat man in suit's face grew even more intense. Everything was within his grasp. Chen Hao finally turned over the third card. The 5 of hearts. What? The fat man in suit jumped up from his chair immediately. He had clearly dealt the other side a 234 flush of spades. How did it turn into a 235 miscellaneous card? This kid cheated too? He didn't even touch the cards. When did he change the 4 of spades into the 5 of hearts? Does he know how to get things out of the air? There are variations in the spacer, so it's impossible to escape his eyes. Is it really a ghost? The fat man suddenly disheveled, sat back on his chair, like a deflated ball. The surrounding eaters also boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. 2, 3, 5 miscellaneous cards? This is the smallest card in Golden Blossom. The rules of the Golden Sea Casino. 3 aces is a sky card pass, but 2, 3, 5 mixed cards can counter 3 aces, and can only counter 3 aces. In this case, it's 2, 3, 5 that wins. No problem. Old iron slips and slides. Originally thought that today's eyes opened. Did not expect actually a spectacle. It's really a spectacle. I did not expect 2, 3, 5 miscellaneous cards. Laughed to the end. TSK. Hi. Really hi. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, Hey, I didn't expect that a muffled card in the end was actually the smallest card. And even more unexpectedly, it actually won. I'm sorry let everyone break the bank. Come, have the same blessing, everyone present, each person eat a happy money. Saying that, Chen Hao threw a $10,000 chip to each of the onlookers at the scene. Of course, not forgetting the other 5 people on the gambling table. Have to say, this hand is a bit excessive. Killing people to kill their hearts. This is. P.S. See here brothers, please add a bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 64, can we all go together? The commotion here had finally caught the attention of the Golden Sea Casino. To be precise, it was the Golden Sea Casino that had been paying attention to the movements of this table. The money that should have been reaped by the casino was now reaped by Chen Hao. Could the casino not take action? At once, a group of bright lights from the casino surrounded them, and the person in charge said, Sorry, everyone, someone has reported that someone in your place is cheating, so we have to ask you to come with us to investigate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Zi lost $40 million, and still want to investigate Lao Zi? The young rich second generation was directly furious. That bright light smiled faintly and said, Young Jean, you don't have to, not to mention that this rich second generation lost so much. Even if he didn't lose, he wouldn't be investigated because the bright lights all knew that he really didn't know how to do the 1,000 tricks. It was just blind gambling, looking for excitement. The dry and skinny man also had a displeased face. Yes, is there any mistake? Lao Zi also lost more than $10 million. Do I specialize in cheating to give away money to others? That's right, I lost too. This kid was the only one who won. Even if someone cheated, it could only be him. That's right, you guys should check him out. The few people on the gambling table said one after another. They had all lost their money, and were in a bad mood, so they just happened to vent on Chen Hao. This gentleman, please come with us. The bright light at the head of the table looked at Chen Hao and said indifferently. When Chen Hao heard this, he smiled faintly and said, I can go with you guys, but if I didn't cheat, what can I say? If you didn't cheat, we will naturally let you go. He. Chen Hao shook his head. Let me run through it. What you mean is, you guys take me away, restrict my personal freedom, and interrogate me a bit, and then in the end, if I'm not at fault, you won't make things difficult for me. Is that what you mean? That's pretty much what it means. The man in charge said. Then I just want to say, on what grounds? Chen Hao said indifferently. In the absence of any evidence, you can take me away if you want to, and interrogate me if you want to. On what grounds? On the basis that you are a big store and bully your customers? The person in charge froze at the words, then coldly said, Kid, we are just making routine inquiries. I advise you not to toast the wine and eat the penalty wine. I didn't see the toast. As for the penalty wine, you let me try eating a cup? Chen Hao said disdainfully. This is what you said. Then don't blame us for being impolite. The man in charge waved his hand at the people behind him. Bring me. Ah, grass. How dare you make a move? Get him for me. Kid, you dare. Ouch. Still dare to fight back. Looking for death. Ah, damn. Get him dead. Ow. A dozen or so casino bright lights all cursed and rushed towards Chen Hao, then almost simultaneously screamed miserably and lay down on the ground. The surrounding gamblers, at once, scattered and ran far away. Chen Hao stood in the middle of the crowd, not moving, just coldly looking around, sneering. Golden Sea Casino is really powerful, and really strange. As long as you lose money, it doesn't matter even if you cheat, and as long as you win money, even if you didn't cheat that you have to torture. Golden Sea Casino's rules. So strange? Do you need me to send out today's video for everyone here to savor? Or send it online again, so that the netizens can open their eyes? As soon as Chen Hao said this, the gamblers around him immediately talked. Handsome guy, did you even take a video? Send it to me. Handsome guy, let's add a friend first. Young man, bring the video for me to take a look. Little handsome boy. A few gamblers gathered around with curious faces, interested in the video that Chen Hao was talking about. And right at this moment, the door of a big box on the left side of the casino suddenly opened, and a group of big men in black suits came out of the box in a line, quickly surrounding towards Chen Hao. Kid, dare to make trouble in Jinhai? Have you asked Brother Long's opinion? Ah, the man in the lead walked over with an arrogant face, his black suit open, the white shirt inside half open, revealing a dragon head tattooed on his chest. Your brother Dragon? Chen Hao glanced at him and asked indifferently. It's me. Snap. Chen Hao incited a slap over, directly knocking Brother Lung to the ground. Vajra Divine Kung Fu was immensely powerful. Even if Chen Hao had just started, this power was not something a mortal could withstand, and Brother Lung directly fainted to death on the spot. Chen Hao looked at Brother Long who was lying motionless on the ground, and asked indifferently, Brother Long, is it? What do you have to say? Oh, don't say anything. It seems that you don't have an opinion. Grass. This kid dares to lay a black hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get him dead. Avenge Brother Long. Bang 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 bang. A series of striking sounds rang through, and in less than half a minute, calm was once again restored. Humph. A bunch of mortals, in front of the Vajra divine power. There is no slap that won't get you down. If there is, then another slap. Snap, slap, slap. Suddenly, a slow and rhythmic sound of applause came. Chen Hao looked at the sound, only to see a tall woman wearing a tight black leather jacket, leather pants, black high heels, and drawing cold, darker black makeup, walking over with an indifferent face. I go. The aura is very powerful. It seems to be the person in charge of the casino. Chen Hao looked at the cold-colored woman, and the cold-colored woman also stared at him, coldly saying, You're very capable of fighting. Do you dare to fight with me? Chen Hao sniffed and didn't say anything, but looked behind the cold-colored woman. The cold-colored woman frowned. I'm asking you, what are you looking at? Chen Hao faintly said. I'm looking at you. Behind there is no one. There are still people if you cannot go together, and not play the game. The pawns to elite after playing to the chief to play. Do not wait a while and then emerge a boss. Chapter 65, Princess Li Yuding of the Golden Sea. He. Hearing Chen Hao's interesting words, the cold and colorful woman's face slightly moved as she faintly said, I am the final boss. You are the final boss? Chen Hao's heart stirred and immediately opened the Buddha eye system to observe the cold-colored woman. Name, Li Yuding. Age, 22 years old. Fate of great wealth, red. Luck, a life of blood and light, black. Life script, Executive President of Jinhai Group. Favorability, -50. Recent chance, none. Recent disasters, his father, Li Jinhai, has done a lot of evil, has many enemies, has been poisoned by someone under a spell, is about to die of illness. The family is about to have a change of heart. There is infighting in the group, and he himself has been affected. It turns out that this cold woman is the princess of the Golden Sea Group, Li Yuding. His father is the founder of the Golden Sea Group, Li Jinhai. Rumor has it that Li Jinhai pulled a bunch of brothers, relying on fighting and killing, Jianghu righteousness, before founding the Golden Sea Group. The entire history of the development of the Golden Sea Group is Li Jinhai with his brothers in the history of the storm clouds in the Jianghu, relying on the courage to fight and dare to lay down a hard hand. At the same time under the brothers dare to sell their lives, only to spell out today's achievements. And such a group, always with color, in the new social development period, still want to use the old way to further develop, is absolutely impossible. Chen Hao took another look at Li Yuding's personal secret. Name, Li Yuding. Age, 22 years old. Occupation, Executive President of Golden Sea Group. Characteristics, 96 points for face value, 96 points for body shape, good at fighting, car racing, and horsemanship. Secret 1, although Li Yuting is the president of Golden Sea Group, she doesn't want to be involved in the management of the group. She only wants to fight, drag racing, horse racing, drinking, smoking, and want to go to let loose and want to be free. Secret 2, Li Yuting's father, Li Jinhai, is seriously ill and is unable to manage the group, and all the patriarchs within the group are foolish and intent on seizing power. Li Yuting is under a lot of pressure as she is facing a crisis and struggling to run the business. Secret 3, Li Yuting wants to fight with someone to vent her inner pressure, so she won't show any mercy. Please don't take it lightly. Secret 4, if you can help Li Yuting solve the family crisis, there is a high probability of obtaining Li Yuting's deep friendship. We suggest that the host seize this opportunity. Secret 5, Li Yuting also has the jittery M attribute, seemingly tough, but if you are tougher than him and can convince her, there may be unexpected gains. Secret 6, after reading Li Yuting's life script and personal secrets, Chen Hao had a more comprehensive understanding of Li Yuting. She had a very good destiny, a destiny of great wealth and prosperity, and without any major changes, she would definitely be a prominent figure on one side. Talent aside, she could also rely on her face and figure to eat. Chen Hao looked up and down. The other party's concave and convex figure, under the wrapping of the tight black leather jacket, looked even more sexy and tight. It was indeed very tempting. However, the makeup was a bit thick, so it was not too clear to see. However, the system-certified face value and body both reached 96 points. That was definitely a 1 in a million beauty. And now, Chen Hao had the chance to help her solve her problems and thus gain her deep friendship. Should he try it? Although he didn't know how deep this friendship could reach, Chen Hao felt that he could give it a try. After all, the system had suggested him to seize this opportunity. What are you looking at? If you keep looking around, believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't say anything for half a day, Li Yuting swept a pair of thieving eyes over her body, feeling an illusion of being seen through. I was looking to see if this little body of yours could carry a punch from me, Chen Hao said indifferently. Not a small mouth. Li Yuting said, if you can beat me, you can take all the money you won today. That won't work. Chen Hao shook his head. I won this money. It should have been mine in the first place. Then what other conditions do you have? Li Yuting frowned. Chen Hao said indifferently, if I win, I want you. What did you say? Nonsense again. Believe it or not, I'll cut out your tongue. The cold woman's beautiful eyes glared and huffed. I haven't finished yet. What are you excited about? Chen Hao gave her a blank look, worthy of being a black shivery club princess, either gouging out her eyes or cutting her tongue. Too brutal. Chen Hao paused for a moment, then said, if I win, I want you to bow and apologize to me in public. I, Li Yuting, have never apologized to anyone. Li Yuting sneered. Want me to apologize? Then wait until you beat me. After saying that, Li Yuting directly started to fight. It seemed that she was indeed suffocated and was eager to vent her anger, only to see Li Yuting deliver a flying kick, directly towards Chen Hao's face. This kick was so powerful that an ordinary man in a suit would directly fly 3 meters away under this kick. However, Chen Hao stood still, and when the black high-heeled shoe was about to kick into his face, he reached out and grabbed it violently, just like an iron claw of adamantium, and firmly grasped Li Yuting's ankle in his hand. Li Yuting was shocked in her heart. Her other foot kicked again in the air, and her whole body was horizontal in mid-air, both of her feet kicking towards Chen Hao's face. In Li Yuting's fighting experience, as long as the opponent was kicked in the face, he would naturally let go. However, what Li Yuting didn't expect was that her opponent was too strong, reaching out and grabbing her second ankle as if it was a second adamantine iron claw. Firmly grabbing her second ankle, Chen Hao lifted her hands with force, and Li Yuting immediately lost her balance. Her whole body was facing upwards and downwards, like a pheasant caught by a hunter. Li Yuting was shocked in her heart, and her hands fiercely struck at Chen Hao's legs, trying to force Chen Hao to defend himself, thus letting go of her. However, Li Yuting had only punched a few times before she didn't dare to punch anymore, and her pair of fists were already dripping with blood. Li Yuting was bitter in her heart. Are these human legs? It can't be tied with steel plates. It's too hard. Seeing this, Chen Hao hemmed and hawed, shook his hands with force, and said indifferently, can you still resist? Feel free to use whatever moves you have. Li Yuting tightly closed her mouth and didn't say a word, but her brain was racing, thinking of ways to crack it. Chen Hao grabbed a pair of her ankles and shook them a few more times. Admit defeat? Li Yuting's dinner was almost shaken out, but she clenched her silver teeth. Still not speaking, Chen Hao snorted coldly and said, you're not making any sense. If you don't speak again, I'll be impolite. Come on, perform a one-horse show first, Chen Hao said. His hands tackled Li Yuting's ankles and pulled hard to the sides. Don't. I admit defeat. Li Yuting finally couldn't hold back any longer and admitted defeat in shame. Chapter 66, An Omen of Great Murder, Golden Sea Casino. Inside the AAA luxury box, Chen Hao was holding a glass of champagne, savoring the sweet liquor with a strong fragrance while recalling the image just now. If it wasn't for Li Yuting begging for mercy fast enough, Chen Hao really didn't want to let go. After all, the appearance of Li Yuting's long and straight thighs, doing a zigzag horse upside down was really unforgettable. Worthy of being a beauty with 96 points in both face value and body. One should know that both face value and body shape are good, that can complement each other, and together they are definitely many times more attractive than a person with a face value of 100 points and a body shape of 60 points. For example, once Chen Hao liked a certain female star, that face value is definitely 98 points or more. If you only look at the face, you can use the beautiful words such as fairy, elf, etc. to describe her, but in looking at her figure that is as flat as before and after, one can't help but have doubts. This one wouldn't be a man dressed as a woman. Just as he was thinking, the door of the AAA room opened from outside, and Li Yuting, who was dressed in a tight black leather jacket, stepped in with her high heels. Mr. Chen, the money you won has been transferred into your bank account. Because of the large amount, it is estimated that it will take about 5 minutes to arrive. In the fight just now, Li Yuting not only admitted defeat and apologized on the spot, but also treated Chen Hao as a guest and invited him to the private room. Regarding Li Yuting's purpose of inviting him, Chen Hao was very clear in his heart. One was that her jittery attribute had been activated by Chen Hao, and Li Yuting had developed some curiosity about Chen Hao. Secondly, it was because Li Yuting wanted to know how exactly Chen Hao cheated. Everyone was not a little cutie. Of course Li Yuting wouldn't be. 6 people fried gold flowers. 4 of them were bombs, which also included a leopard, K leopard, and Q leopard. What's even more outrageous is that there happened to be such miscellaneous cards as 2, 3, 5, which happened to counter the ace leopard. With cards like these, if no one had cheated, Li Yuting would have eaten the table directly. However, neither all the bright lights and dark lights present, nor the high-speed cameras in the surveillance room, found any evidence of Chen Hao cheating. This made Li Yuting's heart curious about how Chen Hao actually did it. Chen Hao took a sip of champagne and before he could speak, his cell phone rang. Ding! Chen Hao glanced at it, and it showed. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your account with tail number 0158 arrived at 2325 with 100,000,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 601, 892, 618, 71 yuan. The other party's account tail number is 0888, and the account name is Huagua Jinhai Group Company. The amount doesn't seem right, Chen Hao said indifferently. The extra amount is the consulting fee paid to Mr. Chen, Li Yuting said with a smile. What kind of major issue needs $30 million of consulting fees? Chen Hao asked with a smile. Li Yuting said, I want to know how Mr. Chen cheats. Oh, I mean, how did you do it? Chen Hao thought about it and said lightly, there are some things that you don't necessarily need to know the truth, and knowing it, it's not necessarily a good thing for you. The matter of the Buddha's eye system was something that Chen Hao would never say out, nor would he specifically demonstrate it to others. He was also too lazy to find other reasons and excuses. He just didn't want to say it. What the hell? This, Li Yuting frowned slightly. The meaning of this statement was that her extra $30 million had gone down the drain? But, Chen Hao glanced at Li Yuting and said, I can give you a bit of counseling advice in other areas. What? Li Yuting was slightly stunned, not understanding what Chen Hao meant. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, I also know some face reading. When I first met you, I felt that your seal hole was black, so it must be that you've had a lot of bad luck lately and a lot of bad things, right? You also know how to read faces? Li Yuting couldn't help but be happy, but when she thought about it, she did have a lot of bad luck and bad thoughts recently. Chen Hao ignored her doubts and continued, initially, it should be that your family member is seriously ill, even life-threatening. This family member is still the backbone of your family, and now that the backbone has collapsed, and the storm is coming from the outside, your entire family, at any time, is in danger of toppling over. When Li Yuting heard this, her face changed slightly, because her situation was said by Chen Hao. What else? Mr. Chen, can you make it more clear? Chen Hao stared at Li Yuting's face, frowned slightly, and said, TSK, confusing and unclear. What? Is the doom too fierce and you're afraid to scare me by saying it? It's fine, Mr. Chen. Go ahead and say it. I can carry it. No, it's mainly because the makeup on your face is too thick. I really can't see too clearly. Ha, oh, Mr. Chen, wait a moment, then I'll go remove my makeup right away. Wait a moment, Li Yuting said, and hurriedly went to the restroom to remove her makeup. A few minutes later, Li Yuting reappeared in front of Chen Hao, a white, crystalline and jade-like pretty face flying in front of Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, why don't you take a look again? Hiss. Chen Hao secretly sucked in a breath. This was only like a 96-point face value. Li Yuting's skin was very fair. Her skin was crystal clear, white and red, as moist as egg whites. Just now, the Li Yuting who was wearing heavy makeup was like a problematic teenager as a whole, while the Li Yuting who had her makeup removed now had more of a neighboring girl's temperament. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Hearing Chen Hao's inhaling sound, Li Yuting's eyebrows slightly knitted, and she hurriedly asked, I can see clearly this time. Great evil. Ha? Li Yuting leaned back and looked down at her chest. Big indeed, but wrapped tightly. Ah. What I'm saying is that you have a great evil omen. Chen Hao gave her a blank look and said, your fortune. Great evil. There is. How fierce. Li Yuting's face went a bit white. Please enlighten Mr. Chen. Chen Hao glanced at her and pondered for a few seconds before speaking. I'll be blunt. Your father was assassinated by someone, and now he is seriously ill and bedridden. Life and death are hard to predict. At the same time, the external storm clouds are surging. Many people are secretly preparing to divide the Golden Sea Group once your father dies. After the Golden Sea Group falls apart, your Li family will be rootless, and then your former enemies will take the opportunity to retaliate against you. Although it's a case of the wrongdoers having their own heads, and it's all sins committed by your father. But once your father dies, these old scores will definitely be counted on you and your family. At that time, it might be the end of your Li family. When Li Yuting heard this, she leaned back towards the sofa dumbfounded, and for a while, it was a bit hard to digest. The situation that Chen Hao had mentioned was almost the same as the current situation of the Li family. Regarding the situation of her own family, it wasn't that Li Yuting herself hadn't thought about it, and what Chen Hao had said was more or less the same as what she herself had predicted. It was just that what Chen Hao said was much clearer and more serious. Those so-called brothers of her father's, as well as his enemies, could definitely do unspeakable things. Only after a few minutes of silence did Li Yuting suddenly look up at Chen Hao and asked, Mr. Chen, then do you have a way to crack it? Chapter 67, 10,000 Merits. The method of cracking. Chen Hao nodded. Naturally, there is, and the effect should be good. It's just what? It's just that the cost is a bit big, and I'm afraid that you, or your Li family, are a bit reluctant, Chen Hao said indifferently. When Li Yuting heard this, she was quick to say, Mr. Chen, how much money is needed? There's no harm for you to say it. It's not a matter of money. In the end, it's also a matter of money. Chen Hao glanced at Li Yuting and said, forgive me for speaking rather straight. The reason why your father is in such great trouble is mainly because he has done too much evil over the years. Li Yuting mouthed a bit, wanting to say something. What the hell her dad was like, when she was a kid, she wasn't clear about it, but now, she couldn't be clearer. Therefore, Chen Hao's words made her somewhat unable to argue. Li Yuting was silent for a moment before she said, is there really such a thing as karma in the world? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, we should believe in science, but there are some things that science can't explain, so we'd rather believe it than not, don't you think? Li Yuting nodded. Mr. Chen, just tell us straight, how much money is needed? Chen Hao shook his head and said, it's not how much money I need, it's how much sacrifice you, the Li family, need to make. As I just said, your father's present condition is the evil consequence of years of evil deeds, and in order to forgive his sins, he can only be treated from the root, that is, closing down those crime-ridden industries. Li Yuting glanced at Chen Hao and frowned. Mr. Chen, you're saying this as if our Li family has done something harmful to heaven and earth. Li Yuting definitely couldn't be happy when others talked about her family like that, isn't it? Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, you wouldn't still be unclear about your family's industry, right? I've heard about it even as an outsider. All evils are obscene. Let's start with the first evil, your Golden Sea Casino. Dare you say that all you do is business that is as pure as a white lotus flower? Golden Sea Casino. How many people have indulged in it, lost all their money, and even had their families destroyed? You also put loan sharks on gamblers who lost their money, and if they don't pay back by the due date, it's violent collection, forcing others to lose their wives and even take the desperate path of suicide. How many of those people cursed the Golden Sea Group, cursed your Li family? You're not sure, but you should know a rough idea, right? There are also casinos that are mixed with other illegal anyway to get hooked. You wouldn't say that I'm talking nonsense, right? What? You think these are not hurtful things? In my opinion, all of these things, one by one, are not things that hurt the world. If it has come to this, and you still don't have a clear understanding, then I can only say, sorry, I can't help you, goodbye. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. Li Yuting hurriedly pulled him back, saying, Mr. Chen, don't leave, listen to my explanation. What else do you have to explain? Chen Hao glanced at Li Yuting and said, you sit first. Li Yuting dragged Chen Hao back to sit on the sofa before she said, maybe I've been living in such an environment since I was a child. and I feel that what you just said is commonplace, and that a lot of people are blamed for their own actions, and we didn't force them to do it. For example, what you said about the chief of all evils. We only provide the venue, and many of the women who accompany them are brought here by Mama-san. It's not that we force them to be prostitutes. On the contrary, by providing them with venues, we are instead providing them with the opportunity to earn money, and even if we don't do those businesses, they will still find other places and other venues. After all, those people are already used to living a good and lazy life. Getting them to work in a factory is impossible in this lifetime. Besides, when it comes to casinos, many people come with the intention of getting rich. It's they themselves who harbor bad intentions in front of them. They themselves are greedy. Of course, in the process of operating the casino, there are indeed some situations that exist as you said, and after you said that, I have become more conscious of this problem. In fact, I don't really like these businesses of casinos either. Li Yuding pondered for a moment, and finally said, Mr. Chen, you directly say, what should I do? Chen Hao sniffed, glanced at her, and said, I'll be straightforward then. As for whether or not to do as you're told, it's up to you. First of all, the casino must be closed down, and all the gambling debts that were lent out, all of them are null and void. Even the laws of the country don't protect gambling debts, let alone heavenly justice. Secondly, all the color industries inside the Golden Sea Casino must be removed, resolutely not hiding dirt. Doing so may cause your Golden Sea Group's income to fall off a cliff, but it's clean money that you earn, and you can use it with peace of mind. Moreover, it might even allow you to avoid other greater calamities. After you've done these two things, come back to me, and I'll naturally have a way to help you cure your father. Although there's no guarantee that he can be cured, it's still possible to let him live for a few more years. At that time, with your father's residual power, your Golden Sea Group might even be able to rely on other industries and become strong again. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he left Jinhai, and the rest was up to Li Yuding. 3 days later, Chen Hao suddenly felt something in his heart, and immediately checked the Buddha's eye system, and sure enough, there were 10,000 merit points credited. Checking the source of merit points, it was precisely because of the closure of Jinhai Casino and the rectification of Jinhai Casino. Eradicating the source of evil could indeed result in a large amount of merit. It seemed like Li Yuding's execution was still very strong. However, after all the merit points had been credited, Chen Hao had yet to receive a call from Li Yuding, and didn't know what she was up to. It wasn't until a week later that Li Yuding called Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, is it convenient for you now? I want to meet you. Which location are you in? I'll arrange someone to pick you up now. Right now? It's more than 9 o'clock. Chen Hao looked at the time. I have something important I want to talk to you about. Is that okay? Li Yuding's tone was a bit urgent. Alright then. Chen Hao told Li Yuding the address of Pudong Garden. More than 10 minutes later, a black Bentley stopped in front of Chen Hao's villa. Sister Bai, I'm going out for a trip. Just pack up and rest early, haha. No need to wait for me, Chen Hao said to Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu gave him a glance and said, you play your game. Why should I wait for you? I'm not your wife. I won't care about you that much. Fine. Chen Hao rubbed his nose, feeling that the real meaning of Sister Bai's words was not as literal. Chen Hao went out and sat in the back of the Bentley, seeing that Li Yuding was also there. Before he could say anything, Li Yuding grabbed his arm and said, Mr. Chen, thank you. Really, thank you very much. When Chen Hao heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. What did Li Yuding mean by this? Sprinting to see him in the middle of the night, she wouldn't just want to say thank you. Besides, he hadn't done anything yet. So where did he start with the word thank you? Chapter 68, to save or not to save. MS. Li, what do you mean by that? It can't be the opposite, right? Chen Hao really couldn't figure out what Li Yuding was thanking for with her thank you. Li Yuding said, Mr. Chen, after listening to your guidance that day, I still had some hesitation, but the next day, my dad's state was even worse, and he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. If my dad died, the Golden Sea Group would still fall apart. So I made a snap decision and spent 3 whole days closing down the casino and cleaning up some of the illegal and illicit industries within the casino. Who knows that just after the cleanup was completed, I encountered the city's big cleanup operation, and afterward I inquired about it, and the Golden Sea Group was the key place that was cleaned up. However, when the relevant departments rushed into the Golden Sea Casino with loaded guns and cameras, they did not find any violations. Golden Sea thus dodged a bullet. However, some people from the relevant departments had previously made unannounced visits, and there was also some video evidence of Golden Sea's violations. The management and I were taken to the relevant department to investigate for several days. I asked someone to go to the relevant departments to find connections to move around, and now the situation, after all, isn't too bad, but deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins can't be escaped. and we were still fined $300 million. Now that I think about it, it's really thrilling. The level of this operation was very high. The general public didn't know about the mission until the moment of departure. If not for Mr. Chen's timely guidance, our entire Jinhai might have been wiped out. Tonight I, along with a group of Golden Seas executives, have all just been released from our personal restrictions, and I only took a shower and changed into a set of clothes before coming to you first thing. Mr. Chen, please let me sincerely say thank you. Hearing Li Yuding's words, Chen Hao was however silent. If things were really like this, he really didn't know whether his instruction to Li Yuding was right or wrong. After all, some of his pointers had allowed some people who should have been struck by the law to escape the legal sanctions, or rather, greatly reduce them. In the end, it was only a fine of $300 million. $300 million, what is it to the Golden Sea Group? However, things had already happened, and it was impossible for Chen Hao to twist these people to the relevant departments. He can only wait for the opportunity later, and then do justice. For now, we can only mobilize these people, especially the Li family, to do more good deeds in the future, so that they can pay back a little bit more of the debt of hurting God. Close the casino, clean up the casino, just the first step of good deeds, and then let them take the initiative to act. Take the initiative to help the poor and needy, help the dead and injured, repair bridges and roads, etc., so that they can slowly make up for the sins committed before. Thinking of this, Chen Hao said, in that case, I really don't know whether it's good or bad for you guys. Mr. Chen, what does that mean? Li Yuding frowned slightly and asked in a hurry. Let me be honest, if it doesn't sound good, just bear with me, Chen Hao said indifferently. According to the law of the cycle of karma and retribution, the sins committed by the Jinhai group before should have actually been punished by retribution. That is, suffering from bad karma, but now it escaped. However, it is only a temporary escape now, and sooner or later there will be another retribution. As the saying goes, it's not unrewarded. The time has not yet come, that's the truth, and the arrival of the next retribution, after the fermentation of time, is likely to be even more ferocious than this one. That's why I said, I don't know if it's good or bad for you guys. Well, that's right. All of these were Chen Hao's believable words, feeling like he was really a bit of a godly man. However, Li Jinhai had done so many bad things, so he could make him pay back a little more. What then, Mr. Chen? Li Yuding asked hurriedly. Chen Hao said indifferently, you've already closed the casino and cleaned up the casino, so it's considered an end to the sins. The end of bad deeds is also considered the beginning of good deeds. In the days to come, you need to do more good deeds and good deeds to gradually offset the sins you committed in the past, so that you might be able to truly dissolve the bad karma. Chen Hao didn't know if his urging the Li family to do good deeds would also bring him some merit points, but advising someone to do good was much better than letting someone do evil. When Li Yuding heard this, she quickly asked, Mr. Chen, I've taken note of what you said. In the future, I will make sure that the Li family does more good deeds and good deeds. However, can you be more specific and give me some more pointers on what things to do that are considered good deeds and good deeds? Helping the poor and the needy, saving lives, repairing bridges and roads, and so on. Chen Hao thought about it and added, of course, your Golden Sea Group makes its industry bigger and stronger, increases jobs, guarantees employees wages and benefits, and pays taxes legally, which is considered a good and kind deed for the country and the people. Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll work hard in the direction you point out. Also, Li Yuding paused and added, earlier, you said that you could treat my father's condition. I wonder if you can help me now. My father is dying. Li Yuding's father, Li Jinhai, was indeed dying. It felt like he had already entered his dying moments. Li Yuding herself didn't hold much hope anymore, but she still casually said it. Chen Hao glanced at Li Yuding and said indifferently, yes, if you don't save him tonight, I'm afraid he really won't see the sun tomorrow morning. When Li Yuding heard this, her eyes brightened slightly, flashing with a few moments of hope. Her father, even if he was 10 times more unforgivable, he was still her father. She didn't want him to die after all. Then thank you, Mr. Chen. We will go over now, Li Yuding said, and immediately asked the driver to drive to the Li family mansion. The Li family mansion was located in the city center, a modern luxury manor covering more than 10 acres of land. The Bentley directly entered the courtyard and parked at the entrance of the main mansion. Li Yuding immediately got off the car and led Chen Hao into the main mansion. Within the room, it was cold and quiet, with only 2 doctors in white coats, looking at the instruments while shaking their heads and sighing. Next to the hospital bed, a charming middle-aged woman silently shed tears. Ting Ting is back. Jinhai, open your eyes and take one last look at Ting Ting. When the middle-aged woman saw Li Yuding return, she hurriedly called out. When Li Yuding heard this, she hurriedly jumped to the bed. Dad, wake up. I brought Hai people to save you. Mom, What happened to my dad? The person lying on the bed, however, had his eyes closed tightly, the corners of his eyes trembling, but he was unable to open his eyes. The middle-aged woman wiped her tears and said, "Ting Ting, the doctors have already resuscitated you 3 times, just waiting for you to come back so that your dad can see you again. But your dad doesn't seem to be able to make it." When Li Yuting heard this, she hurriedly pulled over Chen Hao. "Mr. Chen, please save my dad. You can do it, right? You can definitely do it." Chen Hao frowned and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look." Saying that, Chen Hao walked to the hospital bed in big strides, not caring about the strange eyes of the 2 doctors next to him, and opened his Buddha's eye to gain insight into Li Jinhai on the bed. With a glance, Chen Hao discovered the problems on Li Jinhai's body, and under his Buddha eyes, the problems on Li Jinhai's body were not difficult to deal with. Only, Chen Hao fell into a deep thought. A wicked person like Li Jinhai, should he save himself or not? Chapter 69, Li Jinhai's treatment program. It had to be said that Li Jinhai was indeed an evil man. After reading Li Jinhai's personal secrets, Chen Hao couldn't help but want to go up and strangle him to make him go faster. In the era of primitive capital accumulation, Li Jinhai led a group of people to fight and grab territories, secretly used a lot of dirty tactics, and did a lot of bad things, which could be described as a bully who jeopardized a party. And that wasn't too much to say. The good thing was that the opponents he fought against were more or less people who hung out in the society, and very few of them were the kind of honest and purely ordinary residents, which made Chen Hao's impression of him slightly better, and not so much angrier. But even if Li Jinhai didn't do it himself, some of his men did it, leading to individual ordinary people being involved, causing some horrifying cases. In these cases, there was always a portion of sins that had to be counted on Li Jinhai's head, although in recent years, Li Jinhai had become more and more low-key and restrained. Perhaps he himself felt uneasy with his conscience, so he also did some charity, donated some Hope Elementary School, and subsidized hundreds of poor students to go to school. But these charities could not offset the sins that the Jinhai group, headed by him, had committed. Chen Hao felt that he had to make the Li family take out 10 times or even more of their energy and money to do good deeds, to atone for the sins that Li Jinhai had once committed, in order to give himself some peace of mind, right? After all, Chen Hao was now considered to be involved in the karma of the Li family, and who the hell knew that on that day? He had just casually said that he had solved the big crisis of the Jinhai group. Therefore, it was true that the Golden Sea group could not fall apart, and the result of falling apart would inevitably be that the Li family would be damaged and others would benefit. Many of the other people here were once brothers of Li Jinhai, and had done a lot of dirty deeds. As early as a few years ago, Li Jinhai had a bad conscience and started to clear his name and do some charity. But among those brothers of his, there were people who were still ruthless and would not stop to achieve their goals. Chen Hao could never let those evil people get benefits. Moreover, Li Jinhai was Li Jinhai, and Li Yuting was Li Yuting. Although Li Yuting is Li Jinhai's daughter and has been exposed to a lot of bad things since she was a child, she herself has not done bad things and her nature is not bad. Chen Hao was now helping Li Yuting, not Li Jinhai. If she could help Li Yuting control Jinhai group, Chen Hao himself would then lead Li Yuting's nose, letting Li Yuting use Jinhai group's energy to do more good deeds and atone for Li Jinhai's sins. That would also be a good choice. From Chen Hao's point of view, the only way to bring him good results was to let Jinhai Group transform into a charity star enterprise, right? As for Li Jinhai himself, how could he just die for the sins he once committed? Chen Hao wanted to let him live, but not let him live well. Just let him spend the rest of his life, lying down in a hospital bed, atoning for his sins and repenting in his hospital bed. It should be a more appropriate evil reward for him. Chen Hao only needed to think about it. A patient who was bedridden for a long time, covered with bed sores, having to be cleaned up by others for his feces and urine, unable to get well and unable to die, was probably even more saddened than a single death, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Chen Hao knew how to treat Li Jinhai. He came to Li Jinhai's side, holding Li Jinhai's wrist with one hand while staring at him. After a few minutes, an imperceptible golden light shot out from Chen Hao's eyes, instantly entering Li Jinhai's body and protecting his heart veins. Alright, I injected some true qi into him and repaired his body. He shouldn't be in danger of losing his life for now, Chen Hao said indifferently. The 2 doctors beside him, their eyes were almost glazed over. What did you say? The true qi is out? It's still not life-threatening? This kid is afraid that he is not a charlatan. However, what made the 2 doctors even more shocked was that at this moment, Li Jinhai's eyelids suddenly moved, and actually opened his eyes directly. Woke up, my dad woke up. Thank you, Mr. Chen. My dad, he really woke up. Li Yuting hurriedly walked to her father's side and said, Dad, how are you feeling? Li Jinhai burst into tears as he trembled. I feel myself have gone to the ghost gate, a force, and pulled me back. Woo woo. Li Jinhai, although reigning in the Jianghu 20 or 30 years, but he is only 50 years old. Life is only half 100. Do not want to die is also very normal. It's okay, Dad. I invited a high-ranking person to save you. You'll be fine, Li Yuding said, and hurriedly grabbed Chen Hao's arm again, saying, Mr. Chen, what should be the next treatment for my dad's disease? Chen Hao sniffed and said with a serious face, first of all, your dad's physical condition. It's very bad. My true chi can only help him for a period of time, and for the rest, he still needs medication to slowly regulate him. But let me say this in advance. Your father's life is not in danger, but if he wants to get out of bed and jump around, he can't do it. I'm afraid he'll have to spend the rest of his days in a hospital bed. We'll talk about things later. Let's stabilize his condition first. Is that okay? Li Yuding asked. Chen Hao nodded. No problem. I'll write a prescription. You arrange for someone to buy it. Just decoct it according to the method I told you. As long as you take the medicine on time, there's absolutely no problem to save your life. Good. Then I'll trouble Mr. Chen, Li Yuding said. Through Chen Hao's insight, it was discovered that there was indeed a triple damage in Li Jinhai's body. One being toxins, the second being poisonous parasites, and the third being curses. The toxins were both the poison that others had given him, as well as the toxins secreted and excreted by the poisonous parasites, which made his muscular vitality gradually fade away, while the poisonous parasites themselves, from time to time, moved around in Li Jinhai's body, and every time they did so, they made Li Jinhai's life as bad as death. As for the curse, it is a kind of negative energy that attracts ghosts and bad luck. Even if Li Jinhai is bedridden every day, there will be endless nightmares waiting for him, making him mentally emaciated and terrified. These threefold harms stacked together would make Li Jinhai's life worse than death. The treatment plan Chen Hao gave Li Jinhai was reserved, mainly suppressing the toxins and parasites in Li Jinhai's body, suppressing rather than removing them, so as to ensure that Li Jinhai's life would be free from worry, but also ensure that he would be worse than death. Only in this way could it be considered to have achieved the purpose of both helping Li Yuding and not letting Li Jinhai feel good. Only then could Chen Hao's own conscience feel better. Since Li Jinhai didn't thank his death for his sins, it was okay to let him live to suffer. Chen Hao wasn't afraid of them looking for other doctors. Modern medicine could at most help him detoxify the poison, but it couldn't find out the poisonous parasites at all, much less the spells, and in the end, it had to rely on Chen Hao, in order to achieve a radical cure. And for Chen Hao to help Li Jinhai cure these problems, it would depend on the performance of Li Yuding and the Jinhai group under her control. Chapter 70, Other People's Opinions. Hey, it's not easy, coming out from the Li family, Chen Hao sighed. For someone like Li Jinhai, to give him treatment, Chen Hao was torn inside, but after thinking about it, the person he was helping was Li Yuding, and the fact that he only needed to keep Li Jinhai alive was enough to guarantee Li Yuding's future position and control in the Golden Sea Group. Only then did he finally convince himself. Hey, your own damn sense of justice. Well, I'm not afraid of taking on bad karma by any means. Returning to Pudong Garden Villa, it was already 12 o'clock at night. The lights in the living room were still on. Bai Ruyu was reclining on the sofa watching TV, and when she heard Chen Hao coming back, she got up and stretched, smiling. Back? Are you hungry? I'll get you some midnight snacks? Chen Hao glanced at Bai Ruyu. As she was stretching, her waist revealed a piece of white and smooth skin. In this middle of the night, some of it tickled Chen Hao's nerves, and for a while, his thoughts drifted and he thought of certain images. After all, it had been more than a week since he had a substantial engagement with Lu Jiaojiao, and before, he didn't have any special feelings about this aspect, but once the actual battle had passed, he was a bit appetizing and wanted more. After all, they were energetic adults. Xiao Chen? Asking you, what are you doing being silly? Bai Ruyu snapped. Ha, oh, Sister Bai, it's so late, so don't bother, Chen Hao said, but he was really hungry, so he said, just have some random snacks. Is that so? Bai Ruyu snorted lightly. Alright then, you eat your snacks, I'll eat my midnight snack. Saying that, Bai Ruyu turned around and went to the kitchen, quickly bringing out several plates of colorful and fragrant late-night snacks. Salt and pepper prawns, garlic oysters, roasted pork, vine pepper beef, and a bowl of Sprite cucumber sticks. All of them were more of a heavenly palace style, but the dishes were all more homely. Chen Hao smelled the smell and walked to the table. Wow, Sister Bai, did you make all of this yourself? It looks so appetizing. I'll try it, Chen Hao said, about to take the pepper salt prawns with his hand. Pa! Bai Ruyu gently slapped his hand, originally wanting to dislike him for a few words, but as soon as the words left her mouth, they changed. Go wash your hands. The salt and pepper prawns were deheaded, extracted from the shrimp threads, and cut the feet of the prawns, so Chen Hao took a bite and put it in his mouth and chewed on it, while going to wash his hands. Prawn shrimp shell crispy, shrimp meat strong. Eat up a mouthful of delicious meat. Too satisfied. Garlic oysters are fresh and sweet. Sister Bai's private secret garlic flavor is strong. A mouthful swallowed into the mouth. Full of fresh and smooth. Pork is roasted with nourishing oil. Eating is too fragrant. Although the pig's head is a very affordable ingredient, but as long as it is done well, the flavor is simply not swinging, so that people cannot stop. Vine pepper beef is spicy and flavorful, with Q-texture meat, also very tasty. Most let Chen Hao surprised. Is simple chilled Sprite cucumber strips, peeled fruit cucumber, with chilled Sprite and then ice cubes for chilling. Eat very crisp, just to solve the oil and spicy. Cucumber eat, and then drink Sprite, or with cucumber flavor, fresh and tasty. This table of late-night snacks, Chen Hao only wants to give 2 words of evaluation. Explosive praise. While eating, Chen Hao thought back about today's events and then said to Bai Ruyu, Sister Bai, there's a problem. I want to hear your opinion. Bai Ruyu propped her chin on her right hand, looked at Chen Hao with a serene and peaceful face, and said softly, well, I'm listening. It's like this. If you are a divine doctor, and you have a friend who wants to ask you to save her father, but his father did a lot of bad things when he was young, hey shu wei hui kind of thing, but in the last few years, he didn't do any more bad things. Instead, he switched to charity. Would you help her save her father? Oh, is that what you went to do today? Bai Ruyu was very smart and guessed the meaning of Chen Hao's words as soon as she heard it. Chen Hao said indifferently, this is not important. Just say whether you will help her or not. Little Chen, you also know medical skills? It looks like the medical skills are still strong. How are you so powerful? Bai Ruyu's beautiful eyes were wide open, flashing with interest. Sister Bai, it's not important. I'm asking you a question. Tell me your thoughts first. My thoughts are not important either. Bai Ruyu smiled faintly and said, well, I won't tease you. If it were me, I would look at how ironic my relationship with this friend really is. And secondly, whether or not I have a grudge against this friend's father. There's so much injustice in the world, and everyone can have done bad things, just to different degrees. As long as there is no grudge against me, it's not wrong for me to help my friend. What's more, you also said that he has changed his ways and started doing charity. Whether it's a realization of conscience or repentance, it's always good. The law hasn't even judged him. Do you want to destroy him on behalf of the law? Of course, the most important thing is that there is no enmity with me. If there is a grudge against me, then I definitely won't save it. It can't be helped. I'm a woman, and my pattern is only so big. Chen Hao sniffed, nodded, and said, then if the other party, too, is like those men who harassed you at the barbecue store that day, who like to harass her people and provoke trouble, what are your thoughts? What? Bai Ruyu instantly recalled her experience that day and frowned. That kind of social scum, human scum, you'd better not save him. By the way, give him a chemical castration. Ah, in that case, ha ha. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that people's emotions still had a lot to do with their own empathy. After telling Bai Ruyu that the other party was a bad guy for half a day, whether it was a group fight, a firefight, a casino slashing or a violent debt collection, Bai Ruyu didn't have any clear feelings because she probably couldn't come into contact with such an environment in her whole life. But the specific generation into a certain she personally experienced, or often appear in this environment of the incident, Bai Ruyu instantly can empathize. Emotions erupted all of a sudden. She wanted to get rid of the other person. It wasn't just Bai Ruyu. Most people should feel the same way. If a bad thing appeared in an environment that the general population couldn't access, most people wouldn't feel much. But if the bad thing appeared in an environment where the general public often appeared, then everyone would be at risk, which would then erupt into a strong feeling of revulsion. Thus, Chen Hao nodded and smiled. Sister Bai, I understand. Thank you. Come on, eat your vegetables, eat your vegetables. As a result, after a late-night snack, Bai Ruyu just tasted some of each dish, and the rest was all taken care of by Chen Hao. Not afraid of eating too much in the middle of the night and not digesting it, because of the Vajra divine power, Chen Hao felt that his physique had been qualitatively improved, and his meal size was much bigger than before. And when he went to engage in a live broadcast of the eating broadcast or the King of Big Appetite, he didn't have to spit it out, and it would never be a fake. Eat dinner. Do not have to clean up the dishes. Wash up directly lying in bed. The heart only feel. Late at night home. There are people being light waiting, with you late night snacks, with you to talk about it. The feeling is really good it. If you can accompany that, it is even more beautiful. Cough up. The first thing you need to do is to get a good night's sleep, and then you can go to bed. Chapter 71 Futures are more profitable. The next day, with nothing to do, Chen Hao could finally stay home with Bai Ruyu, who was home alone all day long and didn't know if she would be lonely. After eating the breakfast Bai Ruyu prepared for him, Chen Hao came to the study room, where Bai Ruyu was getting ready to enter the sea of stocks. Little Chen, you're here? Bai Ruyu gave a greeting. Chen Hao nodded and smiled. Sister Bai, how is stock speculation these days? Will it be too boring? No. Bai Ruyu smiled and said, what's boring about making money? Hundreds of millions of profits every day. Not to mention speculating in stocks. I'm willing to go to jail even if I have to. Let's talk about sitting in jail for 3 years first. That's good. That's good. Chen Hao laughed. This was really a strange woman who looked at everything towards money and thick earnings. By the way, those stocks I wrote for you, they're all doing pretty well, right? Bai Ruyu nodded and said, except for 2 stocks that didn't reach the selling point you said. The others are just like you said. There's still this? Chen Hao was a bit strange. Could it be that Buddha's eyes could also look away? Let's see. Chen Hao let Bai Ruyu pull up by 2 stocks, looked at the chart, and then understood a bit. Those 2 stocks were the ones that Chen Hao often bought, because the disc was big enough for Chen Hao's money to be used as much as possible. However, perhaps buying more, coupled with Chen Hao's amount is also a lot of money. Every time out is a super large single, so it was noticed by the main force, and even targeted, resulting in a few times. The image seen by the Buddha's eye was different from the actual situation. As soon as Bai Ruyu put up a super large order, there was immediately a bigger super large order sold at a lower price than him, instantly pulling down the stock price, so that Bai Ruyu couldn't ship out his shares. Undoubtedly, he was being targeted by the main force, and possibly even the company. In this situation, Chen Hao could only sell at a lower price only, otherwise the stock would remain in his hands. In fact, it's quite simple to encounter this situation. If it was Chen Hao, the big deal would be to lower the price by 1 or 2 points to get out of the market, and make less money. But Bai Ruyu is strictly in accordance with Chen Hao's stock speculation secret to implement. Said hang how many points, so has not been out. Chen Hao took a look at this company. Is a strong internet company? The market value of trillions of dollars, from 2 years ago, has suffered a new round of internet winter, resulting in the company's market value plummeted. Not only this company, almost all the internet companies, the stock price has plummeted. Some waste cut more than. However, in recent times, the internet industry, there is a new upturn. Chen Hao used the Buddha's eye to see. The internet industry will be in the fluctuation of the recent rise. The final annual increase should be in 30%. 3 years can reach 100%. And this one internet company, the performance is even more outstanding. The stock price is also the leader in the internet industry. The stock price can be doubled by the end of the year, up 100%, and the 3-year increase can reach 500%. Such a great internet company, so what else is there to say? Buy her. So, Chen Hao said to Bai Ruyu, ultra short-term operation is really troublesome, so let's not do ultra short-term operation and do long-term investment. This stock, I'm more optimistic about it, so let's not sell it for the time being. You'll buy a little bit of this stock every day in the future, and after a few years, we'll be their shareholders. Then won't I have no commission? Bai Ruyu beamed, experiencing the joy of not being able to make money. A bit unhappy yet, the commission must be there, making money all the time. Chen Hao smiled faintly and said, Sister Bai, I'll teach you to speculate on futures today. This is more exciting. If you buy well, you'll definitely earn more than stocks. Futures? How to speculate on this? I've only heard of it before. I don't know how to operate it yet. Bai Ruyu was also interested. Chen Hao then explained to her, the biggest difference between futures and stocks is that it can be traded in both directions. You recognize a futures commodity. You can buy up, you can buy down, and you can make money. Explaining with words alone is a bit pale. Let me give you a practical demonstration, Chen Hao said. For the futures account, Chen Hao prepared it many days in advance, aiming to turn to the futures market when the stock market couldn't carry his operations. The recent futures market was stormy. Because of the external environment, the prices of some materials were rubbing up and would not fall for a short period of time. Even if it falls, it is a short adjustment. The general trend in recent months will not fall. For example, crude oil. Chen Hao had long been targeting it. However, because of some restrictions, the country cannot directly open an account to participate in foreign futures trading, only to find an agent. But Chen Hao is too much trouble, or choose to fry in the country. Anyway, the futures price of crude oil in Magic City International Energy Exchange Center is synchronized with the international crude oil price. Trading directly with Chinese currency also saves the trouble of transferring and withdrawing cash. Now it was exactly the futures trading time of the Magic City International Energy Exchange Center, and Chen Hao used the Buddha's eye to look at the trend of international crude oil. Because of the influence of the international environment, today's international crude oil, again, soared 3 points. That didn't matter. Chen Hao directly bought up, and one shot was the 3,000 lot trading limit. The current price of international crude oil, converted into Chinese currency, is about 756 yuan per barrel. A hand of 1,000 barrels is 756,000 yuan. 3,000 lots of crude oil futures. The price is 268 billion yuan. However, trading futures does not require traders to pay the full amount at all, only need to prepare the appropriate percentage of margin. Chen Hao's account margin ratio is 10%, or 10 times leverage. Only $226.8 million were needed for this transaction. In fact, Chen Hao can continue to expand the leverage times, but futures is also a trading cap. Chen Hao is not bad that much money, so lazy to continue to increase leverage. 10 times enough. Chen Hao directly to the price of 756 yuan per barrel. Choose to open a long position into 3,000 hands. By the close of business at noon, it had risen 1 percentage point. Chen Hao held immobile to the afternoon close before 10 minutes. The cumulative rise of 3 percentage points is considered a big rise. Chen Hao immediately chose to close his position between one buy and one sell. The gross profit is $268 billion asterisk 3%, which equals about 7,500 WS. Subtracting the transaction fee of $40 per lot, the actual income still equals about 7,500 Ws. Although the daily rise and fall of futures is not as big as the rise and fall of stocks, it wins because of the large volume and the possibility of leverage. Calculated this way, the actual rise and fall is much larger than stocks. For example, the international crude oil futures that Chen Hao chose to buy today only went up by 3 percentage points, but with 10 times leverage, it was a 33% increase. After all, he only used more than $200 million of margin, and earned 7,500 WS. After watching Chen Hao's actual operation, Bai Ruyu, who was already smart, immediately knew how to operate. Chen Hao then directly wrote her a futures secret. Let her next period of time, according to the futures secret to buy, in addition to several other large futures exchanges account above, but also clearly write the current hot several commodities, crude oil, soybean meal, gold, non-ferrous metals. Chapter 72 Wish you a new life. In fact, after Chen Hao's money reached several billions, he was less sensitive to money. Money was just numbers to Chen Hao. In the words of a certain big brother, I am not interested in money. Teaching Bai Ruyu to speculate on futures was just a fear that she would be bored, and at the same time pave a golden road for her to make money. Of course, in the end, it's not that Chen Hao is not interested in money, but mainly because the current Chen Hao, who earns hundreds of millions of dollars every day, now has billions of dollars in cash, and hasn't spent much of it yet. It seems that you have to find some projects to spend money on, otherwise what's the point of just earning and not spending? Just thought of spending this kind of thing. The phone rang, actually again Lu Jiajiao. Thinking back to 2 months ago, if he had money, Lu Jiajiao would still fall in love? Would she still break up with him? Although now he has money, Lu Jiajiao pestered him to get back together. But broken mirror reunion gap, broken jade compound still see flaws. Chen Hao is psychologically difficult to accept Lu Jiajiao back together. Chen Hao has so many better choices. Why should he re-accept Lu Jiajiao? As for why Half-Push and Lu Jiajiao in-death exchanges, it is estimated that the psychological factors of men, after all, Lu Jiajiao is their first love, although spiritually flawed, but physically still intact, and the initiative to the mouth, not, it is force-fed to the mouth, they still do not eat, is not cheap others? A real man should not be so pretentious, although Lu Jiajiao also has her untold secrets, but Chen Hao does not take care of her on the line. Anyway, facing Lu Jiajiao, Chen Hao resolutely did the three-nose principle. Chen Hao also wanted to let Lu Jiajiao deeply experience the taste of licking a dog. At this moment, the phone stopped ringing. I was so focused on thinking, I forgot to answer the phone. Just cut it off. Chen Hao didn't want to answer Lu Jiajiao's call anyway. However, Chen Hao's cell phone rang once again, and it was still Lu Jiajiao. Chen Hao frowned, pondered for a few seconds, and still picked it up. Hello? Who is it? Chen Hao. It's me, Lu Jiajiao said. You? Chen Hao didn't have the good sense to say, who are you? Of course, Chen Hao did it on purpose. The opposite side was silent for a few seconds, and seemed to take a deep breath. I'm Lu Jiajiao. Chen Hao, you deleted my phone. Can't you even hear my voice? Oh, it's you. Let's talk about something. Don't reminisce with me, Chen Hao said indifferently. Chen Hao, you are so cruel. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I know, I was the one who was at fault first, and I didn't want to obtain your forgiveness so quickly, Lu Jiajiao said. He. Chen Hao laughed disdainfully. Breaking my heart and still wanting me to forgive you? You're afraid that you're dreaming. Lao Zi will never walk my heart with you again. At most, I will walk my kidney. I know that you don't want to see me even now, so I'm here to bid you farewell. I'm going to leave. Oh, Lu Jiajiao smiled to herself. Chen Hao's heart stirred when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. waiting for Lu Jiaojiao to continue her performance. It was not known if she was really leaving, or if she was just making a show, or perhaps she was trying to escape, but no matter what, Chen Hao would definitely not keep her. I signed up to be a teaching teacher in the western part of Tianfu, and will spend some time over there, so I won't be bothering you for the past 2 years, Lu Jiaojiao said indifferently. I'll come back to scrutinize our relationship when I've cultivated my own state of mind. Oh, going to be a teacher? Then you have to pay a little attention. Don't bring the kids down, Chen Hao said indifferently. Lu Jiaojiao was speechless again, and only after a long time did she say, if disliking me will make you happy, just dislike me as hard as you can. Che, I won't be so boring, Chen Hao said indifferently. Finished yet? I'll hang up after that. There's one more thing, quickly, that $1 million gambling debt thing. Thank you for helping me with it. I thought it was a big deal. Chen Hao made the casino close down, forbidding the pursuit of all further gambling debts, and Lu Jiaojiao's debt, of course, was forgiven. Is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing else, Chen Hao urged. Lu Jiaojiao was immediately a little aggrieved and hurt. The ex-boyfriend she had been in love with for 3 years, did he treat her so poorly? At least her first time, she still gave it to him intact. Just a mental flaw. Is he so disgusted? She had only made the mistake that some women make, but it was too late to say anything now. Lu Jiaojiao sniffled and faintly said, I'm leaving. Don't you have any words that you want to say to me? Chen Hao thought about it and ventured, then I'll wish you a good cultivation and a new life. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he waited for 3 seconds, and when he saw that Lu Jiaojiao didn't make a sound, he directly hung up the phone. For Lu Jiaojiao's words, Chen Hao could only half believe it. She said she was going to teach, but that would have to wait until she actually went and stayed for 2 years. As for things like teaching in the mountains, can you cultivate your mind? Who the hell knows? As for whether he will forgive Lu Jiaojiao, it depends on whether she will lick the dog's lick. After hanging up Jiaojiao Lu's phone, Chen Hao was about to play a game when the phone came again, this time from Qin Weilan. Sister Weilan, Chen Hao, it said that once again, never again. This is the 3rd time I've invited you. You can't refuse me again. Chen Hao sniffed happily. Sister Weilan, I'm not rejecting you. I don't think it's necessary. What kind of relationship do we have? Why do we still need to be so polite? That won't do. The better the relationship, the more we need to move around. Qin Weilan said, you just think of it as helping me. My dad nagged me every day to invite you to come and sit down. If you don't come again, my dad can annoy me to death. You said so. Not to mention just dinner. Even if it's a mountain of daggers, then I must come. Chen Hao smiled and said, then it's a deal. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at my house. You know the place, Qin Weilan said with a smile. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head, guessing that it wasn't Qin Weilan who wanted to invite him for dinner. It was mainly Qin Guofeng's intention. Previously, Qin Guofeng was examined for a malignant tumor in his intestines, didn't dare to do surgery, and finally chose conservative treatment, and Chen Hao prescribed him a month's worth of medicine according to the tips from Buddha's eye. Now, this month's medicine had been finished long ago, and Qin Guofeng had gone to 2 tertiary hospitals a few days ago to have a checkup respectively, making sure that the intestinal tumors had all disappeared, and the whole person was instantly relaxed. Therefore, Qin Guofeng wanted to invite Chen Hao for a meal to express his gratitude, and also apologize for his previous impolite behavior. It was just that Chen Hao didn't think it was necessary, plus he had something to do, so he didn't go. Now, Qin Weilan invited him for the 3rd time. The so-called thing is not 3 times. If he didn't say yes again, he would be ungrateful. Well, by the way, going to see Qin Weilan to feed her eyes was also quite good. Chapter 73, Qin family goes to a banquet. Pudong no. 1. Qin family. At 5:50 p.m., Chen Hao went to the banquet 10 minutes earlier. At the temporary notice to go to the banquet, Chen Hao didn't bring any special gifts, just brought 2 boxes of Haoqing wine xian. Well, it was the high-end healthcare medicinal wine produced by Haoqing Liquor Industry, which was opened by Chen Hao and Xu Qingyang. It is second only to the customized medicinal wine like Haoqing Wine Saint. The main thing is that the Haoqing Wine Saint needs to be specially modulated. Chen Hao temporarily does not have the time to carry out special modulation. I'll mention 2 boxes of Haoqing Wine Immortal. It is also good. After all, it is a high-end wine of 999 yuan a bottle. 2 cases of 12 bottles is worth 1.2 million. The key is, Haoqing Wine Immortal is also limited to purchase. Not high-end members cannot buy. Haoqing Wine Immortal has a mellow flavor and doesn't have that strong medicinal taste of inferior medicinal wines, has an excellent taste, and has great healthcare value. So this gift should still be good. Little Chen welcome, sincerely welcome you to the house. The one who opened the door was Qin Guofeng, and his attitude was completely different from the first time they met. Uncle Qin, hello, I don't know what kind of gift to buy, so I brought 2 cases of healthcare wine. Wishing you good health and all the best. Chen Hao said 2 polite words. Qin Guofeng heard, but laughed. Come on come, but also with what gifts? Oh yo, extraordinary or how Qin wine fairy this wine cannot, to $100,000 a bottle. These 2 boxes, not more than $1 million The point is, I heard that money can't even buy it. This is too valuable. Qin Guofeng was still very knowledgeable, and knew the most popular health wines among the Magic City's luxurious families like the back of his hand. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, Uncle Qin is joking, it's just 2 boxes of wine. No honor. Little Chen, you must have gone through a lot of effort to get these 2 cases of wine. This Haoqing wine immortal can be said to be almost the highest-end health wine of Haoqing liquor industry. I heard that you need to be a member to buy it, and there's a limit on purchases. TSK, this winery is really bullish. Little Chen, you were able to get these 2 cases of wine. Are you a member of this winery? Or do you have friends in the factory? Come back and get me some more. I'll show it off to my group of drinking buddies. Before Chen Hao could say anything, Qin mother chided on the side, Old Qin, little Chen just came. You invited him to sit down. What are you talking about while standing at the door? Saying that, Qin mother smiled again and said to Chen Hao, Xiao Chen, come and sit down. Have a cup of tea first, the food will be ready soon. Alright, auntie. Chen Hao nodded and went to the living room with Qin father. Uncle Qin, what you just said, absolutely no problem. I'll bring you a few more boxes when I have time. Saying that, Chen Hao touched another black card and handed it to Qin's father. This is the super member card of Haoqing liquor industry. You can buy Haoqing wine immortal this wine without any limitations. If you can't wait for me to send it over, you can buy 2 bottles by yourself first when you have the time. Super membership card? Qin's father hurriedly picked it up. TSK, so this is the Haoqing liquor industry's super membership card. It's too advanced. Little Chen I've let you break the bank. Uncle Qin, it's good that you like it. Chen Hao nodded with a smile. Father Qin took the super membership card of Haoqing liquor industry and flipped it over and over, unable to suppress the smile on his face. This wasn't just a card thing, this was a status symbol. What kind of family would be willing to spend $1 million to buy a 1-year super membership? Thinking of this, Qin father looked at Chen Hao again. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was, but he was much better than his adopted son. Now it seems that Chen Hao has money, connections, and strength, and his medical skills are even more outstanding. Such an excellent young man. If he were his son-in-law, how good it would be. His own daughter Wei Lan is already 28 years old. He forced her and Lin Kai Wei to set up together. I did not expect the 2 people a few years down the road, but it is a famous, false couple. Fortunately, luckily, it's not real, otherwise my daughter Wei Lan would have been ruined in the hands of Lin Kai Wei, that white-eyed wolf. It will be hard to remarry again. But now, the 2 of them have no real names, and her daughter Wei Lan is still a virgin, so it's a different story. An outstanding young man like Xiao Chen shouldn't care about his daughter's false marriage. Thinking that he also had some unpleasant conversations with Chen Hao before because of Lin Kaiwei's matter, Qin father couldn't help but take the initiative to bring it up, saying, Little Chen, because of that white-eyed wolf righteous son of mine, Lin Kai Wei, it caused the 2 of us some unpleasantness. Uncle Qin is here to apologize to you. Uncle Qin, you're welcome to apologize. You and Lin Kai Wei after all have years of kinship together. I'm just an outsider. I understand if you reacted that way. What outsider? Aren't you our family Wei Lan's boyfriend? Qin Guofeng clenched his teeth, directly faking the drama and making it real, saying, Fortunately, Wei Lan met you, the true son, which allowed us to recognize the true face of that white-eyed wolf Lin Kai Wei. It's also fortunate that it was you that allowed Wei Lan to escape the sea of bitterness. Hey, Qin Guofeng sighed and said, Originally, I was still thinking about my comrade in arms and wanted to put that white-eyed wolf on bail pending trial. But then Wei Lan gave me a careful explanation. I still decided to let that white-eyed wolf reflect on himself in the prison. Little Chen, Wei Lan will be in your hands from now on. You must treat her well. After Qin Guofeng finished speaking, Qin Wei Lan, who just happened to bring out the dishes, was directly confused. Dad, what are you saying? Little Chen and I are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Qin Guofeng frowned. Wei Lan, that's not what you said when you brought little Chen home and gave us our first meeting. But you personally told me that Chen Hao is your boyfriend, and told me twice. I'm not old enough to be blind, am I? Isn't that right? Wife, Qin Guofeng said, and asked Qin mother. Oh, yes, that's what I said. I'm listening too. Qin mother was also a smart person, and immediately understood what old Qin was thinking. Qin Weilan couldn't help but blush with a pretty face and said, Didn't the other Chen Hao explain later that he was a fake? Not real, is that so? Did Xiao Chen ever say something like that? How come I don't remember? Qin Guofeng said, Wei Lan, It's not that I'm talking about you. You're 28 years old. If you have an excellent boyfriend like Xiao Chun, you should cherish him and bring him home often to accompany mom and dad. Do you hear me, Dad? Qin Weilan covered her face and glanced at Chen Hao in embarrassment, seeing him with a smile on his face. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and said to Qin Guofeng, Dad, don't talk nonsense. Don't scare little Chen away. Little Chen, ignore my dad. Come and eat. Chapter 74, being in the same room together. Right. Little Chen, come and eat. You sit over here. With Weilan, don't blame me for being rude. Let's drink Hao Cheng wine xian today, okay? Mainly because I'm old and craving for it. Chen Hao nodded. It's alright if Uncle Qin says so. The general rule of inviting guests is that the host family prepares the drinks, rather than taking the gift drinks sent by others this time to the table. Even if they want to use the gift liquor sent by others, they can wait for the next treat. However, Qin Guofeng did have some cravings for this wine. Some time ago when he was rechecked, his body was fine and he was in a good mood. Qin Guofeng attended a few friends' gatherings and drank Hao Cheng Wine Emperor a few times. The taste and aroma of Hao Cheng Wine Emperor is already intoxicating. So Hao Cheng Wine Immortal, which is a few grades higher than Hao Cheng Wine Emperor, need to say more? Seeing Chen Hao nodding his head, Qin Guofeng couldn't wait to open the wine box, took out a bottle of Hao Cheng Wine Immortal, opened the cap and poured wine for Chen Hao. Uncle Qin, I'm a junior. Let me do it. That won't do. You're a junior, but you're also our family's most precious guest. How can there be a reason to let a guest pour the wine? No, that's not right. You're my son-in-law. A son-in-law is bigger before the emperor. And when you're in your mother's house, you naturally need to be treated well. Qin Guofeng took the opportunity to mention it again. Chen Hao was smiling, but Qin Weilan's pretty face was red again, a pair of beautiful eyes glaring at old Qin with exasperation. Dad, if you talk nonsense again, this meal can't be eaten. Well, I'm wrong. It's not a son-in-law at the moment, just a prospective son-in-law. All the more reason to treat it well then, Qin Guofeng said, filled Chen Hao's wine, and poured it for both Qin Mother and Qin Weilan, raised his glass and said, Little Chen Ah, today, you will drink painfully. We are not afraid of getting drunk. If you get drunk, you can just sleep here at night. Come on. Cheers. Thank you Uncle Qin for your hospitality. Cheers. Chen Hao raised his glass and drank it all in one go. A dinner party, from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, under Qin Guofeng's mobilization of the atmosphere, the drinks and cups kept flowing, and the four people drank 8 bottles of Hao Cheng Liquor Fairy. Among them, Qin Mother and Qin Weilan drank almost 1 bottle, while Chen Hao and Qin Guofeng drank 3 bottles each. The good thing was that the quality of Hao Cheng Wine Immortal was excellent. It wouldn't let people get drunk easily, and even if they did, they wouldn't have a headache or regurgitate their stomachs. It was just a kind of intoxicated feeling, and there was really a feeling of floating in the air. Originally, Chen Hao was going to go home, but Qin Guofeng repeatedly detained him, and in the end, with the strength of alcohol, he directly shut Chen Hao into Qin Weilan's room, and sat at the door not to go away, muttering non-stop, Daughter ah, it's Dad who is sorry for you, letting you be wasted by that white-eyed wolf for a few years of great youth. Daughter ah, Dad will never block your happiness again. You must be good with Xiao Chen ah. Daughter ah, Dad really supports you guys. You want to do whatever you want to do. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, Qin Weilan's pretty face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. As for Chen Hao, he lamented in his heart that this old Qin was really an expert, easily creating an opportunity for him and Qin Weilan to share a room. In order to keep a good son-in-law, Qin Guofeng had also gone out of his way. Inside the room, Chen Hao was staring at Qin Weilan with a bad smile on his face. Sister Weilan, Uncle Qin is guarding the door, so it looks like we can only share a room today, but don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. You sleep on your bed. I'll sleep on the floor. How can that be? You're a guest, Qin Weilan said. It's better if I sleep on the floor. I'll just take a yoga mat and a quilt to pad it out. Well, it's all up to Sister Weilan's arrangement. Chen Hao couldn't say anything more. Then I'll go wash up first. Well, good. Hey, wait. Qin Weilan instantly rushed into the bathroom and quickly clutched a small black fabric drying in the bathroom in her hands. Alright, it's fine. You use it. While saying that, Qin Weilan exited the bathroom with a red face. Seeing this, Chen Hao was muttering to himself, it's just underwear. What's there to be embarrassed about? When Qin Weilan heard this, her pretty face suddenly turned even redder, still being seen by that boy. Just now, he drank wine and was covered in alcohol odor. He also sweated a lot. After Chen Hao washed his face and brushed his teeth, he still felt uncomfortable, so he simply took a shower. Sister Weilan, can I take a shower? Chen Hao asked. Sure, I'll get you a new bath towel. Qin Weilan said. There were new bath towels prepared at home, just in case. After handing the towel to Chen Hao, Qin Weilan thought about it and went to find a change of clothes for Chen Hao. Her dad had a few pieces of clothes that he hadn't worn, so she casually took one and dealt with it for Chen Hao first. Half an hour later, after Chen Hao finished his bath, he came out of the bathroom with a towel around him. Qin Weilan took a new shirt and was about to give it to Chen Hao, but she couldn't help but freeze. Because of the Vajra divine power, Chen Hao's body was extremely well built. His 8-pack abs were undoubtedly on display, and his waistline and shark line were very obvious, plus the drops of water that hadn't yet dried on his body, which made him look sexy in any way. Gudong. Qin Weilan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water hard. This Chen Hao can't be seen with clothes on. Originally thought he was very thin, but didn't expect such a good figure. This made Qin Weilan, who was originally prejudiced against male creatures because of Lin Kaiwei, her mindset instantly shifted back. Crap, it was the feeling of a heartbeat. Clothes for you, Qin Weilan said. These are clothes that my dad hasn't worn, bought them in his size. You should be able to wear them. Thank you, Sister Weilan. Chen Hao took the clothes and said, I'll change it later when the water dries. Whatever you want. Then I'm going to take a shower too, Qin Weilan said, holding her own bath towel and change of clothes into the bathroom, closing the door with a bang. Chen Hao couldn't help but frown, thinking that closing the door so loudly, was there a need to be in such a hurry? He didn't know that at this moment, Qin Weilan was leaning behind the bathroom door, with her hands covering her hot face, and her little heart was beating non-stop with PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFfffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffff It must be due to drinking too much wine. However, Chen Hao's perfect figure kept appearing in her mind. Phew. After 5 minutes of silence, Qin Weilan's emotions slowly regained their calmness, and feeling something strange somewhere, she hurriedly took off her clothes and pants and took a shower. After the bath, Qin Weilan dried the water droplets on her body, changed into her pajamas, and put on a mask before going out. She couldn't go out wrapped in a bath towel like Chen Hao. Qin Weilan came to the room and saw Chen Hao lying on the bed without moving, fearing that he would have any accidents, so she reached out to explore. After all, she had drunk 3 bottles of wine. Who knows? Qin Weilan just put her hand in front of Chen Hao's nose. Chen Hao opened his eyes as if he was aware of it, and between half asleep and half awake, he saw a strange face appearing in front of him, and Chen Hao was scared and shivered. Chapter 75, Sharing a Pillow. ********. Chen Hao almost kicked his foot over. Fortunately, he reacted in time and managed to collect his foot. It's Sister Wei Lan. Why are you scaring me with that mask on? Do you not want me to sleep in the bed? Why don't I like you? Chen Hao's sleepiness flew away. No. Qin Weilan looked embarrassed and said, you drank 3 bottles of wine. I was afraid that you would have an accident. Chen Hao sniffed and couldn't help but be happy. Sister Weilan, the kind of situation you're talking about is one where the body has a basic disease, and accidents may occur, but I'm in good health. Absolutely no problem. Since it's fine, it's good that you're fine, then go to sleep. Qin Weilan secretly spat out her tongue. This was too embarrassing. Chen Hao dozed off and woke up with a fright. There was no sleepiness at all now, so he lay on the bed, playing with his cell phone while watching Qin Weilan get busy. Qin Weilan finished applying the mask for 20 minutes, and then it was rehydration. Eye cream, essence, lotion, before and after. More than an hour is still not finished. Originally Chen Hao did not doze off. After watching this set of skin care program, actually dozed off again. Eyes closed, directly slept. After Qin Weilan finished her skin care, she saw that Chen Hao had already fallen asleep, and her mood relaxed a bit. If Chen Hao hadn't slept, she would have been a bit embarrassed. Lying on top of the floor, Qin Weilan couldn't sleep for half a day, and vaguely heard Chen Hao's breathing, and had some wild thoughts again. Speaking of which, Chen Hao is still very good. Not only the 3 views match, but also the eye. To face value has face value. To have a body. To have the ability to have the ability. To have the wealth of the billion. The only thing that is not suitable is the age. The only thing that is not suitable is the age. Qin Weilan has been 28 years old. Chen Hao is only 22 years old. The difference is 6 years old. Can hold 2 gold bricks. Now both people are still young. Can not see anything? But if more than 10 years later, Chen Hao is 35 years old. The splendor is in the prime of life. She is 41 years old. Has been half-aged. Further back, Chen Hao 45 years old. In the prime of life, she 51 years old. Has stepped into old age. At that time, would she still be able to fulfill his requirements? Would she still be able to match him? Thinking of this, Qin Weilan secretly some sentimental, hidden kind of I was born before the gentleman born I have been old feeling. In the midst of the nonsense, Qin Weilan's sleepiness came, finally fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Hao woke up quietly. Although his eyes were not yet open, his brain had already started working. and no matter the sense of smell, touch, or hearing, they were all becoming clearer. Between his nostrils, what came was a ghostly body fragrance, and in his chest, it was as warm and soft as jade, and in his hand, it was even more slippery. Hiss, what is the situation? Calm down, don't panic, Chen Hao instinctively told himself. Don't panic when things happen, recall your memories first. After a little bit of thinking, Chen Hao remembered that he was a guest at Qin Weilan's house last night, and since he drank more, he stayed at Qin's house, and still shared a room with Qin Weilan. However, it was clearly agreed that he would sleep on the bed and Qin Weilan would sleep on the floor. What is the situation now? How come they slept together? Calm down, calm down. Chen Hao hurriedly told himself that he must be calm. His eyes quietly opened a slit, first observed the surrounding situation, only to see that the entire bedroom curtains were tightly closed. The light was still relatively dark, and among his own bosom, there was a white jade flawless delicate body lying. Take a closer look. This is not Qin Weilan. Who else would it be? At this time Qin Weilan is lying in his arms, beautiful cicatrices pillowed in the crook of his arm. Sleep very sweet, between one breath and one inhalation. The breath is like orchids. It was really an interpersonal special thing. Chen Hao reacted strongly at once. This made Chen Hao a bit embarrassed. He wanted to bend and pout to avoid a bit of embarrassment, but found that he couldn't move at all. If he had to move, it would definitely wake up Qin Weilan. What's more, now not only was Qin Weilan pressing down on him, the key was that his hand was still placed on Qin Weilan's place of shame, and he couldn't withdraw it for a while. If he forced his hand back, he would definitely wake up Qin Weilan. At that time, when the four eyes were facing each other, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Now, the only way is to pretend to be asleep. He pretends to know nothing. Wait for Qin Weilan to wake up first. Get out of bed first, then wake up himself, so that it is not embarrassing. Anyway, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the one who was embarrassed was Qin Weilan. After making up his mind, Chen Hao gently closed his eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. And right at this moment, Qin Weilan's eyelids moved and woke up quietly. Realizing that she was actually lying in a man's arms, she subconsciously had to scream. However, before she could scream out, she saw that this man was actually Chen Hao. Memories instantly flooded up, and Qin Weilan understood what was going on. It was probably because she came out and habitually laid down on the bed after going to the toilet in the middle of the night yesterday, and completely failed to remember that she slept on the floor bunk. What to do now? The two people slept together. Qin Weilan hurriedly looked at her body. Fortunately, her pajamas and pajama pants were still there. Then it was okay, not a big deal. After thinking for a while, Qin Weilan decided that it was better to keep quiet and pretend not to know anything to avoid embarrassment. So, Qin Weilan quietly moved away from Chen Hao's body, and took Chen Hao's hand out from underneath his own pajamas. This guy actually grabbed it quite hard and was still unwilling to let go. What an old SP. It was hard to take Chen Hao's hand out, and then he saw Chen Hao rolled over and was about to wake up. Frightened Qin Weilan hurriedly rolled out of bed and rolled onto her own floor pavement. Luckily, the floor pavement was thick and soft enough, and Qin Weilan had practiced, otherwise she would have to fall and grimace again this time. Chen Hao, who was sleeping on the bed, finally woke up at the right time, stretched his waist, pretended not to know anything, and got up to pee. When Chen Hao came out from the bathroom, Qin Weilan also got up and looked at Chen Hao, pretending to be calm. Little Chen, how is it? Did you sleep well last night? Chen Hao nodded. I slept on the bed. Of course I slept well. It's just hard work for you. Sister Weilan, after sleeping on the ground all night, do you have a sore back or any other place that's uncomfortable? I'll give you a massage? No need. I slept fine too. Qin Weilan is a little embarrassed. Her toes are almost digging out of the 3 rooms. You quickly wash up. Do you need me to go out? Hello, change clothes? No, I'll just go to the bathroom to change. Chen Hao said. There is no other change of clothes. Can only put yesterday's change of clothes, and put them on again, and wait to go home and then change clean clothes. Chen Hao cleaned up, and then changed Qin Weilan to go to the bathroom to clean up. Not long ago, see Qin Weilan face with a mask out. Lu, no need to guess, and have to 1 or 2 hours. This girl maintenance skin time, also too long. Thinking of this, Chen Hao suddenly said, Sister Weilan, you spend a few hours a day maintaining your skin. Aren't you tired? Tired. But what can I do? You age fast if you don't take care of it. Qin Weilan said helplessly. When Chen Hao heard this, he couldn't help but say happily, then if there's that kind of skin care that can be done completely well with a single product, which is even better than the effect of the 2 hours you spend on maintenance now, would you be willing to use it? Of course I'm willing. I don't want to waste time putting on makeup either. But is there such a single product? Qin Weilan looked at Chen Hao with a curious face. Chapter 76 Extracting Medicine Skills. Is there such a skin care product? Qin Weilan looked at Chen Hao with a curious expression. No, Chen Hao shook his head and added, but I can try to study it. Really? That's great. You can send me more when you research it, Qin Weilan said casually, not taking it seriously. Chen Hao nodded. That's a must. Free use for life. Qin Weilan didn't take it seriously, but Chen Hao did. It just so happened that he was too bored of earning money, so why not utilize the Buddha's Eye system to develop a brand new cosmetic product that could be applied with a single swipe, refusing to be complicated. This would not only help the female compatriots save a lot of time in applying makeup, but crucially, it would also help the majority of male compatriots not have to spend so much time waiting for their girlfriends. This was definitely a good thing that was conducive to harmony and benefited the country and the people. After leaving Qin's house, Chen Hao went straight to the Magic City International Library. Chen Hao wanted to develop purely natural skincare and cosmetics. And first of all, he had to have profound basic knowledge of medicine and pharmacology. Before, prescribing medicines for others could be done directly under the prompting of the Buddha's Eye. But now, when one needed to develop a brand new skincare cosmetic product, relying on the Buddha's Eye alone would not work. One must also have relevant basic skills. For example, medical skills and medicinal skills. Chen Hao didn't know anything, but as long as he had the Buddha's Eye, whatever skills he wanted, he could directly extract them. Inside the Magic City International Library, Chen Hao quickly found a few famous medicine masterpieces. What Suwen, Ling Shu, Shenong Ben Chao Jing, Typhoid Fever, The Essentials of the Golden Chamber, The Origin of All Diseases, The 1,000 Gold Formula and so on. In a word, what the medicine books are famous. Chen Hao will read what? Although all of them were reprinted versions of the latter days, they were also unavailable canonical books. As a result, Chen Hao had soaked in the library for a few days, and had gone through several books, but had never found the feeling. It was that feeling of extracting skills. Buddha's Eye extraction skills also depended on chance, and if the chance was not there, even if Chen Hao memorized all the books, it would be useless. When chance arrives, even if Chen Hao casually flips through a few pages, it is possible to trigger the skill extraction effect. A few days down, Chen Hao didn't have the slightest progress, so he didn't bother to look at it. This way is not working, so he can only find another way out. When returning the book, Chen Hao inadvertently saw a book called Inventory of the Top 10 Divine Doctors in History. All of them are skillful and famous for hundreds of years. Because he had been reading medical books recently, Chen Hao was also a bit interested in this book, so he casually took it down and flipped through it, not realizing that it was a comic book, or a children's version. The book used the form of comics to introduce the legendary deeds of the top 10 divine doctors in the history of China, as well as their main achievements. These include the ancestor of medicine, Dian Magpie, the divine doctor, Hua Tuo, the medical sage, Zhang Zhongjing, the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, the originator of acupuncture, Huang Fuke, the originator of therapeutics, Monk, the originator of forensic medicine, Song Ci, and the medicinal sage, Li Shizhen, and so on. This book mainly introduces the glorious history of traditional Chinese medicine to children and teenagers, attracts children's interest in traditional Chinese medicine, and it would be better if it can guide some of them to study traditional Chinese medicine in the future. Such a simple comic book. Chen Hao finished flipping through it in a few moments, and was about to close it, when his heart suddenly stirred, and he seemed to feel something. Still a familiar feeling, still a familiar flavor. Chen Hao immediately sank his heart and carefully felt that marvelous feeling. Then, a large amount of knowledge about medicine, pharmacy, acupuncture, food therapy, and so on, immediately flooded into his mind, almost causing his head to explode and hurting him so much that a large amount of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Chen Hao immediately clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and tried to endure the pain, sitting on the chair without moving. After about 5 minutes, Chen Hao finally slowed down. The pain instantly disappeared, and at the same time, the large amount of medical pharmacology knowledge that came out of nowhere in his mind made Chen Hao feel very satisfied. He immediately came up with a dozen of beauty prescriptions, including both internal and external ones, making him impatient to test them. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that no one was paying attention to him on the left or right, so he hurriedly returned the book and left the library. Returning to the Pudong Garden Villa, Chen Hao placed the bottles and jars he bought on the way, and several large packages of various medicinal herbs, one by one, inside the kitchen. There was no way. There was no special lab, so he could only do experiments in the kitchen first. Anyway, they were all medicinal herbs. There were no hazardous chemicals, so it didn't matter. Little Chen, back? Seeing Chen Hao coming back, Bai Ruyu welcomed him out. Why are you back so early today? Why did you buy so many herbs? Sister Bai, I have nothing to do. I'm preparing to research a brand new skincare cosmetic product, pure herbal plant extracts for skin care. If the research is successful, you won't have to spend a lot of time in the future applying face masks, hydrating, essences, lotions, eye creams and whatnot. Just rub this pure herbal plant essence, and your skin will be hydrated and moist, and look several times better than makeup. You still know how to research this? Bai Ruyu was shocked. Chen Hao smiled and said, Sister Bai, I can do more than that. The longer we get along, you'll realize I can do more. He. Bai Ruyu gave Chen Hao a charming glance and said, Little Chen, it's not that I don't believe you, but what you said is also too amazing. If you can research it, You'll what? Chen Hao asked with a smile. Whatever you want, Bai Ruyu said in one mouthful. Then as if she thought of something else, her pretty face slightly reddened, adding, You can't study it anyway. Chen Hao hemmed and hawed, pretending to be sinister. Missy, your simplicity amazes me. I like you like this. Just wait and let me do whatever I want. He. Simple? Are you trying to say I'm ignorant? Bai Ruyu's eyebrows knitted slightly as she snapped. And, explain to me, what do you mean by doing whatever you want? Didn't you say that I can do whatever I want? Isn't that still called doing whatever you want? Chen Hao hemmed and hawed and laughed. Alright, not much to say. Let's wait until I study it. With that, Chen Hao plunged into the intense refining of the herbs. Bai Ruyu glanced at Chen Hao, didn't say anything and didn't disturb him, quietly watching from the side for a while, unable to understand. She went to cook. Chapter 77 Dedication to Science. Chen Hao refining medicines and Bai Ruyu cooking at the same time. Luckily, the open kitchen in the villa was big enough, otherwise it really couldn't be spread out. Even though he had the experience of the 10 divine doctors in medicine, Chen Hao had studied for a few days, but he still couldn't work out the ideal pure herbal plant essence. Instead, the whole room was filled with a strong smell of herbs. Sorry, Sister Bai, it didn't smoke you, did it? Another refining failure, Chen Hao said to Bai Ruyu beside him. It's fine, what's there to be embarrassed about? Bai Ruyu guffawed and said, Anyway, the scent of my cooking can cover your medicinal odor. However, judging from the change in the smell of herbs in the last few days, the medicinal liquid you refined should be getting better and better, right? A few days ago, smelling it still made me want to retch a bit, but now that I smell it, it has a plant's fresh scent instead. Is it about to succeed? Bai Ruyu said. Chen Hao sniffed, but laughed. Sister Bai, you are really a kind and good sister. Too good at comforting me. I mean it, Bai Ruyu said with a serious face. Chen Hao nodded and smiled. It's indeed going to be successful. It's just that it hasn't been purified yet, so the herbal flavor is very strong. However, its effect should not be much different from the effect of my ideal product. Is that so? That would be great. Congratulations, little Chen, Bai Ruyu said heartily. However, to really want to know its effect, you still need to experiment with real people. Chen Hao smiled and said, Sister Bai, let me ask you now, are you willing to dedicate your life for scientific invention? Scientific invention cannot be separated from dedication. So I'm not willing, Bai Ruyu balked. Do you want to refuse so dryly? Chen Hao smiled. Now this cup of medicinal liquid is really effective. It's just that it's not purified. The color isn't too good. This medicinal liquid can be taken internally as well as applied externally. There's absolutely no problem. No. Taking it internally is even worse for me. I've hated drinking herbs since I was a kid. In this case, Sister Bai, if you are willing to dedicate yourself for the sake of science and personally experience the effects of the potion, then after this product is mass-produced, it will be named after you. How about it? Chen Hao compelled. Named after me? Bai Ruyu was instantly a bit moved. Ask which woman could refuse such a romantic thing? Chanel, Feishi, Estee Lauder. There were many brands named after people on the market. If the cosmetics developed by Chen Hao could reach the level of Chanel and Estee Lauder, wouldn't she be able to become a celebrity for generations to come as well? Thinking of this, Bai Ruyu was even more moved, but on her face, she made a disgusted look and said, This medicinal liquid you developed, it won't be poisoned or disfigured, right? Chen Hao frowned. Sister Bai, if it disfigures you, I'll support you for the rest of your life, and even send you for plastic surgery, any way you want. Then, that's fine. Bai Ruyu finally agreed to Chen Hao. The reason why Chen Hao chose Bai Ruyu to do the experiment was, firstly, the principle of proximity. There was no one else good enough to use it. And secondly, it was to let Bai Ruyu have a sense of participation, so that in the future, when forming factories and companies, she would be invited to participate further. Thirdly, it was because Chen Hao was confident that this medicinal liquid would not only not be poisoned or disfigured, but would instead have an excellent effect. Chen Hao handed the liquid to Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu took it in her hand, and smelled it first, a faint grass and wood flavor. Although it was not as irritating as normal herbal water, but Bai Ruyu always had some psychological pressure. Seeing Bai Ruyu and the medicinal liquid in her hands, hesitating, Chen Hao directly said, Sister Bai, if you are worried about poison, Then I will take a sip first, Chen Hao said, about to bring it over and take a sip. Bai Ruyu, on the other hand, hurriedly dodged away, frowning. If it's really poisonous, if you drink it too, and I drink it too, what if everyone is poisoned at that time? There's not even an ambulance to call. So, it's better for me to drink it. Saying this, Bai Ruyu held the medicinal liquid in one hand, pinched her nose with the other, and directly poured a large mouthful into her mouth. A cup of medicinal liquid directly went a large portion. After drinking a mouthful of the medicinal liquid, Bai Ruyu smacked her lips and said, "The flavor of this medicinal liquid, it's not hard to drink. Of course, it can't be said to be good. Don't worry about this. When the time comes to add some pure natural sweetener, it will naturally taste good," Chen Hao said with a smile. Bai Ruyu nodded and added, "There's still a small half cup left. How do I get it? Rub it on your face?" "Yes, directly wipe your face." Chen Hao brought a pack of cotton swabs. Just use the cotton swabs to apply it. Although Bai Ruyu frowned, she nodded her head very cheerfully and said, "Okay." Bai Ruyu dipped the cotton swab into the medicinal liquid and wiped her face, while Chen Hao held his arm and observed from the sidelines. And in a short while, the small half cup of medicinal liquid was also dipped all the way through. "It's been a quarter of an hour since you drank the medicine. Do you feel anything now?" Chen Hao asked. Bai Ruyu shook her head. "No, I just feel that my face is cool and eerie. Not the kind of coolness after dipping into the water and evaporating, but a kind of coolness that soaks into the skin. It's cool but not icy. It's very comfortable." "Comfortable is good." Chen Hao nodded. Half an hour later, Chen Hao asked again, "How about now? Is there any uncomfortable feeling?" "Still nothing." "Well then, you can go wash your face. Just remember to wash it with water." In fact, the pure herbal essence developed by Chen Hao was directly infiltrated into the skin. There was no need to wash it at all. However, this one that Bai Ruyu was trying now had not been purified yet, and was still a brown potion, and her face would inevitably be colored by the potion, so she had to wash it. Bai Ruyu went to the bathroom to wash her face, and in a short while, she suddenly let out a ya sound. Chen Hao rushed to the bathroom and saw Bai Ruyu looking at the mirror, and there was nothing unusual, so he asked, "Sister Bai, what are you yapping about? What happened?" Bai Ruyu twisted her head around and put her freshly washed white and clean face in front of Chen Hao, saying with a shocked face, "Look, look." Bai Ruyu, who had just finished washing her face, had white and red skin, just like white jade, and her red lips were soft and pink, just like the pistil of a flower in its first blossom, which people couldn't help but want to pick. Chen Hao hard to hold back the impulse of lowering his head to have a shallow taste. Looking at the pretty face near at hand, nodded his head in a serious manner and said, "Well, white and red, exquisite and flawless, beautiful and bubbly. Who let you look at this?" Bai Ruyu's pretty face slightly reddened and said, "Look, my skin has really gotten better. The 2 dark acne marks on my chin are gone." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Hao responded, thinking that where women cared, they were really meticulous. He hadn't realized it before. Well, it was mainly because he hadn't come this close to see it before either. Bai Ruyu went back to the mirror, looking left and right. Originally like a flawless white jade, she was even more crystal clear at this moment. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was, the happier she looked. Her face was full of smiles. Chapter 78. I speak for myself. Of course, the development and trial of a cosmetic product was a long process, and it was never something that could be decided after 1 or 2 trials. However, Bai Ruyu's first trial had achieved good results, which made Chen Hao's confidence grow. In the next few days, Chen Hao continued to improve the process, and also used the ancient technique of alchemy, refining the pure herbal essence into a potion, which was more convenient to take. And these days, Bai Ruyu was also happy to accept the test, no matter whether it was internal or external. She actively participated in it, and a week down the line, Bai Ruyu's whole body felt transformed. Not only good skin, but also very good color, full of energy, give a person a feeling of radiance. At first glance as a very confident woman. Seeing the effect of pure herbal plant extract, Chen Hao felt that this thing could not be called a cosmetic, but should be called a health product, or it could be named separately. The external one is called cosmetic or skin care product, and the internal one is called healthcare product. Anyway, no matter what, these 2 things, they were quite good just right. Alright, the product is there. The next step is production and sales. Chen Hao smiled and said to Bai Ruyu, "Sister Bai, do you have any interest in personally starting a healthcare skincare product company?" What Chen Hao was thinking was that Bai Ruyu speculating on stocks and futures at home all day long was not a thing. Money earned to a certain extent was just a number, and had no greater significance. Only after earning money, developing industries, creating jobs, and giving back to the society, can one obtain the corresponding social status and the corresponding meaning of life. The status and influence in society of a natural person with a balance of $100 billion in his stock account and an entrepreneur with a fortune of $100 billion are totally different. The former was just a rich person, while the latter might be endowed with more status, more significance, and a more exciting life. When Bai Ruyu heard Chen Hao's words, she was slightly stunned, and with her white and slender fingers, she pointed at herself. Me? Starting a company? Chen Hao nodded. That's right. Any interest? No. How can I have that ability? Bai Ruyu asked herself. She still had some ability to panic, in case the enterprise was not well run, and she also messed up Chen Hao's R&D results. Didn't ask if you have the ability, just asked if you are interested. Chen Hao smiled and said, as long as you are interested, rich and capable, you can naturally recruit a lot of people. Really? Really? Bai Ruyu was a bit in disbelief. I can really start a company? As long as you are willing. You can. Chen Hao smiled. So it seems that Sister Bai, you are still interested in starting a company. Then there's no need to think about it more. Let's start a company. I'll put up the technology, you'll put up the money, and we'll each take up 50% of the shares. How about it? It just so happened that Bai Ruyu had helped Chen Hao speculate on stocks and futures for so long, and the commission was several $100 million. There was plenty of capital to start a business. No, I can't take advantage of you. Bai Ruyu knew the importance of Chen Hao's R&D results, and as long as he was willing to take it out for financing, tens of billions and hundreds of billions would not be a problem. Now, he was willing to share 50% to her, but Bai Ruyu didn't dare to ask for it, nor was she embarrassed to ask for it. 10% is enough for me. No, 5% will do, Bai Ruyu carefully said. Then you're at too much of a disadvantage. Chen Hao smiled and said, I'm only contributing a technology. How can I take up so many shares? I feel ashamed to be on the receiving end. In that case, if you feel embarrassed, then I'll take up 51% and you take up 49%. It's decided like that. Ha, this, so much. You, I, well, don't you and me. You're not just contributing money so simple. In the future the company still needs you to manage it, and the product still needs you to personally endorse it. You have a lot of things to do. Chen Hao smiled and said, I still need to personally endorse? I can't do that. Bai Ruyu timidly said, why can't you? Sister Bai, your face value and figure are much better than most first-tier female stars. Just don't worry about endorsing boldly. With your appearance conditions, you'll definitely make other female compatriots drool with envy. Chen Hao said, well, the male compatriots will drool even more. Humph. Net good words. Bai Ruyu gave Chen Hao a flirtatious glance and asked, so are you drooling yet? I'm full of drool, don't you think? Chen Hao teased. Just coax me to be happy. Definitely not coaxing you. You definitely have the strength. Chen Hao smiled and said, I've thought of all the advertisement words for your endorsement. Ruyu Jinping. I'm Ruyu. I'm endorsing for myself. The person is called Bai Ruyu. The product is called Ruyu Jinping, or his own endorsement. This is a proper endorsement for himself. This advertisement is quite interesting. Bai Ruyu guffawed, and in her heart, she also gained a few more points of confidence in starting her own business and advocating for herself. Alright then, I'll try it then? Bai Ruyu asked cautiously. Okay, no problem, as long as you're willing to try. Chen Hao nodded. Let's go choose a factory site tomorrow. Aha! As a result, Chen Hao didn't go to choose a factory site at all, and directly called Chu Qingyang, asking him to keep an eye on the land or factory buildings. If there was a cosmetic factory for sale, it would be more appropriate. Early the next morning, Chu Qingyang called. Brother Hao, I've done everything you asked me to do. This site has land if you want it, factory buildings if you want them. The situation is not optimistic recently. There are so many unused factory buildings, either renting or selling them is fine. Chen Hao nodded, that's good. Send me a location. We'll go take a look later. Bai Ruyu got up early and made breakfast. The two of them ate breakfast and went straight to the location sent by Chu Qingyang, Magic City Binhai Industrial Park. Binhai Industrial Park is a newly constructed industrial park. The first and second phase of the infrastructure project has been fully completed, and there are 3 and 4 phases under construction behind. Before a number of enterprises to the park to buy land to build factories, who knows suddenly encountered a change in the international situation. Many factories have just been built and put into operation, face bankruptcy. There are also some factories that were built to half simply do not build, so the factories here are still very cheap. Plus, the local area is also actively supporting the development of enterprises, and there are some preferential policies to reduce taxes and fees, so it is worth a visit. When Chen Hao arrived, Chu Qingyang was already waiting at the Binhai Industrial Park, and when he saw Chen Hao coming over, Chu Qingyang walked over with a list. Brother Hao, this is sister-in-law, right? Sister-in-law is good. My name is Chu Qingyang, just call me Xiao Chu. Ruyu's pretty face slightly reddened as she explained. It's not. Chen Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand and introduced. This is Sister Bai. Just call Sister Bai after me. Oh, Sister Bai is good. Chu Qingyang spat out his tongue, and then said, Brother Hao, Sister Bai, I've already done some preliminary screening, and the plans of these two enterprises are quite good. You guys go through them. Chapter 79, Family members don't lie to their own family members. Chen Hao took a look at the list provided by Chu Qingyang, on which were the details of the two companies' factory buildings, including the predecessor of the company, property rights, location of the area, and so on. The first one is a cosmetic company's plant, but it's relatively small in scale, with the entire plant's floor area being only 10,000 square meters, and the office facilities are relatively simple. The advantage is that the production line is complete, and you can directly produce when you buy it. The disadvantage is that the area is small, the scale is small, and it's not upscale. The second one is different. It's a brand new factory that was built, and the project was suspended before the production line was even set up. This factory covers an area of 200,000 square meters, with a building area of over 1 million square meters. Not only does it have a bright and spacious modern factory, but it also has a comprehensive office building, a research building, a logistics service building, an employee dormitory building, a product warehouse, and other buildings, not counting the land. The investment in fixed assets alone is more than $1 billion. It definitely looks like a modernized big enterprise. However, there is a drawback. That is, the price is too expensive. The cost of the land is discounted down to 1.9 million acres. 300 acres is $5.7 billion. Getting the infrastructure, building concrete floors, roadways, sewage networks, buildings, etc. Put in more than $1.2 billion. Totaling up, that's more than $1.8 billion. Other people's businesses don't want to make money. They just don't want to lose too much, so they're ready to go out with $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. Bai Ruyu muttered. She didn't have $1.8 billion. This was too expensive. It's better to have that small one. Bai Ruyu was just about to open her mouth when Chen Hao directly clapped his hands. Good. Not bad. Let's buy it. Bai Ruyu hurriedly swallowed back her words, almost choking herself. Little Chen, $1.8 billion is too expensive. Chen Hao smiled lightly and said, Don't worry. What you put in now will be doubled back later. Chu Qingyang also gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. Brother Hao is just atmospheric. However, if you talk to their boss again, you should be able to cut the price down some more. Chen Hao nodded. That's a must. It wasn't that he cared about the few dollars, but he wanted to feel the process of haggling down the price. Let's go. Take a look at the field first, then go and haggle down the price. The first small factory, being passed, Chen Hao and the others went directly to the second factory. The second factory was called Anua. Brand new and brand new. It felt like the construction had just been completed and hadn't been handed over yet. A group of several people went deep into the factory to visit and check it out, and after watching it for half a day, they were more satisfied with the environment of the factory, as well as the transportation conditions around it. Therefore, several people went straight to the proprietor of this factory, Mordor Lingang Group, for negotiation. The one who received Chen Hao and the others was the senior vice president of Mordor Lingang Group, named Chen Xiaodong. Welcome, warm welcome. For the arrival of Chen Hao and the others, Lingang Group was very happy and received them very warmly. Young Chu, Young Chen, all of you please take your seats in the parlor. Lingang Group was also an enterprise with a market capitalization of over tens of billions of dollars. Its strength was good, but in front of one of the four great families, the Exodus family, it was still not enough to look at. Therefore, the other party was still very polite when Chu Qingyang appeared. When the pretty administrative girl in uniform made tea, Chen Hao then opened his mouth. Mr. Chen, you know our intention is to buy your group's new factory over at Binhai Industrial Park. I hope that we can be given a favorable price, and we can have a win-win situation. Chen Hao went straight to the point. Time was precious. He didn't want to bull **** with the place. Chen Xiaodong smiled and said, price-wise, Chen Xiao should have already understood. Chu Xiao has already talked to us initially, and fought for a price of $1.8 billion. This is a very low price given for the sake of Chu Xiao's face. You look at our factory. How good the location, plant materials how solid, the whole factory design how beautiful, how imposing, upscale. So, $1.8 billion has really been cheap. The price is very low. The other party bit down on the $1.8 billion price without letting up. Chen Hao wasn't in a hurry to cut the price, and first used his Buddha's eye to look at the other party's secret. Not personal secrets. Chen Hao was not interested in his personal secrets, but the secrets the other party knew about that new factory. Since Chen Xiaodong was the senior vice president of the group and the executive in charge of the business of selling the new factory, he must know a lot about the new factory. Nowadays, the Buddha's eye system could accurately recognize the other party's secrets in a certain aspect or area according to Chen Hao's intention, without having to look at dozens of secrets at a glance like before, making Chen Hao tired of looking at them. Secret 1, the new factory area built by Lingang Group in Binhai Industrial Park was just completed in October this year, and has not yet been put into use. It's a brand new factory area. Secret 2, the new factory area constructed by Lingang Group in Binhai Industrial Park was originally planned to be used for the development of new business, but due to the changes in the international economic situation, the business was temporarily halted, and at the same time, Lingang Group's own main business was also affected, and it urgently needed to collect funds to pay back the loan to prevent the capital chain from breaking. Secret 3, Lingang Group's new plant currently owes 200 million yuan to the constructor for the project. If not properly resolved, it will affect the start of the plant in normal operation, and even damage the company's image. Secret 4, in order to support the development of enterprises, the local area has already preferential land costs of 200 million yuan. Lingang Group invested only 1.4 billion yuan in the new plant. Secret 5, although the Binhai Industrial Park has expropriated land in accordance with relevant laws and regulations, there are still hungry forces in the neighborhood that want to get a piece of the pie on the enterprise and will try to find trouble for the enterprise. Secret 6, Chen Hao frowned, not expecting that just looking at the secrets of Lingang Group's new plant in Binhai Industrial Park, there were as many as a dozen of them as well, some involving capital, some involving project disputes, and some involving the business environment. This one secret was all the basis for Chen Hao to cut the price off. After a slight moment of contemplation, Chen Hao opened his mouth. Mr. Chen, we are both surnamed Chen, and we were still a family 500 years ago. We don't lie to our own family. I admit that the Binhai factory is really good, with many advantages, but doesn't it have any disadvantages? Chen Hao asked. Disadvantages? Of course there are. No one is perfect, let alone the plant, but they are all small shortcomings. Flaws are not worth mentioning. They won't affect anything, Chen Xiaodong said with a smile. Is that so? Chen Hao smiled slightly and said, Mr. Chen, you're being unkind. As far as I know, the shortcomings of this plant, there are many more, and they're bigger too. Young Mr. Chen is joking. Our factory is so beautiful. How could there be big shortcomings? Mr. Chen, I naturally have a basis for saying so. It's not too much to ask for us to conduct some investigations beforehand for such a big project, right? That's all as it should be. Not excessive. In our investigation, we found that there are at least 3 aspects of the new Binhai factory that directly affect the price we directly negotiate. I wonder if Mr. Chen is willing to hear about them? Chen Xiaodong's face changed slightly when he heard this, but then he said with a straight face, is that so? Then I'm all ears. Thanks to more, MO for the milk tea. Thanks to user 950834423 for the nod of approval. And thanks to all my brothers and sisters for the flowers.